My family laughed until they were breathless when my older brother handed me an $18,200 invoice for my acts of kindness on my 38th birthday. So, I quietly canceled the $235,000 invisible financial safety net I had been providing him for years. Let his life, naturally, collapse into foreclosure. Again. And invited everyone to a second dinner where I projected the real receipts onto the wall. I'm Marcus, I'm 38, a single dad raising two incredibly smart boys, Leo, 11, and Sam, 9, in the rainy suburbs of Seattle. Until very recently, I lived my life by a simple, quiet code: you do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, not because you want a parade. I believed in being the dependable pillar of the family. I thought that if I just kept showing up, if I kept being the reliable one who fixed the leaks, paid the sudden bills, and absorbed the stress, my family would eventually see me. I thought I would earn their respect. I was catastrophically wrong. The story of how my family completely unraveled started years ago, but the explosive climax the moment the veil was ripped away to reveal the sheer, unadulterated entitlement of my own blood happened just last month. Before that night, I had spent the better part of a decade swallowing snide remarks, biting a hole through my tongue during family holidays, and secretly covering more financial emergencies for my older brother than any sane person ever should. My brother, Derek, is 42. He has always worn this self-appointed crown as the ultimate family man. He's the kind of guy who demands a standing ovation for basic human decency. If he helped our dad mow the lawn once in 2018, he'll find a way to weave it into a Thanksgiving toast. If he watched his own kids for an afternoon while his wife was at the salon, he acts like he's running a charity orphanage. Meanwhile, I was just there. I was the invisible utility closet. I picked up the phone at 2 a.m. when my sister, Chloe, needed a ride because her toxic boyfriend stranded her downtown. I quietly paid for a $4,500 roof repair for my parents when a winter storm caused a massive leak, and I told them the contractor gave them a senior discount. I didn't say a word. I just paid it. And that was my fatal flaw. My silence made me invisible. When people don't see the effort you put in, they don't think twice before wiping their muddy shoes all over your boundaries. Derek and his wife have 3 kids. We live in the same sprawling suburban network, about 15 minutes apart. My ex-wife moved across the country to Florida years ago and barely remembers to call our sons on their birthdays, so I've been raising Leo and Sam entirely on my own. I juggle a demanding career as a software systems architect, school drop-offs, weekend soccer tournaments, and keeping our household running smoothly. Derek, on the other hand, is a walking financial disaster masked by suburban arrogance. Over the last 5 years, he and his wife hit rough patch after rough patch. They fell behind on their mortgage so many times I lost count. Their SUV got repossessed. His wife would quit jobs because her bosses were toxic, and Derek would pick up side hustles that he inevitably abandoned because they were beneath his skill level. Every single time they hit a wall, there was a new, elaborate excuse. The economy was rigged, the job market was unfair, the universe was out to get them. And every single time, I stepped in. I didn't hold it over his head. I didn't sit him down and demand gratitude, I just quietly transferred funds. When the bank sent a final notice of intent to foreclose, I quietly wired $12,400 to cover the arrears. When their heat was shut off in the dead of November, I called the utility company, paid the $1,800 balance anonymously, and told Derek it must have been a clerical error that got it turned back on. When their final working car broke down, I rearranged my entire morning and afternoon schedule to drive his 3 kids to and from school along with mine. For 2 entire years, I was the unpaid, unthanked school chauffeur, 5 days a week, navigating Seattle traffic in the pouring rain. Derek would occasionally toss a thanks, man my way without looking up from his phone, and I convinced myself that was enough. The first genuine crack in the facade happened last Christmas. We were at my parents' house. After dinner, as the kids were tearing into the wrapping paper, Derek pulled me into the hallway. He slapped me on the shoulder, put on this faux concerned face, and said, "Hey, man, I noticed you didn't really bring anything for my kids this year. Money tight?" I stared at him, genuinely bewildered. "Derek, I bought them the PS5 bundle last month. The one you said they were begging for. I even came over and set it up for them. It had cost me nearly $600. Derek just smirked, waving his hand dismissively. "Oh, right, but I mean, I kind of figured that was more of a general family gift, you know? Not really a personal Christmas present. A general family gift?" I felt a flash of hot anger in my chest, but I forced a laugh. I had to. My parents were in the next room, and I didn't want to ruin Christmas. I told myself he was just stressed about money and didn't mean to sound so ungrateful. But after that day, the dynamic shifted. I started noticing how my sacrifices were being warped into obligations. My mom, who had always babied Derek, started making passive-aggressive comments about how lucky I was to be a single dad because I only had to worry about 2 kids, whereas Derek had the heavy burden of a full household. My sister Chloe once told me I should pay for family dinners more often because Derek sacrifices so much for his kids and deserves a break. I wanted to tear my hair out. Hadn't I been keeping a roof over his kids' heads? Then came my 38th birthday. My oldest son, Leo, is incredibly empathetic. He wanted to do something special for me, so he saved up his allowance and asked if we could host a small family dinner at Times Bella Vita, this quiet, old-school Italian restaurant downtown that I love. Leo even coordinated with the restaurant manager, Matteo, to set up a small projector in the private back room so he could play a slideshow of photos he had edited together. It was just going to be my parents, Derek and his wife, my sister Chloe, and my cousin Sarah. The night started beautifully. Leo's slideshow made me tear up, and he beamed with pride when everyone clapped. We ordered steaks, pasta, and wine. The conversation was flowing, though Derek seemed unusually quiet, nursing his drink with a weird smirk on his face. The waitress had just brought out a massive tiramisu with a candle in it. We were all laughing at a joke my dad made when Derek suddenly stood up. He reached into his leather messenger bag and pulled out a thick manila folder. He held it up like he was about to deliver the best man speech at a wedding. "Marcus, happy birthday, little brother," Derek announced, his voice booming over the ambient restaurant music. "I know you're a tech guy. You love data, you love spreadsheets, you love keeping things organized. So, I put this together for you." He slid the folder across the white tablecloth. It stopped right next to my cake. I opened it, expecting a scrapbook or maybe some goofy childhood photos. Instead, I found printed invoices. Dozens of pages, formatted like official billing statements, completely itemized. Rides to school, $15 per day x 380 days. Gas surcharge, $5 per day. Late pickup inconvenience fees, $50 per occurrence. Vehicle wear and tear, $1,200. Emotional toll of early mornings, $2,500. At the bottom of the final page, bolded and highlighted in yellow, was a total amount due, $18,200. I looked up, my brain struggling to process what I was looking at. I thought it was a bizarre, tasteless joke. Derek chuckled, taking a slow sip of his wine. "Figured you could do the math since you love numbers. That's just for the last 2 years of chauffeuring. I didn't even charge you for the times my kids had to wait in the rain while you were stuck in traffic." Chloe let out a loud snort. Then Derek's wife started giggling. Within seconds, my parents were chuckling, and the whole table erupted into laughter. "Oh my God, Derek, are you serious?" Chloe gasped, wiping a tear from her eye. Derek shrugged, playing to his audience. "Hey, gas isn't free, neither is my kids' time. We're providing a valuable service by letting Marcus practice his parenting skills on a larger group." Everyone was laughing. Except me. I looked down at the ridiculous, insulting invoice. Then I looked at Derek, who was raising his glass to me, reveling in his moment as the family comedian. He was putting a price tag on the absolute bare minimum, ignoring the fact that I was the one doing the driving, paying the gas, and saving his family from the bus stop. But what none of them knew, what Derek couldn't possibly fathom as he stood there grinning like a fool, was that I had my own receipts. Real ones. Years of them. My hand instinctively drifted to my jacket pocket. My fingers brushed against the cool metal of an encrypted USB flash drive I had been carrying around for weeks. I had originally compiled it to show my mother in private, a desperate attempt to make her understand why I couldn't keep funding Derek's lifestyle. But as I sat there, listening to my family laugh at my expense, feeling the absolute disrespect radiating from my brother, the desperation vanished. It was replaced by something entirely different. It wasn't hot, explosive anger. It was a freezing, absolute clarity. It was the calm right before a devastating hurricane makes landfall. I didn't scream. I didn't flip the table. I slowly closed the manila folder, aligned it perfectly with the edge of the table, and looked Derek dead in the eyes. "Thank you, Derek," I said, my voice dangerously quiet but perfectly steady. "This is incredibly thorough." Derek blinked, slightly thrown off by my lack of reaction. Yeah. I figured you'd appreciate the attention to detail." "Oh, I do," I replied, holding his gaze until he shifted uncomfortably. "I really do." My mom reached over and patted my hand. "Oh, Marcus, don't look so serious. You know Derek is just teasing. You always take things so personally. It's a joke." "Right," I said, offering a hollow smile. "Just a joke. Got it." But inside, the foundational pillar that held my love for this family completely cracked. It didn't shatter into a million pieces. It just severed cleanly in two. I realized in that exact moment that I didn't have a family. I had a group of entitled dependents who shared my DNA. They viewed me as an appliance, a sturdy ATM, and a reliable minivan that they could kick when they were bored. After dinner, I drove my sons home in absolute silence. The rain was coming down hard, drumming against the windshield. Once I got the boys to bed, I poured myself a heavy glass of bourbon, sat down at my home office desk, and opened Derek's folder again. Waiting in traffic, $800. Missed work opportunities, $3,000. It was pure, unadulterated audacity. He actually believed I owed times him. Update 1. The next morning, I didn't answer any calls. I needed space to execute the first phase of my silent resignation. 3 days later, my mom left a voicemail. I had to listen to it 3 times because the sheer delusion of it was staggering. Hi honey, I just wanted to talk to you about your brother. He's feeling a little hurt that you didn't laugh with the rest of us the other night. You know how he is, he was just trying to lighten the mood. Anyway, he mentioned you haven't transferred him any money for the school runs yet. I think you really should, Marcus. He's been under so much pressure lately, and honestly, you make way more money than him. It's only fair you pitch in. It's only fair. That phrase echoed in my skull. I didn't call her back. Instead, I opened my laptop, plugged in the encrypted flash drive, and opened a master spreadsheet I had titled the Ledger. I had started building this file months ago, on the night I quietly paid off the $12,400 to stop Derek's house from going to auction. I didn't keep the receipts for blackmail. I kept them because I was starting to feel like I was losing my mind. I needed tangible proof that I wasn't crazy, that I was actually bleeding myself dry for these people. Now, I was updating it with extreme prejudice. $12,400 for the mortgage arrears. $4,500 for their emergency HVAC replacement. $1,800 to restore their utilities. $700 for new tires so his wife wouldn't drive the kids on bald rubber. $1,200 paid directly to an emergency vet when their golden retriever swallowed a toy. Hundreds of smaller transactions, groceries, dental copays, school field trips, new winter coats for my niece and nephews. I tallied it all up. The grand total staring back at me was $235,410. Over $250,000 of my life, my labor, my son's inheritance, poured into a black hole of ungratefulness. And they handed me a fake bill for $18,200 and laughed in my face. 2 days later, my dad called. He never called unless it was serious. Marcus, Derek says you're acting weird. He mentioned you might be holding onto some documents or keeping some kind of list to make him look bad. Listen to me, whatever petty grudge you're holding, let it go. We are family. We don't keep score. We don't keep score. Unless, of course, Derek is printing out itemized invoices on my birthday. That evening, I sat Leo and Sam down in the living room. I asked them honestly how they felt about driving to school with their cousins every day. Sam, my youngest, looked down at his socks. It's okay, I guess. But Uncle Derek's kids are always mean to us in the backseat, and we're always late because they won't wake up. Leo spoke up, his voice quiet. Uncle Derek yells a lot in the mornings. He called you a sucker once on the phone when he was standing on the porch. It makes me feel bad. 1. That was the nail in the coffin. The next morning, I emailed the school district's transportation office and officially removed Derek's 3 children from my authorized pickup and drop-off list. I didn't warn Derek. I didn't call my mom. I just cut the cord. At 3:15 p.m., my phone lit up with a text from Derek. Hey, the school says you dropped my kids from your list? What the hell is wrong with you? I didn't reply. 10 minutes later, are you seriously throwing a tantrum over a joke? Grow the hell up, Marcus. An hour later, fine. I'm adding emotional damage to your invoice. You owe me big time. I blocked his number. The silence from my end drove them insane. My mom called crying, accusing me of creating a wedge in the family. Chloe texted me paragraphs about how I was a toxic narcissist. I ignored all of it. I took that negative energy and poured it entirely into a side project I had been tinkering with for a year. It was an app called Times Village Sync, designed for parents to manage complex carpools, school schedules, and shared childcare duties. It had started as a personal tool to manage my chaotic life, but with my newfound free time and absolute hyper-focus, I polished the code, built a beautiful user interface, and launched a beta version. I shared it with the local PTA. It exploded. Within 2 months, Village Sync Times was adopted by 3 massive school districts in the Seattle area. A tech incubator reached out, and suddenly, I was sitting on a highly lucrative software licensing deal. I wasn't just financially stable anymore, I was thriving. My boys noticed the change. I was smiling more. We went on weekend hiking trips. We had movie nights without my phone buzzing with Derek's manufactured emergencies. But while my life was ascending, Derek's was in freefall. Without my invisible safety net, reality hit him like a freight train. Through mutual friends, I heard the messy details. His wife quit her job again, but this time, there was no mysterious anonymous payment to cover the mortgage. Their SUV was repossessed for real this time right out of their driveway. The school sent them warnings for chronic tardiness. The final straw came when my parents hosted their annual spring barbecue. It was a massive family tradition. I wasn't invited. No call, no text. I only found out because my cousin Sarah texted me a photo of Derek flipping burgers, laughing with Chloe. The caption read, "Missed you today. Derek said you were too busy counting your pennies to show up." I stared at that photo, feeling the last shred of my familial loyalty burn away into ash. Then, the ultimate audacity arrived. Derek, having clearly unblocked himself using his wife's phone, sent me a text. "Heard about your little app taking off. Funny how you got the idea from driving my kids around. We need to talk equity. 20% seems fair. Also, the bank is threatening foreclosure again. Are you really going to let your own niece and nephew go homeless while you get rich? Call me." He wanted 20% of my company, and he wanted me to save his house again. I didn't reply. Instead, I called Arthur, a retired corporate lawyer I had befriended in a local single dad support group. I showed him the text. I showed him the ledger. Arthur adjusted his glasses, looked at the $235,410 total, and then looked at me. "Marcus, these people have built a castle on your back, and they have the nerve to complain about the view. It's time to blow it down." Update 2. I didn't want to just send an email. I didn't want a screaming match in a driveway. I wanted absolute, undeniable, surgical destruction of their false narrative. I called Matteo, the manager at Times Bella Vita, and booked the exact same private back room. I requested the same projector. I sent out formal digital invitations to my parents, Derek, his wife, Chloe, and my cousin Sarah. I titled the invitation, "A Dinner of Amends and Moving Forward." My mother texted immediately, "Oh, Marcus, I knew you'd come to your senses. Family is everything." "Oh." Derek replied to the RSVP link, "About time. Bring your checkbook." I spent the next 2 weeks preparing. I didn't just make a slideshow, I built a corporate-grade presentation. I backed up all my bank statements, wire transfers, emails, and utility receipts onto a secure cloud server. Then, I ordered 6 custom-made, sleek silver USB flash drives. I placed each one inside a small, black velvet jeweler's box. The dinner was set for a Friday at 7 p.m. I arrived at 6:30. I wore a sharp, tailored navy suit. I placed one black velvet box at every table setting. By 7:15, everyone had arrived. Derek strolled in with an arrogant swagger, wearing a designer shirt he definitely couldn't afford. Chloe rolled her eyes when she saw me, and my parents gave me cautious, patronizing hugs. "Wow, fancy boxes." Derek sneered, picking his up and shaking it. "What is this, a peace offering? Rolex watches?" "Let's eat first," I said calmly. We ordered. I paid for the finest wine they had. I sat in silence, eating my steak, listening to Derek brag about a massive crypto investment he was researching. I let them enjoy their meal. I let them feel comfortable. As the plates were being cleared for dessert, I stood up. I tapped my knife gently against my crystal water glass. The room fell silent. "I want to thank you all for coming tonight," I started, my voice echoing slightly in the private room. "A few months ago, in this exact room, Derek handed me a very detailed invoice for $18,200. He assigned a monetary value to the time, gas, and emotional labor I spent driving his children to school." Derek leaned back, crossing his arms with a smug grin. "Water under the bridge, little brother. But I accept your apology." "I'm not apologizing," I said, my tone dropping to a dead, icy calm. "I am paying my debts, but to do that accurately, I had to do an audit of my own." I nodded to Matteo, who was standing by the door. He dimmed the lights and lowered the projector screen. I clicked a remote in my hand, and the screen flared to life. And of that. Slide 1, the ledger. Total secret financial support provided to Derek and family, 2018 to 2024, $235,410. The collective gasp in the room was deafening. My mother dropped her wine glass. It shattered on the floor, red wine bleeding into the carpet. Derek's smug smile vanished instantly, replaced by a pale, sickly dread. "What the hell is this?" Derek demanded, starting to stand up. "Sit down," I commanded, my voice cracking like a whip. He actually froze, and slowly sat back down. Click. Slide 2, Mortgage Arrears and Foreclosure Prevention. On the screen was a side-by-side comparison. On the left, the furious email from Derek's bank threatening immediate foreclosure and eviction in 2021. On the right, the confirmed wire transfer from my personal checking account to the bank for $12,400. "You told mom and dad you handled the mortgage issue by negotiating a brilliant forbearance plan," I said, looking directly at my parents, whose mouths were hanging open in horror. "He lied. I paid it. In full. Anonymously." Click. Slide 3. Vehicle and Utilities. Screenshots of the $1,800 utility payment to restore their heat, the $4,500 invoice for the HVAC repair, paid by my credit card, the $1,200 emergency vet bill for their dog, the $700 tire replacement. "Marcus, stop," my mother whimpered, tears streaming down her face as she looked at the undeniable proof of her golden child's failures. Click. Slide 4. The 20% equity demand. I projected a massive screenshot of Derek's text message demanding 20% of my company and accusing me of letting his kids go homeless. You charged me $18,200 for the privilege of saving your children from standing in the rain, I said, stepping closer to Derek, who was now sweating profusely, his face flushed dark red. And when I stopped, you demanded a piece of the company I built to manage the chaos you created. You didn't inspire my app, Derek. You were the parasite I had to design a system to survive. Chloe was dead silent, staring at the screen in pure shock. Derek's wife had her face buried in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Inside those velvet boxes, I continued, gesturing to the table, are silver flash drives. They contain every single receipt, every bank transfer, and every email from the last 6 years. It is a fully documented financial autopsy of your lies. Derek slammed his fists on the table, rattling the silverware. You arrogant piece of trash. You think you can humiliate me in front of my family? You think this proves anything? You're just a selfish, greedy. Before he could finish, the door to the private room opened. Arthur, my lawyer friend, walked in wearing a pristine charcoal suit, carrying a leather briefcase. Good evening, Arthur said smoothly, handing a thick manila envelope directly to Derek. I am Marcus's legal counsel. This is a formal cease and desist order. Any further demands for equity in Village Sync, any harassment regarding financial support, or any defamatory statements made about Marcus to third parties will result in immediate litigation for extortion and harassment. Derek looked at the envelope like it was radioactive. He was hyperventilating. But wait, I said, pulling one final document from my inner jacket pocket. Derek was right about one thing. I couldn't let my niece and nephew suffer just because their parents are incompetent. I unfolded the paper and held it up. This morning, I signed an irrevocable charitable trust agreement. 15% of all personal profits from the Village Sync licensing deals will be deposited into a restricted educational and emergency housing fund. It is legally bound and managed by a third-party trustee. I looked dead into Derek's terrified eyes. The beneficiaries of that trust are your 3 children. The funds can only be accessed for their college tuition, medical emergencies, or a down payment on a house when they turn 25. You and your wife have absolutely zero legal access to a single penny of it. My dad, who had been completely silent the entire night, finally spoke. His voice was trembling, thick with shame. Marcus, my God, son, I am so sorry. We didn't know. We had no idea. That. You didn't want to know, Dad, I replied softly. It was easier to let me carry the weight so you didn't have to look at the cracks in your favorite son. I didn't wait for a response. I buttoned my suit jacket, threw $100 bill on the table for Mateo, and walked out the door with Arthur right behind me. The fallout was catastrophic and beautiful. Sarah, my cousin, watched the entire presentation on her flash drive that night and immediately leaked it to the extended family group chat. Derek's carefully crafted image was obliterated overnight. Aunts and uncles who had praised him for years were suddenly demanding to know why he was borrowing money from them when I had supposedly paid off his debts. Within 2 months, Derek's house was foreclosed on. They had to move into a cramped, 2-bedroom apartment on the outskirts of the city. His wife filed for a legal separation shortly after. My parents tried desperately to reconcile with me, leaving tearful voicemails begging for forgiveness, but I kept my boundaries ironclad. I see them occasionally for holidays, but the relationship is strictly surface level. As for me, Village Sync times. Went national last week. I bought a beautiful new house with a massive backyard for Leo and Sam. Last night, as we were roasting marshmallows over a fire pit, Leo looked up at me and asked, Dad, do you miss them? I thought about the heavy, suffocating weight I used to carry. I thought about the fake invoice sitting next to my birthday cake. And then I looked at the sparks flying up into the clear night sky. No, buddy. I smiled, putting my arm around him. I don't miss them at all. Sometimes, the most expensive thing you can buy is your own freedom. And at $235,410, I'd say I got a hell of a bargain. Top comments. User 1. The absolute gal of this man to hand you an invoice for driving his kids in your car with your gas after you paid his literal mortgage. The psychological projection is insane. He knew he was a failure and tried to make you feel small to compensate. The trust fund for the kids was the ultimate checkmate. You secured their future while completely castrating his control over the money. Masterclass. User 2. I am screaming at the projector presentation. Slide 2. Mortgage arrears. My jaw hit the core of the earth. Your parents enabled him for years, and they needed that brutal reality check. The fact that your dad said we don't keep score while your brother literally handed you a printed, itemized score sheet on your birthday shows how deep the delusion ran. So glad you got out. User 3. As a lawyer, the cease and desist delivery during dessert is the most beautifully dramatic thing I've ever read. Arthur is a legend. Setting up the trust fund for the niece and nephews proves exactly who you are, a genuinely good man who refuses to be a victim anymore. Enjoy your new life and your success with the app, Marcus, you earned every single bit of it. You're just too sensitive. My brother laughed after Dad humiliated me in front of 50 people. 2 years later, I walked into the boardroom, handed over his termination papers, and let the investors do the rest. If I had to explain my family dynamic in a single sentence, I'd probably say, picture a sitcom where everyone laughs, except the punchlines are real people, and one of them is always me. My name is Liam. I was 25 when the incident happened. The kind of moment that doesn't just sting for a few days, but plants itself so deep in your memory that years later, your stomach still knots up just thinking about the smell of cheap barbecue and boxed wine. Growing up, I was the youngest of 3. My brother, Nathan, is 6 years older and the undeniable golden boy of the family. Varsity everything. Straight into Dad's manufacturing company after college. Married his high school sweetheart and popped out 2 perfect kids by 28. My sister, Chloe, was the free spirit who somehow turned being a spoiled brat into a lucrative career as an Instagram influencer before that was even a mainstream job. And me? I was the oops. The surprise baby. The one my parents weren't planning on and never really adjusted their lives for. I heard the whispers growing up. They weren't trying for a third. You know, they almost didn't keep him. It was never said directly to my face until it was. Despite the blatant favoritism. I tried. Yeah. I tried to be the quiet peacemaker, the one who stayed out of trouble, got decent grades, went to college, and didn't rock the boat. I naively thought if I just stayed in my lane long enough, I'd earn a little respect, maybe even a sliver of pride. But in our house, love was a currency, and my account was always overdrawn. The lead up to the disaster started about 6 months earlier. My mom sent a massive group email with the subject line, "Big Family Reunion." All caps, 3 exclamation points, because her entire personality was built on forced enthusiasm and weaponized guilt trips. The message rambled on about how it had been years since everyone had been in one place, how they'd rented a massive lake house in upstate New York, and how even Aunt Carol was flying in from Florida with her demonic little lapdog. At the time, I was living in a cramped 1-bedroom apartment in Boston, working as a junior graphic designer at a mid-sized marketing firm. It wasn't glamorous, but it was stable. It was quiet. I didn't reply to the email right away because I honestly dreaded going. The last family get-together I'd attended ended with my uncle loudly asking, "Liam, you still don't have a girlfriend? Maybe you're just one of those, you know?" while limp-wristing his hand. Everyone laughed. I just sat there. I went to this reunion anyway because guilt is a powerful thing, especially when you're the one everyone thinks has something to prove. The lake house was obnoxious. 3 stories of wood-paneled, rustic chic fantasy. I pulled up in my beat-up 2012 Toyota Corolla and had to park it between Nathan's brand new Porsche Cayenne and Chloe's leased Range Rover. There were already about 30 people inside, and more were showing up by the hour. Hugs, loud voices, the occasional screech of, "Oh my God, look at you." I was exhausted. I'd worked late the night before, then drove 6 hours straight to get there. I wasn't in the mood for small talk. But I smiled, nodded, and played my role. I helped carry in the heavy coolers. I set up the patio furniture. I manned the grill for 3 hours when Nathan, the designated grill master, abandoned his post to drink craft beer and watch golf on the outdoor TV. I even took my little cousins down to the lake when they started throwing rocks at the windows. I did what I always did. I made myself useful so I wouldn't be a target. The reunion hit peak chaos on Saturday night. The official family dinner. Over 50 people, packed onto the massive back deck. Long plastic tables covered in tacky plaid tablecloths, disposable plates stacked a foot high, kids screaming, and the adults getting sloppy on cheap Pinot Grigio and IPAs. My mom was in her element, wearing a floral apron she absolutely didn't need, playing hostess like we were being filmed for a Hallmark movie. Every 15 minutes she'd sigh and loudly announce, "This is what family looks like. Isn't this just perfect?" That's when my dad decided it was time for speeches. He'd had a lot to drink. His face was flushed red, and he was swaying slightly as he stood up on a wooden bench and clinked his glass with a fork. All right, quiet down." His voice boomed over the chatter. "Can I get everyone's attention for a minute?" The deck quieted down. Phones came out. Flashes went off. Nathan looked incredibly smug, expecting praise. Chloe flipped her hair and practically posed for the cameras. I stood off to the side by the cooler, sipping a ginger ale, hoping this would just be a generic, harmless speech about how fast time flies. Instead, my dad looked around the crowd, locked eyes with me, stretched his arm out, and practically dragged me forward by my shoulder like he was presenting a circus act. "And this guy," Dad said, letting out a loud, booming chuckle. "This guy right here." I smiled awkwardly, my face burning. He kept going. "This one is our family miracle," he declared. Well, more like a financial black hole we didn't plan for that turned out all right in the end. Laughter rippled across the deck. Some of it was polite, awkward chuckling. Some of it was genuine. My dad grinned, soaking it in. Yep, the mistake we kept, he shouted. But hey, he didn't end up in prison or living in our basement, so that's a win, right? The laughter erupted. It was deafening. My uncle nearly spit out his drink. Aunt Carol clapped her hands together in delight. Even Nathan snorted aggressively into his beer, shaking his head. Only a few people looked uncomfortable. My cousin caught my eye and mouthed, "I'm so sorry," but she didn't dare say it out loud. I didn't laugh. I didn't say a single word. I felt the blood drain from my face. I just stepped backward, out of his grip, and slowly walked back into the house. No one followed me. I honestly don't think they even noticed I was gone. Upstairs in the cramped guest room, I sat on the edge of the mattress and stared at the drywall for what felt like hours. I could still hear them roaring with laughter through the open window. I wasn't even angry yet. It was something heavier, colder. It felt like being 12 years old all over again, overhearing my parents complain about my existence. It was the final, undeniable realization that I was just a punchline in a family that only cared about headlines. I didn't say goodbye. I packed my duffel bag, grabbed my keys, got in my Corolla, and drove. I turned my phone on airplane mode and just kept my foot on the gas. I didn't even call my boss in Boston on Monday. I emailed my resignation, broke my lease, and drove south until the weather changed. I ended up in Austin, Texas. I'd never been there before. I just picked a place where no one would ever think to look for me. I bought a new phone, changed my number, deleted every single social media account, and vanished. I didn't answer the panicked emails. I didn't respond to the texts that filtered through to my laptop. Most of them were from my mom, saying, "Where did you go? You're ruining the trip." As if she didn't know exactly why I left. For 2 years, it worked. I built a brand new life in Austin. It was small, quiet, and peaceful. I joined a bouldering gym. I started doing freelance brand design and marketing. I made friends who didn't know a single thing about my toxic family. I even started dating a girl named Maya, a brilliant UX designer who drank horrifying green smoothies and actually listened when I spoke. I felt like I was breathing clean air for the first time in my entire life. Until a random Tuesday morning, exactly 2 years later, when I walked out of my apartment complex and saw a man sitting on the hood of a gray Ford Fusion across the street. He was middle-aged, wearing business casual, and holding a thick manila folder. I didn't know him, but I recognized the vibe instantly. A private investigator. And just like that, my past clawed its way right back into my present. He didn't approach me right away, he just sat there, legs crossed, watching me. When I made eye contact, he gave me a slow, practiced nod. The kind of nod that says, "I know exactly who you are." I immediately turned around, walked back inside, locked my deadbolt, and peeked through the blinds. He was still there. My 2 years of absolute peace evaporated in an instant. I didn't answer the door when he knocked 3 hours later. I didn't respond when he slid a thick envelope under my door with a sticky note that read, "Liam, your family needs to talk to you. Please read." I picked it up with shaking hands, walked straight to the kitchen, and threw it in the trash. Then I took the trash bag out, walked 3 blocks down the street, and threw it in a gas station dumpster. The next morning, the PI and his car were gone. But the damage was done. The seal was broken, and the floodgates were about to open. UPDAT1. I started checking my old, abandoned email account. There were hundreds of messages. I didn't open most of them, but the subject lines told the whole story. "Are you alive? Please come back. Chloe's wedding is in May, we need you there." But one subject line made my blood run cold. It was from Nathan. "Dad had a massive heart attack." I hovered over it for 10 minutes before clicking. The body of the email was brief. "He survived, but it was severe. He's stepping down from the company. He keeps asking where you went. Stop being a coward and call us." I didn't sleep that night. I paced my apartment, my mind racing. I had rebuilt my life from scratch. But what if walking away without a word wasn't strength? What if it was just cowardice? The next morning, my new phone rang. An unknown number. I declined it. It rang again. I let it go to voicemail. Then a text popped up. "Liam, it's Chloe. The PI gave us this number. Please talk to me. I'm in Austin. I'm outside your building." I froze. I looked out the window, and sure enough, there was my sister, standing on the sidewalk in oversized designer sunglasses, holding an iced matcha latte like she was waiting for a paparazzi photo op. I was so stunned I actually went downstairs. We ended up sitting in a small, independent coffee shop down the street. She looked exhausted beneath the expensive makeup. Not the fake, bubbly influencer I remembered. "I just wanted to see you," she said softly, stirring her drink. "You didn't even say goodbye." "I didn't think I needed to," I replied coldly. "That's not fair, Liam. Neither was calling me a financial mistake in front of 50 people while you all laughed," I snapped back. She looked down at the table. "Dad's sick. The heart attack did a lot of damage. He's not himself. He talks about you constantly. He says he didn't mean what he said. I let out a bitter laugh. He meant every word, Chloe. He just didn't mean to say the quiet part out loud. Maybe, she whispered. But we're family. No, I said, standing up. We share DNA. That is not the same thing. I walked out, leaving her sitting there. I thought that would be the end of it, but 3 days later, I received a certified letter in the mail from my parents' estate lawyer. It stated that I was being named in a conditional family trust restructure agreement due to my father's declining health and his business holdings. I ignored it. 2 weeks after that, Nathan showed up. He didn't wait outside politely like Chloe. I was walking back from the grocery store when he stepped out of the shadows of my parking garage. He looked exactly the same, smug, arrogant, wearing a suit that cost more than my car. Look who finally decided to show his face. Nathan sneered. Leave. Now, I said, gripping my grocery bags. Come on, man. Don't be a child. I didn't fly halfway across the country to play games. You never flew across the country for me before, why start now? He rolled his eyes. Dad wants to make things right before he kicks the bucket. He wants the family unified for the company's image. Tell him he should have thought about his image before he humiliated me. Nathan actually laughed. A loud, mocking bark. You're seriously still hung up on that joke? Dude. You have always been way too sensitive. Grow up. The words hit me like a physical blow. You've always been too sensitive. That was the gaslighting phrase I'd heard my entire life. Every time I stood up for myself, every time I demanded basic respect, I was just too sensitive. I didn't say another word. I walked past him, went upstairs, and locked my door. That night, the alarm on my Corolla went off. I ran downstairs to find my driver's side window smashed. Nothing was stolen. My emergency cash was still in the center console. But the glove box was ripped open, the seats were slashed, and my registration paperwork was scattered on the floorboards. It was a message. I couldn't prove Nathan did it, but I didn't need to. I filed a police report and installed a Ring camera on my door the next day. A week later, another letter arrived. This one was handwritten by my dad. The handwriting was shaky and weak. He apologized, sort of. He said he didn't want to die with bad blood between us. Enclosed in the envelope was a cashier's check for $15,000. Hush money, guilt money. I stared at it for a long time. Then I tore it into tiny pieces and threw it in the trash. 2 days after that, a final letter arrived. From Nathan. It wasn't sentimental. It was purely business. If you don't come home and sign the restructuring documents by the end of the month, Sterling Manufacturing and the entire estate will pass fully to me. You will be legally severed from the family trust. We tried to give you a chance to play nice. Don't expect another one. I sat on my couch reading those words over and over. This wasn't about missing me. It wasn't about family. It was about power. It was about control. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. They needed my signature to legally bypass a clause in the original trust so Nathan could take full control of the company without me being able to contest it later. They were dangling my inheritance over my head like a bone to a starving dog. But what they didn't know, what they never bothered to ask, was that I didn't give a damn about their money. I never had. What I wanted was respect, autonomy, peace. And now, they were threatening the peace I had built. That changed everything. If they wanted to play a corporate game of chess, I would play. But I was going to play quietly, strategically, and 3 moves ahead. I started digging. My father's company, Sterling Manufacturing, was a mid-sized industrial firm based in Pennsylvania. My grandfather built it, my dad expanded it, and Nathan was supposed to inherit it. I'd never shown interest in it growing up, which suited them perfectly, but I wasn't stupid. Over the last 2 years, I had built a highly successful brand strategy agency. I knew how businesses worked. I knew how to read financial disclosures. I spent 3 sleepless nights digging through public business registries and corporate filings. Sterling was privately held, but they had taken on minority investors 5 years ago to fund a warehouse expansion. I cross-referenced the holding companies listed in the filings. One of them, a venture capital firm based in Boston, stood out. I knew the name. I had done a massive rebranding project for one of their subsidiary startups a year ago. I pulled out my phone and called my old contact there, a senior project manager named Sarah. Liam? Holy crap, it's been a minute. We still use your brand guidelines for the tech launch, she said warmly. We caught up for a few minutes before I dropped the bomb. Sarah, do you guys still hold a minority stake in Sterling Manufacturing out in PA? There was a long pause on the line. Yeah. Why? Long story, I said carefully. Let's just say I'm family. I might be stepping into a leadership role soon, and I need to know exactly what kind of mess I'm walking into. Sarah let out a heavy sigh. Liam, it's a bloodbath over there. Since your dad got sick, your brother took the reins. They've missed 3 major delivery cycles this quarter. The supply chain is completely fractured, and Nathan just blew a massive chunk of the Q3 budget on some vanity marketing project that went nowhere. We don't own enough shares to force a leadership change on our own, but the board is terrified. If you're coming in to clean house, let's just say the investors would be thrilled to have a competent voice on the inside. That was the smoking gun. Sterling was bleeding out. Nathan was driving my grandfather's legacy straight into the ground, and the board was too fractured by loyalty to my sick father to stop him. It was a house of cards. And I was going to be the hurricane. I hired a cutthroat corporate attorney in Austin. I forwarded her the threatening letter from Nathan, and demanded she request the full trust documents and corporate bylaws from my family's lawyer. Because they hadn't legally severed me yet, I still had a right to see everything. When the PDFs arrived, my lawyer found the golden ticket. I was listed as a contingent beneficiary with voting rights on board resolutions if my father was incapacitated. They couldn't push the restructure through without a majority board vote, and Nathan didn't have the votes securely locked down. I packed a suitcase, kissed Maya goodbye, and bought a one-way ticket to Pennsylvania. Update 2. I didn't tell them I was coming. I rented a car at the airport and drove straight to the hospital. My dad was in a private cardiac wing. He looked frail, gray, and incredibly small hooked up to the monitors. When I walked in, his eyes widened in shock. He tried to speak, but his voice was a raspy whisper. "You came," he choked out. I sat in the chair next to his bed. I did, but not to sign Nathan's papers. He looked confused, but I didn't elaborate. I just sat with him for 20 minutes in silence. I let myself feel the grief of losing the father I wished I had, and then I buried it. I left a note on his tray that said, "I'm fixing this," and walked out. Next, I drove to the family estate. Nathan opened the front door, looking like he'd just seen a ghost. Then, the arrogant smirk returned. "Look who finally realized he needs his allowance," he mocked. I didn't flinch. I walked right past him into the foyer. "Mom in the sunroom?" I asked casually. She was. She cried, hugged me, and played the victim, talking about how hard the last few months had been on times her. I played the part of the prodigal son returning to the fold. I was polite, quiet, and completely submissive. I let Nathan think he had won. I let him think I was just there to collect a paycheck and go back to my little art projects in Texas. For the next 4 weeks, I executed my Trojan horse strategy. I asked Nathan if I could help out at the company just to earn my keep, while the lawyers finalized the trust. Nathan, eager to show off his power, gave me a meaningless title as a marketing consultant and stuck me in a windowless office down the hall from the executive suite. It was exactly what I wanted. I had an official company email. I had access to the intranet. I had a seat in the building. I worked 8-0-hour weeks, but I wasn't working for Nathan. I was working for myself. I quietly requested meetings with the department heads logistics, accounting, HR. I approached them humbly, asking for context, so I could understand the business better. What I actually did was listen to them vent. The dam broke almost immediately. The chief financial officer, a guy who had worked with my dad for 20 years, practically had tears in his eyes when he showed me the ledgers. Nathan had alienated their biggest supplier in Detroit by aggressively demanding price cuts, causing a massive raw material shortage. He had fired the head of HR for disagreeing with him, leading to 3 wrongful termination lawsuits. He had padded the executive payroll with 2 of his frat buddies who did absolutely nothing. I documented every single failure, every lost contract, every mismanaged budget, every toxic email Nathan had sent to the staff. I compiled it all into a massive, heavily encrypted dossier. Simultaneously, I drafted a 50-page restructuring proposal. I used my actual expertise to build a blueprint for a new division, Sterling Digital. I mapped out how to repair the supply chain using modern logistics software, how to win back the Detroit supplier, and how to modernize our B2B sales funnel to increase revenue by 22% in the first year. It was bulletproof. I sent the proposal and the dossier to Sarah in Boston. 2 days later, she called me. "The venture partners reviewed your file, Liam. We are furious about the mismanagement. We are calling an emergency board meeting for this Friday. We are backing your play 100%. Friday morning, the atmosphere in the Sterling boardroom was suffocating. The mahogany table was surrounded by 8 board members, the venture capital representatives, my father who had been discharged and was sitting in a wheelchair, looking bewildered, and Nathan, who was practically vibrating with arrogance at the head of the table. Nathan stood up to open the meeting. "Thank you all for coming. We're here to formalize the trust restructure and finalize my transition to permanent CEO." "Actually, Nathan, that's not on the agenda," Sarah interrupted from the video conference screen. "We called this meeting to review a motion of no confidence in current leadership, and to hear a new strategic proposal from Liam." Nathan's face dropped. He whipped his head toward me. "What the hell is she talking about? Liam? He's a graphic designer. He draws logos." I stood up, plugged my laptop into the projector, and smiled. "I do a bit more than that, Nathan." For the next 45 minutes, I dismantled my brother's entire life. I didn't yell, I didn't gloat, I was cold, clinical, and devastatingly professional. I put the financial charts on the screen. I showed the board exactly how much money Nathan had hemorrhaged in 6 months. I displayed the emails where he insulted our biggest vendors. I showed the HR settlement payouts. The room was dead silent. The board members were turning pale. My father was gripping the armrests of his wheelchair, his knuckles white, staring at the screen in absolute horror. Nathan completely lost his mind. This is manipulated. He's lying. He's a bitter little screw-up who's trying to steal my company because he's jealous. He screamed, slamming his fists on the table. I clicked to the final slide. It was a comprehensive recovery roadmap, ending with a formal motion. Proposal: immediate removal of Nathan as acting CEO for breach of fiduciary duty. Installation of Liam as interim executive director of operations. Sterling Manufacturing has survived for 3 generations. I said quietly, looking directly into my father's eyes. Not because of bloodlines, but because of competence. We cannot afford entitlement anymore. We need accountability. One of the oldest board members, a man who used to bounce me on his knee when I was a toddler, cleared his throat. I second the motion. Nathan looked like he was going to vomit. Dad, say something. Tell them he's the mistake. Tell them, he pleaded, his voice cracking hysterically. My father looked at the projector screen, then at the furious board members, and finally, at me, the son he never wanted, the son who just saved his legacy from total ruin. My dad looked at Nathan, his voice weak but razor sharp. Sit down, Nathan. You're done. The vote was unanimous. Nathan was stripped of his title, his salary, and his company car effective immediately. Security literally had to escort him out of the building while he screamed obscenities at me. After the meeting, I walked into the executive suite, took Nathan's nameplate off the heavy oak desk, and threw it in the trash. It's been 8 months since that day. I am now the permanent CEO of Sterling Manufacturing. I brought Maya out from Austin, and we live in a beautiful house just outside the city. Under my leadership, we repaired the supply chain, settled the lawsuits, and profits are up 15% this quarter. My dad's health is stable, but he's permanently sidelined. We have a cordial, strictly professional relationship. He finally respects me, but I realized something crucial. I don't need his respect anymore. I gave myself the validation I spent my whole life begging for. Chloe actually grew up a bit. Seeing Nathan fall from grace terrified her into reality. We get lunch sometimes, and she treats me like an equal. And Nathan? He's currently unemployed, living off his wife's income, and facing a potential lawsuit from the board for misappropriation of company funds during his tenure. He isn't invited to the board meetings anymore. He isn't the golden boy. He's just a cautionary tale. It took me 25 years, a broken window, and 1,000 miles of silence to get here. But in the end, I wasn't the mistake they kept. I was the reckoning they never saw coming. Top comments. User 1. This is the most satisfying corporate execution I have ever read on this app. The fact that he tried to call you a graphic designer who draws logos right before you systematically dismantled his entire life with a PowerPoint presentation is absolute cinema. Enjoy the CEO chair, King. User 2. The audacity of Nathan to slash your car seats and then demand you sign over your inheritance is psychotic behavior. Your dad created a monster by making him the golden child, and he had to sit in a wheelchair and watch his precious boy crash and burn. Poetry. User 3. I wasn't the mistake they kept. I was the reckoning they never saw coming. BRB. Getting this tattooed on my forehead. Absolutely phenomenal story. I hope you and Maya are living your best lives while Nathan applies for jobs on LinkedIn. Mom called me ungrateful after I sent her $36,000 over 3 years. When I said no more, she showed up screaming. What happened next was her nightmare. I'm 34 years old, have an amazing wife named Elena, and a 5-year-old son named Milo, who is my universe. I live in a mid-sized city and have a steady job as a project manager at a technology company. I am not a millionaire, but I work hard to provide a comfortable life for my family. However, this story is not about my wonderful life with Elena and Milo, but about something that greatly affected me. My relationship with my mother, Lorraine, and how everything changed in one day. Lorraine, my mother, has always been a complex woman. My father, a hard-working and quiet man, abandoned her when I was 25. I do not blame him. Lorraine was a toxic person who constantly criticized, demanded and wanted to control everything. My father put up with everything he could, then one day he just went. He left a note stating that he couldn't handle it anymore and vanished. I never saw him again, though I occasionally worry about him and wonder whether he is okay. When my father departed, my mother was left alone with no employment, no funds, and a large amount of debt. She never had steady employment. She had always relied on my father, and when he left, she became a professional victim, wailing on the phone, claiming that the world was cruel and that everyone had abandoned her. At 25, just beginning out in my job, I couldn't leave her alone. So, like the responsible son I always was, I resolved to assist her. I began paying her bills, including the rent, energy, water, and groceries. I also provided her a monthly allowance so she could cover her personal expenses. I spent a significant lot of money on her, but I did so because, well, she was my mother. I thought it was the correct thing to do. My sister Serena, on the other hand, never raised a finger for her. Serena, 3 years younger than me, has always been my mother's favorite. Lorraine has treated her as a queen since we were little. If Serena desired something, she got it. If she got in trouble, my mother would support her no matter what. In contrast, I was always the serious one, the one who had to behave and could not fail. Serena grew up and, as expected, made some poor judgments. She traveled from party to party, living a life without purpose. She ended up as a single mother of 2 daughters, Nova and Iris, each with a different father. I never judged them. The girls are nice and this is not their fault. But Serena, rather than evolving, remained irresponsible, always looking for an easy way out. My mother, rather than establishing limits for her, adored her even more. Lorraine saw Serena as a perfect victim of circumstance, whereas I was always the one who had to understand. Despite this, I continued to pay my mother's bills for several years. Years passed in which I never asked for anything in return, not a thank you, no acknowledgement, nothing. She interpreted it as an obligation, as if I owed her something for rearing me. And while her attitude hurt me, I accepted it. I hoped that with time, she would appreciate what I did for her. I was mistaken. It was Tuesday morning, a day I'll never forget. I had an essential business trip and a meeting in a different city. It was a significant opportunity for me, a project that could result in a promotion. However, things became more complicated that day. My wife Elena had an emergency at work and was unable to be with Milo. The babysitter we usually use was unavailable, and we had no one else to turn to. For the first time in years, I considered asking my mother a favor. It was no big thing. I only needed her to monitor Milo for 3 hours until Elena returned from work. Milo is a quiet boy. He does not cause any problems. I assumed that after everything I had done for her, my mother would be willing to help me. So I called her. "Hello, Mom. How are you?" I answered, attempting to sound friendly, despite the fact that speaking to her always made me feel a knot in my gut. "Fine. What do you want?" she asked in that brusque tone she always had with me. "Look, I have a work trip today and Elena can't stay with Milo. Could you watch him for about 3 hours, just until she gets back? It's important." Silence, followed by a sardonic laugh. "Watch your son, Asher? I'm not here to watch children. I am not your slave or your servant. Get a babysitter." I was frozen. I couldn't believe what I heard. She told me this after 3 years of paying her bills and sacrificing for a roof over her head, food, and electricity. I tried to remain cool. "Mom, I'm not asking you to be my slave. It's just for 3 hours. I've helped you so much. Can't you do this one favor for me?" "Don't throw what you do for me in my face," she exclaimed. "I raised you. Or have you forgotten? That's what mothers do. Don't come to me now asking for favors as if I were your employee." I was going to respond until I heard something that made me stop. In the background, I could hear children's voices, shouts, and laughter. I knew the voices immediately. Nova and Iris were Serena's daughters. My mother was looking after my sister's children, but she refused to watch my son. I felt my blood boiling. "Are those Nova and Iris?" I inquired, attempting to calm my voice. "And what if they are?" she said defiantly. "Serena asked me to watch them. She's a single mother. She needs my help." "And I don't?" I blurted out, unable to hold myself. "Mom, I've paid your bills for years and now I ask for a 3-hour favor, and you tell me no? But you'll watch Serena's daughters?" "Serena is different," she explained as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "She deserves my help. She's my favorite daughter. She always has been. You're the man you can manage on your own." I could not believe it. My mother wasn't simply rejecting me. She was telling me directly that my sister was more essential than my efforts. The argument lasted a while. I reminded her of all I'd done for her. She told me not to be ungrateful, that she raised me, and that it was my responsibility. Milo, who was sitting on the couch, began looking at me with fearful eyes. That silenced me. I hung up the phone before saying anything I would regret. I was both enraged and horribly wounded. So I took his hand and escorted him to the car before leaving. There was no babysitter available, so I had no option. I brought Milo with me for the work vacation. It was a logistical headache, but I succeeded. However, something inside of me broke that day. The next few days were a maelstrom of emotions. I was both enraged and sad. For years, I had been responsible for supporting my mother despite her dislike and her tendency to choose Serena above me. But that talk, that apparent rejection while she was watching my sister's daughters, was the final straw. I decided not to pay her expenses anymore. If Serena was her favorite daughter, she could handle it. I didn't speak with my mother for a while. Elena was very supportive of me. She had always observed how my mother handled me, but she never intervened since she understood it was a sensitive subject. "You've done more than anyone would have, Asher," she told me one night at supper. "It's time for you to think about us, about Milo, about yourself." And she was correct. The end of the month approached, and as usual, my mother called. Her tone was the same as usual, as if nothing had changed. "Asher, you know the month is coming up. I need the money for rent, utilities, groceries, and my allowance. Send me the deposit today. I'm almost out of what you gave me last month." I took a deep breath. I'd been waiting for this moment. "Mom, I'm not going to pay your bills anymore," I said as calmly as I could. "What?" she exclaimed into the phone. "What do you mean you're not going to pay? I'm your mother. It's your obligation." "No, Mom, it is not my obligation," I said. "I've been supporting you for years. And when I asked you for one favor, a simple 3-hour favor, you told me you weren't my slave. Remember? You told me to get a babysitter. Meanwhile, you were taking care of Serena's daughters. So you know what? I'm not your bank. Find someone else to support you." She was silent for a second before exploding. "You're being so dramatic. After everything I've done for you. Serena is a single mother. She needs my help. Don't overreact." "Overreacting?" I replied. "Overreacting is me supporting you for 3 years while you can't watch my son for 3 hours. Mom, if Serena is so important, ask her to pay your bills. Let your favorite daughter take care of it." "Serena doesn't have any money," she exclaimed. "She's a single mother. She has responsibilities." "And I have responsibilities too, Mom," I added, frustrated. "I have a family, a son, and a job. I am not your ATM. I am not paying your bills anymore. Period." I hung up the telephone. My heart was racing, but I also felt a great sense of relief. For the first time in years, I had prioritized myself. Elena, who had been listening in the kitchen, hugged me. "You did the right thing," she replied. That was how I felt too. I assumed that call was the last of it, but I was mistaken. The following day, someone furiously hammered on our flat door. Elena opened it, and before she could say anything, my mother rushed in, pushing her slightly. She was enraged, her eyes flashing. "So you're not going to pay my bills?" she exclaimed, pointing at me. "Ungrateful. After everything I've done for you, this is how you repay me?" Elena attempted to calm her down, but my mother disregarded her. I stood up and tried to remain calm. "Mom, I'm not doing this anymore," I replied. "I told you yesterday. I'm not your bank. If you want someone to support you, ask Serena. She's your favorite. Don't you make me talk about things you don't understand," she yelled. "It's not her fault. You're the man. You have to help me." Then, something inside me snapped. All those years of being belittled, being second best, and carrying her duties came to light. "Do you know why Dad left you, Mom?" I asked, looking her directly in the eyes. "Because you were toxic, because you always demanded, always criticized, always put everyone before him. And now you're doing the same thing to me. But not anymore. I am not your bank. I am not your slave. Find someone else to support you, because I'm done." My mother dropped her mouth, as if she couldn't believe what she'd just heard. She raised her hand to slap me, but I got away in time. "Get out," I instructed her, gesturing toward the door. "I don't want to see you again." She continued to yell, saying she was a selfless mother, that I didn't comprehend anything, and that I was a bad kid, but I wasn't listening. Elena led her to the door, and she eventually went, but not before yelling that I would regret it. The weeks following my conversation with my mother felt like waking up from a long, grueling dream. For the first time in years, I didn't feel that constant weight on my chest, that sense of being stuck in an emotional debt I hadn't asked for. I didn't speak to Lorraine, my mother, again, and while I felt bad at first, as if I was breaking some sacred contract of being a son, that guilt vanished with time. In its stead, something new emerged, a sense of control over my life, of prioritizing my family, Elena and Milo, as well as, for the first time, myself. Elena saw the shift almost immediately. One night, as we were washing dishes after Milo had fallen asleep, she gazed at me with those eyes that always seemed to read my soul and said, "You're calmer, Asher. I haven't seen you like this in a long time." I smiled, but I wasn't sure what to say. This was true. For years, I had carried an invisible burden, the obligation of supporting my mother, tolerating her criticism, and understanding that I would always be second on her list, after Serena. But after eliminating the knot, I felt like I could breathe deeply, and my shoulders were lighter. However, the situation was not entirely tranquil. The choice to quit paying my mother's bills was not unnoticed. Every time the phone rang, I anticipated her to shout, demand, or cajole me into giving in again. But she did not call. Not at first. I think she expected me to give in, that my disobedience would be short-lived, and that I would soon return to being the obedient son I had always been. She was wrong. One day Serena called me. I was in the park with Milo, watching him pursue a ball with a smile that brightened everything around him. The phone vibrated in my pocket, and when I saw my sister's name on the screen, I was hesitant to respond. Serena and I were never close. We weren't enemies, but her manner of life, always looking for shortcuts and relying on others, forced me to keep my distance. Still, I responded. "Asher, we need to talk," she remarked without elaborating. Her voice sounded exhausted, as if she had been sobbing or arguing for several hours. "What's wrong?" I inquired, despite the fact that I was well aware of the situation. "It's Mom. She got evicted from her apartment. She didn't pay the rent, and now she's living with me. But I can't handle this, Asher. It's too much. I have Nova and Iris, and I can barely afford things for us. I don't know what to do." I was silent. I felt a pang of something. I'm not sure if it was pity for Serena or fury at the situation, but I didn't allow it to get to me. Instead, I responded with a composure I didn't realize I possessed. "Serena, you are her favorite daughter." I repeated, accentuating each word. "You always have been. Mom made it clear that you and your daughters are her priority, and I supported her for years, paying her rent, food, electricity, and even her allowance so she could buy everything she wanted. And you know what I got in return? Nothing. No thank you, no show of appreciation, just scorn. So if Mom is so important to you, you support her. It's not my concern." "Asher, please," she said, her voice breaking slightly. "It's not that easy. Mom is desperate. She has nowhere to go. I can't support her forever." "Not my problem," I responded, hanging up the phone before she could respond. My heart was pounding, but it wasn't from rage. It was a combination of relief and satisfaction. For the first time, I felt like I was defending myself, my efforts, and my family. Later I discovered that Serena had kicked my mother out of her home. Lorraine appeared to have not changed at all. She remained the same, demanding, critical, and impossible to satisfy. Despite her own issues, Serena tried to help Mom, but things quickly spiraled out of control. Lorraine grumbled about everything. The food was not good enough. Serena's flat was disorganized. The girls created too much noise. She also began demanding money from Serena for personal reasons, as if Serena had any extra money. I'm not sure how to convey how I felt when I heard it. It wasn't delight, yet it wasn't pity either. It was as if a part of me still believed my mother would change, that one day she would recognize all I had done for her and finally give up. Lorraine had repeatedly chosen Serena, even when Serena couldn't offer her anything. She had belittled me, as if my efforts were useless, and now she was dealing with the consequences of her actions. My mother attempted to contact me again. I got a call from an unknown number, and when I responded I heard her voice. It was not the same powerful, demanding voice as previously. It was pleading, almost broken. "Asher, please," she said. "I need your help. Serena kicked me out of her house. She says I'm a burden, that she can't handle me. I have nowhere to go. I'm in a shelter, but this is no life for me. You're my son. You can't leave me like this." I closed my eyes and drew a long breath. A small part of me wanted to give up. But I remembered everything. The years spent paying her bills. Her contemptuous tone when she told me she wasn't my slave. The way she looked after Serena's daughters while refusing to help me with Milo. I remembered her evident favoritism, her incessant criticism, and how she constantly made me feel inadequate, and I realized I couldn't go back. I chuckled as I said, "There's your favorite daughter for you. You did favors for her for free, and look how she repaid you. Meanwhile, I paid your bills for years, and you threw a fit over one simple favor. You're on your own." She began to cry, but I hung up before she could say anything else. My palm shook, but not with sorrow. It felt as if with that call, I had finally locked a door that had been left open for years. Elena, who was listening on the couch, came over and hugged me without saying anything. She did not need to. She understood what that moment meant. Sometimes, while I'm with Milo in the park or making supper with Elena, I think of my mother. But not in an angry way. More with a distant sadness. Like if I am remembering someone from a long time ago. I wonder whether she will ever realize what she has lost. Not just me, but Milo and Elena had the opportunity to have a family who actually loved her. But then I look at my son, who is giggling as he runs, or at my wife, who has always been there for me, and I know I made the correct decision. I'm not anyone's bank, I'm not anyone's slave. I'm Asher. A man who learned to set boundaries, value himself, and protect those who are actually important. And for the first time in a long time, I feel liberated. Subscribe to receive more daily stories. I was the family's backbone until I refused to co-sign another loan. Now they're begging for my help, but I've moved on without them. It was meant to be a regular Tuesday. Calls with clients, team check-ins, and possibly a late lunch with Layla from operations. Instead, I sat at my desk in downtown Denver, staring at my phone, stunned. The message was short. Brutal. I disown you. All correspondence goes through my lawyer. No greetings, no punctuation after the final period. Even my father, who was calculating, showed no emotion. I read it twice, then again. I repeated it a few times to ensure that I wasn't hallucinating. But nothing changed. It never does, right? Words once delivered are like bullets. And this was a hit. It wasn't like I didn't see it coming. For years I had been carrying this family on my back. When Dad's logistics firm in Fort Collins started to fail in 2016, I stepped in. I shifted my own company's contracts his way. He rebuilt his digital infrastructure from the ground up. I swallowed losses only to keep my father solvent. My younger brother Liam never had to lift a finger. His setbacks were always considered learning experiences. Every time he blew through another 5-figure investment or quit another job under unfair conditions, I was the one to bail him out. I paid up his debts. He paid for his flat. Even purchased him a used SUV last year after he crashed the first one intoxicated on New Year's Eve. But this time, it was different. Last Saturday they asked me to co-sign a new loan. For Liam, of course. A passion project. A tech startup with no product, no plan, and a pitch deck that appeared to be cobbled up during a hangover. I said no. For the first time in 15 years, I declined. The room became quiet, as if I had detonated a bomb. Dad gazed at me. His eyes squinted behind his glasses. You're turning your back on your family. I'm not turning my back, I responded quietly. I'm just done being your safety net. Liam scoffed. Wow. The golden son's finally grown a spine. Mom remained quiet. She always did. I stepped out of the house that day with my jaw clenched and my hands shaky, but my decision was firm. 2 days later, I was reading about the aftermath. I disown you. All correspondence goes through my lawyer. No hesitation this time. I started a new email and typed a single word, understood. Then I put down the phone and turned to my laptop. What Robert didn't realize in his premeditated little drama was that our firms still shared a joint account, which I had established when I took over the back end of his failing organization and invested my own money to keep it viable. And something inside of me flipped. I logged into the corporate banking portal. We still had access. I still had authorization. I withdrew every penny I had, plus the additional $46,000 I had infused this quarter. Total amount: $182,000. Legally mine. It's all documented. It's all backed up. Then I closed all of the vendor lines I had opened under Nexus Resources. Not out of spite, but out of need. If I was no longer a member of the family, they would no longer have access to my support, funds, or name. By lunchtime, the first emails from Robert's accounting staff arrived, worried and puzzled. At 2:18 p.m., Liam made 3 calls. I didn't respond. Then at 3:41 p.m., my mother's name appeared on my screen. I paused, then tapped ignore. At 4:12 p.m., a voicemail arrived. I let it sit. Then came the message. One that I knew would happen eventually, but not this quickly. What did you do, William? The entire family is falling apart. For the first time in years, I felt near tranquility. Let it fall. Mom's voicemail remained unread for several hours. It's not that I didn't care, that was the problem. I still did. Much more than I cared to acknowledge. I told myself I was finished. I told myself it was just business now. But I recognized the tremor in her voice as one that occurred as the picture of control began to slide. By the next morning, I'd missed a dozen calls. Not only from Liam and my parents, but also from some of our shared family friends. Even my Uncle Keith, who hadn't spoken with me in 2 years. The hush that followed Robert's message was abrupt and frantic. Alan Ferris, Robert's lawyer, sent an email at 8:42 a.m. Per your father's wish, any future correspondence will be handled through this office. Please don't contact him personally. Any withdrawals of business assets will be scrutinized. I responded with a single attachment. A detailed ledger of my donations to our joint business account, complete with dates, wire receipts, and legal disclaimers. I copied my own attorney, William Navarro, and added this sentence. Funds withdrawn were solely mine. My involvement with Robert and Sons Logistics has been formally terminated. That was the sandline. I did not go into the office that day. I knew better. When word spread that I had withdrawn my money, the vultures began to circle. Robert's business was already bleeding. My withdrawal had just caused a hemorrhage. Instead, I spent the morning in a cafe on Capitol Hill, trying to think. The truth was that I did not have a plan. Not really. For so long, my calendar, emails, and even financial decisions were all linked to them. To keeping things together. It felt like breaking a cord that had been strangling and supporting me at the same time. By lunchtime, I had read half a dozen texts from Liam. The majority of people were upset. One stood out. You really messed us, guys. Dad is freaking out. Mom is crying. Are you proud of yourself? No apologies. There was no acknowledgement of the years I had spent holding things together. Just blame. I didn't respond. Later that day, I finally checked Mom's voicemail. Her voice was rough. William, please, I don't know what your father told you, but we can talk. The money's not the issue. We're just hurt. Everything's spiraling. Liam didn't mean to upset you. Just call me, please. It's dumb. Because of what she didn't say, rather than what she did. Nobody ever meant to upset me. They simply did, and then asked me to patch it up. I forwarded the voicemail to my therapist. That night, Ethan stopped by my house. He didn't say anything, just handed me a bottle of black beer, slumped on my couch, and turned on a football stream on his phone. We watched in silence for a while, the type of silence that only old friends could provide. Do you think they'll sue? He eventually asked without looking up. They can try, I responded. I documented everything. The money was mine. He nodded. Then screw 'em. I gave a dry laugh. Easier said than done. Ethan shot me a strange glance. You are free to feel angry, Dan. You do not have to make it appear heroic. They have betrayed you. That isn't business. It's personal. He was correct. Of course, it has always been personal. The money, the guilt, the expectations. It had never been just business. I spent the night making a list. Not about legal next steps or commercial contacts, something simpler. Only 2 columns. Things I owe them, and things they owe me. The first list was blank. I received no more communication from my father 2 days following the voicemail. There was no follow-up from his lawyer, who had already given me everything I needed to know. They were scrambling. Robert had no idea that I had been prepared for this moment for far longer than I realized. Quietly, methodically. I'd kept track of every penny I put into his firm. Contracts, communications, and personal funds are disguised as temporary loans. At the time, I preserved them for tax reasons. Or so I thought. But deep inside, I believe I knew this day was coming. It wasn't easy, even though I knew I was right. Grief does not always feel like loss. It frequently feels like liberation, mixed with remorse. When Ethan returned that Friday, he expressed the same sentiment. You're not crazy for missing people who treated you like garbage, he continued, taking sips from his drink. It is merely conditioning. You spent years as the hero. You no longer have a cape, and you don't recognize yourself without it. I did not answer at first. I was still chewing on the sentence. The hero is sans a cape. This was true. Somewhere along the way, I allowed myself to become a part of that family. A solution. Never had a son. Later that night, I accessed an old file on my laptop called Inheritance Planning. It was from 4 years ago, when I helped Robert restructure his estate. Liquid assets, warehouse properties. Even the downtown Fort Collins office, which Liam had hoped to convert into a cigar club. I had put in days of work, sleepless nights, smoothing it all out, because Robert trusted my mind but never appreciated my voice. But suddenly, the irony was abundant. The man who once referred to me as the backbone of the operation had erased me from the family with a single statement. I looked at the folder and hovered over the delete key. Then I minimized and closed the lid. Not yet. The next morning, Emily called, my cousin on my mother's side. There was always one member in the family who genuinely listened. I just heard what happened, she explained. Uncle Greg, he's telling people you hacked into the account. I laughed bitterly. Obviously he is. Never underestimate the power of delusions. Emily was quite the experience. You okay? No, but I'm getting there. I believe you, she replied softly. I am proud of you for standing up to him. We all witnessed it for years. You handled everything while Liam coasted. You are not crazy, William, you're just finished. Her remarks resounded louder than she probably imagined. You are not crazy. You're just finished. That evening, Liam sent me a message. Not a call this time, just one line. You ruined everything. I didn't respond. What was there to say? But I sat with the words for longer than I would care to confess. Not because they hurt, but because they seemed strangely familiar. I realized I'd heard it, or some variation of it, for most of my life. Anytime I didn't intervene, or mend something, or give up a little of me for their convenience. You ruined everything. That was never true. And this time I didn't even think about believing it. Instead, I opened a blank note on my phone and entered a fresh phrase. You did not ruin anything. You just ceased protecting something that should have imploded a long time ago. That was the moment I knew I was not going back. The first thing I noticed was the quietness. Not just around me, but within me. There's no buzzing phone. There are no emergency emails from my father's accountant. There were no mysterious text messages from Liam concerning tight deadlines or short-term floats. The chaos had been muted, and in its stead was a void I wasn't expecting. I was anticipating the other shoe to drop. I even charged my phone overnight as a habit. There was nothing in the morning though. Nonetheless, I wasn't at peace. I was twitchy, distracted, not because I missed them, but because I'd spent so much time regulating their cacophony that I couldn't bear stillness. That Wednesday, I took a couple aimless circuits in Cheeseman Park. It was silent save for the breeze and the occasional jogger. Denver was in between seasons. Too cool for spring. Too soft for winter. It fit how I felt. Uneasy. Waiting for something to bloom but not sure what. Later that afternoon I received a fraud alert from the bank. An unsuccessful transfer from the Robert & Sons logistics account. Someone, most likely Liam, attempted to transfer monies through an old company expenditure line that was no longer active. My legal withdrawal closed all of their access points. However, it appears that they had not received the message. I flagged the activity and sent it to William. Her response was fast and dry. Phishing. The separation is airtight. Allow them to waste their time. It should have felt like a victory. Instead, I simply felt exhausted. That night, Emily messaged me. Mom says Aunt Susan is ringing around, trying to persuade people to arrange an intervention. Apparently you've gone insane. Ah yes, I responded. The classic boundaries equals instability logic. You know how they are, she wrote. If you're not sacrificing yourself for the collective, you're defective. Well then, I typed. Consider me happily defective. She replied with a heart. Good. Stay that way. Nonetheless, the whispers ached more than I wanted to admit. I wasn't outraged about the lies. They were expected. What hurt was how easily people believed them. The following evening, Ethan brought me to an informal birthday celebration for one of his coworkers. I almost bailed, but he didn't offer me that option. You're coming, you need to remember how normal people operate. The brewery on K-Fax was warm, raucous and vibrant. Nobody knew who I was. Nobody cared about Robert & Sons. Nobody asked what I could do for them. At first I felt like a visitor in someone else's life. Out of place. Only half listening. But gradually, something changed. I was laughing, speaking, and existing. Someone inquired what I did. I told them I was between chapters. They nodded. There is no follow-up. No judgment. It occurred to me later as I walked home, how foreign that type of space had become. My value had always been determined by what I could provide rather than who I was. That night, I opened an old estate planning binder. 4 years of work, balance sheets, asset assessments, and contingency plans that I created by hand. All to keep something that was never mine. I hovered over the delete button. My finger twitched, but I did not press it. Instead, I renamed the folder to Close Chapters. Then I started a new one called William's Life. It was empty, but it was mine. And that was enough for now. The next indicator of trouble arrived in the shape of a group email. It was a barely veiled attack, copied to almost a dozen family members, including cousins, uncles, and a great aunt I hadn't spoken to in years. Sent from Robert's business email with the subject, Setting the Record Straight. I knew not to open it, but I did it anyway. There were 4 paragraphs of refined poison. He presented it as a professional update. Following a challenging transition time, unfortunate disruption of internal operations. At that point, my eldest son William has chosen to sever ties and liquidate assets critical to this company's function, all without family consultation or approval. That last line burnt hotter than I imagined. Family consultations. As if this were a boardroom, not a lifetime of unrequited devotion. As if I hadn't spent years requesting and pleading for accountability. I did not respond. Neither did the majority of the C-said names. But a few responses came in throughout the day. One from a second cousin. Sorry to hear things got messy, hope it smooths over. Another from an uncle that I always liked. If you need anything, let me know. I've been there. Small. Fissures in the quiet. Enough to remind me that not everyone believed Robert's version of the truth. Nonetheless, the emotional weight sat heavily on my chest. I was not ashamed. I was weary of how the past clings to significance even after you've moved on. That email was a last-ditch power play. I attempted to make the narrative official before I had a chance to revise it. That night, Emily called. I saw the email, she responded. Yeah, I mumbled. He's going all in. You know he's bluffing, right? He's trying to scare you into backing down. I know. It just sucks to see it written out like that. I get it, she replied. But it's also kind of impressive how calm you are. A year ago, this would have wrecked you. I exhaled with a smile. A year ago I'd have written a 1,000-word retort and spent 2 days defending myself. And now I'm considering deleting the email and going to sleep. Progress, she stated. Proud of you. I didn't sleep that night, but it wasn't due to anxiety. I remained up late to brainstorm ideas. Real ones. A consultation service for small firms struggling to upgrade their operations. I even created a preliminary pitch deck. I added a list of prospective leads from people I hadn't spoken with in years. It felt real. Not a reaction, not a detour, a direction. Ethan texted the following morning. You up? Want breakfast? I'm hungover and need moral support. I responded, only if you pay. I'm morally fragile too. On the 17th we met in a greasy spoon diner. He looked like hell. I did not. So, he explained between bites of hash browns. What's next? I drank my coffee. I think I'm going to launch something. Small, but mine. He raised an eyebrow. About time. You've been fulfilling other people's aspirations for a decade. Perhaps you can start building yours immediately. His remarks reverberated long after we parted. Later that afternoon, I eventually deleted Robert's email. Not out of disobedience. But it didn't matter anymore. The following punch landed quietly. A knock at the door. There was no one there. Only a big cream-colored envelope on the mat. I didn't recognize the firm stated in the return address. The game has a new name, but it remains the same. I knew exactly what it was before I opened it. 3 pages of strangely frightening theatrical language disguised as concern. Robert was now requesting reparative mediation for misappropriated funds. citing emotional suffering and the loss of shared family assets. There it was. The legal equivalent of a temper tantrum. I handed it to Daniela without saying anything. She sat at the breakfast bar, her hair in a sloppy bun, studying the document with the calm of someone looking through a takeaway menu. She closed it after one reading. This is theater. There is no legal standing, and they know it. I nodded. That isn't the point. He isn't trying to win. He's trying to tire me out. William did not blink. Then don't let him. It was that simple, and that's difficult. Later that day I received a voicemail from my aunt, the first time I'd heard from her since this all started. She did not mention the letter. They didn't inquire how I was doing. Instead, her voice was infused with honey and history. Do you remember when you helped me move into my first apartment? You were what, 12? You worked all day without complaint. Your father was so proud. I hope you know how much this has hurt him. He may never say it, but it's eating him alive. Click. No apologies. No responsibility. Just a gradual drip of guilt intended to lure me back. I forwarded the voicemail to Emily. She made an urgent call. That was a guilt sandwich on gaslighting bread. I snorted. It was weirdly nostalgic. She's dangling emotional crumbs to lure you back. Don't eat them. I am not. I'm over being hungry for scraps. There was a pause. That's a line, she stated softly. Keep that one. That night I reopens Life folder. Still largely empty. A few budget spreadsheets. A document with hazy business name suggestions. But now I've added a new file. What I really want. I sat for a minute before typing anything. Then, a morning when I'm not preparing for anything. Clients I do not have to perform for. Boundaries that don't require explanation. A chair that won't bother my back. Silence that evokes feelings of tranquility rather than anxiety. The list was not poetic. It was honest. Unfiltered. Mine. The next morning, Ethan let himself in as he always did. He placed a grocery bag on the counter containing kombucha, peanut M&Ms, and 2 bananas. The man was disorganized. I brought health and rot, he said. Balance. I raised an eyebrow. What's the occasion? No occasion, just figured you needed someone to sit and not ask you how you're doing. I smiled. You're right. He flopped into the couch, scrolling through his phone. Eventually I informed him about the letter and message. He did not give counsel. Just sat with it. Eventually he said, You know what? Your dad sounds like a guy trying to log into a version of you that doesn't exist anymore. I smiled. Account deactivated. Password changed. We clinked kombuchas. No cheers. Just understanding. That afternoon I took a sticky note and wrote, Check the business registry. Not to prove anything to Robert. Just to prove I existed outside of him. I added the following to my doc. A life where I can write the darn list. The envelope slid under my door again. I knew the script, even though there was no stamp or return address. This time, the target was not me specifically. It was my landlord. The letter was professional in tone, expressing worry about tenancy risks caused by unresolved business issues, and noting ethical concerns regarding residents' joint culpability for financial problems. It didn't name me, but it didn't need to. The subtext was not even subtle. Robert had not only shifted tactics, he was broadening the battleground. I stood in the hallway, gripping the envelope as if it would stain. I wasn't angry, not yet. However, I could feel my pulse behind my teeth. William went to work faster than I could explain. He's bluffing, she continued, typing quickly on my kitchen counter. I'll email your landlord with full documentation, your withdrawal records, LLC closure, the clean split. He won't touch it. She pressed send and glanced up. This isn't new to people like him. They escalate when they lose control. You're not doing anything wrong. The lump in my throat was not alarming. I hadn't expected relief. To be believed. To be defended. Not because I pleaded, but because someone recognized the truth and stood by it. That night I did not attempt to meditate, write, or distract myself. I just sat, lights low, windows wide, allowing the air to pass around the room as if something was being cleansed out. Emily called around 9. Tell me, she urged, bypassing the welcome. He sent something to my landlord, trying to make me look unstable. There was a beat of quiet. Of course he did, she replied. It's controlled in a trench coat. Legal intimidation dressed up as concern. She waited. You okay? Yeah. Just tired of how many ways someone can say, I own you, without saying it out loud. You're breaking the cycle, she explained. It's supposed to feel messy. We talked for a long time, not about him, but about the weather, bizarre podcasts, and what she was growing in her windowsill garden. The talk moved like water, not coerced. It's only a present. Before going to bed, I reopened the document. What I genuinely desire. New lines. I'm not afraid to open the mailbox. Friends who stay without any purpose. A living area in which I can simply breathe. When I was finished, I closed the laptop but left the list on the screen. Let it be the last thing the room saw before I fell asleep. The following evening, Ethan arrived with Thai takeout and a random pack of sparkler candles. We're celebrating something, he explained, lighting one and inserting it into a spring roll. What exactly? No idea, felt like it. We sat on the balcony, legs leaned on the railing. He inquired about the landlord's letter but did not press the issue, preferring to listen. After a few nibbles, he said, Your dad's launching denial campaigns. Meanwhile, you're building an actual life. I nodded. Then I said, without intending to, I renamed the folder. Just life now? He grinned. That's the most rebellious thing you've done yet. We toasted spring buns, no ceremony, just a choice. A week went without receiving an email, phone call or letter. No communication from Robert, no dramatic legal tone from unidentified firms, and no document slid under my door. Nothing. It should have felt like tranquility, but instead it felt like I was holding my breath. Robert's quiet was never without strings. He did not surrender. He used strategy. I understood it wasn't absence. It was a delay. A recalibration. Nonetheless, I used the space. I cleaned the kitchen. I took down the dry erase calendar that was loaded with previous business goals. He donated a jacket he gave me for Christmas last year, which is still hanging with the tags on. I removed voicemail notifications. I deleted saved calls that I had listened to too frequently, as if examining the correct tone would have rewritten the substance. On Thursday morning, my landlord texted, Got another letter, vague phrasing. Says you're involved in some corporate volatility and that he's noting concerns about future safety. I didn't fully open it. Do you want me to move forward? I sat with that for a good minute before responding. I then forwarded the message to William. She made an urgent call. He's recycling threats, she explained. There is no legal motion attached, just smoke. But I will respond with complete proof nevertheless. I'll copy the property manager and attach the LLC's closure, final bank statements, and signed separation agreement. She hesitated, her tone softening. Don't carry this like it's your fault. He's the one pouring gasoline. You're just walking away from the fire. That struck deeper than she probably imagined. That night, I reopened the document. What I genuinely desire. This time I typed slowly. Every entry was no longer a whisper. It was a decision. A home I am not afraid of will be taken away. A form of success that does not feel like penance. On weekday mornings, I wake up without armor. The next evening, Emily arrived with a grocery bag full of oddities, including avocados, a candle titled Midnight Fern, and a used copy of a novel with the cover partially torn off. She held it up as a trophy. I want you to read this. You'll hate the beginning, and by chapter 9, you'll be feral. I don't do feral, I replied. You don't yet. We brewed tea and sat on the floor, just as we did in college. No screens, no playlists. Just the buzz of a city that has finally stopped shouting. At one point, I caught her looking at my whiteboard, which was now blank, but for a single sticky note that read, Not about him. About you. She nodded at it. Keep that up. After she went, I did not return to my laptop. I lit the candle. First, read the book's first 3 pages. I didn't enjoy it, but I didn't put it down either. The following morning, Ethan texted at 8:02. Breakfast or intervention? You decide. I texted back. Both. He arrived with bagels, orange juice, and a $1 scratch ticket. For luck. We ate on the patio in a relaxed calm that seemed like companionship and healing. "You're building something," he remarked. "There is no lead-in. I can see it. You don't even flinch anymore." I didn't need to answer. I just gave him the scratcher. After he had left, I opened the life folder. Not the list. A new document, possibility. No bullet points, no plan. Just the title. There is a single sentence beneath it. I owe no version of myself to anyone else. The following week, I did not bring a letter. It prompted a call from an unusual number with a local area code. I let it go to voicemail. The message was brief. Male voice, sophisticated and legal adjacent. "Mr. E. Zrania, this is Richard Flores from the Office of Small Business Ethics and Oversight. We got a highlighted issue about one of your previous organizations and would like to set up a brief phone call to clarify your current role. Kindly respond within 5 business days. No emotion. There is no accusation. Just the right amount of formality to get your heart racing." I did not call back. I sent the recording to William. She responded 10 minutes later, notifying her firm's senior compliance consultant, who had already crafted a response. "You're in the clear," she added. "This is posturing." Most likely an anonymous tip from someone attempting to keep a dead narrative alive. Robert refused to give up, although he began to resemble someone fighting shadows. I sat with that. The man who once had complete control over my time, money and energy, now only had ideas and signatures. He couldn't punish me. He could only ask the world to do it for him. And the world wasn't responding anymore. That night I printed off my list for the first time. Not for dramatic effect, but because it seemed authentic enough to hold now. I did not frame or post it. I folded it once and placed it inside the cover of my notebook. A calm ritual. A method of stating, "I believe me." Emily arrived later, delivering star-shaped cookies and a used copy of an Iceland tourist book. "I'm not saying you need to leave," she said. "I'm saying maybe you start dreaming about somewhere you're not always recovering." She sipped her tea and looked out the window. "You have been unlearning for so long. Perhaps it's time to begin learning something new." Later, when she left, I reopened the possibility document. I didn't include a list, only a sentence. What if healing entails more than just repairing what is broken? The next morning, I brewed coffee without checking my phone. It hit me midway through my first sip. It used to be automatic. Wake, scroll, brace. Now, I awoke, brewed, and am just here. Ethan texted at noon. "Is the window open?" I replied back, "Always." He climbed through like a raccoon. I tossed a lemon on my lap. "What's this? Symbolism?" he inquired. "Make something with it." We sat by the window for a long time. He read silently. I opened my laptop. Not to make a list, not to write a legal response, just to review what I'd already written. And then I added one more item. Not in the list. Not to the doctor. To my calendar. Monday at 10 a.m. Business registry appointment. For the first time, it was not a shield. It wasn't proof that I was doing well. It remained unmoving. Mine. As I shut off the laptop, I realized something. Robert wasn't deteriorating. That was not the point. I did not need him to collapse. I just wanted to stop shrinking whenever he took a breath. And I did. His dad mocked my mom, called me a gold digger. My fiancé just sat there, so I took off the ring and became the woman his mom wished she was. I, 28, walked away from my fiancé, 30, male, 2 years after our planned engagement supper last night. I'm here alone in my apartment right now, still in the outfit I wore, mascara streaking down my face, trying to make sense of what occurred. 3 years ago, Michael and I met at a charity fundraiser. He works in finance, hails from a wealthy family, and moves in circles that I never did growing up. I'm a public school teacher who paid for college with scholarships and part-time work. Despite our diverse backgrounds, we quickly connected. He was charming, clever, and seemed to respect my independence and interest in education. I fell passionately for him, and he seemed to be equally in love with me. He proposed 2 weeks ago while on a weekend trip to the coast. It was private, romantic, and everything I could have hoped for. I agreed without hesitation. The ring was stunning, including an emerald-cut diamond that must have cost a fortune. I was floating on air, excited to begin our life together. Last night, We had our official engagement meal with his family at Liarden, one of the city's most costly restaurants. I'd met his parents a few times before, always feeling uneasy around his father, Richard, a serious investment banker who rarely smiled. Linda, his mother, was courteous, but aloof, the type who values family ties and membership in country clubs. I spent hours getting ready, hoping to leave a good impression. I wore a navy blue dress that I had saved 3 months for, styled my hair in a beautiful updo, and stole my roommate's pearl earrings. I desperately wanted them to regard me as worthy of their boy. The evening began pleasantly enough. Champagne was poured. Congratulations. Michael squeezed my hand under the table reassuringly, anytime I appeared apprehensive. Then, during the main course, Richard cleared his throat and focused his attention on me. "So, Rachel," he began, swirling his wine, "now that you're officially joining the family, we should discuss the prenuptial agreement." The table became silent. Michael tightened beside me. "Dad, we haven't even set a date yet," Michael remarked, nervously laughing. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves." Richard's expression stiffened. "Nonsense. These matters should be settled early. The Bennett family assets need protection." I could feel my cheeks burning. "I understand the importance of protecting family assets," I responded thoughtfully. "I don't have any issue with a fair prenup." Linda offered me a faint smile. "How pragmatic of you. Well, you've certainly landed on your feet, haven't you?" Richard continued, his tone becoming sharper. "A schoolteacher marrying into the Bennett fortune. Your mother must be thrilled." "My mother passed away when I was 19. Michael knew this. His parents were aware of this. "My mother would have wanted me to be happy," I remarked gently, my appetite gone. Richard chuckled. "I'm sure she would. Nothing makes a mother happier than seeing her daughter secure a wealthy husband." I looked at Michael, expecting him to say something, to defend me, but he simply stared at his plate. "I didn't say yes to Michael because of his money," I said, my voice wavering slightly. "I love him." "Of course you do, dear," Linda said with feigned sweetness. "The money is just a fortunate bonus, isn't it?" Richard chuckled, a sharp sound that broke through the restaurant's background hum. "Let's not be naive. Pretty young women from modest backgrounds don't pursue men like my son for their personality." I felt as though I had been slapped. "Excuse me, Dad." Michael eventually spoke, but his tone lacked conviction. "What?" Richard challenged. "I'm simply acknowledging what everyone at this table is thinking. She's a gold digger, a rather transparent one at that." Then it occurred. Michael laughed. A quick, awkward giggle that could have been nervousness or an attempt to relieve stress, but it was not a denial. He did not defend me. He laughed. Everything in my mind fell silent at that point. I glanced at Michael, the man I assumed I knew, and realized I was seeing him clearly for the first time. His stillness was deafening, and his chuckle was damning. Without saying anything, I slipped the ring off my finger. I gently placed it next to his water glass. The clink of diamond against crystal sounded unbelievably loud. "Rachel," he began, finally realizing what was occurring. I stood up, grabbed my purse, and left the restaurant. Not rushing, not crying, just walking, one foot in front of the other, head held high. I didn't glance back, even when I heard him say my name. Now I'm sitting here, wondering if I overreacted, whether I ruined my future with one poor dinner. But then I remember his laugh and realize I couldn't have stayed. Was I wrong? Should I have fought harder? Am I simply proving his father correct by stepping away? I'm not sure what will happen next. I just know I couldn't marry into a household where I'd be treated as inferior, and I couldn't be with someone who wouldn't defend me. Act 2. It's been 3 days since I left that restaurant, and my life has been a whirlwind of emotions and conflicts. Michael came to my apartment the next morning. I was still in my pajamas, my eyes sore from sobbing, when I heard his insistent tap. Part of me wanted to ignore him, but I needed to find closure. I needed answers. When I opened the door, he looked terrible. Unshaven, disheveled clothes, black circles under his eyes. He had the ring in one hand and a bouquet of roses in the other. Michael, as usual, believed that great gestures could obscure core issues. "Please," he responded quietly, "let me explain." I let him in, but maintained my distance, arms crossed over my chest like armor. "I'm sorry about last night," he said. "My father was completely out of line. He had too much to drink, and you know how he gets." "Do I?" I asked. Because in the 3 years we've been together, you've never once mentioned that your father thinks I'm a gold-digging opportunist. He grimaced. He doesn't really think that. Yes, Michael. He does. And what hurts more than his words is that you sat there and let him say them. You laughed. Michael raked his hands through his hair, frustrated. It was just nervous laughter. What was I supposed to do? 'Cause a scene in the middle of Liarden? You were supposed to defend me. My voice broke with emotion. You were supposed to tell your father that I'm the woman you love, that I've never asked you for money, that I've worked hard my entire life. You were supposed to be on my side. He put the ring on my coffee table. I am on your side, Rachel. Always. I love you. My father's opinion doesn't matter. But it does matter, Michael. It matters because you're letting him disrespect me. It matters because someday we might have children, and I won't let them grow up hearing their grandfather call their mother a gold digger while their father sits in silent agreement. For a time he appeared perplexed. Silent agreement? That's not what happened. Then what would you call it? He couldn't respond. Has your father always felt this way about me? Michael paused, which revealed everything I needed to know. Why didn't you tell me? I said, my voice soft. Because it doesn't matter what he thinks. I love you for you, your kindness, your passion for teaching, your ridiculous obsession with true crime podcasts. Who cares what my father thinks? I care, I responded without hesitation. Because his attitude reflects what our life together would be like. Every family gathering, every holiday, every milestone, I'd always be the gold digger who trapped their son. And apparently, you'd always be the man who stands by and lets it happen. We can fix this, he said. I'll talk to my father, make him apologize. We can postpone the wedding until things are better. I looked at him intently and discovered something important. This isn't just about your father, Michael. It's about you. It's about who you become when you're around him. I don't recognize that person, and I don't want to marry him. He left after an hour of circular debates, carrying the ring with him. I've spent the previous 2 days crying, doubting myself, and then recalling his chuckle, which made my resolve strong again. My roommate Jessica has been wonderful, bringing me ice cream and listening to me whine for hours. Michael has phoned 17 times. His mother, unexpectedly, texted me. Richard is stubborn, but he'll come around. Don't throw away your future over pride. As if standing up for myself was all about vanity. Yesterday my principal summoned me to her office. Richard reportedly contacted the school board, expressing concerns about my emotional stability and professional conduct. Fortunately, my principal has known me for 5 years and has made it clear that my personal life is none of his business. The idea that Michael's father would want to harm my job reinforces my belief that I made the right decision. What would have happened if we were married and I disagreed with him? Which lines would he not cross? I have not informed Michael of his father's interference. Part of me wants to. See if he finds out and responds correctly. So far, nothing. Tonight, Jessica and I are going to open a bottle of wine and throw a Burn the Wedding magazine celebration. It feels both therapeutic and heartbreaking. I adored Michael. I still love him, but I'm realizing that loving someone isn't enough if they don't have the bravery to support you when it counts. The hardest thing has been dealing with queries from friends and coworkers. Everyone wants to know what happened and why there was such a quick change. I've been vague, merely mentioning that we discovered we wanted different things. It's easier than explaining how the guy I believed would be my husband sat silently while his father called me a gold digger, then laughed as if it were a joke. My sister called from California after I texted her what had happened. She was not surprised. I always thought he was too eager to please his parents, she told me. Remember how he changed his vacation plans last Christmas because his mother said she'd be devastated if he wasn't there? People show you who they are, Rachel. You just have to pay attention. She was correct. Of course, there had been hints all along. Small instances in which Michael prioritized his parents' demands over mine or ours. I dismissed them as him being a decent son who respects his family. Now I realize it was something else. A fundamental unwillingness to stand alone, to be his own man. I passed by a bridal boutique yesterday and noticed a dress in the display that was almost identical to one I had bookmarked for myself. For a brief moment, I felt that familiar sense of loss, not just for Michael, but for the future we'd planned. The house we spoke about buying, the children we might have had. The life that now existed only in some parallel universe where he was brave enough to pick me. But then I remembered Richard's expression when he dubbed me a gold digger, that cold, contemptuous stare that reduced me to nothing more than a fortune chaser. And I remembered Michael's laugh, that quiet, damning giggle that conveyed more than words ever could. No, I made the correct choice. And eventually, when the grief has subsided, I hope Michael realizes it too. Update: 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks since I ended my engagement, and the tempest has finally calmed. I've returned to teaching, finding comfort in my third-grade students' simple affection and interest. When your own life feels unpronounceable, helping a child sound out a tough word can be incredibly therapeutic. I haven't spoken with Michael in 10 days. After dozens of calls and texts, he eventually sent me an email outlining where we stand. He wrote that, while he still loves me, he believes I'm being overly dramatic about one terrible evening. He suggested we take a pause until I am ready to be reasonable, as if advocating for my dignity was ridiculous. The most telling section came at the conclusion. My family has certain expectations, Rachel. They've sacrificed a lot to give me the life I have. Sometimes compromise means accepting imperfect situations for the greater good. Reading between the lines was simple. The greater good referred to his inheritance, position in his father's firm, and social standing. I was supposed to compromise my dignity, self-respect, and worth. He'd also avoid having to confront his father. I did not answer your email. What could I add that I hadn't previously said? What I did not expect was Linda's call 3 days ago. She asked if we could meet for coffee alone. Despite my better judgment, I agreed. We met at a tiny cafe away from her typical haunts. She appeared different, less polished, and more human. She ordered a black coffee and sat across from me, her hands neatly folded on the table. "I owe you an apology, Rachel," she said without explanation. "What happened at that dinner was unacceptable." I was speechless. This was not what I expected from Linda Bennett. "Richard can be traditional in his views," she added cautiously. "And Michael has always sought his approval, sometimes at great personal cost." "I noticed," I replied dryly. She grinned slightly. "I should have intervened that night. I've been intervening for 30 years, smoothing Richard's rough edges, excusing his behavior. I was wrong not to speak up." I studied her expression, attempting to comprehend the rapid change. "Why are you telling me this now?" She sighed, a deep sound that seemed to convey decades of resignation. "Because I see myself in you, Rachel. 30 years ago, I was you. From a humble upbringing, in love with a Bennett guy, and striving to show myself worthy. The difference is that I stayed, made a compromise, and convinced myself that it was worthwhile." She paused. "I'm not sure it was." Something clenched in my chest. "Are you unhappy?" "Not exactly. I've had a wonderful life, lovely children, but I've lost a part of myself along the way. My voice, my certainty. When you stood up and walked out that night, I was envious." We spoke for about 2 hours. She told me about her early years with Richard, how his family treated her, how she progressively gave up portions of herself to fit into their world, and how she saw Michael become more like his father year after year, despite her best attempts. "He loves you," she added as we were about to depart. "More than he's ever loved anyone. But love isn't always enough, is it?" I shook my head, tears threatening again. "No, it isn't." She briefly touched my hand. "Whatever you decide, Rachel, don't compromise yourself away. Not for anyone." I've been thinking about our chat ever since. Was she warning me, encourage me? Are you saying goodbye? Maybe all three. This morning, flowers arrived at my apartment, not from Michael, but from Richard. The card simply stated, "My behavior was inexcusable." There is no specific apology, only an acknowledgement. Typical. I have not informed Michael about either interaction. I don't know if his mother or father have mentioned them to him. Part of me wonders whether this is another test, whether he'll make apologies because he wants to, or because his parents forced him to. Jessica believes I should block his number and move on. My brother believes I escaped a gunshot. But it isn't so straightforward, is it? I did not merely lose my fiancé. I lost the future I imagined we'd have, the house we planned, the children we talked about. Dreams do not die quietly. Every morning I reflexively examine my left hand, expecting to feel the weight of the ring. Its absence remains both a source of sorrow and relief. Update. 1 month. 1 month after the engagement dinner, life has taken some unexpected turns.
Last weekend I was packing up my flat. I decided to move to a smaller house because I couldn't afford this one without Michael's help until he showed up unexpectedly. Seeing him in the entryway, surrounded by half-filled boxes and packing tape, made my heart pound violently. "You're moving?" he inquired, seeming stunned. "I can't afford this place on a teacher's salary," I admitted simply. He gazed around at the destroyed life that we had built together. "I'll keep paying my share. You don't have to move." "Yes, I do." I put down the books I was packing. "What are you doing here, Michael?" He'd come to tell me he was leaving his position at his father's corporation. He had accepted a position with a smaller financial advising firm on the other side of the city. He handed me a letter containing his father's perplexed and angry reaction to his resignation. "I should have done this years ago," he said gently. "Been my own man instead of his echo." I invited him inside, prepared coffee, and we talked. For the first time in years, we had a genuine conversation. He stated that he had spent his life chasing his father's approval, even if it meant sacrificing his own principles. He admitted how badly he had affected me, not just at that evening, but countless times previously, in subtle ways I hadn't recognized. "I don't expect you to take me back," he told me. "I just wanted you to know that you were right about all of it." I wasn't sure what to say. Part of me wanted to fall into his arms and say we could start anew. Another part remembered the expression on his face when his father called me a gold digger. That little pause before the nervous laugh, as if he'd considered the possibilities. "I need time," I informed him. "I'm proud of you for standing up to your father, but this isn't just about him." He nodded in understanding. "Take all the time you need. I'll be here if you're ready." After he went, I sat among my boxed-up stuff, oddly tranquil. For the first time in weeks, the future did not appear to be an endless, scary void. Linda invited me out for lunch 2 days later. She informed me Richard was distraught by Michael's decision. She appeared different, lighter, with a spark in her eyes I hadn't seen before. "Richard doesn't understand why Michael would walk away from everything for—" She blinked. "For a woman." "For himself," I corrected softly. She smiled. "Yes, I suppose he did." Before we separated, she placed a little velvet purse into my palm. Inside was a vintage sapphire ring. "This was my grandmother's," she clarified. "Richard never liked it, said it wasn't impressive enough for a Bennett wife. But it's the only thing I have from my family." She closed my fingers around it. "Whether you and Michael find your way back to each other or not, I want you to have it. A reminder to keep your own light, even when others try to dim it." I tried to reject, but she insisted. "It was not an engagement ring," she explained. "It was unity among women who understood one another." I did wind up moving, but not to the smaller apartment I had intended. My friend Megan was looking for a roommate in her house across town, further from Michael, closer to my school, with a garden where I could grow the herbs I'd always wanted to try. It feels right, making judgments based completely on what I desire, rather than what works best for someone else. Michael and I have begun conversing, carefully and honestly. No huge gestures, no pressure, only coffee once a week. Conversations that reveal previously unquestioned assumptions and expectations. He's different away from his family's shadow, funnier, more easygoing, and more real. Last week he asked if we might try again. Make a fresh start. I told him I wasn't ready, that I needed to figure out who I am without him before deciding who I might be with him. "I understand," he stated, and I believe he truly did. I am wearing Linda's sapphire ring on my right hand today. Not as a promise to anyone else, but as a commitment to myself. I will never suppress my own voice, compromise my worth, or tolerate being perceived as less than I am. I'm not sure if Michael and I will find our way back together. I'm not sure if the adjustments he's making will last. I'm not sure if I can ever totally trust him again. But I know this. Walking out of the restaurant was the most difficult and necessary thing I'd ever done. Sometimes the most difficult steps are those that lead you back to yourself. Update. 6 months. 6 months have passed since that fateful supper, and it feels both recent and distant. I'm sitting on the porch of my new house. Yes, it's my house. A little craftsman with blue shutters and a maple tree in its front yard. Instead, I utilized the money I had saved for the wedding as a down payment. Each mortgage payment seems like an endorsement. This is mine. Earned by me. I chose this. Michael and I attempted. We actually did. For 3 months, we rebuilt our relationship from the ground up, with honest conversations, couples therapy, and clear boundaries. He stuck with his new work despite his father's growing push to return to the family business. He attended a support group for adults living with domineering parents. He was doing everything correctly. And yet, something basic had changed. Every time he took me out to dinner, I found myself scanning the room, tense at the sight of older guys who looked like Richard. When he presented me to coworkers, I examined their expressions for signs of judgment or dismissal. The previously shattered trust was not being repaired. Despite both of our attempts. We were eating supper at my house 2 months ago when I finally got up the guts to express how I felt. "I don't think we can fix this," I admitted quietly. He put down his fork, his face sad but not startled. "Because of my father?" "No," I responded genuinely. "Because of us. Because now I know what I need in a mate, and you know what you need to be for yourself. And I don't believe we can give each other those things when we're together." He nodded slowly. "I was afraid you'd say that. I felt it too." We sobbed together that night, mourning not just what we had lost, but also what we had discovered too late. He kissed me farewell at my door, returned Linda's sapphire ring when I attempted to return it, and walked out of my life with dignity and elegance. Richard sent a brief and official note. "Michael informs me of your final separation. I wish you well in your future endeavors." Coming from him, it was almost like a warm embrace. Linda and I still meet for coffee on occasion. She resumed painting, something she had stopped doing after marrying into the Bennett family. Last month, she showed me a watercolor of 2 people sitting by the sea. "That's us," she replied, "in another life." I've been promoted to lead teacher at my school, with a small yet significant wage rise. I've started dating again, but cautiously and selectively. Nothing serious yet, but I am open to the prospect. More significantly, I feel complete on my own, in a manner I never have before. My pals joke that I should publish a book. How leaving a fancy restaurant changed my life. Perhaps someday I will. For the time being, I'm pleased to sit on my porch, watching the maple tree's leaves turn color and feeling the weight of Linda's ring on my right hand. A reminder of both the lady who did and did not walk out. I ran into Michael last week at a downtown coffee shop. He was with an unidentified woman who was laughing at something on her phone. He looked up and noticed me, his smile breaking just before resuming. We exchanged niceties and brief updates. As I turned to leave, he softly touched my arm. "Thank you," he replied simply. "For what?" "For having the courage I did not. For showing me what it's like to value oneself." I smiled, a genuine smile, free of the ache that had accompanied my thoughts of him for so long. "Take care of yourself, Michael." "I am," he answered. "For the first time, I really am." Walking away, I felt the last piece of a complex puzzle fall into place. Sometimes loving someone entails leaving them. Sometimes the happily ever after isn't the fairy tale we expected, but the world we create for ourselves. Brick by brick, choice by choice. I slipped the sapphire ring from my finger and into my pocket. I didn't need the reminder anymore. I've become a reminder. Of strength, of worth, the power of going away when staying would be too expensive. Was it all worthwhile? The pain? The loss starting over? As I unlock the door to my little blue house, mine alone, I know the answer with absolute confidence. Yes. My parents burned my face with skin bleach because I wasn't white enough. Now they want forgiveness, but I took them to court instead. My family is the most prejudiced folks I've ever encountered. Whenever we went outside during the summer, my mother would count how many times my older sister and I stepped out of the shade, and when we arrived home, each time was equivalent to one hard slap. For years, our morning routine was our mother putting skin whitener from the Dollar Tree all over our bodies. The whiter we appeared, the better she would treat us. I recall constantly wanting to be a regular kid. In contrast, my sister was a whitewashed queen. Every night, she would set an alarm every 2 hours to disrupt her sleep as much as possible. She was often fatigued, which made her appear paler. What in the bumbaclot? Instead of reminding her that her health was more essential than not looking Hispanic, our parents treated her like royalty. They'd lavish her with beautiful gowns, costly jewelry, and virtually everything she desired. Soon, it was evident who the golden kid was. And if I wanted their love, I needed to do this. but I was desperate to find other ways. Getting straight A's in school, cleaning the entire house every weekend, and giving my parents foot massages. Thanks, honey. But I really wish you worked this hard on getting beautiful pale skin like your sister, they'd repeatedly say. And after my parents sent me a literal bleach hair product from Africa for my 16th birthday, I spent the entire day bawling into my Barnes and Noble teddy bear in my room. That's when my sister entered and hugged me. I expected her to respond that she would always be there for me. That despite my skin tone I was still her sister, and that was all that counted. But no. Aurora, I love you, and I want to help you. Look at me. I gazed at her gaunt body, the eye bags that had formed beneath her eyes, and the chemical burns on her scalp from straightening her hair. If I can look this beautiful, so can you. I swear I thought she was pranking me. However, the sparkle in her eyes told me otherwise. She honestly believed that treating yourself in this manner was the correct approach. From then on, I began wearing a foundation that was 2 shades too light for me, and always found a way to conceal the rest of my body. Not because I disliked my brown skin or natural curls, but merely to make my parents happy. After all, they were the individuals who gave birth to me. 6 years later, I recently graduated from the University of Florida. When Thanksgiving arrived last year, I was in a great mood. I had begun running and spent so much time outside that I was forced to accept my natural hunger and beauty. And I loved it. My boyfriend Carlos also enjoyed it. Hey. He was half Puerto Rican, half Italian, and extremely aware of the concept of internalized racism. But he was also white passing, so I assumed everything with my parents would be fine, until reality struck. I arrived at my parents' place with him holding my hand. I had even applied a bit lighter foundation to soften the punch of everything. When the door opened, I saw a woman who resembled my sister, but was more unhappy, pale, and emaciated. My heart broke, and I assume hers did as well, for as soon as she spotted us, she cried out, "Dios mío, what are you doing to our bloodline?" My partner immediately clasped my hand as if to say, "It's okay. We've got this." Meanwhile, tears streamed down my cheeks. "My love, what have you done to yourself?" my mother cried, attempting to untie my slick-back hairdo and fix it with her fingers. And that's when she noticed Carlos, her mouth extended so wide that I feared her jaw was going to shatter in half. "Ah, you almost had me believing that this monkey was actually your boyfriend. But I understand. You're young, just messing around." She then chuckled to herself, as if it were the most amusing thing in the world. My father then took my hand and led me inside, instantly handing my sister the skin-whitening cream to apply to my face. But it wasn't the same one I used as a child. No, this one hurts. "Stop! Get away from me!" I cried, tears spilling down my cheeks. Within seconds, blisters sprang on my face, and I began peeling all over. As I yelled, Carlos phoned the hospital. I assumed that by this stage, my folks would realize they were being morons. But no. My father wrestled with Carlos to get the phone from him. "Pain is beauty. AITA will be beautiful." Meanwhile, my entire face felt like it had been dipped in hot sauce 100 times. Fortunately, they did arrive, and by the time I was seen by nurses, my brows had been burned off. When I awoke the next morning from the skin grafting process, I found my lover caressing my hand and calling me lovely, until I checked my phone. I instantly discovered that I had received dozens of texts and missed calls. The first voicemail was hostile, telling me I had disappointed the family. The second one was threatening. By the 10th, my sister begged me not to file charges. "There are our parents," she mentioned in the message. "They just want what's best for us. Please come home and we can fix this." I couldn't believe she was still protecting them despite everything. Her voice sounded empty and resigned, as if she'd given up fighting years ago. Carlos sat with me as I listened to the messages, his expression becoming increasingly anxious with each one. "Lily," he said gently, "this isn't normal. What they did to you is abuse. It's always been abused." He gently grasped my hand, taking care not to dislodge the IV line. I knew he was correct, but hearing him say it aloud made something snap within me. I've spent years attempting to earn love that should have been unconditional. I've been allowing them to physically and emotionally harm me because I believed that was what family meant. I'd normalized their behavior, excused their nastiness, and blamed myself for failing to meet their expectations. The hospital social worker arrived later that day. She inquired about my burns, and for the first time in my life, I revealed the entire truth about my family. I couldn't tell you what I did next in this short video. The complete tale is on the channel, which you can find at the link below. I was still in the hospital when I decided to file charges. To be honest, I was afraid when the social worker assisted me in filing a police report. My hands were so shaky that I could scarcely complete the document. Officer Ramirez, an elderly man, took my testimony and kept looking at me with sorrowful eyes, as if he'd seen something like this before. "You're doing the right thing," he said as I recounted the years of abuse. "I'm not going to lie, I almost backed out 50 times during the chat. There's a strange shame associated with reporting your own parents, even if they've physically burned your face off with illegal skin bleach." Carlos was with me the entire time. He held my hand throughout the questioning and gave me genuine food because hospital food is just garbage. The nurses continued to call him my husband, and neither of us corrected them. It felt good, like a glimpse into a future in which I had a real family who cared about me. My phone began filling up with texts from my parents and sister. I eventually turned it off since reading them was raising my blood pressure, which the doctor warned was bad for my rehabilitation. My mother alternated between threatening and begging me to come home. My father texted me extensive lines about family devotion and how I was disrespecting my heritage by acting like this. The irony of his discussing heritage while practically attempting to erase it off my flesh was not lost on me. My sister Seraphine sent the worst messages. She texted, "They are going to take me away if you do this. Please, Aurora. I need these. I'm not sure how to live any other way." That one struck me hard. I understood exactly what she meant. When your entire identity revolves around pleasing others, the prospect of losing that structure is terrifying. I was freed after 3 days. My face was still wrapped, and I resembled a mummy from a low-budget horror film. The doctor informed me that I would require follow-up appointments for the next 3 months to ensure that the skin grafts were healing properly. They also handed me this special cream, which cost more than my monthly rent. Thank God Carlos's insurance covered most of it. We headed straight to Carlos's apartment. I couldn't bear coming back to my house knowing my folks might be there. Carlos lived in a tiny one-bedroom near college, with mismatched furnishings and a kitchen barely wide enough to turn around in, but it felt safer than anywhere else I'd lived. My first night away from the hospital, I had a complete collapse. I'm talking about nasty crying, snot all over the place. Carlos simply embraced me and let me express myself fully. I kept saying how I should have done something sooner, how I should have protected Seraphine, and how I might have been overreacting. Carlos simply listened, wiping away my tears gently to avoid the bandages. "You know what the craziest part is?" I asked him at 3 a.m., when we were both still up. "A part of me still wants them to love me. How messed up is that?" The next morning, I awoke to a knock at the door. Carlos went to check while I hid in my bedroom, scared it could be my parents. It was not them. It was Officer Ramirez and another officer I had never met before. "We've spoken with your parents," Ramirez remarked when I eventually came out. "They're claiming it was all a misunderstanding, that you had an allergic reaction to a normal beauty product." I simply stared at him. Of course they'd say that. For years they've used excuses like this to cover up their cruelty. Officer Chen, the new officer, inquired as to whether I had any evidence of previous mistreatment. Did I have photos of the slap marks? Have I reported it before? Did I have the box for the product they used on me? I did not have any of that. Who photographs the cruelty they experienced as children? Who saves the empty bottles of the substances that harm them? I began to worry that they would not believe me, and that my parents would continue to get away with it as they did in the past. Then Carlos set up. "The hospital has the chemical analysis of what was on her face. That should prove it wasn't a normal beauty product." Officer Chen nodded and made a note. "We'll get that report. In the meantime, we've issued a temporary restraining order. Your parents can't contact you or come near you." After they departed, I checked my phone again. 17 missed calls from my mother, 12 from my father, and 23 from Seraphine, plus a slew of texts. The most recent one from Seraphine felt my stomach plummet. "They believe you're mentally unstable and have always made up things to get attention. They have photographs of you appearing joyful at family gatherings to prove it." I showed Carlos the message. "They're going to twist everything," I told them. "They'll make it look like I'm the crazy one." Carlos suggested I go out to anyone who may have seen the abuse over time. My thoughts immediately turned to my old neighbor, Mrs. Patel, who would let me hide in her apartment when things got nasty at home. There was also my high school counselor, Mr. Thompson, who observed the makeup I wore to cover bruises but didn't press me when I made up an excuse about falling. I spent the next few days making calls and attempting to recuperate. Most folks remembered something vague about my family, but nothing precise enough to help. Mrs. Patel went to Arizona. Mr. Thompson vaguely remembered being concerned, but had no documentation. I was about to give up hope when I received a text message from an unfamiliar number. "This is Jasmine, from college. Carlos gave me your number. I have photos from freshman year when you still had the chemical burns on your neck from home. Please let me know if they are willing to help." I had completely forgotten about those photos. Jasmine took them at a dorm party after my makeup had rubbed off. I was humiliated at the time and urged her to delete them. However, she never did. I quickly called her, and she agreed to send them over. Meanwhile, Carlos was a total rock star. He altered his work schedule to drive me to doctor visits, prepared proper meals instead of the ramen I'd been eating, and never complained about the fact that my belongings were now scattered across his little apartment. One night, I discovered him researching skincare for chemical burn recovery when he thought I was sleeping. About a week after filing the report, I received a call from a woman named Tiffany, who identified herself as a victim advocate from the district attorney's office. She stated that they were considering filing charges against my parents but wanted more information. "We have the hospital records and the chemical analysis," she told me. "The substance on your face contained hydroquinone at levels far exceeding legal limits, plus mercury compounds that are banned in cosmetics in the US. I was not surprised. My parents had always sought out the most powerful, harmful products, believing that they were more effective. What startled me was Tiffany's comment. "We also have a statement from your sister." My heart has stopped. Seraphine made a statement against our parents? There was a pause in the line. Not exactly. She's supporting their version of events. Says you've always been jealous of her relationship with your parents and that you're making up the abuse for attention. I hung up the phone and flung it across the room. Carlos stood up from where he was working on his laptop and approached me. I told him what Tiffany had said, and he simply held me while I cried again. I was so tired of sobbing. "She's scared," Carlos remarked. "She's still living with them, right? She's doing what she needs to survive." I knew he was correct, but it still stung like hell. Seraphine had been there through everything. She had been subjected to similar, if not greater abuse than I had. How could she deny it now? The next day, I resolved to do something different. I called Seraphine instead of messaging. To my amazement, she responded. "Lila, you need to drop this," she murmured quickly, her voice low, as if she was trying not to be overheard. "They're really angry. Dad broke the coffee table yesterday. I've never seen him like this." I took a deep breath. "Seraphine, they hurt us. They're still hurting you. Look at yourself. When was the last time you ate a full meal or slept through the night?" "I'm fine," she said abruptly. "I'm beautiful. Everyone says so." "You're disappearing," I replied softly. "Every time I see you, there's less of you there." She was silent for so long that I assumed she had hung up. Then she said softly, "I don't know how to be any other way." "Neither did I informed her. "But I'm learning. You can too." She hung up after that. I tried phoning back, but it went directly to voicemail. I left her a message telling her how much I loved her and that she could stay at Carlos's apartment if she ever needed it. The lawsuit against my parents proceeded slowly. There were interviews, documentation, and other interviews. Following the current event, the district attorney chose to charge them with violence and child endangerment. However, the years of past abuse were difficult to substantiate. Tiffany stated that without proof or witnesses, it would be my word versus theirs. Carlos suggested I start writing down whatever I could remember, including as many details as possible. "Even if it doesn't help the case," added the lawyer, "it might help you process everything." So I did. I purchased an inexpensive notebook from the school bookstore and began filling it with recollections. My mom once spanked me so hard that my nose bled after I played in the sprinklers at a friend's house. This Christmas, my father gifted Seraphine a gold necklace and me a bottle of skin-lightening lotion. I spent several mornings getting my hair cruelly straightened while being informed how awful my natural curls were. It seemed like I was lancing a wound when I wrote everything down. It stung, but the poison had to come out. Some nights, I could only write a paragraph before having to stop. Other times, I'd write for hours, the pages soaked with tears. Around 3 weeks after the Thanksgiving event, I received another surprise call. It came from my Aunt Rosa, my mother's sister who lived in Miami. We were not close. She relocated to Florida when I was little, and we only saw her at large family gatherings. "Aurora, I just heard what happened, she explained. Her accent was deeper than I recall. Your mother called me crying, saying you were making up terrible lies about them. My stomach dropped. Great. They were now gathering their extended family against me. It's not lies, Tia. They've been abusing me and Seraphine for years. There was a pause. Then Aunt Rosa said something that altered everything. I know. 2 simple words, but they struck me like a truck. You know? I suspected, she explained. The way your mother was always obsessed with your appearance, how you girls never seemed to play outside like normal children. I asked her about it once and she got so defensive I never brought it up again. I should have done more. I sat on Carlos's couch, my legs suddenly wobbly. Why are you calling me now? Because I believe you, she replied. And because I found something. When your mother and I were growing up, our grandmother did similar things to her. I found old diaries of your mother's where she wrote about it. The skin bleaching, the obsession with looking more European. It was done to her too. This realization did not excuse my parents' actions, but it did help me understand them better. The pattern of abuse began long before I was born. My mother had internalized her grandmother's bigotry and handed it on to us. Aunt Rosa offered to send me the diaries and testify if needed. She also offered to let me stay with her in Miami if I needed to get away from my folks. I thanked her, but I assured her I was fine with sticking with Carlos for now. The following day, I had another dermatologist visit. The doctor was satisfied with the way my face was recovering. The redness was receding, and the new skin was developing normally. There would be some scarring, but less than they had feared. You're lucky, the doctor told me as she examined me. This could have been much worse. As we left the clinic, I noticed a familiar person in the parking lot. Seraphine was resting against her car, appearing considerably thinner than when I last saw her. When she noticed us, she stood up and walked over nervously. What are you doing here? I inquired, shocked. I followed Mom's car when she went grocery shopping, she told me. I knew you had an appointment today. I saw it on the calendar at home. Carlos stood just behind me, providing a protecting presence while also allowing us to speak freely. Seraphine cast a worried glance at him before returning her gaze to mine. I've been thinking about what you said, she said as she disappeared. I looked in the mirror this morning and couldn't recognize myself. I wanted to hug her, but she flinched when I got close. Seraphine, you can get help. You can get out. Like I did. She shook her head furiously. I can't. They're watching me all the time now. Dad took my phone. I'm using Mom's while she's shopping. She peered over her shoulder, concerned. I don't have anywhere to go. You can stay with us. Carlos answered quickly. We'll make room. Seraphine looked at him as if he were speaking a strange language. The thought of someone offering help without expecting anything in return perplexed her. Why would you do that? You don't even know me. You're her sister, he stated simply, as if this explained everything. And I suppose that worked for him. Seraphine began to respond when her phone vibrated. She checked it, and her face turned pale. Mom's done shopping. I have to go. She turned to leave, but then paused and handed me a small USB drive. I found this in Dad's office. It's their financial records. They've been ordering that skin bleach from overseas for years. It's all there, the payments, the shipping information. I drove away startled. Seraphine, this could be really important for the case. I know, she replied. That's why I took it. She began walking away, then called over her shoulder. I'll try to come to your place tomorrow. Text me the address. Carlos held my hand while we watched her hurry across the parking lot. She's stronger than she thinks. We both are, I said. That night we examined the files on the USB device. Seraphine had been correct. Years of data revealed continuous procurement of unlawful skin-lightening goods from sources in Africa and Asia. Some of the substances listed were terrifying. Mercury compounds, high-concentration hydroquinone, and something called clidolropionate, which, according to a quick Google search, is a prescription-strength steroid never intended for long-term usage on the face. I quickly called Tiffany and informed her of the new proof. She appeared excited, claiming that this would considerably improve their case. She arranged for me to deliver the drive to her office the following morning. Seraphine's visit to Carlos's residence made me uneasy. What happens if our parents follow her? What if she changes her mind? Carlos advised that we tidy up and make sure there was food she might enjoy. I remembered she used to enjoy quesadillas before she began tightly regulating her diet, so we grabbed the ingredients for those. Seraphine remained unaccounted for the following day. I texted the number she had called from, but received no response. By evening, I was pacing Carlos's apartment, convinced that something had happened to her. Maybe she couldn't get away, Carlos speculated. Or maybe she's scared. Just as we were about to give up and eat dinner without her, there was a gentle knock on the door. Carlos inspected the peephole and quickly opened it. Seraphine stood there, a small backpack clutched against her chest, her face paler than usual. "They know I took the drive," she said as soon as she got inside. "Dad was looking for it everywhere. When he couldn't find it, he started screaming at Mom, saying she must have moved it. I left while they were fighting." I hugged her, and this time she did not back away. She felt delicate in my arms, like a bird with hollow bones. "You're safe now," I told her, but I wasn't sure if that was true. Carlos made quesadillas while I helped Seraphine settle in. We didn't have much room, but we had cleared out a corner of the living room and set up an air mattress with fresh sheets and blankets. Seraphine looked at this simple setup as if it were a luxury hotel room. "I haven't slept longer than 2 hours at a time in years," she admitted as she sat on the edge of the mattress. "Mom said, beautiful people don't need much sleep." "Well, tonight you can sleep as long as you want," I told the girl. "No alarms." We ate supper together, and I watched Seraphine taking tiny bits and pushing food around her plate to make it appear as if she ate more than she did. I made no comment about it. Recovery would take time, for both of us. Seraphine showered after dinner. When she came out in one of Carlos's t-shirts, which draped like a dress on her tiny body, I spotted bruises on her arms that hadn't been there before. "Did they hurt you when they found out about the drive?" I inquired, attempting to keep my voice controlled. Seraphine gazed down at the marks, as if she were seeing them for the first time. "Dad grabbed me. He does that sometimes when he's angry." She said it casually, as if she were discussing the weather. I snapped pictures of the bruises on my phone. More proof. Then I helped Seraphine apply some of my healing cream to their skin. After that, we sat together on the air mattress, unsure what to say. "I'm sorry I told them you were lying," she muttered. "I was scared." "I know," I replied. "You don't need to apologize." She fell asleep immediately, exhausted. I wrapped her in an extra blanket and joined Carlos in his bedroom. We discussed quietly about what to do next. Having Seraphine with us altered everything. We now needed to safeguard her too. The next morning, I called Tiffany to provide an update on the issue. She suggested that Seraphine come in and give her own statement now that she was free from our parents. Seraphine consented, but she was obviously afraid. "What if they don't believe me either?" she inquired as we drove to the district attorney's office. "What if they think I'm making it up too?" "The bruises help," I responded, resentful that I had to speak such things. "And we have the financial records now." Seraphine's interview lasted more than 2 hours. Carlos and I waited outside, neither of us saying much. When she eventually emerged, her eyes were red from sobbing, but she appeared lighter, as if she had just set down a heavy rucksack she had carried for miles. "They believe me," she exclaimed, her voice full of surprise. "They're going to add charges based on what happened to me too." Tiffany appeared after her and said that with Seraphine's testimony and the bank records, they now had a much stronger case. They were charging both of us with child abuse, child endangerment, and assault, as well as additional counts for importing illegal narcotics. "We'll be requesting a court date soon," she told me. "Both of you will likely need to testify." The prospect of confronting our parents in court made my stomach turn, but I nodded. "We'll be ready." That afternoon, Officer Ramirez called us. Our parents were arrested. They were being held pending bail, which had been set so high that they would very likely be unable to pay it immediately. The news should have made me feel safe, but instead it left me feeling hollow. Seraphine reacted differently when I informed her. She burst into tears, but they were more of a relief than sad tears. "It's really over," she kept asking. "They can't make me go back?" "It's really over," I said, holding her while she wailed. The following weeks were a flurry of legal meetings, therapy visits, which Tiffany had scheduled for both of us, and adjusting to our new living arrangements. Carlos's small flat was crowded for 3 people, but we made it work. Seraphine slept on an inflatable mattress. I took the couch. Carlos maintained his bed. He never complained, even when Seraphine's nightmares disturbed us all, or I mistakenly used his toothbrush. Seraphine's physical condition was worrying. Years of sleep deprivation and restricted food have taken a heavy toll. We found a specialist who specializes in eating disorders, and she began seeing him twice per week. She cried the first time she ate a whole dinner without first calculating the calories or evaluating her skin tone. My face continues to recover. The dermatologist was delighted with my improvement, but she advised me to be extra cautious about sun exposure on the new skin. The irony was not lost on me. After years of being punished for sun exposure, I suddenly had a valid medical reason to avoid it. Our parents were eventually released on bond, with severe instructions not to contact us. They broke the instructions almost immediately, sending emails from new accounts, and even had people call us with messages. Tiffany assisted us in documenting every infringement, which she felt would only enhance the case against them. Christmas came and went. It was the first time I had spent a holiday apart from my folks. While there was some sadness, there was also a feeling of freedom. Carlos's family invited us to their celebration, and his mother prepared traditional Puerto Rican foods that reminded me of what my grandma used to cook before she died. Seraphine ate more that day than I had seen her do in years. We received notice in January that the trial would take place in March. As the date came, my anxiousness increased dramatically. I began experiencing panic episodes, often waking up gasping for oxygen, thinking I was back in my parents' house with searing chemicals on my face. Carlos advised that we all try something new to help manage our stress. He registered us for a painting class at the community center. I was horrible at it. My trees were green blobs, and my sunsets looked like someone poured orange juice on the canvas. But it was enjoyable, and for those 2 hours each week, I didn't worry about the trial, my parents, or the scars on my face. Seraphine was unexpectedly skilled at painting. Her first try at a landscape was actually rather good, with mountains that looked like mountains and a sky with perfect perspective. The instructor complimented her efforts, and I saw my sister's face light up with genuine pride, perhaps for the first time in her life. "I never knew I could make something beautiful," she said later, instead of just trying to be beautiful. February saw an unexpected development. Aunt Rosa called to say she had talked with other family members about what had happened. To my surprise, other cousins and another aunt came out with their own accounts of my parents' actions. They'd noticed things throughout the years, such as our extreme attention to our looks, our flinching when our parents raised their hands, and our refusal to wear short sleeves even in the heat. "They're willing to provide statements," Aunt Rosa stated. "They should have spoken up sooner, but they're trying to do the right thing now." These fresh testimonies strengthened our case even further. Tiffany appeared to be more confident in the outcome, though she cautioned us that court battles can be unpredictable. As March neared, Seraphine made great improvement. She had gained a good amount of weight, and her hair was beginning to appear less brittle. She still struggled with sleep, frequently staying up late painting rather than setting an alarm to wake herself up, but it was a start in the right direction. I, too, was recuperating, both physically and emotionally. The scars on my face were lessening, but they would never totally disappear. I had started wearing my hair naturally all the time, loving the curls I had been trained to despise. Carlos claimed they suited me, and I started to agree. 1 week before the trial, we had an unexpected guest. Aunt Lucia, our father's sister, arrived unannounced at Carlos's apartment. Carlos was at work, so Seraphine and I were alone when she knocked. "Your parents sent me," she explained as soon as we answered the door. "They want to make a deal." Seraphine started to close the door, but Aunt Lucia stepped in. "Just hear me out. They're willing to plead guilty to reduce charges if you agree not to testify. They'll pay for your medical bills, Laya, and they'll leave you both alone forever." I stared at Seraphine, whose face had turned pale once more. "We need to talk about this," I told Aunt Lucia. "Come back tomorrow." After she went, Seraphine and I immediately contacted Tiffany. She warned against accepting any contract without her presence, and stated that she would be over that evening to address the matter. When Tiffany came, she stated that our parents were probably getting concerned about the trial. "The evidence against them is strong," she informed me. "They're trying to minimize the consequences." "What would happen if we agreed?" Seraphine inquired. "Would they go to jail at all?" "Probably not," Tiffany said. "With reduced charges, they might get probation, community service, maybe a fine." I reflected on all they'd done to us over the years, including the physical suffering, emotional scars, and years of brainwashing us to despise ourselves. "That doesn't seem like enough," I commented. "It's your decision," Tiffany said. "But remember, testifying means facing them in court. It means having your story questioned by their lawyer. It can be traumatic." Seraphine and I stayed very late that night discussing it. Part of me wanted to accept the arrangement, to avoid seeing our parents again, to get on with my life. But another portion required them to face real repercussions. "What do you want to do?" I asked Seraphine around midnight. She remained quiet for a long time before responding. "I want them to know they didn't break us. I want to look them in the eye and tell my story." We responded to Aunt Lucia the following day, when she returned. "No deal, we will testify." The week preceding the trial was heated. I had difficulties sleeping, and Carlos appeared to be on edge. Seraphine plunged herself into painting, producing dark, whirling images that accurately portrayed how I felt. Carlos prepared a special dinner for us the night before our trial. He'd prepared his grandmother's recipe for arroz con gandules, and even bought a bottle of sparkling cider for us to celebrate. "No matter what happens tomorrow," he added, lifting his glass, "you two are the bravest people I know, and whatever the outcome, we'll face it together." I looked at my sister across the table and Carlos beside me and felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. Whatever happened in court the next day, we had already achieved something significant. We'd broken the cycle. We'd discovered our voice. We had begun to heal. As we clink our glasses together, I realized that addressing our parents in court would be one of the most difficult things I'd ever done. But for the first time in my life, I wasn't facing difficult situations alone. The morning of the trial began with a spring thunderstorm. The rain beat against the windows as we dressed in our nicest clothing. Carlos wore a button-up shirt with a tie. I put on a modest blue outfit that revealed my natural skin tone. Seraphine chose a yellow sundress that made her appear younger, more fragile, yet, paradoxically, stronger. We drove to the courthouse quietly, each immersed in our own thoughts. As we arrived into the parking lot, I noticed our parents approaching the entrance, hunched under a large black umbrella. My mother had a hat pulled low over her face, as if she was trying to hide. My father walked stiffly alongside her, his back ramrod straight. "Are you ready?" Carlos inquired, turning off the engine. I looked at Seraphine, who gave a small nod. "As ready as we'll ever be," I said. We stepped into the courts together, eager to tell our stories and confront our past so that we could finally move forward. I felt like throwing up when I got into that courtroom. My hands were so shaky that I had to hide them in my pockets. Carlos maintained his arm around my shoulders the entire time, while Seraphine remained glued to the opposite side. The courtroom was smaller than I anticipated. Nothing like the fancy ones you see on TV. Just a standard room with wooden benches, fluorescent lighting, and a judge's bench in the front. Our parents were already sitting on the other side with their lawyer, a slick-looking man in an expensive suit. My mother's hair was pushed back tightly and she was wearing more makeup than usual, most likely to hide her tension. My father simply stared straight ahead, not even looking our way. I wasn't sure if he was ignoring us on purpose or simply couldn't face us. Tiffany joined us at our table and discussed some last-minute arrangements. "Remember, just tell the truth," she urged. "Don't let their lawyer rattle you." The judge entered, and everyone stood up. He was an older white guy with thick glasses and a serious demeanor. He described the accusations and the process, but I was so nervous that I barely heard anything. I just kept staring at my parents, wondering how the people who were meant to love me unconditionally could have treated me so cruelly. My mother testified first. She sat on the witness stand, appearing innocent, talking about how she just wanted her girls to have the best possibilities in life. "In our culture, lighter skin opens doors," she explained with a sorrowful smile. "I only wanted them to succeed." Their lawyer questioned whether she ever wanted to harm us. "Of course not," she said, astonished by the thought. "Everything I did was out of love. The product that caused Aurora's reaction was just a new brand we were trying. How could I have known she would be allergic?" When it was Tiffany's turn to question her, things became serious. Tiffany accessed the money records Seraphine had discovered, which revealed years of purchases of illicit skin-bleaching chemicals. "Mrs. Mendez, can you explain why you were importing chemicals that are banned in the United States due to their toxicity?" My mother's face changed. That phony smile faded, and she began tripping over her words. They work better than the American products. Everyone in Honduras uses them. Even though they contain mercury and other toxic substances?" Tiffany asked. "Beauty requires sacrifice," my mother replied, and I swear the entire courtroom fell silent. It was as if she had finally expressed her true beliefs. My father's testimony was not much better. He tried to play the strict but loving father character, saying he only wanted us to have better lives than he did. However, when Tiffany showed him images of my chemical burns and Seraphine's bruises, he was unable to explain them. The worst thing was when their lawyer attempted to portray me as the problem. He brought up instances of me acting out as a teenager, such as going out late and arguing with my parents, all of which are typical of teenagers. He claimed I was making up the abuse because I was rebellious. When it came my turn to testify, he questioned, "Isn't it true that you've always been jealous of your sister's natural beauty?" I nearly laughed. "No," I replied. "I've always been jealous that she was willing to destroy herself to earn our parents' love, and I wasn't." That silenced him for a second. Testifying was more difficult than I anticipated. I had to describe in detail everything they'd done to us over the years, including the sun slaps, skin bleaching treatments, and relentless condemnation of our natural features. With each example, I noticed the judge's demeanor becoming more upset. I burst into tears as I described the Thanksgiving episode. They held me down and put chemicals on my face that burned off my eyebrows and caused second-degree burns, I told them. And while I was screaming in pain, they tried to stop my boyfriend from calling an ambulance. The defense claimed I was exaggerating, but hospital records and images supported what I asserted. Seraphine's testimony was much more compelling. She appeared weak and fragile on the stand, with her voice barely above a whisper at first. But as she described what our parents had done, she became stronger. She discussed sleep deprivation, the famine, the ongoing urge to appear whiter, with straighter hair, and less Hispanic. "I thought it was normal," she explained. "I thought all parents treated their children this way. It wasn't until I saw how Laya was healing once she got away that I realized what they were doing to us was wrong." Seraphine explained how our father had gripped her hard enough to leave bruises after discovering the missing financial records, and I noticed my mother wince. Maybe she didn't know about that portion, or maybe she was only concerned about how it appeared to the judge. The trial took 3 days. At the end, I felt emotionally weary. Carlos had taken time off work to be present for every moment, and I don't think I could have done it without him. He brought us snacks during breaks, squeezed my hand when the testimony became difficult, and kept reminding me why we were doing this. On the last day, we heard the closing arguments. The defense attorney attempted to portray our parents as well-meaning immigrants who only wanted their children to assimilate into American culture. Perhaps their methods were misguided, he acknowledged, but their intentions were good. Tiffany's closing point was far more clear. "This case isn't about cultural differences," she told me. "It's about two parents who systematically abused their children, causing physical and psychological harm that will take years to heal. They imported illegal toxic chemicals to use on their daughter's skin and hair. They punished them for their natural appearance. They created an environment where their daughters believed their worth was determined solely by how white they could appear." She displayed the images of my chemical burns again. "This isn't love. This is abuse. Plain and simple." When the judge stated that he was ready to give his verdict, I grabbed Seraphine's hand so tightly that I nearly cut off her circulation. Carlos placed his arm over both of us. "In the case of State versus Mendez," the arbitrator said, "I find the defendants guilty. On all counts." I broke into tears, not sad tears, but relief tears. Seraphine was also crying, and her entire body shook. Carlos simply embraced us both, his own eyes curiously damp. The judge sentenced our parents to 3 years in prison, with the chance of parole after 18 months and 5 years of probation after their release. They would also have to pay for all of our medical bills and go through forced counseling. A restraining order would stay in place, prohibiting them from contacting us without our express permission. As the bailiff led them away, my mother turned to face us. For a brief moment, I thought I saw regret in her eyes. But then she turned away, her back stiff with pride or wrath. I couldn't say which. Outside the courthouse, reporters waited. Our case appears to have received some local attention due to the unusual nature of the abuse. Tiffany assisted us in getting past them without having to make any statements. We were not prepared to discuss what had transpired in public. That night, we threw a little party at Carlos's apartment. It wasn't fancy, just pizza and ice cream, but it seemed like the most meaningful lunch of my life. Seraphine ate an entire slice of pizza without counting calories or considering how it would influence her appearance. I wore my hair in natural curls and a tank top that revealed my brown complexion. Small triumphs, but they were everything. What happens now? Seraphine inquired as we sat in the living room. Whatever we want, I said. And it felt right for the first time in my life. The following several months were a period of adjustment. After the trial, we had to find out what our new normal looked like. Carlos's apartment was too small for 3 people long-term, so we began looking for a larger space. Seraphine landed a part-time job at an art supply store, which appeared to boost her confidence. I focused on finishing my final semester of university. We both continued our therapy. Some days were more challenging than others. I still had nightmares over the Thanksgiving incident, and Seraphine struggled with her body image and eating habits, but we were making progress. One unexpected bright light was our bond with Aunt Rosa. She came from Miami several times and even offered to support us financially if we needed it. "I should have done more when you were children," she said. "Let me help now." With her help and our own resources, we found a little 2-bedroom apartment closer to college. Carlos assisted us in moving in, although he maintained his own residence. "You two need your space," he remarked, yet he came over so frequently that it felt like he was living with us nonetheless. 6 months after the trial, I received a letter from my mother. It had been checked by her jail counselor, who added a note stating that they believed communicating with us was part of her rehabilitation process, but that we were under no obligation to answer. I stared at the envelope for 3 days before opening it. Inside was a single page, written in my mother's clean handwriting. "Aurora," it began. "I am writing to apologize. The counselor here is assisting me in understanding what I did to you, and Seraphine was mistaken. My grandma raised me the same way, but that's no justification. I hope you forgive me someday, but I understand if you can't." There was more, but it was mostly the same. Apologies interspersed with explanations. That sounded like excuses. I showed it to Seraphine, who silently read it before returning it. "Do you believe her?" she inquired. I shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe she's starting to get it. Maybe she's just saying what her counselor wants to hear." "Are you going to write back?" I contemplated it for a long time. "Not yet," I eventually determined. "Maybe someday. But I'm not ready." Seraphine nodded. "Me neither. We didn't hear from our father at all. Aunt Rosa, who once visited them in prison, said he was still angry and unrepentant. He blamed me for turning Seraphine against them, destroying their family. I wasn't surprised, but it did hurt. Life continued on. I graduated with a degree in psychology, motivated in part by my personal experiences to assist others struggling with family trauma. Seraphine began attending classes at the community college, focused on art therapy. She remained fragile in certain ways, but she was becoming stronger by the day. Carlos and I became increasingly serious. He proposed on my birthday, almost exactly 1 year after the Thanksgiving episode. Nothing spectacular. Just a straightforward query as we walked through the botanical gardens on campus. I quickly agreed. We opted on an extended engagement to give ourselves time to advance our jobs before marrying. 2 years after the trial, our parents were granted parole. Tiffany contacted to confirm that the restraining order was still in effect and that their parole officer was aware of the situation. That night, I had a panic attack, scared that they would show up at our house regardless of the order. Carlos stayed over and slept on our couch, just to make us feel protected. But they did not arrive. Aunt Rosa said they'd relocated to a different region of the state. My mother had written a few more letters over the years, each one slightly more insightful than the last. I'd eventually written back once, a brief message informing her that I was fine, but not ready for further communication. Seraphine had not answered any of her letters. 3 years after the trial, Carlos and I married in a simple ceremony at a nearby park. Seraphine was my maid of honor, and she looked healthy and beautiful in a dress that complemented her natural skin tone. Aunt Rosa arrived from Miami with other cousins who had supplied statements for our case. Carlos's enormous, boisterous family greeted us warmly, with his mother treating me and Seraphine as if we were daughters she had never had. We did not invite our parents. I considered it, even discussed it with my therapist, but eventually concluded I wasn't ready to visit them in person. Perhaps someday. But not yet. The wedding was all I had hoped for as a child, not because it was elegant or expensive, but because I was surrounded by people who adored me for who I was, not how I appeared. I wore my hair in natural curls, accented with little white flowers. My makeup was minimal, allowing my natural skin tone to show through. The scars from the chemical burns were still evident if you looked closely, but I did not try to conceal them. They were part of my story. Seraphine accepted the bouquet, blushing as Carlos's cousin Ralph quickly invited her to dance. They'd been circling each other for months, both too shy to take a chance. It was good to see her receptive to the prospect of romance. She had been so intent on mending that she hadn't dated since. We left our parents' place. As Carlos and I swung on the dance floor for our first dance, I reflected on the life we had created. It was not ideal. We still had problems and bad days. But it was authentic, honest, and ours. "What are you thinking about?" Carlos inquired, observing my attentive expression. "Just how far we've come," I said. 3 years ago I was in a hospital with chemical burns and Seraphine was starving herself to please our parents. Now look at us. He smiled and spun me gently. "You're the strongest person I know. You know that." I laughed. "I don't feel strong most days." "That's what makes you strong," he explained. "You keep going anyway." Following the wedding, things returned to a familiar pattern. Carlos and I purchased a little house with a yard so I could plant. I enjoyed getting my hands filthy and feeling the sun on my skin without counting down the minutes before punishment. Seraphine moved into her own apartment near the community college, where she was now teaching art classes. She was still in therapy, working on her difficulties with food and body image, but she was thriving in ways I never imagined possible. On the 6th anniversary of the Thanksgiving event, I got another letter from my mother. This one was different from the others. There were no excuses, no attempts to explain away what they'd done, just a simple admission of the pain they'd caused, and a plea. "If you are ever willing, I would love to visit you and Seraphine again. On your terms. In an environment where you feel safe. I understand if the response is no." I showed Seraphine the letter at our monthly sister supper. She read it carefully, her face unreadable. "What do you think?" I inquired. She exhaled. "I don't know. Part of me never wants to see them again. But another part wants closure." "A reckoning?" I proposed. She nodded. "Something like that." We talked about it for weeks, with each other and with our therapists. Eventually, we decided to meet our mother. Just her, not our father. In a public setting, with Carlos nearby for support. We chose a coffee shop near our therapist's office in case we needed a session later. I was so scared the day of the meeting that I couldn't function. Carlos drove us because my hands were shaking excessively. Seraphine was right beside me, her face pallid but resolute. Our mother was already there when we arrived, seated at a corner table with her hands wrapped over a mug. She appeared older, with uncolored gray streaks in her hair. When she noticed us, she rose up but did not approach, honoring the boundaries we had established in our communication. "Thank you for coming," she said, as we sat across from her. Carlos positioned himself at the end of the table, providing a protecting presence without being invasive. Initially, the talk felt awkward. Small chat felt silly considering our past, but jumping right into the serious stuff seemed too abrupt. Finally, our mother took a deep breath and addressed the elephant in the room. "I want you both to know that I understand now how wrong I was," she told them. "The counseling, in prison and after, it helped me see what I did to you. What your father and I did. There's no excuse." Seraphine stared at her coffee. "Why did you do it?" she inquired, her tone barely audible. "Why did you hate how we looked so much?" Our mother's eyes flooded with tears. "I didn't hate you. I hated myself. My own grandmother did the same to me and I thought I was helping you avoid the pain I felt. But instead, I caused it." We spoke for about 2 hours. It was not magical or perfect. There were awkward silences and moments when emotions become too intense to continue. But it was honest, in a manner that our family had never been before. Before we left, our mother asked if we'd be willing to meet again sometime. "No pressure," she said immediately. "And I understand if you don't want to include your father. He's still working through things." Seraphine and I exchanged looks. "Maybe," I said. "We'll think about it." As we walked back to the car, Carlos inquired about our feelings. "Weird," Seraphine said. "Like, I'm glad we did it," she remarked. "But I also kind of want to go home and cry for hours." "Same," I agreed. "It's like, I don't know if I can ever fully forgive her, but I think I understand her a little better now." We did meet with our mother again a few months later, and again after that. We slowly and deliberately created a new kind of relationship. Not the tight mother-daughter bond that might have been, but something genuine and respectful. She never asked us to go meet our father, and we never offered. Life continued to move forward. Carlos and I welcomed our first kid, a A daughter named Rosa after my aunt, the first family member to believe us. Seraphine became the world's most devoted aunt, showering her niece with handcrafted toys and miniature paintings for her nursery. My mother's first meeting with Rosa was another milestone in our recovery path. I studied Mom carefully as she held my baby, waiting for any indication that she may critique her appearance or engage in the same destructive conduct she did with us. But Mom merely cooed and smiled, assuring Rosa that she was perfect, just the way she is. She is, I replied, taking my kid back. And she always will be. No matter what she looks like. My mother nodded, realizing the meaning behind my remarks. Yes, she replied gently. She will be. Seraphine and Ralph married on the beach 7 years after that terrible Thanksgiving. She wore a sleeveless dress that revealed her natural skin tone, and her hair was in loose curls down her back. She appeared robust, powerful and happy, in stark contrast to the hungry, sleep-deprived youngster she had been when we escaped. During the reception, I had a quiet moment with her away from the festivities. "Did you ever think we'd get here?" I said, gesturing around at the life we'd created and the family we'd chosen. She smiled, a genuine smile that reached her eyes. "Never. I thought I'd spend my whole life trying to disappear. And now I'm trying to take up space," she blurted out. "The right kind of space." I hugged her, taking care not to mess up beautiful wedding hair. "You're doing a pretty good job of it." As we returned to the party, I noticed Carlos dancing with our now toddler daughter, standing on his feet and moving about the floor. My heart felt so full it could burst. Our journey was not over. We still had scars, visible and invisible. We still had days when the past felt too close, when recollections surprised us and left us reeling. But we had created something that our parents had never given us. Unconditional love. Acceptance of oneself and others. And the freedom to be exactly who we were designed to be. My family robbed me blind, then asked for more. I said nothing, until I filed a fraud report and watched agents haul them out one by one. After our family reunion, I checked my account. It was drained. My brother-in-law snorted, "We needed it more than you." Trembling, I reached for my suitcase and murmured, "Then you won't mind what's coming next." As they chuckled, a loud blast shook the building. The door flew open. "And you're seriously mad about this?" Maeve leaned against the fridge, drink in hand, a smug half-grin on his face. "Relax. We needed it more than you." I blinked, my thumb hovering over the refresh button in my banking app. I had already hit it 3 times. It still displayed the same number. 48,700? That could not be correct. Yesterday, I had more than $14,000. "You what?" My voice cracked slightly. Freya, my sister, laughed from the couch. She appeared unconcerned, legs curled under her, sipping wine as if this were just another episode of Family Game Night. "Oh, don't be so dramatic," she replied. "It's not like we stole it. We're family." "You drained my account." "It's not draining if we're going to pay it back," Maeve said with a shrug. "Eventually." My mouth opened, but no sound emerged. I looked at Mom, who was sitting across the room knitting. She did not even look up. "Mom," I asked loudly, "did you know about this?" She sighed, as if I had just accused her of ruining supper. "Sweetheart, you're always so sensitive. You have a good job, no mortgage, no kids, you live alone. You're fine." "So that justifies stealing from me?" "Language, Jasper," Dad mumbled, not glancing up from his phone. I turned to Freya. "How did you even get access?" "You left your information on the family computer," she remarked without apology. "Maybe next time don't log in and walk away. Honestly, it's your own fault." "My own." I stopped myself. My fingers tightened into fists. My breathing had become shallow. "You're making this a bigger deal than it needs to be," he remarked. "It's not like we wasted it on nonsense. We paid rent, bought groceries, survived." "You didn't ask." "We didn't think we had to," Freya exclaimed. "You've been paying for stuff for years. What's the difference if it comes through you or from you?" I cautiously picked up my luggage. Nobody moved. Nobody apologized. Nobody even seemed surprised. "You're leaving already?" Mom inquired. "Yep," I replied, zipping my coat. "But don't worry. I'll be in touch." "Don't be like that," Freya said, rolling her eyes. "We needed it more than you. That's just facts." I grabbed for the doorknob and paused. Then you won't mind what's coming next. They laughed. But outdoors, something had already begun. You always helped. That's what you're for, right? Hey, you okay? My cousin Jen caught up with me outside as I marched to my car, fists tight and jaw gritted. No, I mumbled, pulling open the door. I heard what Freya said, she said cautiously. That wasn't right. I didn't respond. Because if I talked, I would shout. The truth is, this was not the first time. For years, I've been the responsible one, the one with a steady career who didn't require assistance. So, somehow, I became the family's wallet. It started little. Freya neglected to pay her phone bill once, and I covered it. Then Maeve lost his job and begged for a little loan to help him through the month. Then there was the birthday gift for their daughter, which I volunteered to pay for, except I didn't. They simply believed I would. They always made it sound like I owed them something. You're lucky, Jasper, Mom said, her voice sweet but stern below. You don't have the struggles your sister does. God gave you ease so you could share it. Family means supporting each other, Dad said several times. You wouldn't be here if it weren't for us. Translation: we gave you life, now give us your paycheck. I've never asked for anything. Not when I was laid off for 6 months and survived on rice and eggs. Not when I skipped vacations for 3 years in a row to increase my funds. Not even when I helped Freya and Maeve pay off their credit card debt 2 years ago. They never repaid me. They never even thanked me. Are you still coming to the family reunion? Freya inquired last week. Yeah, I responded. Should I bring something? Her response came quickly. Just bring yourself and your card. I assumed it was a joke. Now I see it wasn't. Freya called me 2 days after the incident. I didn't respond. She called again, and again. Then Maeve texted. Just call her, man. She's freaking out. I eventually got it on the 5th try. Jasper, she said, her voice low and unsteady. We have a problem. Oh, we do? Look, don't be like that. Something happened. I remained mute. She proceeded. The power company came today. We're behind on the bill, like way behind. And they're threatening to shut it off if we don't pay by Monday. So, She took a breath. So, we need your help. I laughed, a brief and bitter sound. You drained my savings, and now you're asking for more? It wasn't just for us, she retorted. We used some of it to help Mom and Dad too. Dad's car broke down last month, remember? I wasn't told. Because you always say no when it's not an emergency. Freya, I stated plainly. This isn't just messed up. It's criminal. You're being dramatic. It's family. You didn't ask me. We didn't think you'd mind. You've always helped. That's what you're for, right? There it was. That is what you are for. That night I was unable to sleep. I lay awake, recalling every detail of the previous 5 years. The favors, the minor transfers, the way Mom constantly remarked, "You're the strong one," and the way Freya rolled her eyes if I hesitated for even a second. They never considered me a brother, a son, a person, just a resource. 3 days later, Mom called. We need to talk. She didn't ask how I was. She did not inquire about my job. She did not even inquire about the missing money. We're planning a family dinner, just us. Come over tonight. My stomach sank. What's this really about? Jasper, she said, her voice low. You've caused a lot of tension. I created tension. Still, I went. Part of me wanted answers. The other part was curious if they would even try appearing to be sorry. They did not. When I stepped in, Freya was already there, arms folded. Maeve sat next her, seemingly bored. Mom was in the kitchen. Dad flipped through the letters as if nothing had happened. So, Freya asked as I sat down, are we going to act like adults or what? Depends, I said. Are you ready to confess to felony theft? She scoffed. God, you're so extra. It wasn't theft. It was family money. You always help. We needed it. Maeve nodded. You can spare it, so why the drama? I didn't give permission. You didn't say no either. Because I didn't know. Details, Freya murmured. I turned to Mom. And you're just okay with this? She looked away. We all agreed. You've always been the one who could handle it. No one even thought to ask. We trusted you. Dad piped in. I trusted you to do what was right. I stood up. And what's right? Letting you steal from me while smiling in my face. Stop saying steal, Freya yelled. It was for the family. Then you won't mind when the family deals with the consequences. What does that mean? Maeve's gaze sharpened. I didn't respond. Not yet. You don't get to cry now. When I walked inside, everyone was already there. Mom was preparing the table, clinking plates louder than required. Dad sat on the couch, flipping channels as if it were a usual Thursday night. Freya stood near the window, arms folded, jaw tense. Maeve lounged at the end of the table, as if he were about to watch a game rather than face the consequences of emptying someone's life savings. Well, look who showed up, Freya commented dryly. I dumped my stuff near the door, without saying a word. Let's just get this over with, I grumbled. Good, Maeve smiled. Maybe we can finally stop pretending you were robbed. I was robbed. I sat down. That was the cue. Mother cleared her throat. Jasper, we know you're upset, but you have to understand. We were struggling. We didn't have any other options. Freya and Maeve. They were drowning. And you, said Dad. You've always been the stable one. We knew we could count on you. You didn't ask, I answered with a chilly voice. You took. That's not family. That's theft. Freya rolled her eyes. You're being so dramatic. We didn't spend it on crap. We used it where it mattered. No. I dug into my purse, took out a printed spreadsheet and slammed it onto the table. 1 for $72 on makeup, $900 on takeout, $2,300 to pay off your car loan, Maeve. Didn't think I'd check? Maeve leaned closer, his expression grim. You went through our accounts? Oh, I did more than that. I opened my laptop. The screen displayed a clean, color-coded breakdown of each charge and transfer, all of which were traceable. I compiled every transaction. I filed a fraud report, and guess what? They got back to me. Freya's eyes widened. You didn't. I did. You called the police, she yelled. I turned to Mom. Still think this is just family business? This is insane, Dad snapped. You want to put your own sister in jail? You put yourself there. Then came a knock. 3 forceful, powerful pounds on the door. Freya turned pale. Maeve stood up too quickly. Mom gasped and backed away. Dad froze. Open up, a voice demanded. Financial Crimes Unit. Knock, knock. Maeve turned to me, his words low. Jasper, tell me you're not serious. I opened the door. 3 agents entered, wearing jackets with prominent letters. One carried a clipboard, the second option is a tablet. The third person inspected the room. You, Jasper Carver? Yes. Thank you for your cooperation. We'll take it from here. Mom covered her mouth. Freya collapsed into a chair as if her legs had given up. Maeve stood there dumbfounded. One of the agents turned towards them. You're listed as parties of interest in an open case of financial fraud and identity theft. Identity theft, Mom said. He's our son. The agent did not blink. Family ties don't make illegal activity legal, ma'am. We didn't steal anything, Freya exclaimed. We had a right. He always helped us. Being entitled to someone's money does not make it yours, another agent explained gently. Remain seated, please. I simply stood back and watched. For the first time in my life, no one talked over me, mocked me, or laughed at me. Mom turned to me, her voice quivering and her eyes already welling up with tears. Jasper, please. We didn't mean to hurt you. We were just desperate. You've always been the strong one. You're the only one we could count on. I looked her dead in the eye. You don't get to cry now. She covered her mouth and wept. Freya attempted to say something, but no words came. Maeve appeared ready to flee, but sat down under the agent's gaze. You want to talk about what family is? I asked, stepping forward. It's trust. It's respect. It's asking, not assuming, not stealing, not laughing while you bleed me dry. They said nothing. I collected my luggage from the floor and turned to face the lead agent. I'll be outside. And this time, they did not stop me. You're free now, Jasper. Don't go back. I exited the house in silence. Nobody chased me. Nobody called my name. For once, there was no guilt. There's no drama. There was no Freya yelling after me with her customary, "How could you?" Just the chilly night air and the sound of tires crunching behind me as the investigators led them out one by one. I did not remain to watch. That night, I drove without a direction, past closed coffee shops and lit gas stations with my phone constantly vibrating in the passenger seat. I didn't answer a single call. I didn't want to hear apologies that seemed like excuses. By midnight, I had parked outside the only place that had ever felt like a secure harbor, my grandmother's old house. She died several years ago, but I still had the key. She used to tell Jasper, "If they ever turn on you, come here. The door will always be open for you." That night it did. I slept for 11 solid hours. No texts. There is no guilt. There was no stress pulling down on my chest, like it always did when I was around my family. When I woke up, I poured coffee into a chipped mug and stood at the window, watching the sun creep over the fence she used to garden behind. For the first time in years, I felt able to breathe. But the silence did not last. The first email arrived that afternoon. From Dad. "This has gone too far. You've humiliated the entire family. What happened to loyalty?" I didn't respond. Then Freya texted, "I hope you're happy. They're freezing my accounts. Maeve's being investigated at work. You ruined our lives over a couple of payments." A couple? Consider tens of thousands of dollars. Consider 5 years of silent sacrifice. Then came Mom. A voicemail, her voice faint and breaking. "You didn't have to do it this way. We could have handled it like a family. Jasper, sweetheart, please. They're threatening charges. They said we might lose the house." I replayed that line in my thoughts. They might lose their house. And suddenly, I wasn't angry. I was not vengeful. I honestly didn't care. Because I had already lost my home years before, when they thought I was worth more as a financial account than a son. 2 days have gone by. Then a message appeared from someone I didn't expect. Maeve's brother. We were not close. Maybe speak 5 words to each other on birthdays. However, his text was simple. "Just so you know, Freya's trying to shift blame on you. Says you knew and approved the money transfers. There's a lawyer involved. Watch your back." I nearly laughed. Even now, with everything crumbling, she was still attempting to spin it. That night, I called my attorney. "Send everything," I said. Said we're not just pressing charges. I want a restraining order too. However, not all messages were antagonistic. A week later, I received a short email from Kelly, Maeve's sister. "I know we haven't spoken in years, but I just wanted to say you were right. About all of it. About how they treat you. About how toxic it's gotten. I used to think you were just cold. Now I think you were brave." I looked at her message for a long time. Brave. Nobody in my family has ever used that word on me. One morning my phone rang again. Unknown number. I almost turned it down, but something told me to pick it up. "Jasper." The voice was tiny and raspy. "It's Freya." I did not say anything. She continued talking. "Look, I know I messed up, okay? I went too far. I didn't expect it to go like this. Maeve has been suspended. Mom won't stop crying. Dad won't even speak to me. And you?" She paused. "You always had the power to ruin everything, and you finally did." I did not say anything for a moment. Then I said flatly, "I didn't ruin anything. I just stopped letting you walk over me." Silence. Then, "Can you just stop it now? Drop the charges, please. I'll do anything. Just make it stop." I nearly felt something. Almost. But then I remembered what she said the night of the reunion. "We needed it more than you." I smiled grimly. "No," I replied. "You made this mess. You live in it." So I hung up. That night, I made supper quietly, listened to my favorite college record, sat on the porch with a mug of coffee, and watched the world go by. And, for the first time since I was a teenager, no one asked me for money, no one guilt-tripped me, and no one made me feel like I was only important if I donated something. I was no longer their wallet, I was just me, and it was enough. I am not your bank, I'm not your backup plan, I'm done. It's strange how silent tranquility is. No one tells you that. You imagine it will be like fireworks, loud music, or a big party. But to me, tranquility sounded like, nobody asked me for money, nobody calls me selfish, nobody writes long texts like, "Since you're the only one doing well." Just silence. Glorious, undisturbed silence. It had been 3 months since the night I blew up everything. 3 months since the investigation began. Since my family stared at me in disbelief as agents came through their front door, reality has finally punched through years of delusions. They claim you cannot pick your family. Maybe it's true. However, you may determine how much of yourself you're ready to sacrifice in order to keep them happy. And I was finished losing. The repercussions came quickly. Freya and Maeve, pure damage control. First, a lawyer emailed my attorney, offering to handle the problem discreetly. No apologies, no ownership. It's just damage control. I instructed my attorney, let it burn. A week later, Mom mailed a letter, 10 pages. Her penmanship is still neat, but wavering in places. She detailed how things got out of control, how they never intended to hurt me, how she wished I could see the big picture. We just assumed you'd always be there, she wrote. That's what good sons do. That line stayed with me, because that explained everything. Not that we were mistaken. No, you did not deserve it. Simply put, you were meant to remain silent while continuing to provide. I did not write back. I did not call. And for the first time in my life, I did not feel bad about it. I moved. New apartment, new state. No more unexpected visits from relatives. Freya will no longer make surprise visits. I even changed my phone number. My supervisor noticed how dedicated I had become and gave me a promotion. I took it. It's funny how much better you do at work when you aren't discreetly managing your sister's vehicle payments and your mother's past due electricity bills. I sleep better now, I eat healthier, I can breathe better, because I no longer have 4 people on my back who refuse to say thank you. Then one morning, a letter arrived. There's no return address. Inside was a $1,200 check and a handwritten letter. I left him. You were right, I was afraid. But observing what you did gave me the confidence to walk away as well. This is the total amount you paid for Ellie, including the tablet, rent, and clothing. I know Maeve didn't thank you, but I do. Thank you for being the example I needed. Kelly. I read it twice. Then I cried. Not because of sadness, not out of suffering. But, for the first time, someone in that family recognized me as a person, not a pocketbook or a scapegoat. People question me sometimes. Do you regret it? The answer is easy. Number, I regret having waited so long. I regret every restless night, every canceled vacation, every strict budget I lived under while they dined out, shopped, and shared grateful family vibes on Instagram. I regret making myself tiny so that they could feel big. I regret not saying, "You're crossing a line." Do I regret standing up? Is it being burned down? Never. My therapist once questioned me, "Why did it take you so long to say no?" And I said, "Because I thought that saying no meant I didn't love them." She nodded and said, "Saying no is how you teach people to love you back." I've never forgotten it. A few days ago, I ran into someone I knew from high school. She responded, "Hey, I saw what happened with your family. That's wild." I was expecting a judgment, or pity. But instead she grinned and said, "Good for you. Most people never get out." I thanked her. Then I walked away, feeling slightly taller. Freya and Maeve are still being investigated. Maeve lost his job, according to the latest information I have. Freya's bank account was frozen. Mom is attempting to finance the house. Dad is supposedly blaming outside influences for pulling the family apart. They still don't understand it. I did not rip anything apart. I just quit pretending the parts were still together. Sometimes I have flashbacks. That night. The table. Freya chuckled as I viewed my account. Maeve grinned as if it were a joke. Mom brushed it off. "You don't need that money," she replied. And now? They now know the truth. That money was more than just money. It was my life, my time, my health, my bounds. They crossed them for years, as if it didn't matter. They are now paying the price. I don't applaud their downfall, but I applaud myself, for getting through it, for walking away, and for not returning. Even when the silence seemed lonely. Even when shame whispered in my ear, as it used to. Why the silence? It is freedom. So, if you are reading this, you have been the strong one, the accountable one, the decent son or daughter who is required to pay, yet never says a word. Let me tell you what I wish someone had told me. You do not need to set yourself on fire to keep others warm. You're free to stop. You can walk away. And when do you do it? You do not lose your family. You find yourself. My boyfriend laughed after telling me I was dead weight. Now he's crying outside my door, begging to see the baby he didn't know exists. 2 months later, he was drunk in front of my house, yelling my name. I had been with Liam for a little over 3 years. He was nice and attentive, keeping eye contact rather than always looking for someone more fascinating to talk to. Things flowed swiftly between us. By our 1-year anniversary, we were living together in a cute, tiny apartment that we could barely afford. Not ideal timing monetarily, but the rent in this city is exorbitant no matter when you relocate. So, while our connection wasn't perfect, it felt strong. We shared similar goals: eventually owning a home, traveling, and possibly having children. Liam was always more worried about appearance than I was. He was concerned with what car we drove, which places we frequented, and if we posted the best photos on Instagram. I should have paid more heed to the red flag, but hindsight is 20/20, right? Anyway, around 4 months ago, I was feeling nauseated in the mornings and fatigued all the time. I took a pregnancy test primarily to rule it out. We were cautious, but not overly cautious. And 2 pink lines. I recall sitting on the lavatory floor, staring at that small plastic stick as if it were inscribed in hieroglyphics. I took approximately a week to process before informing anyone. My best buddy Barbara came first. She brought wine to our girls' night, and when I switched to water, she knew right away. She asked all the appropriate questions about what I wanted, how Liam would react, and practical matters like insurance and maternity leave. It helped me to order my thoughts. As for Liam, I opted to wait. My birthday was coming up in 3 weeks, which looked like ideal timing. We'd already arranged a modest celebration at our apartment for our closest friends, and I thought it would be nice to share the news with everyone I cared about at once. Again, hindsight. What a witch. The weeks before my birthday were weird. I was battling with morning sickness, which should actually be called all-day sickness by the way, and trying to keep it from Liam. He didn't notice, which I attributed to his busy schedule. He had begun coming home later, spending more time on his phone, and appearing distant. I assumed he was stressed over something at work. My birthday was on a Saturday. I spent the morning setting everything while Liam went to pick up the cake. It took him about 3 hours, but whatever. Around 6 p.m., Barbara and her husband arrived, as did our friends Aaron and Sergio, my cousin Lana, who was visiting, and a few others, including Maria, whom I had known since college. The party was going great. Good food, plenty of drinks, sparkling water disguised as vodka soda for me, music, and laughter. I had planned to make my statement after the cake, but I kept capturing Barbara's attention across the room. She'd give me these tiny encouraging nods that made my stomach turn with tense anticipation. Around 9 p.m., Liam clinked his glass to grab everyone's attention. My heart had virtually stopped. Had he found out? Was he about to steal my thunder? He delivered this entire speech about how special I was and how fortunate he was to have me in his life, all while staring me directly in the eyes. Then he gave me a little, neatly wrapped package with a silk ribbon. The room became quiet. Everyone was watching, some with their phones out, ready to record the moment. I recall assuming it was an engagement ring and had a little moment of concern about whether I should still reveal the pregnancy if he proposed. I then opened the box. There wasn't a ring inside. It was a folded piece of paper. I opened it, perplexed, and read the words that are virtually burnt into my brain now. I'm leaving you. You're useless, and I deserve better. Your stuff will be packed by Monday. I stared up at him, convinced that this was some sort of awful joke, but his expression had completely changed, chilly, detached, and almost amused. Then he announced, loud enough for everyone to hear, that we were finished. That it had been enjoyable, but he had outgrown me. Then he laughed. Like, really laughed. A few other individuals in the room laughed as well, plainly assuming it was a joke we had prepared. But then Liam turned and walked out the front door without saying anything. The hush that ensued was deafening. I stood there, note in hand, pregnancy announcement dying in my throat, as our pals stared between me and the door, waiting for someone to yell, "Just kidding." But no one did. Barbara was the first to relocate. She crossed the room, grabbed the note from my hand, read it, and grumbled that he was an incredible jerk. Then everyone began talking at once, expressing confusion, anxiety, and fury on my behalf. And me? I just smiled. Not because I wasn't devastated. I was. Not because I wasn't humiliated. I certainly was. But at that time, I recognized something important. Liam had no idea what was coming. He thought he had all the cards. He believed he'd organized this beautiful exit, this public execution of our relationship in which he got to be the dominant one. But he was unaware I was pregnant with his child. He had no idea that I had discovered his hidden credit card statements 2 weeks previously, while looking for a stamp in his desk drawer. He had no idea that I had already viewed the texts on his Apple Watch while he was showering. He definitely should have enabled two-factor authentication, LOL. Most significantly, he was unaware that I am not the type of woman who collapses when pushed. I am the type of person who thinks strategically. So I grinned. I thanked everyone who came. I assured them that I was fine, I wasn't, and that they didn't have to worry about me, but they did. I even cut the birthday cake Barbara had brought and distributed chunks, as if we were celebrating the end of something rather than mourning it. Maria left almost quickly, stating she was sick. Isn't this an interesting time? Don't worry, we'll get to her. The others stayed to assist me clean up and offer someplace to stay, shoulder to cry on, and alibis for murder, mostly kidding. By midnight, everyone had left except Barbara, who insisted on staying on my couch despite my pleas. When we were alone, I finally broke down. The pregnancy, the treachery, the humiliation. Everything came crashing down at once. Barbara just held me and let me cry, not trying to console me with bogus reassurances or those awful, everything happens for a reason, platitudes that people love to use when they don't know what else to say. When I eventually calmed down, about 2 a.m., I informed Barbara about the pregnancy. She wasn't startled. She claimed she had assumed based on the way I'd been acting lately. Then I showed her my credit card statements, which included hotel payments, upscale restaurants, and jewelry purchases that had somehow never made it to me. I read through the screenshots I'd taken of texts to M, which included heart emoticons and plans to meet when I was working late. We both knew who M was, especially after Maria's sudden departure from the party. We stayed up till daybreak, discussing ideas and making arrangements. Barbara inquired about notifying Liam about the pregnancy, but I remained firm. He would find out eventually, but only when I was ready, not before. Regarding his romance with Maria and the financial lies, I was not going to fall to his level of petty retaliation. But I'd make sure the whole truth came out. Barbara gazed at me with a mixture of concern and admiration as I expressed my concerns. She mentioned that I may be frightening at times when I had that determined look in my eye. I just laughed. A genuine chuckle. The first since opening that dreadful box. That night, as I laid in bed alone for the first time in years, with one hand resting on my still flat stomach, I made 2 vows. One to my unborn child. I promised to create a stable, caring home, no matter what. And one for myself. I would emerge from this stronger than before. Liam believed he was writing the end of our narrative with that horrible note. And if there's one thing I've learned from all those true crime podcasts I listen to while doing laundry, it's that the best retribution necessitates patience, planning, and a clear mind, all of which I have in abundance. Next time, I'll tell you what transpired in the days and weeks that followed, including how I confirmed who he left me for. Spoiler alert, it was not a surprise. And the first indications that his great escape strategy was not going quite as planned. First update. Hello Reddit. Anna here with the promised update. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who left positive comments on my previous post. Isn't it strange that strangers on the internet can be kinder than individuals you've known for years? So, where have I left off? Right, the birthday party from hell. Liam had just gone out after publicly humiliating me, leaving me stunned with a pregnancy I hadn't revealed to anybody but Barbara. Let me continue from the aftermath. The following morning, I awoke to the aroma of coffee and pancakes. Barbara was still there, bless her, acting as if nothing had happened and checking on me every 5 minutes. She kept pressing that I eat something, clearly concerned for the baby. I managed a few bites before nausea set in. Morning sickness is such a pleasure. Liam did not return on Sunday, which was both a relief and a pain. I spent the majority of the day bouncing between numbness, wrath, and a strange, detached sensation of planning. I made so many lists. I needed to straighten out some financial issues, schedule doctor's appointments, people to inform. It was as if my brain switched into survival mode, focusing on practicality rather than confronting the emotional hurricane. Barbara assisted me with packing up some of Liam's belongings. Not everything, but enough to make it plain that I did not expect him to return. My phone was constantly filled with messages from our pals. Most were supportive, perplexed, and wondered if I was okay. A couple came from common acquaintances who seemed more concerned with gossip than my well-being. And who is glaringly absent from the alarmed chorus? Maria. Do you remember her from the party? Who got sick and left? Yeah. Monday morning dawned, bringing with it the reality. I called in ill to work, something I never do. I also scheduled an appointment with my doctor to confirm the pregnancy and discuss options. Around noon, when I was researching tenant rights, because the rental agreement had both our names, I received this text from Liam. "I'll be there at 7 to get my things. Make sure you're not there." The audacity, right? I stared at the message for 5 minutes before answering with a simple, "No." Just that. There's no explanation. There are no alternate suggestions, just a firm limit. He called immediately, and I declined. Then I contacted Barbara, and she rallied the soldiers. By 6:30, my flat was full with friends: Aaron, Sergio, Lana, who had extended her visit, and a few others. A shield of individuals who loved me. Liam arrived at precisely 7 a.m., and his expression when he saw the welcoming committee. Priceless. Aaron, who is about 6 feet 4 inches and built like a brick wall, just handed him one suitcase with some clothes and essentials, telling him firmly that the rest of his stuff would be available when he arranged a proper time and demonstrated some basic human decency. He tried to act tough and demanded to know what was going on, but Aaron, who is about 6 feet 4 inches and built like a brick wall, just handed him one suitcase with some clothes and essentials. Liam tried to capture my attention as I sat on the couch, purposely calm. He began to say something about how ridiculous this was, and that I should just let him get his things. I finally spoke directly to him, telling him that he should consider himself lucky that I hadn't changed the locks yet, and that we could discuss the rest of his belongings once I'd had time to process his wonderful birthday surprise. He began to protest, but something in my look must have frightened him off. He got the suitcase and departed, but not before saying something about my need for an audience. Rich, coming from the man who abandoned me in front of all of our friends, don't you think? After he went, I grieved again, not for him, but for the future I had hoped for the plans that needed to be rewritten, for the child who deserved better than a cruel father. The next morning, I hired a locksmith to get the locks changed. Now, about Maria. I had my suspicions from the moment she bolted from the party, but I needed confirmation. It came from an unexpected source, Sergio. He texted me Tuesday evening to let me know that Liam and Maria had been seeing each other. He and Aaron had seen them together 2 months ago, but couldn't be sure it wasn't innocent. He apologized for not telling me sooner. It was like being struck in the stomach while also feeling vindicated. I knew Liam was cheating, but I didn't know with whom. Finding out it was Maria, someone who had been in my home, eaten my food and accepted my friendship, was a unique type of betrayal. Rather than approaching either of them, I opted to wait, observe, and gather information. Perhaps I've been listening to too many true crime podcasts, but patience is essential in these situations. Over the next week, I concentrated on practical matters. I confirmed my pregnancy at 10 weeks, met with a lawyer about the apartment lease and asset division, froze our joint credit card, and opened a new bank account in my name for basic protection. Fortunately, we were not married, so there was no divorce drama. I didn't tell anyone except Barbara about the pregnancy just yet, not out of denial, but because I needed to get my ducks in a row first. 2 weeks after the birthday fiasco, Liam texted again, seeking to talk things through and collect more of his possessions. I agreed to meet him at a coffee shop near our apartment, a public place during the day, on my terms. He looked terrible, which gave me a little jolt of satisfaction. I'm not proud of it. He was unshaven, had circles under his eyes, and was wearing a wrinkled shirt. He immediately launched into what I can only describe as a half-assed explanation. He'd been unhappy for a while, felt trapped, and thought a clean break would be easier for everyone. I let him babble for a while before simply asking if Maria was making him happy. The look on his face was priceless, pure deer in headlights amazement. He stuttered through denials that were so apparent that I almost chuckled. I broke him off and told him I knew about Maria, about the hotel expenses on his secret credit card, about the jewelry he bought her with money we supposedly needed for rent, and that he should be honest for once. He deflated like a punctured balloon. He tried the "it's not what you think" line, but I cut him off again. I told him that what mattered now was that he could pick up the rest of his belongings on Saturday at 2 p.m. Aaron would be there to supervise, and I didn't want to hear from him again unless it was through my lawyer. His voice literally trembled when he repeated, "Lawyer." He claimed we didn't need attorneys and could work things out ourselves. I remained calm, even though my pulse raced, and told him we were past that stage, that he'd made his decision very plain at my birthday party, and I was simply respecting it. As I stood to leave, he grabbed my wrist, not forcefully, but desperately, and inquired about the apartment, specifically how I was going to finance it alone, given that my job only covered half the rent. That's when everything clicked into place. The actual reason for his anxiety for this meeting was not closure or recovering his belongings. It was about money. Liam didn't realize, or conveniently forgot, that I'd been paying more than half of the rent for the past year. His income had been drying up, and his situation was more precarious than he admitted. He'd been living beyond his means, using my steady income as a safety net while presenting himself as the primary provider to our friends and, apparently, Maria. I smiled pleasantly and assured him that I would manage, adding that, unlike other people, I save money rather than spend it on hotel rooms and jewelry. He drained the color from his face, knowing I was aware of everything. I walked out of that coffee shop feeling lighter than I had in weeks, not because I'd won a relationship battle, but because I finally saw Liam for who he was. A man who cared more about appearances than substance, who lied to make himself appear more successful than he was, and who abandoned me when I no longer served his narrative. On Saturday, Aaron supervised while Liam gathered more of his belongings, and I spent the day at a pregnant yoga session, which I highly suggest to anyone suffering with stress during pregnancy. When I returned, the flat felt emptier, but also more my. That evening, I began rearranging furniture, reclaiming the space. Over the next few weeks, I fell into a new routine of work, medical appointments, prenatal vitamins, and cautious budgeting. I wasn't just surviving. I was planning for a future that looked different, but not necessarily worse, than what I'd imagined before. Liam and Maria's romance wasn't exactly blooming, and I learnt from Sergio, who heard from his cousin who works at the cafe where they frequently battled in public, that Maria was more unhappy with her reward. Liam had apparently portrayed himself as much more financially solid than he actually was, which is surprising. The first serious crack came about a month after our coffee shop meeting. I was at the grocery store, carefully comparing prices on prenatal vitamins, when I literally bumped carts with Maria, who looked surprised, ashamed, and stubborn in quick succession. She greeted me uncomfortably, saying I looked well, and I replied that she looked tired, which she truly did, with the same worried face Liam had worn at the coffee shop. The awkward silence between us lasted until she blurted out that Liam had told her we were already separated when they started seeing each other, and that he'd claimed we were basically done, just living together until the lease expired. I raised an eyebrow but said nothing, and she stumbled through what could have been an attempt at justification or apology, saying she wouldn't have gotten involved if she'd known we were still together. I ultimately told her it didn't matter anymore, she had him and should enjoy it. As I turned to leave, she called after me, saying he wasn't who she thought he was, that he promised things he couldn't keep. I looked back at her, this woman I'd once considered a friend, now diminished by her own choices, and told her that sounded like a personal problem that I couldn't help her with. About 6 weeks after the birthday party, I began to show, just a little bump, but unmistakable to anyone looking closely. I decided it was time to be more open about the pregnancy, so I told my boss first, who was incredibly supportive, offering flexible hours for my third trimester, and then I gradually told other friends and family. In social circles, word spreads quickly. I knew it would ultimately reach Liam, but I wasn't going to hide any longer. This baby was happening, with or without his involvement. 7 weeks after the breakup, as my pregnancy reached the 17-week milestone, I received a series of increasingly desperate texts from Liam. Is it true? Are you pregnant? Why didn't you tell me? We need to talk. Immediately. Answer your phone, Anna. This involves me too. I didn't answer any of them, not out of spite, but because I didn't know what to say yet. I needed to digest this new phase and decide what part he should play in our child's life. The texts persisted, growing increasingly urgent. I have rights, you know. You can't keep my child from me. Call me back or I'm coming over. That last one prompted me to finally respond. I warned him not to come to my apartment unannounced, that I would call the police if necessary, and that I would contact him when I was ready to resolve this civilly. He backed off for exactly 2 days. Then, as the title of my original post implied, he showed up. It was just after 11 p.m., and I was in bed reading a pregnancy book and taking notes when I heard it. A car door slamming, footfall on the walk to my door, pounding, not knocking, pounding, and Liam's voice, inebriated but clear. Anna, open the door. I know you're in there. We need to talk about our baby. For a while I sat there, heart racing, wondering what to do. Call the cops? Call Aaron? Hide and hope he leaves? Then I heard something that sealed the deal for me, crying. Liam was outside my door, drunk and crying, alternating between demands and pleas, saying he made a mistake, asking me to let him in, insisting that it was his baby as well. Despite everything he'd done, some small part of me felt recognition, not sympathy exactly, that his grand exit strategy, his new life with Maria, his escape from useless me, wasn't working out as planned. Liam had finally come to terms with reality, which came in the form of an unexpected baby and financial difficulty. I got out of bed, put on a robe, and cautiously approached the door. I didn't open it, but I spoke through it, telling Liam that he was intoxicated and should go home. We could discuss tomorrow when he was sober. He yelled that he needed to see me now, to see if it was true, if we were really having a kid. I affirmed through the closed door that yes, I was pregnant 18 weeks now, and yes, it was his. But this wasn't the way to talk about it, and he needed to leave. There was a thud against the door, his forehead or fist. I couldn't tell. He whispered so quietly that I almost heard it. Maria had left him, saying he wasn't who she thought he was, that he'd lied about everything. I couldn't help but notice that it sounded familiar. He laughed, a hollow sound with no humor. He realized he had made a huge mistake and asked me to let him in, saying all he wanted to do was chat. I took a long breath, one palm resting protectively on my small bump. I declined to let him in tonight, but offered to meet him tomorrow at the cafe on Main Street at 10 a.m. I made it clear that if he didn't show up on time or came up drunk again, there would be no more chances. He was silent for so long that I feared he had passed out, but then he softly consented. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. He promised to be there. I heard him walk away, his footsteps uneven, and a car engine started. Thankfully not his. He had called for a ride, so he had done one responsible thing. As I crawled back into bed, my phone lit up with a message from him. I'm sorry, for everything, for the party, for the note, for tonight. I'll make it right. I didn't answer. Words were easy, and Liam had always been brilliant with words, but I needed action now, especially since I was expecting a baby. Did I still love him? No, it died when he humiliated me in front of our friends. I used to detest him, but I no longer do since it takes energy that I could use elsewhere. I would meet with him tomorrow, listen, set limits, and make a decision based on what was best for me and my child, not what he needed or wanted. Second update. Hello Reddit. I apologize for the wait. Life has been fascinating. So, remember where we left off? Liam showed up drunk to my place after learning about the pregnancy. I promised to meet him at that cafe the next morning, and to be honest, I half expected him not to show up. But there he was at 9:55 a.m., looking like absolute trash, and I mean that in the most objective manner possible, with bloodshot eyes, the same clothing as the night before, and a jittery energy that caused him to jiggle his leg under the table, which was practically trembling. The first thing I noticed was that he had already ordered me a decaf latte, which was thoughtful, but I'd switched to herbal tea since getting pregnant because coffee makes me nauseous now. It was a minor detail, but it summed up everything about Liam, making assumptions about what I needed without actually paying attention. Anyway, that meeting was a lot. He began with apologies. Lots of apologies. Sorry for the birthday humiliation. Sorry for cheating. Sorry for the financial falsehoods. Sorry for showing up drunk. It was like seeing someone quickly check boxes on a "I messed up" form. I just sipped my tea, ordered a replacement for the unwelcome latte, and let him scream himself out. There's something strangely empowering about remaining silent when someone wants you to reply, you know? When he eventually ran out of steam, I asked the one important question. What did he want? He looked taken aback by the directness, and began rambling about wanting to be involved, doing the right thing, and maybe we could try again. I really laughed at that last part, not maliciously, but honestly shocked that he felt reconciliation was an option. When I told him that I had already consulted a lawyer about child support and custody arrangements, his face lit up with laughter. It was like watching someone realize they were in the deep end of the pool when they thought they were just dipping their toes. I explained that I wasn't separating him from his child, but that trust needed to be developed from the ground up, which included regular visits, financial responsibility, and continuously turning up, not just when it was convenient or Instagram-worthy. He kept attempting to turn the subject toward us as a couple, and I kept steering it back to us as co-parents. He eventually became irritated, accusing me of being cold and calculated. I remembered that his birthday note had also been cold and calculated, but I was doing so to protect our child, whereas he had done so to protect his ego. That silenced him. Before I left, I handed him a packet with information about the baby, ultrasound photos, due date, doctor details, as well as what my lawyer had produced regarding child support. I told him to peruse everything, consult his own lawyer if necessary, and let me know what he thought once he'd had time to think. As I stood to leave, he grabbed my wrist again, what is with the wrist grabbing, and inquired if Maria was aware of the infant. I informed him that it wasn't my knowledge to share, but I hadn't gone out of my way to tell her, and then I gently but firmly removed his hand and went away. Over the next few weeks, I focused on setting up the nursery, which basically meant converting half of my bedroom into Baby Central. Crib from AITA, which took me and Barbara 3 hours to assemble. Those instructions should come with a translator, I swear. Changing table from a second-hand store, and this adorable mobile with little stars that my mother sent. I'd been putting money aside aggressively, picking up some extra work editing social media content on weekends. It wasn't glamorous, but it helped bridge the gap Liam's contribution had left. My mother also sent some money to help, which was both touching and slightly uncomfortable because I've always been self-sufficient. In the meantime, Liam was processing. He'd text me occasionally, asking about the baby or requesting pictures of the nursery progress, and I'd respond factually but with emotional distance. When he tried to veer into personal territory, asking if I was seeing anyone, nope, or mentioning a show we used to watch together, I'd gently redirect. Then followed the incident, which certainly needs to be capitalized. I was at Target on a Saturday afternoon, loading up on diapers. You can never have too many, according to every mom blog ever, when I actually bumped carts with Maria again. What are the chances? This time, however, she was not hesitant or defensive. Instead, she was relieved to see me and immediately inquired about how I was feeling and how the pregnancy was going, all while looking genuinely interested. Then she said something that took me entirely by surprise. She apologized. Not a rushed, uncomfortable, sorry not sorry, but a genuine, thoughtful apology, acknowledging the pain she'd caused. She explained that Liam had sold her the same story he'd apparently fed multiple women, that we were basically over, just going through the motions, and that I was holding him back from his true potential. She discovered that he had been seeing another lady while dating her. The irony was not lost on either of us. We ended up grabbing coffee, tea for me, and having this bizarre chat about the man we both now recognized clearly for who he was. Not a monster, but a terribly insecure person who needed constant reinforcement and was willing to lie to obtain it. As we were saying our goodbyes, Maria casually said that Liam had been let go from his job 2 weeks prior, and she thought I should know since it would affect child support. I thanked her for the information and went home, processing this new development. I wasn't happy about Liam's job loss because it made things more complicated, but I was glad to know. That evening, while I was folding little onesies and listening to my favorite podcast, my doorbell rang. I looked through the peephole, always check the peephole, and saw Liam standing there, sober this time but looking tough. I opened the door but didn't invite him in. He started chatting right away, asking if I'd heard about his job, saying it wasn't his fault and that he was being set up. He then asked if I'd seen Maria recently, which seemed fishy. I told him that we'd run into each other at Target. He inquired what we talked about, and I simply responded, "You mostly." He didn't like that response. LOL. Then he became upset, claiming we were possibly working against him, that everyone was turning on him when he was only trying to do his best in a difficult position. I told him that he created this predicament via his own decisions, and that playing the victim would not work with me. He broke down in crumpled form, stating that his life was falling apart due to a lack of employment, partner, affordable apartment, and unplanned pregnancy. For a brief moment, I felt the usual need to console him, to make things right, but then I remembered the harsh words in that birthday card. "You're useless. I deserve better." Instead of comfort, I provided clarification. I told him he had 2 options: continue his pity party and lose everything, or step up, accept responsibility, and rebuild. For the first time since this whole disaster began, Liam actually listened. No interruptions, no excuses, just listening. When I finished, he nodded slowly and asked if we could talk inside. I hesitated, then consented, but kept the door open. Never completely seal oneself in with someone unstable. We sat at my kitchen table, and for the first time he asked serious questions about the baby, about health, development, and birth plans. As we spoke, I understood something important. I no longer had romantic feelings for Liam, but I did want him to be okay. Not for his sake, but for our child's. Before he departed, he vowed to revisit the child support arrangement and find a new job as soon as possible. And he surprised me by thanking me for not hating him when I should have. I told him that hate consumes too much energy, and I was saving mine for more important things. The next 2 weeks saw slight modifications. Liam found a new job that paid less but was more stable, and he signed the child support agreement without hesitation. He also participated in a parenting class at the community center. As my due date approaches, things feel functional, not perfect. Liam and I have developed a cautious co-parenting relationship based on clear boundaries and expectations. He attends doctor appointments when invited, and he helped assemble the crib when I finally admitted defeat with those ridiculous IKEA instructions. Last week, at 7 months pregnant, I received a parcel from him, which contained a journal, not expensive but simple and practical, with a note that read, "For your thoughts, plans, and any true crime podcast notes you wish to write. You were never useless, I was just too self-absorbed to recognize your worth." I did not answer. Some things do not require acknowledgement. But I did start keeping a journal, primarily to capture this journey, so that someday I can tell our child the intricate, muddy, and very human narrative of how they came to be. Next week, I'll inform you on the upcoming birth and how Liam dealt with the reality of becoming a parent. Because if there's one thing I've learned from all of this, it's that people can surprise you. Sometimes with brutality, sometimes with progress, but always with humanity. Last update. Hello Reddit fam. It's been so long since my previous update that some of you probably forgot about me. LOL. A lot has happened, and I've been meaning to publish, but having a newborn doesn't leave you with much spare time or working brain cells. So, the baby is here. Little Rose was born 6 weeks ago, weighing 7 pounds and 4 ounces, with a full head of dark hair and her father's chin. My binge watching of YouTube birth videos did not prepare me for the reality of labor, which lasted 32 hours. The weird thing is, during those interminable hours of contractions, I kept thinking about how much I'd changed since that hellish birthday party 8 months ago. I was a lady standing in shock, clutching a breakup note, and now I was giving birth to an entire human being. Life comes at you quickly, doesn't it? Liam was at the hospital for the birth, which surprised everyone, including me, and he arrived with this massive teddy bear that literally wouldn't fit through the door of my hospital room. Where did he think we were going to put that thing? In my one-bedroom apartment? But he stayed. Through the waiting, through my not-so-ladylike screams, through everything. Barbara, on the other hand, was my rock. When things got tough, and I thought I couldn't take it any longer, she was there to tell me that I was already doing it. Liam hung awkwardly in the corner, browsing through his phone and occasionally asking if I needed anything, which was at least an effort. When Rose eventually arrived and was placed on my breast, I had a moment of complete clarity. Everything we'd gone through, heartbreak, betrayal, uncertainty, had led to her, and I wouldn't change a single step of the way. When Liam held her, he cried. Not movie star tears, but the awkward, trying not to but can't help it type of crying that made his nose run and his face blotchy. It was the most genuine emotion I'd seen from him in our entire relationship. The first 2 weeks at home were a whirlwind of diaper changes, feeding issues, and sleep deprivation beyond anything I'd ever seen. My mother came to stay for 2 weeks, which was both a blessing and a struggle. She kept reorganizing my kitchen cabinets, because obviously my method doesn't make sense. Liam has been remarkably present, not in a live-in father sense, but 3 times a week for scheduled visits. Sometimes he brings necessary things, like diapers or takeout. Other times he brings absurd baby clothing that are entirely impractical but really cute. Last week, it was a little leather jacket for a 6-week-old, and I didn't have the heart to tell him she'd outgrow it before the weather became cool enough to wear it. Our co-parenting relationship is still evolving. We have moments of tension, especially when he arrives late or cancels at the last minute due to work. But we also have moments when it feels almost normal, like when he noticed I was having trouble with a clogged milk duct and researched remedies before showing up with cabbage leaves and a heating pad. Financially, things have fallen into a manageable routine. Liam pays his child support on time, and I've been able to work part-time from home doing social media management. We're not rich, but we're getting by. My landlord actually let me renew the lease in just my name without any drama, which felt like a small victory. The apartment feels completely different now, with Liam's stuff gone and replaced by baby gear that somehow takes up twice the space. I repainted the living room a soft sage green that makes me happy every time I see it. It's amazing how much your surroundings affect your mood, you know. Maria and I still run into each other on occasion. Our city isn't that big. And it's less awkward now. More like running into a distant acquaintance than someone who blew up your life. The last time, she was with a bearded guy who kept calling her babe every 3 seconds. She seemed happy, if a little forced, and I sincerely hope she is. As for Liam, he's still struggling in certain areas. His new job isn't going well, according to Barbara, who heard from Aaron, who plays basketball with Liam's coworker. I adore small city gossip networks. He moved into this miserable studio apartment, which he always complains about. When he comes to see Rose, I catch him looking around my place with a hard-to-read expression. Nostalgia mixed with regret, perhaps. The strangest development has been Liam's apparent personal growth journey. He mentioned seeing a therapist, which, wow, this is the guy who once told me therapy was just paying someone to listen to you whine. He's been reading parenting books and even joined some dad group on Facebook. I sometimes wonder if aliens abducted the real Liam and left this pod person in his place. Anyway, my own life has also taken some unexpected turns. Remember how I mentioned working part-time from home? That actually came through a connection from Sergio, who recommended me to his sister's company. The work is interesting, the people are nice, and most importantly, I can do it while Rose naps. And there's Eli. Yes, there is an Eli now. He's the delivery guy who kept bringing my grocery orders during those first chaotic weeks postpartum. At first, I barely registered him beyond thank you, and please put the bags by the door, because hello, new mom zombie mode. But he started adding little notes to my deliveries, recommending items other parents had found useful, or sometimes just a dad joke that would make me snort laugh. When he dropped off my order and asked if I wanted him to assist take the cases of water to my kitchen, I hesitated since he was a strange man in my apartment. But there was something about him that made me feel comfortable. I hadn't washed in 3 days, and was quite sure I had spit up in my hair. We started talking as he helped put away the groceries, and it turned out that he's finishing his degree in environmental science while delivering groceries to pay the bills. He has a younger sister with 2 children, which explains why he didn't flee my apartment. We exchanged numbers in case there were any problems with future deliveries. We both knew it was nonsense, but it was a convenient lie. We've been chatting, and he stopped by for coffee a few times. It's nothing serious, and I'm not looking to start another relationship, but it's wonderful to talk to someone who isn't interested in discussing diaper brands or sleep training methods. When Liam arrived for his visit last week, Eli was just departing. Liam's expression was complicated, and he casually asked who that guy was. I kept it vague, partly because there wasn't much to share yet, and partly because it wasn't his concern. He made a couple remarks about moving on fast before appearing to catch himself and back down. Barbara believes I should go for it with Eli, but I'm taking it day by day. After all that's happened, I've learned that rushing into things never ends well, and Rose is my focus right now. Dating as a single parent is a whole new ballgame, and I'm still learning the rules. Barbara has been my constant through all of this. When I'm overwhelmed and convinced I'm failing at motherhood, she brings over iced coffee, my first love, finally back in my life now that breastfeeding is going better, and reminds me that all new parents feel the same way. She sometimes takes Rose for a few hours so I can shower, nap, or just stare at a wall in blessed silence. Yesterday was my birthday, and it's been a year since the box that changed everything. Instead of lingering on that memory, I had a small celebration at my house, including Barbara and her husband, Aaron and Sergio, my cousin Lana, and a few other close friends. Liam dropped by quickly to drop off a gift, a surprisingly considerate bracelet with Rose's birthstone, but did not remain. As I glanced about my modest apartment, filled with people who actually care about me, at my daughter sleeping quietly in her cradle, and at the life I've constructed from the ashes of what I thought I wanted, I felt something unexpected. Gratitude. I don't know what the future holds. Maybe Eli will become something meaningful, or maybe he'll just be a brief, kind chapter in this story. Maybe Liam will continue to grow into a decent co-parent, or maybe he'll revert to old patterns. Maybe I'll stay in this apartment forever, or maybe I'll eventually find a house with a yard for Rose to play in. What I do know is that I am not the same woman who stood with that note on her birthday last year. That woman was shattered, but determined. This woman has been rebuilt, making her stronger in the places where she was once broken. So, if there's one takeaway from this lengthy, muddy journey, it's that sometimes the worst thing that happens to you can lead to the best version of yourself, not immediately, not easily, but eventually. P.S. If you're wondering what happened to the enormous teddy bear Liam brought to the hospital, it's now serving as a barricade to keep Rose from rolling off my bed when I need to lay her down for 2 seconds to urinate, so I guess it served its purpose after all. For those wondering what happened to Rose's iconic breakup note, I preserved it in a memory box in her wardrobe, among her hospital bracelet, first lock of hair, and positive pregnancy test. When she's old enough, we'll give her the entire story. Not to burden her, but it is also part of her history. My father's will left everything to my sister, even the car I bought him. So I exposed his financial secrets to our entire family. My name is Elliot, and I'm 34 years old. I'd like to tell you about what has been going on with my family lately. It has been a combination of old wounds reopening and new frustrations spilling over. The type of situation in which you keep telling yourself you're over it only to realize you never truly were. My family's favoritism was overt. If you asked my father, Walter, he would most likely deny it, but everyone else knew the truth. Clara, my younger sister, has always been the golden kid. She's 28, intelligent, ambitious, and has somehow managed to check off every box her father has ever wanted. I, on the other hand, could never quite measure up, no matter what I tried. For years I attempted to ignore it, certain that Dad had unrealistic expectations or that my accomplishments were not highlighted enough. But last week, everything became painfully evident. It was your typical Thursday night. Mom prepared dinner, and Dad, Clara, and I sat at the table. We were not close, not really. We had never been the type of family that sat around and shared every detail of their life. It was more of a formality, a weekly check-in in which everyone was physically there but emotionally detached. The talk that night was difficult, as it usually is. Dad was quieter, more restrained than usual. I assumed he was exhausted. Then, while I was telling Clara about a new project at work that I'd been looking forward to for weeks, Dad interrupted with a sharp, frigid voice. "You will never be good enough, Elliot. You simply don't grasp it." He didn't express it as a joke or casual observation. No, it was as if a verdict had been given in front of Mom and Clara, but nobody said anything. I felt my face flush and my hands stiffen. The words hung in the air, thick and oppressive. I wanted to say something, but didn't. A part of me wanted to scream, while another wanted to escape. Clara gave me that strange half-smile, as if she knew this was a ritual for Dad and was almost enjoying the experience. Mom swiftly shifted the subject, and we completed dinner quietly. The next morning, I awoke to an inundation of notifications on my phone. Dad had written a lengthy comment on Facebook praising Clara's huge promotion. She had been elevated to senior director at her firm, which she had undoubtedly worked hard for. But the way Dad worded it made it seem like the entire world was meant to bend down and honor her while I remained invisible. There was a photo of Clara clutching a glass of champagne and smiling as large as you could imagine. Dad's post was filled with compliments, calling her intelligent, diligent, and a shining example of what hard effort can accomplish. It was real in parts, but it primarily felt like a public announcement that she was favored. The fact that there was no mention of me wounded the most. No congratulations, no acknowledgement of my existence, just a bright spotlight on Clara. I sat there scrolling through the comments, friends and relatives all congratulating her and asking when the party would be, and I realized that, even in the eyes of our family and friends, I was the overlooked child. Later in the evening, my phone rang. He said, "Dad, Elliot," in the same tone he uses when making a demand. "We're throwing a celebration party for Clara's promotion. It's going to be at that hall downtown, the one with the chandeliers. I'm expecting you to help cover the cost. $1,500 will be enough." I couldn't believe what I heard. "Do you want me to pay for her party?" I asked in a tense voice. "Yes. She deserves the finest, and it is a family affair. You are a member of this family, hence you are responsible." I took a deep breath. "Dad, I do not fund your favorites." There was a prolonged hush. Then his voice became lower and harsher. "You owe her so much, Elliot. Do not forget it." I hung up before he could say anything further. I spent the rest of the night going over every phrase and memory with Dad. He constantly made me feel like I was a step behind. The way he dismissed my achievements. He lavished Clara with attention and resources, as if she were the only child who cared. I am not naive. I know Clara worked hard to achieve her promotion. But I also understand that this is not about merit or justice. It's about power and favoritism, and my father's unwillingness to view me as anything other than a disappointment. Something inside of me shifted that night. I vowed that I would not let this trend continue, that I would defend myself, even if it meant breaching some unspoken family norms. But then I did something I vowed I would never do. Something that has the potential to either change everything or completely destroy the family. That night, after hanging up with Dad, I sat alone in my apartment long after the lights were turned off. The stillness was far louder than any argument or shout. I continued repeating his rebrices. "You will never be good enough. Then came the request for money to fate my sister, as if she were some untouchable queen. I was angry, but mostly fatigued. It wasn't only about the money or the party. It was years of feeling invisible, disregarded, and completely rejected by my own family. The type of rejection that cuts worse than any angry word because it is gradual, steady, and consistent. Dad was always a difficult individual. He worked hard. At least that is what everyone claims. However, his devotion was always contingent on certain conditions. When I was younger, I remember trying so hard to impress him. Excellent grades, athletics, music courses, and even college scholarships. But nothing ever seemed to be enough. Clara breezed through childhood. Dad enjoyed showing her off. In his eyes, she was the perfect daughter, capable of walking on water. I do not blame Clara. She was a child simply trying to live her life. But Dad made it plain from the beginning that she was his success story, and I was just another kid. Every accomplishment I had was either rejected or overlooked. When I got a decent job right out of college, Dad barely looked up. But when Clara received a summer internship, Dad proclaimed it to every family member and friend as if it were a national holiday. Mom, she was different. She adored both of us, but she rarely intervened when Dad got like this. Sometimes I believe she simply didn't know how to fight him. Perhaps she thought this was the way things had to be. Mom's eyes twitched with regret during the dinner where Dad started saying I'd never be good enough, but she said nothing. I later found that she felt constrained, as if she couldn't intervene without worsening the situation. This left me torn between two people who should have been my biggest supporters, but weren't. 2 days following the call, I received an official invitation to Clara's promotion celebration in the mail. It was elaborate gold foil lettering on hefty card material, accompanied by a reservation at an expensive venue with live music, fancy catering, and an open bar. I looked at it for a long time, my stomach twisting. I knew Dad was using this celebration to highlight Clara's accomplishment to everyone, including their friends, colleagues, and neighbors who had watched us grow up. It was a public spectacle, a trophy display, and I was supposed to pay for it. I was not only angry anymore, I felt manipulated. The following day, I called Dad back. Dad, I spoke softly. I'm not sending you any money for the party. There was a lengthy gap. Then his voice became colder, sharper than before. That is disappointing, Elliot. I thought you'd do the right thing for your sister. I'm doing the right thing. I'm not going to bankroll a party where I'm not even acknowledged. Maybe you're not the right son after all. I could hear the hidden threat behind that. The insinuation that if I didn't follow his rules, I'd be kicked out entirely. I informed him, I'm done playing your game. I hesitated whether to tell Clara about it. We had never been close, but I hoped she would understand. After all, she has faced her own challenges. But when I brought it up, she didn't simply dismiss it. She accused me of selfishness. Dad's working so hard to make the celebration perfect. You should be happy for me, Elliot, she replied with a forced smile. I am happy for you, I said, but I'm not satisfied with Dad's behavior or with being made to pay for it when I'm treated as if I don't matter. Clara's eyes narrowed. You simply don't grasp it. You never have. It was obvious she wasn't on my side. At least not in this case. Later that evening, while I was trying to clear my mind, I received a message on my phone from an unknown number. Elliot, this is Bryce. I am Dad's accountant. We're aiming to have everyone's contributions for the celebration completed by Friday. Please let us know whether you plan to send your share. I stared at the screen in disbelief. Even Dad's accountant was involved in this. It felt like a corporate takeover of what was supposed to be a family occasion. I replied, not contributing. Please notify your client. That night, I made a decision that astonished even myself. I began looking through some old family financial paperwork I discovered while cleaning up Mom's attic last year. I had never paid much attention to them before, but now I was seeking for anything that could provide me with leverage or at least some clarification. What I discovered made my mouth drop. There were records of money coming from Dad's accounts, including big sums for firms and investments I'd never heard of. Then there were personal expenses, fancy vacations, a new automobile for Clara, and costly gifts with no receipts or explanations. But there was something more lurking in the files, something I didn't expect. A letter from a lawyer explaining a revised will draft that left practically everything to Clara, with little mention of me. That was when everything changed. After discovering the wrath, I spent the next 2 days in a daze. It felt as if I'd discovered a hidden universe beneath the surface of my family. one based on exclusion and control, not love or fairness. I couldn't sleep or focus at work. Every time I considered phoning Dad or even Clara, my chest clenched with fear. The whole thing felt like a trap, and I wasn't sure whether I wanted to walk into it or run away. One afternoon, I went to coffee with my mother. I needed someone to talk to, someone who could provide answers, or at least sympathy. She looked tireder than usual, as if the weight of the family was also crushing down on her. When I brought up the will, her face turned pale. She sighed deeply and added, "Elliot, your father has been planning this for years. He has always believed that Clara was the one who would carry the family name forward and make a difference." I shook my head. "So what about me? Am I just expected to disappear?" Mom hesitated before calmly admitting, "He has never wanted to see things that way. You were always hard for him to understand. You don't fit into the template that he had anticipated." It hurt more than I imagined. Meanwhile, Dad's messages were more frequent and less subtle. He began texting me, reminding me of our family commitments and the need of publicly and privately supporting Clara. When I ignored them, he called several times every day, occasionally leaving voicemails loaded with thinly veiled disappointment. He even sent me a group mail, with extended family and close friends copied, wondering why I hadn't yet donated to the party fund. I felt exposed and ashamed. The pressure was no longer just about money. It was about maintaining appearances. Dad wanted to project the ideal family image on Facebook, at parties, and in every discussion. And I was the inconvenient reality he desperately wanted to conceal. I contacted Clara again, expecting that things might change now that the will was out in the open. Instead, she returned a scathing reply. "Dad's right about you, Elliot. You don't understand how hard this has been for him. For me, maybe if you weren't so focused on yourself, you'd see that." It was as if she had become a defender of the one thing that was hurting me the most. It felt like betrayal, but I also recognized she was imprisoned in her own way, wanting to hold on to the favor her father had given her, no matter the cost. The celebration was less than a week away, and the family's stress was intolerable. Dad became increasingly distant from me, chilly in his texts, and Clara was preoccupied with party arrangements that excluded me altogether. I received a call from the event coordinator, who had been copied by Dad, inquiring whether I wanted to RSVP or send a present. I told her no. The planner seemed taken aback but courteous. Dad was clearly trying every tool at his disposal to coerce me into compliance, and I was holding firm, albeit barely. One night, while lying awake, I considered who I wanted to be in all of this. The child who passionately desired to belong and be loved by his family, or the adult who refused to be marginalized, neglected, and dominated any longer. I made a choice. I was going to address this directly, not just for me, but to expose the entire unfair, toxic relationship. However, doing so would put everything at jeopardy, including family gatherings, relationships, and possibly even my peace of mind. The days leading up to the party moved at a glacial pace. Every notification on my phone made me nervous. I knew Dad was watching, waiting for me to give in, send the money, and resume my role as the faithful son who paid for his sister's spotlight. But I did not. Instead, I started quietly plotting. I began by accumulating more evidence. Not only did I prepare the will, but I also looked through all of Dad's financial records, hidden transfers, invoices for lavish presents, and even payments to a firm that appeared to be registered in Clara's name but was actually run by Dad. It was a web of money moving behind the scenes, demonstrating how Dad directed his riches and attention solely toward her. I scanned the materials, made copies, and saved them securely. This was going to be my leverage and insurance. I also secretly contacted a family lawyer. I wasn't sure I wanted to launch a legal battle, but I needed some advice, someone neutral who could explain the meaning of these documents and my rights. I stayed at home the night of the party, while the rest of my family and friends gathered in that huge hall downtown. I did not send a gift. I did not attend. I surely did not send a cent. Instead, I tried something else. I sent a carefully worded email, not only to Dad, but also to the extended family, Clara's colleagues, and a few close family friends. In it, I detailed everything I'd discovered, while emphasizing Clara, the financial trail, and most crucially, Dad's habit of favoritism, which had rendered me and others invisible and unsupported for years. I framed it carefully. No allegations, only facts, doubts about fairness, and a need for transparency. I had sinned, pulse beating, knowing there was no turning back. The reactions were quick. Some relatives were shocked, while others were angry. most of which was aimed at me for airing dirty laundry. Clara called me furious and accused me of betrayal. Dad remained silent at first, but the tension was evident. In the days that followed, murmurs and awkward talks circulated among the family. Invitations were returned. The messages went unanswered. Dad's immaculate family image was breaking. But for the first time, I felt strangely relieved. The truth came out dirty and raw. After sending the email, my phone kept buzzing for hours. At first, I didn't have the courage to read any of the comments. I just sat immobile on my couch, staring at the pale glow of my screen as if it was about to catch fire. It was bizarre. For many years, I had waited to be heard. Now that I was here, the silence in my flat was deafening. I was expecting to feel triumphant, but instead felt more like loss, as if I had just buried the last illusion I had about my family. I eventually got up the confidence to read the messages. They are divided into 3 groups. The first group consisted of silent support, a few cousins, and an aunt who reached out discreetly to say they, too, had noticed the partiality, even if they had never expressed it before. Eleanor, a cousin, commented, "I always wondered why your dad treated you like a distant cousin at reunions while Clara got a welcome parade. I'm sorry it took this long for someone to speak up." The second group was silent, a thick, revealing quiet. These were the ones who did not want to take sides, those who preferred quiet holiday feasts and tidy social media photos. I didn't blame them, but I didn't like their impartiality either. Then there was the third group, the defenders. They came in quickly and loudly. One of Dad's old pals emailed me back with a brief reply that said, "I'm not sure what your purpose is, but I recommend you think twice before hurting your own family," as if the family hadn't been slowly crumbling for years. 2 days after the celebration, Clara shared a lengthy note on her social media profile. It started like this: "When people are jealous, they will say anything to bring other people down. I've worked hard for what I've accomplished, and I refuse to let resentment dampen my delight in this moment." She didn't mention my name, but she didn't need to. The message was plain. I was being portrayed as the ungrateful, angry sibling attempting to destroy her special day. Her pals flooded the comments with things like, "So proud of you, don't listen to the haters," and "You're a star." A few family members even added their support. I did not respond. I did not have to. A few evenings later, Mom contacted me. I could hear the exhaustion in her voice before she said hello. "Elliot," she replied gently, "I received your email." Her pause after that was extremely long. I assumed the call had dropped. "I should have done something sooner," she finally admitted. "Your father has always had a strong personality. He knows how to make people feel small when they don't conform." I wasn't sure what to say. I wanted to be angry at her for not defending me sooner and for not challenging Dad, but I also knew she lived in his shadow. "Did you see the will?" I asked quietly. "I did," she replied. "It is real." He had. It drawn out last spring. He said it was to preserve the family legacy. "When I asked about you," he answered, "Elliot will be fine. He doesn't need anything, like you were a stranger." She was in tears. I never agreed with it, but I was terrified of the consequences if I pushed. It was the first time I heard regret in her voice. I'm filled with deep regret. In the weeks that followed, the family did not implode, but rather cracked. Subtle alterations began to occur. My uncle Graham, Dad's younger brother, called me out of the blue. We hadn't spoken for years. He explained, "Your father's pride has always been an issue, but I had no idea it had gotten this far." We spoke for an hour. He told me stories about their youth, how Dad was always competitive, even with his own brothers. Graham stated, "You're not the first person he's tried to drive out of the circle." It was strange hearing that. For so long, I thought I was alone in this. The black sheep, the outsider. But suddenly I was understanding that maybe Dad had always been the one who built walls. Then one afternoon, I received a hefty packet in the mail with no return address. Inside was a handwritten letter from Dad, not an apology, but a lecture. He wrote, "You've made your choice, Elliot. I hope it provides you peace because it has caused humiliation to this family. I built what we have through hard labor and effort, and it is not yours to ruin." Then, at the bottom, in smaller, sharper lettering, "Do not contact me further. I will update the will to reflect this choice." There it was, the threat, the line drawn an inch, and yet I felt calm because something had shifted. The roles had changed. I was no longer begging to be seen. I wasn't the quiet, agreeable son, hoping for crumbs of approval. I had pulled back the curtain, and Dad didn't like being seen for who he was. I wasn't done yet. If Dad was going to dig in, so was I. I gathered everything I had, the financial documents, the emails, the copies of the will drafts, and met with the lawyer I had spoken with earlier. We went over everything methodically, constructing a timeline of decisions and patterns, not for a lawsuit, but for clarity. The lawyer said something that remained with me. Even if you never fight this legally, documenting the truth is a type of power that most people in your situation never exercise. And I realized he was right. I wasn't doing this to win a courtroom battle. I was doing it to finally say, without doubt or apology, that what had happened was true and wrong. A week after Dad's letter, I received a brief text from Clara. "Can we talk?" I stared at it for a while, unsure what to do. My first reaction was to ignore her. After years of favoritism, a public post that offended Dad, and coldness, she wanted to talk now. But something in me was curious. Maybe I just wanted to see if she'd finally admit what had been going on. Maybe I wanted closure. We met at a park near our old high school. It was quiet, shaded by tall maples, the kind of place where time seemed to slow down. Clara looked different, tired, thinner than I remembered. She didn't waste time. I read everything she said. The will, the documents, the email you sent. I didn't believe it at first. But isn't it all true? I nodded. It is. She looked down at her hands, twisting her fingers together like she used to when we were kids, and she was nervous. "I don't know how I didn't see it," she whispered. "Or maybe I did, but I didn't want to. I thought I had to protect what I'd earned, but now I see. Dad wasn't protecting me. He was using me." It was the first time she'd ever acknowledged the imbalance between us. I didn't say anything and let her talk. "He's angry with me now," she continued. "After the party, people started asking questions. He blamed me for not shutting you down, saying I'd let it get out of control, and then he cut off the business funding he promised me. I hadn't expected Dad to turn on her, but of course he had. His love was never love. It was leverage. "I'm sorry, Elliot," she said, finally looking up at me. "I was awful to you. I let him pit us against each other. I don't expect forgiveness, but I needed to say it. And for the first time in years, I recognized the girl I remembered. Not the polished adult Dad had molded, but the sister I used to build forts in the backyard." "I believe you," I said. "But that doesn't mean I'm ready to pretend everything's fine." "I know," she said, "but maybe someday." Following that conversation, things began to shift. Quietly but noticeably, word spread throughout the family. It was as if I had re-entered the family, not because I demanded it, but because I had forced everyone to see the truth. Some of the relatives who had initially dismissed me began to check in, and I received a letter from Aunt Diana apologizing for not believing me. I also received an invitation to a cousin's graduation. Dad, on the other hand, went quieter. In public, he maintained his stance, telling people that I had misunderstood the will and that the situation had been blown out of proportion. But in private, his support eroded, and the trust he once held over the family began to crack. Not dramatically, but gradually. He stopped being the man everyone looked to for approval, and that, I believe, was the real beginning of the end of his control. I haven't spoken to Dad since his letter. We're not exactly arranged, just disconnected. I send him a card on holidays, and he occasionally responds with a short, polite note. We exist at a distance, which I'm fine with for the time being. Clara and I are slowly rebuilding. We don't talk very often anymore, but she left the business her father had set up for her and started her own. She says it feels good to build something on her own terms. As for me, I'm fine. I didn't win in a big way, and I wasn't handed anything, but I did find something more important. Clarity. I saw the truth, named it, and stood by it even when no one wanted to hear it, and over time, that truth opened the way for something new. Peace. True peace, not reconciliation with everyone, not a flawless conclusion. After her affair plan collapsed, she tried to reconcile. I played along, then used her messages in court to win full custody and lock her down. I'm 35, she's 32, and we live in Ohio, where I work as a network administrator for a mid-sized company and make a nice salary of around $75,000. Emily worked part-time at a dentist office until about 2 years ago, when she wanted to remain at home with Liam full-time, which I supported because childcare costs were eating up the majority of her money anyway, and we could get by on my salary. Everything appeared normal until around 6 months ago, when Emily began acting strangely. It wasn't a big change in which she became a completely different person, but rather a series of small changes. She was always on her phone, which was not odd given that everyone is on their phone. But when I went into the room, she would flip it face down or take it with her to the restroom. She began staying up longer, stating that she was watching Netflix or reading web articles. But whenever I glanced over, she immediately switched screens. She also mentioned that she felt like she was losing herself in parenting and marriage, which I understand because being a stay-at-home parent is exhausting, and I told her that we could look into getting her some time for hobbies, or that she could return to work part-time if she wanted. The truth is, I don't jump to conclusions or become suspicious easily. I've always been honest about difficulties, and I felt if something was seriously wrong, we'd talk about it like adults. But Emily continued giving me vague replies about needing time to reflect and figure out what she wanted out of life. I recommended marriage counseling, but she said maybe later. She just needed time to process her emotions first. Then, approximately 4 months ago, Emily approached me and stated she needed a break from our marriage. Not a divorce, but a break to discover herself and decide what she wants. She claimed she felt suffocated and wanted time to recollect who she was before becoming a wife and mother. She planned to move back in with her parents for a few weeks, maybe a month, and take Liam with her so she could have some space while still being a mother. Her parents live around 40 minutes away in a little town, so she wasn't wanting to relocate across the state or something. I wasn't delighted with the concept because breaks in marriage usually indicate that someone has already checked out or that someone else is involved. But Emily argued that it was only about her need for distance, not about me or our marriage. She stated that she still loved me, but felt confused, and needed time apart from our routine to clear her mind. I told her it was a horrible idea, and that we should work on it together, but she insisted that this break was necessary to save our marriage in the long run. So I agreed to the break, primarily because I did not want to be the domineering husband who refused to give his wife space when she was plainly struggling with something. Emily packed up her and Liam's belongings and returned to her parents' home. We agreed that she would bring Liam back to spend weekends with me and that we would check in every few days. The strategy was intended to be just temporary, lasting 4 to 6 weeks at most. The first week was strange because the house seemed empty, and I missed having Liam around for his usual nighttime ritual and weekend activities. Emily would text me updates on Liam's progress and send pictures, which was lovely, but our phone talks were awkward and surface level. She'd ask about work, and I'd ask about her parents and Liam. But we weren't really talking about ourselves, the break, or what she was discovering about herself. By the second week, I noticed Emily was posting more on social media, which surprised me because she was never a huge Facebook or Instagram user. She would upload photos of herself at coffee shops, hiking trails, and local events, with notes about exploring and discovering new things. Some of the photos were obviously taken by someone else because she was in them, but she never mentioned hanging out with pals or who took the photos. When I inquired about it during one of our calls, she explained that she was simply trying to get out more and meet new people. Maybe she should make new friends, as she had been feeling solitary at home with Liam. Around the third week, Liam began wondering when he would return home and whether Mommy and Daddy were divorcing, like his friend's parents had. I told him Mommy needed some time to visit Grandma and Grandpa, and that we'd all be back together shortly, but I began to question if that was real. Emily continued extending her break. She first said she needed another week, then 2 weeks, and even until the end of the month. Every time I pressed for a particular timeline or inquired what she was working on, she'd become defensive, claiming that I was pressing her and not respecting her need for space. That's when I decided to dig. Emily's answers were too ambiguous, and her behavior was too dissimilar to the lady I'd been married to for 8 years. Because of my employment, I'm fairly adept at using computers. So I investigated our phone records and discovered she was texting and calling one number far more frequently than usual, sometimes for hours at a time and often late at night. The number had a different area code and was not from around here or where her parents live. I reverse searched the number and discovered that it belonged to Jason, a Portland, Oregon resident. I located his Facebook profile and discovered he was 26, unemployed, and according to his posts, living with his mother while pursuing his music career and growing his streaming audience. His profile was filled with complaints about how difficult life was and how no one understood his artistic vision, as well as a slew of furious statements about women and relationships that made me think he wasn't a good match. But here's the kicker. Emily had been and commenting on his posts for almost 7 months, long before she requested for the break. Their friendship began innocently enough, with her commenting on his music posts and him responding with gratitude. But then I noticed it escalated to more intimate exchanges in the comments, before they clearly moved on to private messaging and phone calls. I felt horrible when I realized my wife's desire to discover herself was really about finding some loser in Oregon who spent his days playing video games and whining about life while his mother paid his bills. But I didn't approach Emily straight away because I needed to consider my future steps, particularly involving Liam, and what this meant for our marriage and custody arrangements. I began taking screenshots of everything I could find: their public interactions on social media, Emily's posts about making new connections and opening her heart to new experiences, and Jason's posts about finally finding someone who understands him. That coincided with Emily's request for a break. I also printed out our phone records, which included hundreds of texts and hours of calls between them. While I was gathering evidence, Emily contacted to say she wanted to extend the break permanently and was considering making significant changes in her life. She explained that she had been doing a lot of soul-searching and thought she would be happier in a different setting. Perhaps somewhere with greater prospects and a different way of life. When I inquired what that meant, she said she was thinking about relocating somewhere else, possibly to the West Coast, where she could start over and establish the life she wanted. That's when it dawned on Emily that she was having more than just an emotional affair with Jason. She intended to go to Oregon to live with him and take Liam with her. I asked her directly if she was planning to relocate and take our son away from me, and she claimed she hadn't made any final decisions, but she wanted to weigh all of her alternatives for creating a better future for herself and Liam. When she asked for a break, I reminded her that transferring Liam across the country was not an option we had agreed on, and she said the break helped her realize that staying in Ohio wasn't best for her or Liam in the long term. She said Liam would benefit from fresh experiences and a new setting, and that I could visit, or even relocate, if I wanted to be a part of their new life. That discussion concluded with me informing Emily that we needed to discuss these plans in person because transferring our son across the country was a significant decision that affected all of us, not just her quest of self-discovery. She agreed to meet me the next day, halfway between our house and her parents' home. The next day, I met Emily and provided copies of everything I discovered, including phone records, screenshots of her social media exchanges with Jason, and his public posts about their connection. I placed the papers on the table and informed her that I knew about Jason and that her break was not about discovering herself. It was about having an affair with a guy from Oregon who couldn't support himself. Emily's face turned extremely red, and she began to explain that Jason was simply a friend who knew what she was going through, and that their relationship was emotional rather than sexual. I told her it didn't matter because she'd been lying to me for months and was about to take our son across the country to be with her affair partner without even consulting me first. She stated that she had no set plans and was simply exploring her possibilities. But then she began to explain about how miserable she had been in our marriage, and how Jason made her feel alive and understood in ways I had never experienced. She claimed Jason supported her aspirations and encouraged her to think bigger about her life, whereas I simply wanted her to stay in the same monotonous routine indefinitely. I told her that was great. She could pursue whatever aspirations she wanted with Jason, but she was not going to take Liam to Oregon to play house with some unemployed guy she met online. Emily claimed I was being domineering and that she had as much right to decide what was best for Liam as I did. She stated that Jason was actually quite good with children and had been assisting her in determining how to provide Liam with more possibilities than he would have in Ohio. That's when I informed Emily that I'd already spoken with a divorce attorney and would be filing papers by the end of the week. I told her she could move to Oregon to be with Jason. However, Liam remained in Ohio with me, where he had stability, his school, his friends, and a father who was not pursuing internet interactions with strangers. Emily completely lost it and began ranting about how I was attempting to control her and keep her from being happy and how I was using Liam as a weapon against her. She explained that she had been unhappy for years and had finally met someone who made her feel respected and supported, and now I was attempting to destroy it because I couldn't accept her finding happiness outside of our marriage. I told her I wasn't attempting to destroy anything. She had already done so by lying, cheating, and plotting to uproot our son's life for a boy she'd never met in person. She conceded that they hadn't met face to face yet, but that didn't make their connection any less genuine or meaningful. We went back and forth, with her insisting that moving to Oregon would be good for Liam and provide him with new opportunities, and me pointing out that she wanted to move across the country for a guy who was unemployed and lived with his mother, neither of which screamed stability nor better opportunities for our son. Emily refused to let me coerce her into staying in a marriage and life that made her unhappy, and I told her she was free to leave. but Liam was not going anywhere. She gathered the papers I brought and stated that she needed time to think about everything, which I found humorous, given that she had been doing nothing but thinking for the past 4 months while lying to me about what she was thinking about. That afternoon, I went straight to my attorney's office and filed for divorce, citing adultery and asking primary custody of Liam, because Emily planned to relocate him across the nation for reasons unrelated to his best interests. My attorney indicated the information I had obtained would be useful, particularly the record of Emily's affair and her stated plan to relocate Liam away from his established life in Ohio. I also called Emily's parents that evening to let them know what was going on. They were surprised because Emily had told them she only needed space to think things through and had made no mention of Jason or moving to Oregon. Her father was furious that Emily had also been lying to them and using their home as a base while she planned to relocate across the nation. Her mother was more concerned about Liam and how all this would affect him. Emily called the next day, yelling at me for catching her off guard by filing for divorce and speaking with her parents. She stated that she believed we would work things out and that filing papers was a nuclear option that would end any hope of saving our marriage. I told her the ship had gone when she began her affair and made plans to relocate our son across the nation without consulting me. She explained that she had not made any final decisions about moving and was simply investigating options. But I pointed out that she had previously discussed Liam with Jason and how he would fit into their lives in Oregon. She couldn't deny it since I had screenshots of Jason saying he was excited to meet the little man and that he was ready to step up and be the father figure Liam needed. Things will move quickly in the next weeks. Emily hired her own attorney and attempted to argue that she should have primary custody because she had been Liam's primary caregiver for the previous 2 years as a stay-at-home parent. But Emily's attorney couldn't get around the fact that she was preparing to take Liam away from his school, friends, and extended family to live with a man she met online who didn't have a job or stable living arrangement. The court imposed a temporary custody agreement in which Liam would spend the week with me and visit Emily on weekends, but only in Ohio. Emily was not permitted to take Liam out of state without court authorization, thereby canceling her plans to relocate to Oregon, at least in the short term. Emily was upset about the custody limits, claiming that I was using the court system to control her and prevent her from starting a new life. She stated that Jason was supportive and accepting of the situation and was even considering moving to Ohio to be closer to her, which I found amusing given that he couldn't even afford his own apartment in Oregon, where the cost of living was far cheaper than in most other parts of Ohio. Throughout the process, I had to explain to Liam why Mommy and Daddy were no longer living together and why he couldn't visit Grandma and Grandpa as frequently. I kept it short and age-appropriate, informing him that grown-ups often disagree on important issues and need to live separately while they work things out. Liam handled it well, possibly better than Emily and I did, and was pleased to be back in his own room and normal routine. About 6 weeks after I filed for divorce, Emily arrived to pick up Liam for her weekend visit and told me she'd been thinking a lot about our marriage and whether we could work things out. She explained that her friendship with Jason had made her see what was missing in our marriage, but that if we both put in the effort, we might be able to reestablish our bond. I told her I was not interested in rebuilding anything with someone who had lied to me for months and attempted to relocate our son across the nation for an affair partner. She claimed that her connection with Jason was not an affair because they had never been physically intimate, and that she ended it because it was interfering with her ability to effectively co-parent with me. I asked her if she ended it because she understood it was wrong, or because custody limitations prevented her from moving to Oregon, and she couldn't give me a straight answer. She kept avoiding the subject, claiming that her priorities had shifted now that she saw how serious the legal situation was. That's when I understood Emily hadn't really ended her relationship with Jason because she recognized she'd made a mistake. She only put their relationship on hold since I had made it legally impossible for her to carry out her initial intention. She was likely trying to reconcile with me as a backup plan while still talking to Jason and working out a new way to make their relationship work. I told Emily I didn't want to be her backup plan while she found out how to make her affair work within the confines of our custody arrangement. She claimed I was being unfair and not giving her credit for attempting to save our marriage. But I pointed out that she only became interested in resolving things when the court stopped her plan to go away with Liam. The divorce process took a few more months to complete. Emily's attorney tried many techniques to obtain more custody time or permission to relocate with Liam, but none of them were successful since she could not demonstrate that moving to Oregon would benefit Liam in any real way. The fact that she wanted to relocate to live with an unemployed man she met online did not help her case. In the end, I gained primary physical custody of Liam, with Emily taking him every other weekend and alternating holidays. She also has to pay a little amount of child support because I am covering the majority of Liam's expenses, and she is expected to seek a job now that she is not staying at home full-time. The court also ruled that neither of us may move more than 100 miles from our current residence without authorization and a custody modification hearing. Emily moved into a modest apartment about 20 minutes from our house and accepted a position at another dental office. She appears to have accepted that her Oregon dreams are not going to happen, at least not anytime soon, but I believe she is still in communication with Jason in some way. Her social media activity implies that she is still interested in making new connections and being open to new options, which sounds similar to the language she used when she was planning to relocate across the nation. Liam has adjusted well to the new situation and seemed to enjoy having a constant routine again. He no longer asks about the divorce and has accepted that mommy and daddy now live in different houses, but they both love him deeply. Emily is a good mother when she focuses on being a mother rather than pursuing internet romances. So I'm delighted Liam can still spend time with her on a daily basis. The entire incident taught me that when someone asks for a break to rediscover themselves, they've usually already met someone else and are just figuring out how to transfer to that new relationship without fully upsetting their present one. I'm not bitter about Emily's decision to dissolve our marriage since, if she was that miserable, it's best for everyone that we weren't together. But I'm outraged that she sought to use Liam as a bargaining chip in her affair, willing to uproot his entire existence to pursue a fantasy with a guy who couldn't even maintain himself, let alone support a child. Now I'm focused on being the greatest single dad I can be for Liam and ensuring that his life is stable and consistent. Emily is free to pursue any relationships that make her happy, but she will not disturb Liam's life or exploit him to enable her love escapades. So AITA filed for divorce when Emily was going to take Liam across the country, despite the fact that she claimed to be only exploring her options and had made no final decisions. Update 1. Many people have requested for updates, so here is what has happened since my first post. Emily has been following the custody arrangement, and things have gone quite smoothly for the previous few months. Liam is doing well in school and appears to have completely adjusted to his new routine. Emily picks him up on Friday evenings and returns him on Sunday nights, and they normally do typical kid activities like going to parks, movies, or visiting her parents. But last week, something happened that verified my concerns that she is still in communication with Jason. Liam returned home from a weekend with Emily and reported that mommy's buddy Jason had been video chatting with them. When I asked Liam about it, he claimed Jason had spoken to him several times and asked him about school and what he enjoyed doing for pleasure. I immediately called Emily and inquired about Jason speaking with our son during her custody period. She tried to downplay things, saying Jason was just being friendly, and it wasn't a big issue because they were only video talking. I told her I didn't want a stranger from Oregon talking to Liam, especially the guy she was having an affair with. Emily became defensive, claiming Jason was no longer a stranger because they had been chatting for nearly a year and that he was really interested in being a part of her life, including getting to know Liam. She said Jason had been inquiring about Liam for months, and she felt it would be good for them to meet, even if just via video chat. I told Emily that Jason seeing Liam was not her decision to make unilaterally, especially because our custody arrangement stated that neither of us could introduce Liam to romantic partners unless we discussed it first. She said Jason was not legally a love partner because they had never met in person, and their connection was hampered by distance and legal issues. That's when I realized Emily was still planning to work things out with Jason somehow. Even though she couldn't go to Oregon anymore, she'd undoubtedly been telling Jason about the custody limits, and they were trying to figure out other ways to strengthen their relationship, such as getting Jason involved with Liam to see how they'd all get along. I informed Emily that any future contact between Jason and Liam must cease immediately, and that if I discovered she was still facilitating communications between them, I would return to court to amend the custody arrangement. She claimed I was domineering and tried to regulate who she could talk to and who Liam could meet. But I explained that sheltering Liam from my ex-wife's affair partner was not controlling. Rather, it was being a responsible parent. Emily agreed to discontinue the video calls, but she thought I was overreacting and that Jason was a wonderful influence who could potentially benefit Liam if their relationship progressed. I told her it wasn't going to happen, and that she needed to understand that her affair with Jason would not lead to a blended family situation involving our son. Emily closed the chat by expressing she understood my concerns but believed I was being unfair to Jason, who had been nothing but supportive and kind throughout the ordeal. I informed her that Jason's acceptance of her affair and her intention to relocate Liam across the country did not make him a decent guy. It made him someone prepared to assist tear up a family for his own gain. I've started keeping a closer eye on Liam's weekends with Emily and asking him more questions about their activities and who they talk to. So far, it appears that the video calls with Jason have ended. But I'm keeping a close eye on things since I don't trust Emily to keep those boundaries in place over time. Update 2. Emily began asking about changing our custody agreement around a month ago in order to spend more time with Liam throughout the summer months. She stated that she intended to take him on a longer trip and possibly visit some areas they had never been before. When I inquired for information, she was unsure where they were going and how long they would be gone. Then, 2 weeks ago, Liam returned home after a weekend visit and remarked that Mommy had been talking about taking a large vacation to the mountains and possibly visiting someone who had been wanting to meet him for a long time. When I prodded Liam for additional information, he said Emily had shown him pictures of mountains and a large house, and the person they might go see was Mommy's good friend who lives far away. I knew Emily was going to take Liam to Oregon to meet Jason, despite our custody arrangement, which said she couldn't transport him out of state without court permission. I questioned Emily that night, and she revealed she had been thinking about taking Liam to Oregon for a week over his summer break to see a different area of the nation and meet Jason in person. I informed Emily it wasn't going to happen and reminded her of the custody restrictions, but she argued they were only temporary while we were getting divorced and that now that everything was finalized, she should be able to travel with Liam during her custody period. I clarified that the travel limits were part of our permanent custody arrangement, not the temporary divorce process. Emily became irritated and stated that she believed I was keeping Liam confined in Ohio and prevented him from having new experiences. She stated Jason had been looking forward to seeing Liam for months and had planned activities they might do together, such as hiking and going to a music studio where Jason allegedly records. I informed Emily that I didn't care what Jason had planned since he wouldn't meet Liam, period. She argued I was being unreasonable, that Liam deserved to meet the people who were important in her life, especially someone who could become a permanent part of their future. Emily confessed that she and Jason had discussed Jason going to Ohio rather than her moving to Oregon. She stated that Jason was willing to relocate to be closer to her and Liam and that they had discussed him finding a job in our area so they could start a life together here. I questioned Emily if she really thought Jason would move from Oregon to Ohio, given that he couldn't find work in his own area and was living with his mother. She stated that Jason was inspired to make changes in his life now that he had something tangible to strive for, and that having Emily and Liam in his life would provide him with the stability and purpose he required to achieve greater success. This entire exchange made me understand Emily had not given up on her connection with Jason at all. They just shifted their approach from her moving to Oregon to his moving to Ohio. She was presumably still planned to introduce them during the summer vacation, but this time it would be framed as Jason looking into Ohio as a potential relocation destination, rather than Emily and Liam visiting him in Oregon. I assured Emily that Jason was not moving to Ohio, and Liam would not be meeting him here, in Oregon, or anyplace else. She said that I couldn't control who she dated or introduced Liam to indefinitely, and that Jason would eventually be a part of their life whether I liked it or not. I concluded the interview by telling Emily that if she brought Liam out of state without court approval, I would arrest her for custodial interference and seek to terminate her custody rights. She claimed I was threatening her and being nasty, but I informed her I was protecting our son from her repeated terrible judgment in this matter. I called my attorney the next day and informed him of Emily's plans to move Liam to Oregon, as well as her continuous relationship with Jason. He stated we may seek for a custody amendment to make the travel limitations even more specific, perhaps shortening Emily's custody period if she continued to breach the current order. We filed a motion asking the court to specify that Emily could not take Liam out of state under any circumstances without formal court consent, and we asked that she be held in contempt if she continued to plan unlawful travel with him. We also requested that Emily provide full schedules for all overnight trips with Liam, including those within Ohio. Emily's attorney responded, arguing that the previous custody arrangement was excessively restrictive and that Emily should be permitted to travel with Liam during her custody period, as long as she provided reasonable notice. They stated that barring Emily from bringing Liam on trips was bad for their relationship and Liam's growth. Emily had to testify last week about her relationship with Jason and plans to take Liam to Oregon. Under oath, she admitted that she had been in regular touch with Jason throughout our divorce proceedings and that they had been arranging for him to see Liam for months. She also confessed that Jason's relocation to Ohio was something they considered seriously. The judge was unimpressed with Emily's honesty and judgment. He pointed out that she had been deceitful about ending her connection with Jason and had intended to break the custody order by transporting Liam out of state without permission. He further stated that introducing Liam to her affair partner was not in Liam's best interests and demonstrates poor parenting judgment. The judge amended our custody order to make it plain that Emily cannot take Liam out of Ohio without prior written court clearance, and that any violations would result in an immediate suspension of her custody rights. He further ordered that Emily not introduce Liam to any romantic relationships without first informing me and the court, and that such introductions be gradual and in Liam's best interests. Emily was upset about the new limits, claiming that the judge was treating her like a criminal rather than a mother attempting to start a new life. Outside the courthouse, she told me that this wasn't the end, and that she'd find a way to keep Jason and Liam together while adhering to the court's ruling. I informed Emily she needed to accept that Jason would not be a part of Liam's life, and that continuing to pursue this would only end in her losing additional parenting time. She stated Jason wasn't going anywhere, and that I'd have to get used to the thought of him being a permanent part of her life. Emily has been obeying the modified custody order since the hearing, but I can see she is unhappy with it. Liam hasn't mentioned any more video chats with Jason, but I believe Emily is simply being more careful about concealing their relationship, rather than stopping it. I'm willing to battle this in court if necessary, but I refuse to allow Emily use Liam to facilitate her connection with some guy she met online. Liam needs stability and consistency, not being drawn into his mother's romantic drama with a stranger from across the country. So, that's where things are now. Emily continues to see Liam every other weekend, but with more stricter limitations for travel and introducing him to new people. I believe she is still planning to work things out with Jason, but I now have more legal protection to prevent her from involving Liam in that connection.
My parents chose my sister's healing retreat over my valedictorian speech, so I exposed our family's secrets in my graduation speech. Have you ever met someone who could fill a room simply by opening their mouth, even if they weren't saying anything meaningful? That's Harper, my sister. She was the star of our family's never-ending show from the time she was born, loud, red-faced, wailing as if the world owed her something. And me? I was the understudy who never made it on stage. Not because I wasn't talented enough. Hell, I was better. But I didn't break anything. I did not cry at dinner. I didn't require assistance with every small thing. I just handled it. I finished my assignments, cleaned my own cuts, suppressed my tears, and smiled for photos, even though I was invisible in them. I used to think that if I worked hard enough and did everything correctly, someone would notice. They'd remark, "Hey Riley, thank you. You held this whole damn family together while we were busy chasing Harper around the country, fixing whatever mess she got herself into this time." That day never arrived. Instead, I received a pat on the head and a, "We're so proud of you, Em. You're just so easy." As if that was a compliment. Like being low maintenance meant I didn't require affection. Graduation was supposed to be the one time I got to shine. I worked for it, I deserved it. I remained up beyond 2 a.m., practically every night my senior year, pounding out calculus problems as Harper FaceTimed Mom from Bali to tell her how she was finally finding her center. I gave up parties, sports, and even sleep only to walk across the stage as valedictorian and hear my name announced over the loudspeaker, Riley Claire Watson. Number 1. Full scholarship, Ivy League bound. And maybe, just maybe, my parents would react the same way Harper does when she mentions starting a podcast. The call arrived 2 days before graduation. I was still in my gown when my phone rang and the word "Mom" flashed across the screen. I responded, expecting a pep talk. "It may be. We're so proud of you, honey." What I heard was her voice, airy and fluttery, as if she had just finished a glass of wine on the porch. "Hey sweetie," she said. "Listen, I wanted to talk to you about Saturday." I already knew. Perhaps not in those exact words, but I felt it in my bones. The interval before disappointment. That brief moment before someone says something that will stay with you for years. "We won't be able to make it," she said, as if she were discussing a missed dentist visit. "Sam booked this yoga retreat in Sedona, and she really needs us right now. She's going through a lot." I did not say anything for a second. I just listened to the sound of her wind chimes from the other end. It felt like the cosmos was mocking me. "She needs you?" I asked, my voice as flat as a dry cracker. "She's processing some stuff. Her last retreat was canceled, and this one has this shaman she really connects with. We already paid for it, and you know how sensitive she gets when things don't go as planned." I wanted to shout. I wanted to tell her I didn't care about some barefoot man wearing a crystal necklace whispering affirmations into my sister's ears. I wanted to know if she had ever canceled anything for me. But I did not. because that was not how it operated. Harper responded to the emergency. I was the backup generator. So I said, "Okay, cool." She paused. "Are you sure? You don't sound mad." "I'm not mad." Another falsehood. "So, what was the point?" She closed the call with a cherry. "We will FaceTime you, okay? We really love you. You are great, Em." I remained motionless for a minute after the screen went dark. I did not cry. I did not punch anything. I just sat there, holding my phone as if it were a dead fish. Then I stood up, approached my desk, and opened my laptop. I destroyed the draft speech I had written a week ago. The one with the thank yous and the "it takes a village" statements. The one in which I gave them credit. I began typing a new one. This time, the pace is slower. Sharper. With each keystroke, something inside me hardened. Not bitter, but crystal clear. They were not arriving. They went with Harper again. And I was not going to scream about it. I was determined to make sure everyone heard me regardless. Even them. Especially them. The thing about growing up with a sister like Harper is that your existence gradually becomes the silent gap between her dramatic chapters, as if you were nothing more than a commercial break during her primetime crises. You learn to live on the outskirts, just far enough to avoid casting a shadow on her limelight. I used to think it was normal. After all, every family has a golden child, correct? However, it took me years to realize that being the easy one was not a blessing. The eraser was slow. One missed birthday party, one "we'll make it up to you" at a time. My earliest memory of being replaced was not particularly tragic. Today was my 6th birthday. I had planned a little backyard celebration for a dozen students and a homemade cake that Mom promised we'd bake together. But when Harper awoke that morning with a sore throat, the entire situation changed. Mom glanced at me, her eyes filled with concern for Harper's well-being rather than mine. "We might need to cancel, sweetie," she whispered, pouring Harper ginger tea as if she were ill. We did not cancel, but she insisted that I cut the celebration short because Sam needs to rest. And I recall seeing my pals leave early with party favors that I didn't even get to dish out. It worsened as we grew older. Harper have a talent for disruption. During my junior year, I underwent minor surgery. Nothing major, just tonsillitis, outpatient. Dad said he'd take off work. Mom promised she would be there. But the night before, Harper was dumped by a guy named Austin. Or Aiden. I can't remember. And she had a complete emotional meltdown. I awoke from anesthesia to a nurse offering me juice alone. No parents. We just texted, "We'll swing by after we check on Sam." It's almost amazing how she managed to hijack events that had nothing to do with her. When I gave Kolaya my admission letter, which I had worked so hard for, she burst into tears at dinner because it reminded her that she had never been accepted to NYU and had always felt like the foolish one. She spoke it through tears, with her head bowed, like a humble martyr. The room moved to comfort her. My father actually remarked, "Let's not rub it in, Em." That moment stayed with me like a thorn I couldn't get out. You could think I disliked her, but I didn't. I pity her. I felt sorry for her because she really needed to be needed. How empty she must have felt if my joy resembled her failure. But pity has an expiration date. And mine hit the wall the moment my mother called about the yoga retreat. Something in me suddenly snapped. Not too loud. Not violent. Quiet. Cold. Focused. I didn't answer with wrath since I knew it would simply add to the story. Riley is being difficult. Riley is making it about her. Number I would give them nothing they could use to recast this as another Harper-centered epic. Instead, I maintained silence. Not the passive sort, but the weaponized one. The kind that does not beg, explain, or attempt to win. I channeled all of my rage into the one thing I could control. My words. I spent hours drafting, rewriting, deleting, and rewriting. The words had to be cutting enough to cut yet not overtly offensive. I didn't seek vengeance. I wanted the kind who grinned. The type that made you question if you were the one who misinterpreted something, even as you bled from it. By the way, graduating at the top of my class, number 13 out of everyone, did not feel as I expected. You might think you're invincible. But truthfully, it was just silent. Like the time before a storm, when everything seems too quiet. I no longer cared about the number, the medals, or even the acclaim. I just wanted one person in the audience to look up and see me. But they wouldn't be present. They'd be somewhere in the desert, breathing through their nostrils as some guy with a man bun instructed them to align their chakras. And honestly, it was fine.
Because I now had no one to protect. I printed the final version of my speech late that night. It was after midnight, and the printer buzzed in the darkness, like a secret being born. I stared at the pages for a long time, reading the last paragraph repeatedly. Then I dropped the USB with the backup copy into a glass of water. What about the cloud file? Deleted. No copies. No redos. It was going to be live. Raw. Unrehearsed. I spoke it out loud. Not because anyone was listening, but because I wanted the words to exist in the air before they appeared in the room. Let's see if they finally hear me now. Graduation morning brought the kind of weather that makes you believe the cosmos is rooting for you. Clear sky, a pleasant breeze. No evidence of the chaos brewing behind the scenes of my lovely little cap and gown moment. A day when everything appears to be in order. I stood in front of the mirror, putting my honor cords over the stiff navy robe, trying to ignore the hollow ache in my stomach caused by who wouldn't be sitting in the audience. It was no longer a question. I hadn't gotten a text or a voicemail, not even a last-minute apology laden with guilt and just enough spin to make it appear as if I was the one overreacting. Instead, when I opened my phone to check the time, I noticed Harper's most recent Instagram post, which featured her legs crossed on a bright orange mat with a newborn goat resting on her lap. They were both bathed in desert sunlight as a smiling stranger took a shot that looked like it belonged on the cover of a wellness magazine. She had tagged the location as Sedona. The caption reads, "Feeling realigned. So proud of how far I've come." I did not even roll my eyes. I simply turned off the phone, placed it in my backpack and let the silence settle in. My parents were not coming. That wasn't a surprise. What surprised me was how numb I felt about it. There were no tears or fury, only a focused, acute emptiness, similar to the steady breath before a final shot. I had my speech in my folder, freshly printed, with no digital backups or second revisions. It was not a eulogy. But it could as well have been. The auditorium was full, buzzing and hectic in that joyous, end-of-an-era way that only happens when hundreds of students and their families come together to celebrate the conclusion of a shared chapter. Balloons bounced against the ceiling. Phones were lifted in all directions. Laughter resonated above the quiet hum of the school band warming up. I smiled at the few professors who waved as we lined up backstage. But my gut remained hollow. Every other graduate had someone prepared to yell their name, cry in the crowd and exclaim, "We're so proud of you, baby." I had an empty row, or two, and a goat practicing yoga 3 states away. When they finally said my name, Riley Claire Watson, valedictorian, there was a roar of clapping, polite yet strong, echoing against the gymnasium walls. I stepped onto the stage, my speech in one hand and a microphone in the other, my heels clicking slowly. I peered out over the sea of faces. Parents hold tissues. The grandparents clapped for too long. A younger sibling yawned on the first row. Every face was beaming with pride, love, hope. Except for the 2 I had spent 18 years attempting to impress. They were not in those chairs. They were synchronizing chakras in the desert. "Good afternoon," I said, speaking clearly but not loudly. I know I'm supposed to stand up here and thank everyone who helped me get to this moment, and I will. But first, I want to talk about something nobody ever puts on the graduation checklist: loneliness. You could feel the ripple spread throughout the audience. A subtle shift occurred, as folks realized this wasn't going to be the standard cookie-cutter speech with Dr. Seuss references and promises to keep in touch indefinitely. I want to talk about what it means to do everything right every test, every assignment, every quiet decision, and still feel like you're clapping for yourself because no one else showed up. Several heads inclined. A teacher's eyes expanded. Someone stopped the recording. There are people who think being strong means being silent. That being dependable means you don't need help. That being the easy one means you'll never break. My voice did not shake. My hands didn't either. I'd like to thank everyone who taught me how to stand alone, especially those who were never there to hold me when I fell. You could have heard a pin drop. Some students applauded. A few hooted, half in disbelief, half in admiration. Mrs. is a single teacher. Henson, who had usually discreetly sneaked me sweets before tests, wiped her eye with a tissue she feigned not to have. I grinned then. Not a big phony smile, but just enough to convey, that was real. And then I strode off the platform as if I had somewhere better to be, heels resounding down the steps, the folder tucked under my arm like a sheathed weapon after battle. Backstage, nobody said much. Several pats on the back. One guy commented, "Damn, that was badass." I just nodded as if it was nothing. I sat down, got out my phone, and saw what I had been looking for. Not congratulations, but the aftermath. 3 missed calls. 2 from my mother, and 1 from Harper. A voicemail message flashed red at the top of the screen. I pressed play. Her voice sounded tense, somewhat harsh, and on the verge of shattering. "Riley, what the hell? How could you do that to us? Everyone's calling us. Everyone heard what you said. That was cruel. I don't understand why you would humiliate your family like that." She didn't apologize. She didn't ask if I was all right. They consistently used the same line. How could I do this to them? I didn't respond. I just played the message again, this time a little softer, allowing her words to resonate in the void she had left behind. When I arrived home that night, I turned out all of the lights. I skipped the customary processes, such as the shower, tea, and decompression rituals, which generally helped me shake off the day's weight. There was nothing to decompress. It had already burnt out of me on there, beneath those brilliant lights, in front of people who had finally heard what I had spent my entire life whispering into holes. I removed the robe and cords and placed them neatly folded on my desk, a mute memorial to the version of myself who once believed that hard work would be enough to earn a seat at their table. The calls arrived in waves, predictably spaced, as if they were timing themselves for maximum guilt delivery. First Mom. Then Dad. Then Harper. Then it's over again. Nobody left voicemails this time, possibly because they knew I wouldn't listen. I did not. I just let the phone vibrate across my dresser and watched the screen light up with names I had long since stopped identifying with comfort. They didn't call because they were worried. They were calling because I had interrupted the storyline. And in our family, that was the cardinal sin. Telling the truth, unfiltered, in front of strangers. I figured that was it for the night. That I could sleep in the modest silence I'd created for myself. But around 10:30, there was a knock on the door. The kind that sounds like someone wants to be let in while also letting you know they're already upset. I opened it to see Harper standing there. Full mascara application, a flawless foundation. As if she had just returned from an audition for the role of concerned sister. Her eyes were red, but not from crying. Rather, she had rubbed them raw enough to make it appear like she had cried. "Seriously," she began, before I could say anything. "What the hell was that?" I didn't respond. I just stepped aside and let her in because I knew she didn't ask for permission. She came for her performance. She walked the living room, arms swinging in that dramatic way she liked to show people how overwhelmed she was. "You have embarrassed us. Do you have any idea how you sounded up there? People are sending me texts. Our elderly neighbor forwarded me a tape. Riley, here's a clip." Nonetheless, I said nothing. Silence. I'd learnt that it rattles her more than yelling. She turned on me, her voice rising. "You made us look like monsters. We were simply trying to help. I needed the retreat. I've been coping with so much. And you made it all about yourself." That's when I laughed. Quiet. Not bitter. Just exhausted. The kind of laugh that lives in your throat when you realize the individual across from you is not just selfish, but also delusional. "You made my graduation about your goat yoga," I remarked, each word as deliberate and precise as a scalpel. "I gave one speech. One. And now suddenly, I'm the villain." Before she could react, the front door opened again, and there they were. Mom and Dad, as if she had summoned them via text. "Sweetheart," Mom murmured, already approaching me with her hands raised, like if she were entering a hostage negotiation. "We didn't want it to be like this. We just thought supporting Sam's healing." "Stop," I shouted, raising a hand. "Don't say healing journey one more time unless you want to hear what I really think about your guru-fueled parenting." Dad appeared to want to speak, but Mom jumped in again. As usual. "You don't understand what she's been through." "No," I replied, looking towards Harper. "I understand perfectly. You've all made sure of that. Every missed game, every ignored honor, every time I needed you and you were too busy picking up her pieces. I understand exactly who matters." "You're being unfair," Dad finally said. "We tried to be there for both of you." "No," I said, my voice harsher. "You tried to make me your emotional insurance policy while you spent 20 years funding her identity crisis." Harper's mouth dropped open, but nothing came out. For once. "Your healing journey is built on my silence," I remarked, locking gazes with her. "And I'm done sponsoring it." The room went silent. Not the stillness of folks who have recently learnt something new. The silence of those who recognize they couldn't make this moment into anything other than what it was. I grabbed the remote and switched off the lamp next the couch, leaving the room in comfortable darkness. They all stood there awkwardly, still waiting for the version of me they knew. The one who would give in, smooth things over and apologize for telling too much truth. "I'm cutting contact," I responded simply. "Not forever. Just until you learn how to treat me like a daughter and not a background character in Sam's reality show." My mother was stunned, not by remorse or humiliation, but by the difficulty of being told no for the first time by a child who had never asked for anything. Dad gazed at her, then at me, and back again, as if he were waiting for a script. I grabbed my keys and approached the door. "You're leaving?" Harper questioned, her voice breaking. I paused in mid-step, turned just enough to catch their gaze, and said the one thing I knew would haunt them for longer than any speech or voicemail could. "If you ever wonder why I didn't invite you to my wedding, you can play this moment back." The next morning dawned with an unearned silence, as if the universe had gone still, not out of peace, but because it was waiting for someone to decide what would happen next. I had not slept well. Not out of guilt. I was at peace with what I said, but because silence has a way of reverberating after years of swallowing everything you wanted to scream. I awoke without the need to scroll through the aftermath. There was no interest about who texted what or which distant family member called my name bold, selfish, or both. I threw on a hoodie, put on my shoes, and headed out for coffee, not out of habit, but out of necessity. Some days, all you need is the smell of something scorched and bitter in your palms to remember you're still alive. The air was cool, but not freezing, with that early morning calm that makes even the city appear too drowsy to be rude. I rounded the corner of my apartment building with keys still dangling in one hand. And there she was, sitting on the curb like a discarded marionette. At first I didn't recognize her. There's no yoga gear. There are no beautifully ripped sweatshirts or crystal necklaces. She wore no flowy pants or groomed hair, and her easy wave came organically every morning, she stated. She was dressed in simple jeans and a stretched-out college t-shirt that she had not earned. Her feet were bare against the concrete, and if she had bothered to put on makeup, it was gone. Harper appeared to have paused. Her life in the middle of a performance, and the mask had no time to catch up. She did not notice me right away. She was stooped over, arms wrapped about her knees, and her head sunk so low that it appeared she may collapse into herself and vanish completely. Then I heard it. Not a whimper, not a sniffle, but genuine sobbing. The kind that does not include explanations or scripted apologies. The type that simply tear out of you when there is nothing left to hold them in. I froze. I don't know how long I remained there, undecided whether to go back inside or continue strolling past her as if we were strangers. Part of me wished to demand an explanation. Another segment I just wanted to watch. And some little sliver, the one who remembers braiding each other's hair before school when we were 10, told me to sit down. So, I did. I strolled to the curb, lowered myself next her, and didn't say anything. I didn't ask, "What's wrong?" or "Are you okay?" because I knew better. Some questions do not need to be asked, particularly between siblings reared in a family where silence was not a luxury, but a necessity for survival. We sat like that for what seemed like hours, yet it couldn't have been more than 10 minutes. Her crying did not slow, nor did it become louder. She was not attempting to perform sadness. She wasn't looking to gain anything from it. For once there was no one to impress. Only me, the sidewalk, and the weight of the years between us. I did not touch her. I did not console her. Not because I didn't care, but because, for the first time, I no longer felt responsible for her emotions. I was not going to be the one to make things better. And I believe she recognized this at some level. That could be why she didn't attempt to explain. She did not offer excuses. She did not begin outlining all the reasons she believed she deserved grace. She just wailed, like if she'd ran out of distractions. We did not glance at each other. We didn't hug. We did not say the words that people think are important. "Sorry. I love you. You were correct." None of this existed in the gap between us. What lived there was heavier, older, and quieter. We were not adversaries at that time. Not rivals. Only two women were reared under a roof where appreciation was limited and emotional presence depended on who shouted the loudest. Two ladies who had learnt that quiet could protect or destroy you, depending on who controlled it. And now that stillness sat between us like a living thing, neither cruel nor kind, but simply honest. I considered everything I could say. I considered assuring her I didn't regret the speech.
I considered expressing that I was tired of being the good one, the sensible one, the one who always accommodated her disorder. I considered asking if she finally understood. But I said nothing. Because perhaps she did. Perhaps she didn't. Perhaps she cried because I finally said something. Perhaps she cried because I finally stopped.
My sister grabbed my daughter by the hair and called her trash. Now I'm marrying the lawyer who took her children's future away. My name is Rachel, and I am a 34-year-old single mother with two wonderful children, Sophie, 8, and Eli, 6. For years, I've been the family's scapegoat, while my older sister, Natalia, has been the favored child. But what happened last month altered everything, and I finally received the vengeance I never knew I wanted. Let me start at the beginning. Growing up, Natalia was always my favorite. She was 3 years older, had perfect grades, married her high school boyfriend Brian immediately after graduation, and gave my parents their first grandchildren, twins named Ava and Caleb, who are now 10 years old. Meanwhile, I struggled through college, worked many jobs, and ended up having Sophie and Eli with my ex-boyfriend, Jake, who vanished as soon as he discovered I was pregnant with Eli. My parents, Linda and Richard, never forgot how dissatisfied they were with my decisions. Every family meeting became a comparison session, with Natalia's accomplishments highlighted and my troubles discounted. "Why can't you be more like your sister?" became their favorite saying. Despite this, I worked tirelessly to provide for my children, eventually getting a good position as a medical assistant at a local clinic. The age difference between our children was not planned. Natalia had twins after graduating from college at the age of 27, whereas I waited until I was more financially solid. Sophie arrived when I was 26 and Eli when I was 28. Natalia was always quick to point out that her children were more advanced merely because they were older, cleverly neglecting the fact that a 2-year age difference mattered nothing in the end. The college fund revelation occurred during our weekly family meal at my parents' residence. We were all seated around their huge dining room table, which Natalia had pushed them to purchase because it was better suited for family gatherings. My children were playing nicely in the living room, while Natalia's twins ran around screaming uncontrollably, as they always do. I observed that my father's new security system had cameras in the main places. He had installed them following a break-in in their area a few months prior. The cameras were obvious, situated in the corners of the major rooms, and I didn't think much of them at the time. "Linda and I have made a decision," my father explained, clearing his throat. "Importantly, we've decided to set up college funds for all the grandchildren. We'll contribute $50,000 for each child." My heart skipped a beat. Sophie and Eli ended up with a total of $100,000 because they each received $50,000. This might alter their entire future. For the first time in years, I felt as if my parents were genuinely concerned about my children's welfare. Natalia responded, "That's wonderful, Dad." But I could see the wheels moving in her thoughts. "How generous of you both. We want to make sure that all of our grandchildren have the opportunities that we never had," Mom said, beaming lovingly. "Education is so important." I was about to thank them when Natalia's expression changed. She laid down her wine glass and leaned forward with that calculating expression I recognized all too well. "Actually, Mom, Dad, I've been thinking," she began, her voice putting on that lovely, deceptive tone she'd honed over the years. "Ava and Caleb are going to need extra money for their advanced programs. Ava's already showing signs of being gifted, and Caleb's going to need specialized tutoring for his learning differences." I felt a chill run down my spine. I thought, here it comes. My kids need the money for their future goals, and they deserve some vacation as well. Her brats can figure it out themselves, Natalia added, dismissively nodding at me. I mean, let's be realistic here. Sophie and Eli aren't exactly honor roll material, and Rachel's never been good at planning ahead anyway. The room went silent. I looked at my sister in bewilderment. Did she actually call my kids brats and demand college money? "Excuse me?" I said, scarcely audible. "You heard me," Natalia replied without looking at me. "Mom, Dad, you know I'm right. My children have potential. They're going places. Rachel's kids, well, they're sweet, but let's not pretend they're going to Harvard." That was when I snapped. "Are you seriously asking our parents to take money away from my children to give to yours?" Your husband makes 6 figures, Natalia. You live in a 4-bedroom house in the suburbs. My kids and I are crammed into a 2-bedroom apartment. Natalia rolled her eyes. That's not my problem. Maybe if you'd made better choices, you wouldn't be in this situation. Better choices? I stood up, my chair slapping against the floor. You mean like not having children with a man who abandoned us? Like working 2 jobs to keep a roof over their heads? Like sacrificing everything for their well-being? Exactly, Natalia replied coldly. You made your bed. Now lie in it. I turned to my parents, expecting them to interfere and tell Natalia she was being ridiculous. Instead, I noticed them exchanging glances. Natalia does have a point, Mom remarked softly. Her children are academically gifted and they're going to need more resources. Are you kidding me right now? I could feel tears welling up behind my eyelids. You're actually considering this? Now, Rachel, Dad began in that patronizing tone he'd used all my life. Let's think about this practically. Natalia's children have a better chance of actually using a college education effectively. My children are smart, I protested. Sophie's teacher says she's reading above grade level, and Eli is amazing at math. Just because they're not in your precious gifted programs doesn't mean they don't deserve the same opportunities. Natalia laughed. Actually, I laughed. Rachel, honey, you're being emotional. This is about being practical. My kids are going to make something of themselves. Your kids. Well, they're probably going to end up just like you. The insult struck me like a physical blow. I looked around the table at my family, my parents nodding in agreement, Natalia smirking with glee, and Brian simply sitting there like the spineless coward he had always been. I can't believe you're all okay with this, I exclaimed, my voice quivering. These are your grandchildren we're talking about. Sophie and Eli are part of this family too. Of course they are, Mom replied in her false nice voice. We're not saying they can't have college funds. We're just saying it makes more sense to invest more heavily in the children who are more likely to succeed. So you're going to give Natalia's kids more money because you've already decided my kids are failures? I virtually yelled now. They are 8 and 6 years old. Rachel, calm down, Dad said severely. You're making a scene. I'm making a scene? I'm making a scene because I'm defending my children's right to equal treatment from their own grandparents? Natalia sprang up, her cheeks flushed from fury. You know what, Rachel? I'm tired of this. You've always been jealous of me, and now you're trying to take opportunities away from my children because you can't handle the fact that they're better than yours. Better than mine? I asked incredulously. Your kids are spoiled brats who think the world owes them everything. At least my children understand the value of hard work and respect. How dare you? Natalia screamed. My children are perfect. They're going to be doctors and lawyers and actually contribute to society, unlike your little welfare babies. That's enough, I exclaimed back. Don't you dare talk about my children like that. But Natalia was only getting started. Face it, Rachel. You're a failure as a mother and a failure as a person. Your kids are going to grow up to be just like you, broke, bitter, and blaming everyone else for their problems. I felt a snap inside me. I lunged at Natalia, prepared to defend my children with everything I had. But before I could approach her, my father grabbed my arm. That's it, he remarked, his tone hard and definitive. You need to leave now. What? I glanced at him, stunned. I need to leave? She's the one who… You're being aggressive and inappropriate, Mom said, rising to stand by Natalia. We won't tolerate this behavior in our home. I stared in terror as my parents began gathering my possessions, including my pocketbook, jacket, and Sophie's backpack. They actually kicked me out. After everything Natalia had said, and the way she had insulted my children, they had taken her side. You can't be serious, I replied. But even as I spoke, I knew I was serious. Mommy? Sophie asked, her face puzzled and terrified. Why is everyone yelling? Eli was immediately behind her, holding his beloved stuffed dinosaur. Are we going home now? The sight of my children's terrified expressions broke my heart. They should not have to see this. They shouldn't have to participate in this harmful family dynamic. Yes, baby, I replied, trying to remain cool. We're going home now. But Natalia was not done. She marched over to Sophie and grabbed her by the hair. In fact, she grabbed my 8-year-old daughter's hair. "This is where worthless trash belongs," she exclaimed, dragging Sophie toward the door. "Get your pathetic spawn out of our sight before I call security." Sophie started screaming and Eli started wailing. I ran toward my daughter, but Natalia shoved her hard, sending her stumbling towards the door. "Don't you dare touch my children," I yelled, but my parents simply stood there, watching. "She's right," Mom stated bitterly, her arms crossed. "Take your disappointments and leave. We're done enabling your failures." Dad nodded in accord. "You've made your choices, Rachel. Now live with the consequences." I cradled my wailing children in my arms, my own tears flowing freely. As I carried Sophie and held Eli's hand toward the door, I took one final look at my family. "You'll regret this," I whispered gently. "I promise you. You'll regret this." Natalia laughed. "Right. What are you going to do, Rachel? Call the police? Sue us? You can't afford a lawyer, and everyone knows you're unstable." I did not respond. I simply went out the door with my kids, piled them into my car, and drove away. But as I drove out of the driveway, I made one phone call. "Hello, Daniel. It's Rachel. I need to ask you about something important." Daniel was an ex-boyfriend from college. Not Jake, but someone I had a serious relationship with before him. We remained acquaintances throughout the years, and he had become a successful corporate lawyer. More significantly, he'd always had a crush on me and pledged to aid if I ever needed it. "Rachel, good to hear from you. What's going on?" "I need to know about inheritance laws," I continued, attempting to keep my voice steady while Sophie and Eli sobbed in the back seat. "Specifically, about grandparents' rights and family trusts." There was a pause. "That's oddly specific. Is everything okay?" "Not really. Can you meet me tomorrow? I think I need a lawyer." "Of course, Rachel. Whatever's going on, we'll figure it out." The following morning, I sat in Daniel's office and told him everything. He listened uninterrupted, occasionally taking notes, his visage darkening with each detail. Before I go any further, I'd like to introduce Daniel and explain why I trusted him with this scenario. We dated during my junior year of college, and it was serious. The kind of relationship where you start talking about marriage and having children, but life had different plans. Daniel was accepted to Harvard Law School, and I was battling to complete my pre-med courses while working 2 jobs to pay for school. The tension and distance eventually broke us up, but we remained friends. Daniel had developed a close relationship with my entire family over time. He had attended law school with my cousin Ryan, and they had remained close. When my parents needed estate planning advice, Ryan recommended Daniel. This made sense. Daniel focused on family trusts and estate planning, and my parents trusted him because of a family link. They had no notion about our romantic history, thinking of him only as Ryan's law school classmate who had achieved success. Daniel had a successful career in business law, focusing on family trusts and estate planning. He married his law school girlfriend, but they split amicably after learning they had different goals in life. He'd always been nice to me, checking in occasionally and offering assistance when he learned about my difficulties as a single mother. I had always been too proud to accept, but this time was different. "So, let me get this straight," he remarked when I finished. "Your parents promised college funds for all the grandchildren. Then your sister convinced them to give your kids money to her kids instead. And when you objected, they physically threw you out and your sister assaulted your daughter." "That's exactly what happened." Daniel put his pen down and rubbed his temples. "Rachel, what I'm about to tell you is going to sound unbelievable, but I need you to hear me out completely before you react." I nodded, but my heart was already beating. "About 6 months ago, your parents came to see me about setting up a family trust. They wanted to make sure their assets would be distributed fairly among all their grandchildren." My heart has stopped. "What?" "They set up a trust specifically designating equal amounts for each grandchild. The college funds they mentioned, those weren't just promises. They were already legally established. Natalia can't just demand your kid's money because it's not your parents' money anymore. It's trust money, and I'm the trustee. The room began spinning. Are you saying? I'm saying your parents can't change the terms of the trust without going through me. And I have a legal obligation to ensure each child receives their designated amount. If they try to redirect funds, they'll be in violation of the trust agreement. But they seemed so sure they could just give Natalia more money. Daniel took out a hefty file from his desk drawer. That's because they probably forgot about the legal implications. People often think family trusts are just suggestions, but they're legally binding documents. Your parents would have to prove in court that your children are unfit beneficiaries, which would be nearly impossible. As he said, I recalled something. Daniel, my parents have always been forgetful about legal matters. Dad refuses to read contracts and Mom just signs whatever he tells her to. Is it possible they didn't understand what they were signing? Very possible, Daniel stated. When they came to me, they were focused on tax implications and making sure their assets were protected. They kept talking about fairness and equal treatment for all the grandchildren. Your mother specifically said she wanted to make sure no child felt less loved than the others. The irony was stunning. My parents had legally assured equal treatment for all of their grandchildren, but then promptly forgot about it and tried to pick favorites nonetheless. So, what does this mean? It means your kids are getting their college money whether Natalia likes it or not. But more importantly, it means we have grounds for a lawsuit. Your sister physically assaulted your daughter, and your parents were complicit. We can pursue charges for child abuse, assault, and emotional distress. I felt hope for the first time since the night before. Really? Really. And Rachel? There's something else. When your parents set up the trust, they also established a provision that if any adult family member physically harms a beneficiary, their own children forfeit their benefits. My jaw dropped open. What does that mean? It means that when Natalia grabbed Sophie by the hair and shoved her, she violated the trust agreement. Ava and Caleb just lost their college funds. I looked at him in bewilderment. How is that possible? Your parents insisted on that clause. They said they wanted to make sure the family stayed united and that no one would ever harm the children. Ironically, it was Natalia's idea. She said something about making sure you'd never do anything to hurt her kids. Daniel opened the file and retrieved the original trust documents. Here, look at this. Natalia's signature is right here next to the clause. The meeting notes from that day show she was very insistent about it. She said, he checked his notes, and I quote, "We need to make sure Rachel never does anything to hurt our children. She's always been unstable, and I don't trust her around Ava and Caleb." Reading those lines felt like a punch in the stomach. Natalia had planned to portray me as the dangerous one, untrustworthy among children, even 6 months earlier. She incorporated legal safeguards against me while never contemplating that she could be the one causing harm. She actually said I was unstable multiple times during that meeting. She also suggested that if you ever acted out or became violent, there should be consequences. Your parents weren't comfortable with targeting you specifically, so they made the clause apply to all adult family members, and now it's going to destroy her children's future. Daniel looked me in the eye. Rachel, listen to me carefully. Natalia did this to herself. She pushed on severe punishments for violence against children. Then she was violent towards a child. The trust is simply enforcing the rules that she demanded. I thought of Ava and Caleb. 2 innocent children ready to lose their college funds because their mother couldn't manage her temper. For a brief minute, I felt guilty. Almost. What about the kids? They don't deserve this. You're right, they don't. But their mother made a choice. She chose to assault your daughter rather than control her anger. She chose to prioritize her own desires over her children's future. These are the consequences of her actions, not yours. Daniel was correct, but it still felt heavy. So what do we do now? Now we go to war, Daniel declared, his eyes sparkling. We file charges against your sister for assault and child abuse. We pursue a civil suit against your parents for emotional distress and complicity, and we make sure the trust provisions are enforced to the letter. Over the next few days, I had to relive that horrific night several times. First for the police report, then for the district attorney's office, and finally for the Child Protective Services inquiry. Each time I had to narrate in detail how Natalia grabbed Sophie's hair, screamed about useless trash, and my parents stood by and watched. Sophie had to be interviewed by a child psychologist, and it shattered my heart. She couldn't understand why her aunt had hurt her, or why Grandma and Grandpa had been so nasty. Eli was too young to understand what had happened, but he kept asking when we'd see Grandma and Grandpa again. "They're in timeout," I informed him, which appeared to satisfy his 6-year-old thinking. The most difficult thing was explaining to both children why we wouldn't be coming to family dinners anymore. Sophie, being older and more alert, realized that something significant had occurred. She had stopped inquiring about meeting her relatives and had grown more attached, needing continual reassurance that I would not abandon her. "Mommy, are you going to get in trouble for what Aunt Natalia did?" she inquired one evening as I tucked her into bed. "No, baby, I'm not in trouble. Aunt Natalia is in trouble because she hurt you, and that's not okay. But Ava and Caleb didn't hurt me. Why can't I see them? How do you explain to an 8-year-old that her aunt's actions have long-term effects for her cousins? How do you assist her understand that when grown-ups make poor decisions, innocent people suffer the consequences? Sometimes when grown-ups make bad choices, everyone in the family gets hurt," I stated gently. "It's not fair, but that's what happens." "Like when Daddy left?" The question took me off guard. Sophie rarely mentioned Jake, and when she did, it was usually to ask practical questions about why other kids had fathers while she didn't. "Yes, kinda like that. When Daddy left, it hurt all of us, not just me. But that wasn't our fault." "No, baby. It wasn't your fault or Eli's fault. Just like what happened with Aunt Natalia isn't Ava and Caleb's fault." Sophie remained silent for a long time. "I miss them," she confessed softly. "I know you do. I'm sorry this happened. Are you going to make sure Aunt Natalia doesn't hurt other kids?" The question surprised me with its maturity. "Yes, I am. That's why we're working with the lawyers and the police. We want to make sure no other children get hurt." "Good," Sophie said firmly. She was really scary. That conversation strengthened my resolve. This wasn't simply about vengeance and justice. It was about keeping children safe, including my own. Natalia had exposed her true colors, and I couldn't let her believe that her actions was okay. Meanwhile, I had been receiving calls from various family members. My Aunt Carol called multiple times, attempting to mediate the situation. My cousin Ryan had contacted out to see what he could do. Even several of my parents' friends had contacted me, shocked by what they'd heard. The tale was spreading across our extended family and social circle, and it did not depict Natalia or my parents in a positive manner. According to my Aunt Carol, Natalia had been calling family members to persuade them to drop the allegations against me. She was casting herself as the victim, alleging that I had overreacted and was destroying the family for nothing. She actually said it was nothing, I asked my aunt during one of our phone conversations. "She said you were being dramatic and that she barely touched Sophie. She claims you've always been jealous of her success and that you're using this as an excuse to hurt her children. Her children are getting hurt because of her actions, not mine." "I know that, Rachel. Most of the family knows that, but Natalia is desperate, and desperate people say desperate things." "What are my parents saying?" There was a pause. "They're confused. They keep saying they don't understand how things got so out of hand. They claim they never meant for Sophie and Eli to lose their college funds." "They didn't lose their college funds. Ava and Caleb lost theirs because Natalia assaulted Sophie." "I know, honey, but your parents are having trouble accepting that their actions have consequences too. They keep saying they were just trying to be practical." "Practical by calling my children disappointments and failures. They're claiming they never said that. They're saying you misunderstood their words." The gaslighting was predictable, but nonetheless frustrating. Even when faced with legal ramifications, my parents refused to accept their mistakes. "Aunt Carol, I need you to understand something. This isn't about jealousy or family drama. Natalia physically assaulted my daughter while my parents watched and did nothing. Then they threw us out of their house and called my children worthless. There's no misunderstanding here. I believe you, Rachel. I hate seeing the family torn apart like this. The family was torn apart the moment Natalia decided to hurt Sophie. Everything that's happened since then has been consequences. How long will this take? The lawyer says probably about 3 months. Less if they try to settle. They'll try to settle. But Rachel, your parents are about to lose their golden child's college funds and face criminal charges. They'll do anything to make this go away quietly. But I was not interested in letting it go gently. This had been building for 34 years, and I'd had enough of protecting individuals who had never protected me or my children. The legal process progressed faster than I expected because to the clarity of the video footage and Natalia's indefensible behavior. Daniel had to file documents with the court to formally enforce the trust violation, which took around 6 weeks. During that time, we gathered evidence, recorded Sophie's trauma through therapy sessions, and put together our case. Daniel slumped back in his chair. Rachel, I need to tell you something. About 6 months ago, your parents came to see me about setting up a family trust. They wanted to make sure their assets would be distributed fairly among all their grandchildren. My heart has stopped. What? They set up a trust specifically designating equal amounts for each grandchild. The college funds they mentioned, those weren't just promises. They were already legally established. Natalia can't just demand your kids' money because it's not your parents' money anymore. It's trust money, and I'm the trustee. I looked at him in bewilderment. Are you saying? I'm saying your parents can't change the terms of the trust without going through me. And I have a legal obligation to ensure each child receives their designated amount. If they try to redirect funds, they'll be in violation of the trust agreement. But they seem so sure they could just give Natalia more money. Daniel smiled bitterly. That's because they probably forgot about the legal implications. People often think family trusts are just suggestions, but they're legally binding documents. Your parents would have to prove in court that your children are unfit beneficiaries, which would be nearly impossible. So what does this mean? It means your kids are getting their college money whether Natalia likes it or not. But more importantly, it means we have grounds for a lawsuit. Your sister physically assaulted your daughter, and your parents were complicit. We can pursue charges for child abuse, assault, and emotional distress. I felt hope for the first time since the night before. Really? Really. And Rachel? There's something else. When your parents set up the trust, they also established a provision that if any adult family member physically harms a beneficiary, their own children forfeit their benefits. My jaw dropped open. What does that mean? It means that when Natalia grabbed Sophie by the hair and shoved her, she violated the trust agreement. Ava and Caleb just lost their college funds. I couldn't believe what I heard. How is that possible? Your parents insisted on that clause. They said they wanted to make sure the family stayed united and that no one would ever harm the children. Ironically, it was Natalia's idea. She said something about making sure you'd never do anything to hurt her kids. The irony was nearly too perfect. Natalia insisted on a condition that would eventually damage her own children's future. So what do we do now? I inquired. Now we go to war, Daniel declared, his eyes sparkling. We file charges against your sister for assault and child abuse. We pursue a civil suit against your parents for emotional distress and complicity. And we make sure the trust provisions are enforced to the letter. How long will this take? With the evidence we have, your testimony, the children's statements, and the trust documents, probably about 3 months. Less if they try to settle. They'll try to settle. Rachel, your parents are about to lose their golden child's college funds and face criminal charges. They'll do anything to make this go away quietly. 3 weeks later, I arrived back to my parents' place, but this time, I was not alone. I was accompanied by Daniel, a process server, and a child protective services investigator. The expression on Natalia's face as she opened the door was priceless. Rachel, what are you doing here? I'm here to serve you with legal papers, I explained calmly. You're being charged with assault and child abuse. What? Natalia said, her voice harsh. You can't be serious. I'm very serious, I said. You physically assaulted my 8-year-old daughter. Did you really think there wouldn't be consequences? My parents appeared behind Natalia, their expressions paler. Rachel, what's going on? Mom inquired. What's going on is that you're all about to learn what happens when you mess with my children, I told you. Daniel? Daniel stepped forward, holding his briefcase. Mr. and Mrs. Patterson, I'm Daniel Chen, representing your daughter, Rachel. I'm here to inform you that you're being served with papers for a civil lawsuit and to discuss some irregularities with a family trust you established. Dad's face turned white. Trust? What trust? The trust you set up 6 months ago designating college funds for all your grandchildren, Daniel conveyed easily. The one where you specifically requested provisions protecting the children from family members who might harm them. I observed their expressions change as they realized what was going on. They'd forgotten about the trust, exactly as Daniel had expected. Now wait just a minute, Dad murmured, attempting to regain control. We can work this out as a family. No, I replied firmly. We can't. You made your choice when you threw me and my children out. When you watched Natalia assault Sophie and did nothing to stop it. When you called my children disappointments and failures. Rachel, please, Mom pleaded, tears welling up. We can fix this. You're right, I replied. You can fix this. You can pay for the therapy my children are going to need after being traumatized by their own family. You can publicly apologize for your behavior, and you can explain to Natalia why her children no longer have college funds. What? Natalia exclaimed. What do you mean my children don't have college funds? Daniel opened his briefcase and took out a large document. According to the trust agreement you insisted on, any adult family member who physically harms a beneficiary forfeits their children's benefits. When you assaulted Sophie, Ava, and Caleb lost their college money. Natalia's face changed hues, starting with white, then crimson, and finally sickening green. That's not possible. I never agreed to that. Actually, you did, Daniel replied, flipping over the pages. Here's your signature, right next to the clause you specifically requested. You said, I need to make sure Rachel never does anything to hurt our children. It never occurred to you that you might be the one causing harm. This is ridiculous, Natalia exclaimed. I barely touched her. You grabbed an 8-year-old by the hair and shoved her, Daniel remarked coldly. That's assault and it's on video. Video? Dad inquired softly. The security cameras you installed after the neighborhood break-ins, Daniel recalled. We subpoenaed the footage. Everything is recorded. Natalia assaulting Sophie, you two standing by and watching the verbal abuse, all of it. I watched as my family's world collapsed around them. Natalia was sobbing now, as the truth of what she'd done set in. My parents looked like they had aged 10 years in the last few minutes. What do you want from us? Mom inquired calmly. I want you to understand that actions have consequences, I told you. For 34 years, you've treated me like I was less than Natalia. You've made me feel like my children were worth less than hers. You've enabled her toxic behavior and made excuses for her cruelty. Rachel, Dad began. I'm not finished, I said. You want to know what I want? I want you to live with the knowledge that your favoritism destroyed this family. I want Natalia to explain to Ava and Caleb why they don't have college funds anymore. I want you to spend the rest of your lives wondering if you'll ever see Sophie and Eli again. Natalia gazed up at me, mascara running down her cheeks. Rachel, please, my children don't deserve this, they're innocent. You're absolutely right, I said. They are innocent. Just like Sophie and Eli were innocent when you called them brats and worthless trash. Just like they were innocent when you grabbed Sophie by the hair and shoved her out the door. I was angry, Natalia wailed. I didn't mean. You meant every word, I replied forcefully. You've always meant every cruel thing you've said about my children. The only difference is that this time there were consequences. Daniel moved ahead again. The charges have been filed. Natalia, you'll need to appear in court next month. Mr. and Mrs. Patterson, you're being sued for emotional distress and complicity in child abuse. I'll be filing the necessary paperwork with the court to enforce the trust provisions regarding Ava and Caleb's forfeited benefits. What about visitation? Mom inquired frantically. We haven't seen the children since you called them disappointments and failures, I ended my sentence. Since you watched your daughter assault my child and did nothing. You gave up your right to see Sophie and Eli when you chose Natalia over them. They're our grandchildren, Dad objected. Then you should have acted like it, I told you. Grandparents protect their grandchildren. They don't enable abuse. As we were about to leave, Natalia grabbed my arm. Rachel, wait. We can fix this. I'll apologize. I'll do whatever you want. I looked down at her hand on my arm and then back up at her face. Natalia, for the first time in our lives, you're going to face real consequences for your actions. Your children are going to ask you why they don't have college funds, and you're going to have to tell them it's because you couldn't control your cruelty toward your own niece. Please, she whispered. Don't do this. I'm not doing anything, I explained, releasing my arm. You did this. You made this choice when you decided my children were worth less than yours. The legal case took 3 months to resolve. The security film was devastating, and Natalia's own remarks were captured plainly. Faced with overwhelming evidence, she agreed to a plea agreement that included community service, anger management classes, and a 2-year restraining order prohibiting her from having contact with my children. My parents settled the civil suit out of court, agreeing to pay $50,000 for Sophie and Eli's therapy and other educational costs. The payment also included a formal written apology, which they refused to make public despite my lawyer's early requests. The most rewarding part was seeing Natalia struggle to explain to Ava and Caleb why they suddenly didn't have any college finances. Natalia originally sought to blame me, accusing me of stealing their money, according to my Aunt Carol, who remained in contact despite the family upheaval. But when the children spoke with their friends' parents, the truth came out. Ava, who was 10 and precocious, reportedly asked Natalia directly, "Mom, did you really injure cousin Sophie? Is this why we don't have money for college?" Natalia could not respond. The ripple effects lasted for months. Brian, who had been spineless throughout the ordeal, regained his courage and filed for divorce 6 months later. He was appalled by his wife's actions and couldn't reconcile it with the woman he had married. Natalia lost custody of the twins due to assault allegations and video proof. My parents' standing in the neighborhood was ruined. Dad had to retire from the country club board, while Mom was quietly requested to step down from her voluntary roles. The family, long regarded as community pillars, was now renowned for condoning child abuse. But the most poetic justice arrived 8 months later. Natalia, now divorced and in need of money, applied for a job at a medical clinic across town. She had no idea I worked at another clinic inside the same medical network. My supervisor contacted me as a professional reference throughout the usual background check procedure, because we had previously worked in the same field and lived in the same area. When asked if Natalia was suitable for a role dealing with families and children, I simply presented the facts. She has unresolved legal difficulties with child welfare and has been deemed inappropriate for roles involving youngsters. I gave them the court case numbers and suggested they verify the information through official procedures. 2 years later, my life has dramatically transformed. Sophie and Eli are doing well in therapy and have regained their trust, but they continue to wonder why Grandma and Grandpa no longer visit. I started seeing Daniel, who turned out to be everything I was looking for in a companion. We're taking it gradually, but Sophie and Eli adore him, and he treats them like they're his own children. I've also been promoted to office manager at the clinic, and with the settlement and trust funds, I was able to relocate us to a lovely 3-bedroom home in an excellent school district. Sophie participates in accelerated reading programs while Eli has joined the math team. They're both confident, happy kids who understand their worth. In contrast, Natalia continues to struggle. She lives in a small apartment, works part-time at a retail business, and visits her children every other weekend. Ava and Caleb are also in treatment, coping with the trauma of their parents' divorce and their mother's behavior. They have asked to see Sophie and Eli multiple times, but I have had to refuse due to the restraining order. My parents have tried to contact me several times, generally around holidays or the children's birthdays. They send cards and gifts, which I return unopened. They have asked other family members to step in, but I have made it obvious that my children and I are done with their toxic conduct. When my Aunt Carol last saw me, she told me that my parents had finally recognized they were wrong. They know they destroyed the family, she informed me. They know they chose Natalia over you and your children, and they regret it. Good, I replied simply. They should regret it. Don't you think it's time to forgive them? Questioned the woman. I thought about it for a bit. Aunt Carol, they watched their daughter assault my child and called my children disappointments and failures. They enabled decades of emotional abuse and favoritism. Forgiveness isn't about them. It's about me and my children moving forward with our lives. But they're getting older, Rachel. They might not have much time left. Then they'll have to live with their choices, I said. Just like I've had to live with mine. The truth is that I don't think about revenge anymore. I achieved all I wished for. Justice for my children, accountability for Natalia's crimes, and a life free of harmful family relationships. Sophie and Eli will never have to doubt whether they are loved or cherished. They won't have to compete with cousins for their grandparents' devotion. They will never have to witness their mother being regarded as less than. Some people ask me if I feel bad about what happened to Ava and Caleb. The answer is no. I feel sorry for them since they are innocent victims of their mother's brutality, but I do not feel guilty. Natalia chose to assault my child. She could have apologized, recognized her error, and made a different decision. Instead, she doubled down on her brutality and accepted the consequences. My children received a crucial lesson from this experience. Someone will always defend them. Others' opinions do not define their worth, and actions have repercussions. They also learned that family is more than just blood. It is about people who love and defend one another. Daniel has become our family. He'll file adoption papers next month, and Sophie and Eli will finally have a father figure who prioritizes their well-being. We're planning a small wedding for next spring, and my Aunt Carol will lead me down the aisle because my father gave up that right. Natalia, I heard through the grapevine, attempted to argue the trust judgment in court, claiming she was emotionally disturbed and not responsible for her behavior. The judge dismissed her case after watching the security footage. Apparently, seeing her grab a child by the hair and yell "worthless trash" made it evident that her actions were intentional and cruel. She's also claimed that I took her children's college funds, although most people know the truth by now. The odd thing is, I never desired vengeance. I simply wanted my children to be treated with the same affection and respect as their cousins. I wanted my family to regard Sophie and Eli as deserving of investment and care. When that did not happen, when my sister physically assaulted my daughter and my parents allowed it, I simply ensured that there were repercussions. I did not destroy my family. They wrecked themselves. I merely made sure they wouldn't destroy my children in the process. Looking back, I know that spending the night at my parents' house was the finest thing that could have happened to us. It prompted me to stop waiting for their approval and begin creating a life in which my children's worth was never questioned. Sophie and Eli learned that their mother will fight for them no matter what. And it taught all of us that sometimes the family you select is preferable to the family you are born into. Natalia received exactly what she deserved. A life without the support system she'd always taken for granted. Children who questioned her judgment, and the realization that her own harshness had cost her everything. My parents received precisely what they deserved. A shattered family, a tarnished image, and the knowledge that their favoritism had destroyed any possibility of a relationship with half of their grandkids. And I got precisely what I deserved. A life in which my children are cherished, safeguarded, and loved unconditionally. Where they won't have to question whether they're good enough, smart enough, or worthy enough. They'll grow up knowing that someone is always fighting for them. The phone call I made that night was not about vengeance, it was about justice. And sometimes justice and vengeance look the same. My wife slapped me before I could speak after her sister lied about me. Now her family's reputation is collapsing under the truth they ignored. It began like any other day. I was listening to the radio in the kitchen. The morning sun streamed in as I swung a spoon into my coffee. I had just brought back fresh bread and Claire's favorite almond milk from the shop. Without thinking, I sang an old song. Life seemed routine and easy, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. The door opened, and I heard it.
As usual, I assumed it was Morgan, Claire's sister, stopping by without warning. Morgan had a habit of entering our house as if she were a renter. I didn't mind that she didn't look me in the eye most of the time. For the sake of Claire, I put up with her. She was apprehensive and wide-eyed though, and her energy was unusual that morning. Claire was standing behind her face tense as though someone had just passed away. With my coffee cup still warm in my fingers, I carefully turned around, prepared to greet the dawn. However, I never had the opportunity. In 7 words, Morgan stated, "Elias got me pregnant." As simple as that. Her mouth quivered like an unrehearsed play and her voice broke. I was still. The air was still. I opened my mouth but nothing came out. I didn't answer because my brain couldn't believe this was true, not because I felt guilty. Was this some sort of joke? Claire asked me no questions. In my opinion, she didn't look for the truth. She twisted her face in disdain. Her first action was to slap me. The mug fell out of my fingers and shattered on the tile floor as her palm struck my cheek with such force that my head wrenched sideways. I didn't even touch my face with my hand. I was too shocked because the lady I loved had changed into a stranger in front of my eyes. Not because it hurt. I croaked, finding my voice at last. "Claire. What on earth are you?" However, her brothers barged in as though they had been waiting outside before I could finish. With their linebacker physiques, Caleb and Marco were constantly trying to prove themselves. They made no inquiries. Like a stray dog slogging in dirt on white carpets, they simply seized me by the arms and pulled me through the house. I was still in my old t-shirt, still barefoot, and still attempting to process what had just transpired. I mumbled, "Get your hands off me." But my voice was faint. They weren't paying attention. Caleb unexpectedly hit me in the stomach after we were outside. I saw stars as Marco pushed me so hard into the fence. I didn't defend myself. I have no idea why. Perhaps I ought to have. Perhaps I ought to have screamed, called them out, or punched them, but I refrained from doing so. Windows were peered at by neighbors. It was filmed by someone across the street. Just before Caleb spat at my feet and said, "You sick freak," I saw the sparkle of a phone camera. My vision dimmed, but not from pain but rather from embarrassment. A shame that was forced into my throat even though it wasn't mine. I was left alone, humiliated, and injured by them. I went outdoors but Claire didn't follow. She did not ask if I was able to stand. With her arms folded and her wedding ring still on her hand, she stood in the doorway as if it held significance. She seemed as though she had already buried me in her thoughts with a mixture of hurt and certainty. I hobbled over to the street's edge. My phone kept buzzing. Messages from folks I hadn't communicated with in several months. I didn't answer any calls. I was at a loss for words. Hey, amusing thing. It seems that I had already been tried and found guilty before my wife's sister accused me of something heinous. I packed a bag and headed back inside. I didn't try to explain or say goodbye. What was the purpose? The truth was not what they desired. They were looking for someone to blame. You believe that love equates to protection, so you spend your life creating a home. However, if it's simpler than asking difficult questions, people will turn against you. I looked down at my shaking hands and then at the broken mug on the floor. I was covered in blood. I couldn't tell from the punches or the broken ceramic, it made no difference. After taking a shower, I put a towel around my ribs and used soap to write the words, "You didn't even ask," on the bathroom mirror before leaving. No yelling, no spectacular departure. Just a guy leaving the life he believed to be true with a broken jaw and a hollow heart. I simply knew that I couldn't stay, but I had no idea where I was heading. It's funny because you believe you'll realize when your life starts to fall apart. It only took a lie and a smack, but perhaps there will be sirens or some internal alert. A portion of me was murdered by that smack, and it didn't only hit my face. It said that if you stay long enough to hear the truth, it will release you. I went to a tiny public library 2 days after I departed to check my email. Just attempting to update passwords, cancel subscriptions, and access my accounts. Nothing major. Then I noticed that it was from my company, and that the subject line read, "Notice of Administrative Leave." I read the message 3 times while sitting in that rigid wooden chair with my hood down. The words remained the same. The board has decided it is in the company's best interest to initiate a separation process pending a formal investigation, given the serious allegations circulating online. What allegations? I hadn't made any posts. Other than a motel owner who only cared if my card swiped and a gas station clerk, I hadn't spoken to anyone. However, the rumors had gained traction. I checked social media, which I don't often use. A thread was there were enough hints for anyone who knew us, but no names. Justice, treachery, pregnancy, Scandal, married guy, and sister-in-law. Posts containing ambiguous charges, out-of-context quotes, and individuals expressing their thoughts as though they were eyewitnesses. There are men like this everywhere, he is deserving of decay. Why don't more women have credibility? Trash. It was similar to witnessing my own funeral online, where the attendees flung stones rather than flowers. It was just rubbish. My landlord texted me on the third day saying, "Hey man, I'm sorry, just business, but the other tenants are worried." I looked at my phone for a while before typing, "No problem. Because I need you to leave by the end of the week." I said I'll be gone today. And I did. I didn't fight, plead, or request more time to clarify. Now I got it. The truth is irrelevant when you're accused of something heinous, especially if you're a man. When people are choosing a side, they typically go with the one that makes them feel good about themselves. The speed at which someone becomes invisible will astound you. I used to go to the bakery down the street every morning. Mrs. Ingram, the proprietor, was a kind elderly woman who used to smile as she handed me my coffee. She froze in mid-pour as I stepped in one morning. 3 people were behind me when she murmured, "We're closed today," after glancing at me, and then down at the counter. "That's him," a woman at the corner table muttered, and I left without a word. My phone was essentially worthless by day 5. I was blocked by Claire. Margot, her mother, and all of our friends had also done so. From my connections, even people I hardly knew disappeared. They seemed to be afraid that the rumor might spread to them. During a heat wave, I once assisted Margot in moving a whole patio set. She referred to me as the family's most trustworthy man. "Some men are wolves in family clothing," she wrote in a Facebook post on blood betrayal. Wolves. I had lost my humanity. Following the slap, the beating, and the embarrassment, I had remained silent. However, something little and final snapped inside me when I read that. In order to protect myself, I wanted to yell, fight back, post screenshots, texts, voicemails, and everything else. But since I had nothing to prove, I had nothing. There were no covert encounters, no flirtations, and no proof because the alleged incident never occurred. However, there was no need for proof. There was greater excitement in the lie. That night, I got a call from a college friend. He was among the few people who hadn't abandoned me yet. With caution, he said, "Hey man. I don't want to bother you, but did you actually?" I ended the call before he could finish. I didn't want to speak with him again if he had to ask after 10 years of knowing me. I stayed at a budget motel close to the city's perimeter. Hours passed while I gazed at the discolored ceiling, my thoughts racing like a broken fan. How could a man's entire life be destroyed by a single sentence? I reflected on the times I had spent so openly sharing. I arrived early for family gatherings. After Claire's cousin moved, I made him some furniture. Morgan told me I missed a screw as she looked through her phone while I assisted her in installing a bookshelf. I was now a phantom in everyone's mind. They could despise and forgive this nightmare version of me. There was only a tale, no trial, no court date, and no report. Once established, it required only whispers, rather than sunlight. It had nothing to do with fairness. It was more about passing judgment and appearing to believe women than it was about learning the truth. Morgan also did a good job in her role. A friend of a friend told me that she was getting gifts as a token of sorrow. People praised her bravery as they checked in. I felt like throwing up when I saw the word survivor on her social media bio. I wasn't even texted by Claire. Not once. I discovered that I couldn't afford to remain where I was for much longer after looking at my bank account. The employer froze my severance pay. Rumors of legal action circulated. For what purpose? I had no idea. That's when I started to feel afraid. It's the dread of forgetting, not the fear of hatred. A name that conveyed only embarrassment. That night I hardly recognized the man staring back at me in the mirror. There were patches in my beard. I had lifeless eyes. It made me seem bad. That scared me because I wondered what the outside world thought of me if I looked that way to myself. You believe that everything goes wrong at once. It doesn't. Layer by layer, it gradually becomes apparent that no one is coming to your aid. You will need to change completely if you wish to live. I bought a one-way ticket, sold the rest, and packed a little suitcase. There is no forwarding address. No logical destination. Only a short distance away, from the slap, from the lie, and from those who allowed it to spread like wildfire as I stood in the center, blazing. It's time to let go when even your name starts to seem burdensome. I entered a tiny travel agency that morning that was sandwiched between a pawn store and a laundromat. As if it hadn't been rung in years, the bell above the door jangled. Behind the counter, a young woman raised her head from a crossword problem. "To where?" she inquired. I paused. "Anywhere but here," I muttered. She chuckled as though I were kidding, but I wasn't. I required a ticket, guidance, and an opportunity to vanish. I was riding a bus to a town I couldn't pronounce by the end of the day. My old laptop, 2 changes of clothes, a pair of boots, and a brown leather notebook full of journal entries, sketches, and mementos of the man I once was were all in a duffel bag with a fictitious name. It was a long, silent ride. I watched the scenery shift from my seat toward the rear. A shoreline that seemed to go on forever was followed by forests, barren pastures, and city buildings. I stopped keeping track of the hours at some point. I didn't get any sleep. I ate very little. I merely gazed and pondered. It's peculiar. Peace isn't the quiet that descends after your life blows up. Not initially. The fog is numb. Confusion and remorse can reverberate more loudly when there is no sound. I mentally relived the slap, the lie, and how quickly everyone turned away, as if they had been waiting for an excuse to despise me. I pondered whether they recognized something in me before I did. Did I seem too calm, too helpful, or too forgetful? Easy to forget was the final notion that stuck out the most. By the time I reached my destination, the fog outside had increased. On a small coastal route, the bus was one of only 2 cars. I didn't mind when the driver stated, "Last stop," as he pulled into a dirt lot. It was a little, isolated location without cell towers, just wooden buildings that hadn't been painted since the 1980s, an inn that functioned as a diner, and a bay with ancient boats chained like sleeping dogs. Trying not to attract notice, I carried my duffel bag over my shoulder as I strolled through the town. On a porch, a man smoking a cigarette was repairing a net. He saw me walk by and nodded. I returned the nod. I asked the innkeeper if they rented rooms weekly. After giving me a thorough examination, she stated, "Cash only." I gave her money for the first 2 weeks and inquired if she knew anyone in need of assistance. "It depends on the type of assistance," she stated. I answered, "Anything that keeps me moving." She pointed across the harbor. "Try the dock." Ben, an elderly guy, employs people to clean his equipment. Ben made no inquiries. He simply gave me gloves and gestured toward a pile of fishing nets that had a salty, rotten scent. For the first time in weeks, no one stared, no one murmured, and no one passed judgment when I arrived at work. I was just a man with gloves and a duty. I toiled till my hands grew raw, and my back ached. After that, I went back to my room, lay down on the thin mattress, and gazed at the ceiling till I fell asleep. My new routine was that: work, wake up, and sleep in Washington. Nothing except fog, salt, perspiration, and silence. No news, no updates, no internet. And that was sufficient for a time. I kept my true name a secret. My name was Ford. It felt easier and cleaner. No one inquired, and I didn't bring up my background. On few evenings I strolled down the beach. I let the wind to numb my face as I inhaled the chilly air. On other evenings, I jotted down notes. Not whole entries, just snippets. One word. A sentence. Or an idea. I didn't want to recall at times. My goal was to rebuild. People began to recognize me in town, not the traditional manner. Simple welcomes, no whispering, no sympathy. "Good morning, Ford. Are you on duty at the West Dock today? You take coffee with sugar or cream?" They only wanted me there, not my narrative. It was also novel. I discovered more room in my head the more I kept to myself. I started going for a morning run. A few minutes at first, then 30 minutes, and finally 5 Fords. The agony was pleasant. It was logical. My legs trembled and my lungs burned, but I chose to endure the pain. A battle for meaning. A few months later, I started repairing the town's damaged gutters, sheds, and boats. June, a woman, contacted me to assist her in updating her company website. She persisted even after I informed her I wasn't a big techie. I was able to figure it out after watching videos, reading forums, and using a laptop that I borrowed from the library. One shopkeeper then requested for assistance, followed by another. Something had changed, but I was unaware of it at the time. I chose to be invisible this time. I was no longer the accused Elias. I was Ford, the man who had time, tools, and no trail to follow. After work one evening, I watched the boat sway beneath a deep blue sky from the pier. Like a hidden mirror, the water reflected the stars as they started to emerge. Claire was on my mind. I pondered whether she regretted it or missed me. But since it no longer mattered, I ignored the thought. This moment, this silence, this new me being forged from the ruins of my former self. That was what mattered. Just fog, salt, and silence. No headlines. No group conversations, no slaps, no screaming,
and the methodical, gradual transformation into a person that no one could take away. The name Ford was no longer merely a ruse, it turned into a start. At first I didn't have a compelling justification for choosing it. In a charity container near the pier, I discovered an old work shirt with simply the name on it. Blue cotton with faded characters. It had been sewn long before I did. I never corrected the villagers when they began to call me by that name. It's funny how identity can develop from nothing. I wasn't just getting by the end of my first year in that port town shrouded in fog. I was reviving, slowly and cautiously. That winter Ben, the sour old fisherman who initially hired me, suffered a stroke. Clara, his daughter, returned to aid in his recuperation. She didn't smile much and was stern and sensible, which I liked. She said, "You're good with numbers, right?" One evening as we were closing the nest shed, I gave a shrug. "Decent." She threw a notebook smeared with salt on the table. Ben's inventory was a jumble, half scrawled, half remembered. Try making sense of that. I spent the night gathering receipts, redoing his books, and sorting out fishing permits that had expired. I gave Clara a tidy spreadsheet and a basic digital ledger the following morning. Her gaze expanded. "You completed this in a single night." I gave a nod. She gazed at the display. "Have you ever considered doing something other than cleaning nets?" In actuality, I had considered it in private throughout the dark hours of restless evenings. I had always been interested in coding, but I had never had to depend on it. I was too busy in my previous life as the trustworthy spouse, the gutter-fixing son-in-law, and the employee who kept everything going but never lifted his hand. But I had time here. It was time to construct something that belonged to myself. I registered the domain amrayafesch.com that evening. Just enough to commemorate the initials I left behind and the man I aspired to be, but not my true name. I began modestly by creating websites for nearby companies, such as a cafe, a flower shop, and a boat rental agency. My face was hidden from the clients. They made no inquiries, they simply enjoyed the outcome. I rented a tiny workshop on the outskirts of town as cash came in. The windows were dusty and the floorboards were ancient. I purchased a fan heater, a kettle, a folding desk, and a used PC. It was mine, even though it wasn't fancy. I was reminded that I was still here, still capable, and still building with each screw I inserted into the wall. I became the unofficial IT man for the entire coastal strip without any prior arrangement. Word got out. When he arrived, a man from 2 towns over needed assistance starting an internet business to sell his handcrafted furniture. A former educator desired to launch a blog. A young mother desired to create a website with recipes. I never refused. I wasn't cheap. I was fair. People made their payments on schedule. They never inquired, "Where are you from?" and instead handed me stories, bread and coffee. I wasn't sure whether they were being courteous or if they acknowledged that I was now one of them. The company expanded in silence. I developed a distinct brand. I also printed A.M. Reeves Tech on the back of the bibs of the competitors and sponsored a little local event. I once showed a new digital system I had created to assist in tracking public repairs during a town council meeting. Previously erased, Elias Ford is now being praised in front of a room full of strangers who are unaware of the controversy that once killed me. As the sun sank behind the cliffs, I left the meeting and made my way to the harbor's edge. Like melting gold, the water shone. After removing my shoes, I stood in the sand and let my toes to be touched by the tide. And I sobbed because I had accomplished what I believed was impossible, not because I was sad. I created a version of myself that no one could deny, misrepresent, or ruin. A man with only a present he was at last permitted to possess and no past. However, there was a whisper of the past with each step ahead. The smack, Tessa's expression, and the way her brothers hauled me out like trash are all things I occasionally dream about. I would wake up with my pulse pounding and sweating, half expecting to see a throng outside holding torches made of memories or a notice beneath my door. However, nobody showed up. In actuality, humans don't pursue ghosts, and I had voluntarily chosen to become one. I did not, however, divulge my secrets. The notebook in which I used to write about suffering had changed. Plans, wireframes, and checklists were now stored there. I always carried a small USB drive that was taped with old black tape inside its back cover. It contained the recording I got 6 months after going missing, which was sent by a mutual acquaintance who was unaware of the seriousness of what they were sending. Morgan's voice, mocking, confessing, laughing. I informed them that he did it because I detested their perception of his perfection. He treated me as if I were unimportant. I turned him into nothing then. I gave it a listen once. I did not scream or cry. I simply listened. I then supported it.
I secured it. I held it tight. Not to exact revenge, but to demonstrate that I hadn't dreamed it. One envious woman's falsehood caused the globe to twist in unexpected directions. Healing is not as simple as you may imagine. I didn't yell into the wind or stand atop a mountain. I didn't write angry letters or punch walls. I simply created one system, one website, and one silent triumph at a time. I got 2 locals to assist me. I gave them flexible hours and a good wage. The only thing I had to say when people asked what drove me was, I know what it feels like to have your life ripped away. So, I'm trying to build one no one can take. I occasionally heard a voice that sounded like Tessa's coming from a stranger. Or the name Morgan would make me freeze. However, both the town and I moved on. It was like taking back a piece of myself to fix every cable, assist with digitizing every boat, and fix every broken login. Ford is a new man, not the old me. I just responded to my own reflection this time. The sound is the first thing I recall. It wasn't just any knock. It felt like someone smashing fists against a wall, frantic and desperate. As I negotiated arrangements for a long-term upgrade, my hands froze on the keyboard. Even though the cursor flickered, I got to my feet. I took one look out the window. Sheets of rain fell, furious and heavy. The streets became rivers. As I got closer to the entrance, I heard thunder crack overhead. There were 3 more bangs. A familiar voice sounded muffled. On the knob, my hand hesitated. After more than 3 years, I finally heard the name. Elias, please. The voice cracked, trembling under strain. It was raw and worn out, but it was definitely hers. Claire. I opened the door gently because I had no idea what was behind it, not because I was unsure. This is what I had envisioned. Not frequently, but frequently enough to demonstrate how much her ghost's presence in my past was essential to my recovery. She was drenched, her hair stuck to her face, and her eyes were wide with sorrow and remorse. She held herself together by putting her arms around herself. Please, she said in a tremulous voice. I know you're in there. I didn't respond. As the storm roared, we simply gazed at one another. She seemed so little, and I remembered how I used to have hurried to take her inside, dry her hair, and cover her with a blanket. However, that man was no longer at home. She extended her hand and touched the doorframe. She said, I've been trying to find you. For years. Without surprise but without faith, I arched an eyebrow. I moved out of the way. After hesitating, she entered the house as if she were returning to a place that had forgotten her scent. It was a clean, warm room. Now, all I had was a desk, a couch, and a few framed pictures of sunrises from my runs. I had no ties to anyone except myself. She was standing clumsily in the center, spilling rainfall on the ground. How did you come across me? I asked bluntly. She turned her head away. Time was needed. Numerous dead ends. I needed to hire someone. I needed to try when I understood the truth. I closely observed her, putting her statements to the test. She nodded, her eyes starting to well up but holding back. I came not to quarrel. You had to come visit me. I had to give an explanation. After walking to my workstation, I took out a tiny USB drive. I had never before shown anyone the proof. I gave it to her and muttered, I already know everything. She gazed at it as if it were going to burn her. What is it? Even though she already knew, she asked. Take it, play it now. Come back tomorrow if you would still like to discuss after that. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded and received it with quivering fingers. I went back to my workstation, took a seat, and concentrated on the screen. She vanished in an instant. I heard her sneakers sloshing in the rain and the door closing. The wind seemed to want in as well, pressing against the glass. Then there was quiet. For hours, I sat in the silence. I didn't look at the time or my phone. As the storm subsided into a gentle rain, I simply gazed out the window. I didn't get any sleep that night. Staring at the ceiling, I laid on the couch. I considered every life I had led since that slap. Since her silence became more audible than the lie, and since her brothers brutally abused me. What was she hoping to discover here? A dude in the waiting room? A heart that remained pliable? Is a soul still open? I had no idea. However, I was aware that I was no longer her spouse. Not in a spiritual, emotional, or legal sense. The following morning was shrouded in fog. I didn't check my email or go out. I waited for nothing until I noticed her while sipping a mug of black coffee beside the window. This time, she didn't knock. Like a kid waiting for punishment, she sat on the porch bench with her hands clasped and her head bent. When she noticed me, she looked up. She had a new face. Something had changed. The conflict was over, but so were the tears. The aching was all that was left. She claimed to have played it. I gave a nod. She took a deep breath. I remained silent. I destroyed you. I held up a hand and said, Elias, I didn't know. She blinked quickly, attempting to contain the deluge she hadn't earned the right to let out. You don't have to say it. Do you despise me? Her voice cracked as she asked. I gazed out across the placid ocean. No, I replied. Hatred requires energy. I have run out of things to offer you. She fell to the ground. I didn't move or make contact. I simply walked by her. In 20 minutes, I had a client meeting. Because life had moved on, I was awarded one of the largest contracts I had ever received. I had too. The following day she returned. She didn't knock this time. She simply watched my workshop from the other side of the street while she tried to find the confidence to enter. While I was updating a cybersecurity patch for a client's database, I managed to see her through the blinds. Her presence no longer unnerved me, so I continued typing and working. Nothing was stirred. Curiosity, like watching a storm pass over a mountain you've already climbed, but without anger or longing. The bell above the door sounded softly as she entered at last. You're occupied, she remarked. Without glancing up, I answered, I'm always busy. She took another step inside and shut the door. The scent of rain-soaked cloth and ocean mist filled the air. Her voice seemed smaller, as if the years abroad had sapped her confidence, and she was still wearing the same coat from yesterday. I didn't sleep, she muttered. All I gave her was the faint hum of the office heater and the sound of fingers on keyboard. She approached the edge of my desk and waited for me to raise my head. She said, I have something to say. I nodded and leaned back. She muttered more to herself than to me, and I was unaware that she was recording it. I didn't think Morgan would come clean. But, I said, she did. Claire replied, the words sticking in her mouth. Yes. Calmly, I informed her. I knew 2 years ago. She blinked at that. What? She staggered back as if I had smacked her with the stillness she had once used as a weapon. I knew 2 years ago about the lie, the recording, about everything. But you didn't say a word. No, I didn't. Why? She inquired, truly taken aback. I answered, because the truth wouldn't change what you did. It would not reverse the slap or take away your brother's criminal behavior of dragging me across the grass. The weeks I spent hiding from a world that spit on me for something I didn't do would not be made better by it. So I said nothing. I wanted to know what mattered more to you. My quiet or your guilt. She covered her mouth, appearing nauseous. Her legs were shaking as I could see. If I had known, I would have arrived sooner. I interrupted. But you didn't want to know. You keep omitting that section. You didn't ask. You had no doubts. You didn't flinch at all. Before I could say anything else, you picked her over me. With her face pallid and her shoulders slumped, she took a seat in the chair across from me. She sobbed. Eliasne, she responded. Morgan sobbed. She also said that you hatefully gazed at her. That she was cornered by you. That she was unable to say no. I squinted. And you decided I deserved to be ruined based on that alone. I was afraid, she said abruptly. I was unsure of what to believe. She sounded so broken by the way she said it. So did I remarked icily. She parted her lips, then shut them. She did not cry, but her eyes glistened. I remarked, you didn't return for the truth. You lost everything else, so you returned. That made her wince. It touched down. Leaning forward, I spoke evenly. I am aware of your divorce. I am aware that your family betrayed you. I am aware that your mother referred to it as an old scandal and advised you to move on. I am aware that Marco's business failed after Caleb was exposed for that incident at the school. I know since I didn't say anything. And the truth had time to gain traction on its own while I remained silent. Her lips quivered, but she remained silent. I went on, you didn't return out of regret. You needed something to feel clean again, so you came back. No, she muttered. That isn't accurate. It is, I said. And it's all right. It doesn't make me angry. Simply put, I'm not providing you what you came for. She appeared perplexed. What do you suppose I was here to do? Redeeming? I said. Closure? Perhaps even forgiveness. I hesitated, allowing our silence to deepen. However, you are unaware that I have long since forgiven you. For my sake, not yours. I was forced to. I wouldn't have made it through otherwise. However, forgiving does not imply reconciliation. It doesn't mean welcome. I simply stopped acting as though I was responsible for your conduct. Claire put her hands over her face and her shoulders trembled. She simply sat there for a moment, allowing herself to be vulnerable in front of me. There was just a lady buried behind the debris of her own choices, no makeup, no audience, no show. Her voice was softer than I had ever heard it when she eventually turned back to face me. Do you think this can ever be fixed? I cocked my head in an honest, not irate manner. No, I replied. Slowly, she nodded. I understand, she muttered. I'm worthy of that. I uttered the words. No one deserves to be lied about like I was. However, mistakes are made by humans. The issue is that you created yours and left me to foot the bill. We remained seated for an additional minute. Only space, breath, and all the unseen things that had existed between us for too long were left. No more words. At last she fixed her coat and stood up. I'm going now, she declared. I gave a nod. Look after yourself. She glanced back one more time before opening the door. She said, I hope you find happiness. I have already, I answered. And I meant it. She went out. The man who had survived both said, just the truth and silence. No more begging, no more promises, no more twisted stories. How long she stayed on my porch the following day is unknown to me. However, she was already sitting on the bench with her back straight and her hands clutched in her lap like a child awaiting judgment when I eventually went outside. She first ignored me in favor of concentrating on the gravel path that led from my feet to the road. The morning air was cold from the mist of the night as I stood in the doorway. Overhead birds were chirping. The town was just starting to wake up, with early morning joggers and a few dock workers calling hello over the lake. But the only sound I could hear was our stillness. Once a source of comfort, that old familiar silence now hung taut between two rocks like a wire. Something was gone from her eyes when she eventually looked up. Pride, perhaps. Perhaps the final fragment of the tale she had attempted to preserve in her memory. She answered, I listened to it. I didn't answer. I kept listening to her voice. What frightened me the most was that it didn't sound like her. Her voice cracked, but she didn't cry. Not now. I didn't recognize that version of Morgan. I never wanted to see it, or perhaps it was the only authentic version. I entered the porch but chose not to sit. I owed her no consolation. I simply had to give myself closure. Claire mutely remarked. She was laughing, as she gazed at the wooden floor. Just laughing as if she had done the world's most ingenious trick. That's what it was to her, so I nodded slowly. Her face, God, her face, carried years when she finally turned to face me. She swallowed a falsehood so deeply that it became a part of her after years of denial. And now the truth had sliced through that deception. Scar tissue was all that remained. She claimed she did it because you treated her as though she didn't exist. She was upset that I didn't want her to notice me. She mistook basic decency for rejection, I replied plainly. Because I wasn't what she needed to feel special, she intended to punish me. Claire shut her eyes. She also detested me. You know, she said, I think that's what I didn't want to believe. It wasn't just about you. It was about both of us. What we had, and what we meant to her. Possibly, I replied. But that doesn't change what she did, or what you did after. She groaned. I caught sight of her. She inhaled slowly, feeling her chest lift. Whispering, I keep wondering. Her cheeks flushed. That was the question, wasn't it? I could tell by the way she asked it that she already knew the answer. If she hadn't confessed, if that recording hadn't been made, would I have ever seen it? Would I have had to live with the version of you that she painted in my mind? The one that I helped make real? She didn't dispute, saying, I recall, in a firmer voice. The day it all happened. You returned because the illusion fell apart, I said. Not because you were looking for the truth, but simply because you had nothing else to cling to. I keep reliving it in my head. You had coffee in your hand. I didn't see that at the time, but you were composed and perplexed. I just realized I had a challenge to tackle. And the issue was, you. There's something people don't understand about betrayal. I continued slowly, glancing out toward the dock, where the sea shimmered in the early sun. It's not just the lie. Even the slap isn't it. It's the velocity. The speed at which someone finds you guilty. How quickly they discard everything that you have ever been to them. That's what breaks you. She nodded while letting the tears fall down her cheeks without wiping them away. I didn't correct her or comfort her. She added, "I ruined you." Again, barely audible. "Sometimes people need to sit in the mess they made." She went on. I kept telling myself that maybe it wasn't as horrible as it felt, that maybe it was just an error. But everything I had put in place to defend myself was destroyed when I heard her voice mocking and expressing pride in what she had done. "I'm not here to fix anything," she continued. "I know that's not possible." And she stood slowly, as though the weight of her confession was pressing against her joints. "Nor am I here to beg for your pardon. I'm not worthy of it. After listening to that recording, all I needed to do was look you in the eye to let you know that I now knew." I really looked at her, and what I saw was not the woman I had once loved. The wife who had snuck her cold feet under my legs at night or laughed at my poor cooking, who had died the same day the lie was born, but a stranger who had, as she herself claimed, walked through fire and come out burned, but perhaps at last honest. She nodded and said, "I know." She exited the porch and glanced around once. "For what it's worth, I hope the life you built now gives you peace." "There's nothing left to rebuild," I answered. I let her name linger for a moment before answering. "It does." And then I stepped back inside and shut the door behind me. Not in a resentful or angry manner, but simply because you deserve it, Elias. The tape showed what had always existed between us. Doubt, distance, the kind of love that crumbles under the first blow because it was never strong enough to survive honesty. I had survived it without her, without all of them. Sometimes the only way to reclaim your name is to stop asking others to spell it correctly. There would be no rekindled love, no dramatic apologies, and no hugs in the rain. However, Claire stayed, not in my house, not even on my street, but in the town, after renting a small place from the innkeeper who helped her settle in, and then from Clara at the net shed, who saw her buying groceries with unsteady hands. I had assumed that after the tape, after the final confrontation, that would be the last time I saw her. She didn't walk around with her head held high. There was no arrogance, just a stillness, as if someone was trying not to disturb the air. She started tutoring kids after school, volunteered at the town clinic, and helped clean up the beach after storms. I didn't go looking or ask why she stayed, but I noticed. I watched from a distance, not because I was interested in her redemption story, but because I was trying to figure out why I wasn't angry anymore. The locals didn't know who she was to me at first, and she didn't tell them, but small towns have long memories and even longer whispers. A few people made the connection, even though she didn't ask to be close to me or knock again. Instead, she simply appeared in the world I had created, quietly, as if she knew she was walking through something delicate and sacred that wasn't hers. I always responded the same way. "I can't take her away from me." They nodded, and that was all. "She's just here." The memory of who she used to be briefly flashed through my mind when I saw her at the farmer's market one afternoon. She was carrying a bag of apples and laughing softly with one of the older women who sold honey. The sun caught her hair, and I nodded back. That was the new language between us. No words, no open wounds, just acknowledgement. It was like two travelers who once traveled the same path but now went in different directions. Weeks went by. Then months. She earned her place in the town, just like I had, by doing the work and not asking for anything. People started asking more about my business and less about her, and my clientele increased. I hired a third developer, upgraded my equipment, and even began giving talks about online resilience and digital identity at the local college. I never mentioned my past, but everything I said came from it. The answer always sat like a stone in my stomach. No, she wouldn't have. Her return wasn't born out of faith, rather, it was born out of fallout, and forgiveness, as much as people like to preach, doesn't make that go away. Still, in the silence of my evenings, I couldn't get rid of the ache of one question. Would she have come if Morgan hadn't confessed? I could forgive her for being human, for being naive, for making a decision under duress, but I couldn't forget that she let me fall first when everything fell apart, choosing to believe a lie over the man who had held her through her darkest moments, who had helped her mother when she broke her hip, who had used his fingers to trace maps on her back and his eyes closed to plan dreams. I no longer hated her, but I also lost trust in her, and trust was the one thing forgiveness couldn't restore. She came over to me as I was shutting up the workshop one evening when the sun was setting behind the lighthouse, the sky bruised purple, the waves softly lapping the dock. "Do you mind?" She pointed to the wooden bench by the stairs and said, "It's a public bench." She sat next to me, but not too close. I shrugged. I was surprised when she remarked, "I'm not trying to win you back." "I know," I said. "I just wanted to say thank you." "For what?" "For keeping my identity a secret from everyone." I glanced at her and realized for the first time that she wasn't here to be forgiven. Rather, she was here to bear the burden that she should have had long ago. For allowing me to exist here without dragging your story behind me like chains. I needed peace, which is why I kept it quiet for you, I added. She nodded, saying, I never asked you that day when I slapped you, when it all started. She paused, trying to find the right words, then said, What were you going to say before everything went sideways? Retelling the worst parts of my life to strangers doesn't bring that. I was going to ask what the hell you were talking about, I replied, gazing out at the ocean. I felt it had to be a joke because it was so unexpected. I was taken aback. That's all. I was not even given the opportunity to defend myself. Claire averted her eyes in embarrassment, and I went on without posing a single query. You struck me. You allowed them to pull me out. You allowed it to occur. I know, she said in a whisper. I said, and you've got to live with that, not because I intend for you to suffer but rather because it's the result. That is the result of decisions we are unable to reverse. We sat in quiet once more until she stood up as the sky grew darker. This will be the last time I talk to you directly, she said. I needed to say those things, but I'll respect the space you've created. I do live with it, she continued. Every day. I will not meddle. She paused, turned slightly, and grinned, saying, Thank you. I nodded, and as she turned to leave, I added one last thing. You're doing good work at the clinic. She then disappeared into the dusk haze, never to be seen again. As I sat on the bench and listened to the wind, the tide and the creak of the dock, I reflected on everything we had experienced. The lies, the fall, and the return. It dawned on me that closure doesn't come with big apology or tidy endings. Rather, it comes in bits and pieces, in nods across marketplaces, in shared silence, and in distance kept not out of rage, but out of knowledge. I never really wanted revenge. It's a messy word, bloated with bitterness, dripping with energy I no longer had to give. I didn't want to destroy anyone. I didn't want to make them hurt the way I had. I just wanted the truth to live. So I let it. Forgiveness can clear the air. But it doesn't rebuild bridges. Sometimes peace is just knowing you don't have to try anymore. I was at my desk drinking lukewarm coffee, browsing a forum on small business cybersecurity, when I noticed a trending article on one of the discussion boards. False accusation ruins man's life until truth surfaces. It began on a calm Tuesday afternoon, when the fog had rolled in thickly over the docks, swallowing the horizon in a soft gray hush. It was my story, posted anonymously with no names or photos, just details, frightfully accurate ones, about a man who was accused by his sister-in-law of getting her pregnant, betrayed by his wife and family, beaten, fired, and shunned, only to disappear, start over, and later find out the whole accusation was false. I clicked it out of habit, but what I saw wasn't a coincidence. An audio file with Morgan's smug confession was attached at the bottom. I told them he did it because I hated how perfect they thought he was, she said. Word for word, the exact file I had hidden away for more than 2 years. I didn't upload it, but I knew who did. Claire, who must have duplicated it after I gave her the original, perhaps as an attempt to make amends. He looked at me like I was nothing, so I turned him into nothing. Or perhaps she was no longer able to bear the burden by herself. In any case, it was now available on the internet, and could not be put back in its box. The news became viral in a matter of hours, and it was discussed on blogs and in forums. Whether it was real or false was up for debate in the comments, but it made little difference. The confession and the voice were genuine. It didn't take long for people to begin making connections. The murmurs came back, but not in my immediate vicinity. They encircled the individuals who had previously buried me this time. Elena lost her job at a medium-sized public relations business. In a public statement, its CEO said, "We do not tolerate any behavior that undermines the dignity of others." Within a week, she disappeared from social media. Former high school football coach and Tessa's brother Caleb resigned after an anonymous report claimed that he had previously engaged in physical assault based on unverified allegations. The footage of him pulling me outside by my collar was leaked. Like a curse, it reappeared. Margot, their mother, served on the board of a nearby non-profit organization that provided funding for women's shelters. Her public remarks, "Some men are wolves in family clothing," made prior to any investigation, were discovered by the board, and she was asked to resign. Despite never having seen a courtroom, they had to deal with a far harsher ruling. The court of public truth. There were no attorneys or gavels, just a reflection in a mirror of a world that had let them go and didn't want them back. And I said nothing. I did not affirm or deny, I didn't add gasoline or gloat. I simply continued to live, work, and create the life they believed they could destroy. People in town started to treat me with respect instead of sympathy. I read something online, a single man remarked in the marina. Didn't mention names, but if it's even half true, I'm sorry for what you went through. All I needed to do was nod. At the cafe, another woman put coffee and a croissant on my table and added, "On the house." Although there were no significant changes in my life, I did feel as though I was marching with the wind at my back, rather than against it. I saw Claire throughout this period, but she didn't talk to me. She continued to live a quiet life, work at the clinic, and keep her head down. I had no idea how it must have felt for her to see her family fall apart under the weight of the reality they had previously chosen to ignore. Despite having started the fire, she had not left. Without requesting pity, she stood in the ashes and allowed the smoke to burn her eyes. I admired that in a tiny, quiet manner. I got a letter in the mail one morning. Just text scribbled on pristine white paper, with no handwriting or return address. You did it that way even though you didn't have to. Rather of using the truth as a weapon, you allow it to breathe. Thank you for not destroying us when you had every right to, even if I don't deserve your charity. Now I see that. And not because I needed to read it again, but rather to remind myself that sometimes justice doesn't come with fire. I folded the paper and put it in a drawer with the others. Quiet, indisputable truth can accompany it at times, and that's sufficient at times. Justice is frequently perceived as being noisy, requiring a stage, a verdict, and a standing audience. However, during those weeks, I discovered this. A whisper of justice can be heard. An online post, a recording was released, just a nod from someone who was once skeptical of you. Not all justice results in punishment, sometimes it simply comes out. People are unable to turn away once it is shown. They must accept what they observe. Caleb, Margot, and Elena all experienced that. They were not imprisoned, they received no fine, but they were seen by everyone. They were seen by the truth. More significantly, they recognized themselves. A teenager, who appeared to be around 17, entered my studio one evening right before closing time. He was apprehensive and shifted uncomfortably. "The truth block was constructed by you?" he inquired. I scowled. "What?" "That story online, about the lie, and how the guy vanished but returned stronger," he muttered. "You mean that?" I didn't have to respond, but I didn't. Slowly, he nodded. "I simply wanted to mention how much that story aided me. This year I nearly gave up on myself. People believed that I had done something that I hadn't. I also began to believe it." He took out a drawing pad from his rucksack. "I was instructed by my teacher to sketch something that gave me strength once more. This is what I sketched." He showed me a page with a faceless man standing in a storm with his feet firmly planted and lightning behind him. As stated in the description, truth doesn't flinch. I looked at it for a while. "You hold on to that strength," I murmured, shaking his hand as I rose up. "Don't allow them to change who you are." He grinned as he went, and I took a seat behind my desk, feeling a peculiar sense of serenity. The reason I had never uploaded the recording myself suddenly occurred to me. The reason I waited, the reason I had rebuilt first. Because understanding what they did isn't the only thing that constitutes justice. It's about knowing who you are, regardless of what somebody may have said. People in our world can be divided into two categories: those who choose who they become, and those who are shaped by their circumstances. I thought I was the first ones. I tried to be decent, trustworthy, and helpful back then. I believed that those around me would notice me if I loved deeply, gave generously, and forgave quickly enough. They would support me. However, they failed to hold out when the storm hit. I fell when they released me. The problem with falling, though, is that occasionally you hit something solid. Yourself. I still get up early these days. I enjoy the silence before the town awakens, not because I'm haunted anymore. As I patiently boil my coffee, I observe the fog rolling across the bay in the morning. I don't immediately check my phone. I don't follow the news or look through headlines. I sit, take a deep breath, and tell myself that making headlines is not the way to find peace. It comes without the necessity of being seen. Most mornings I choose to walk into town because I can, not because I have to. These days, I get greetings from people that are carefree and judgment-free. I earned that, but it took years. I won't prove my innocence. Not by yelling my version of events. However, by leading a life that rendered the falsehood inconsequential. Sometimes I walk by the clinic and catch a glimpse of Claire through the window. Our eyes occasionally connect, and when they do, we both nod. No more, no less. She's generally hunched over a clipboard or caring for one of the town's kids. I appreciated her more for keeping her word than for offering an apology, since she never again crossed the line, spoke up, or attempted to change the truth. You can't outrun your mirror. Not forever. Morgan tried to reinvent herself, moved to a different place, and changed her name online. I know her family is now dispersed. Last I heard, Caleb works as a part-time teacher someplace. Margot travels most of the time, perhaps in search of locations where no one can identify her. I stayed, built, and now own 3 buildings in the town. A couple who were creating a podcast studio rented one, while a marine gear provider rented another. These days my tech company has clients in 6 countries and operates virtually exclusively online. I didn't have to heavily promote myself because the facts and the work spoke for themselves. Healing isn't loud, which is the part that no one tells you when your life is on fire. Banners, thunder, and cheering are not included. Healing is silent, discreet, and occurs in everyday situations, such as coding while drinking tea, choosing a new office chair, or assisting a stranger with carrying things upstairs. About a year after the tale became viral online, a local school contacted us one afternoon. They were planning a youth program on resilience and digital ethics. They requested me to speak because they had witnessed the life I created and believed it could motivate the children, not because they were familiar with my narrative. Yes, I said, and a dozen young faces gazed up at me as I entered the room. Some were interested, some were bored, and some were excited. I told them about my adventure, cleaned of course, and without mentioning slander or treachery. I talked about making a fresh start, about losing everything and deciding to learn rather than give up. How do you stop being angry at the people who ruined your life? One child inquired. You don't, I responded with a smile. You just stop paying them rent in your mind. You no longer accept their behavior as a part of who you are. By creating a life that is too full for them to fit into, you outgrow their control over you. Perhaps he did, since he nodded as if he understood. Perhaps those remarks will mean something to him in the future. I had a cup of hot cider that evening and gazed up at the sky while standing on my porch. There were only stars, no clouds, 1,000 silent lights blinking above me, unconcerned with anything below. I reflected on the man I once was, the one who stood in his kitchen, coffee cup in hand, watching in disbelief as his life fell apart due to a sentence that someone else had made up. I no longer recognized him. He was too sensitive, too eager to please, and too ready to think that love was something that had to be gained rather than something that had to be achieved. And now? I am being purposeful now. With my silence. With my time. With my faith. Months ago, before she finally let go entirely, Claire asked me, "Do you believe we'll ever be able to get back?" At the time I just stared at her without responding. But I would respond as follows if she asked me now. That man with whom you were married. He is no longer there. Without a single question, you slapped him, and he died instantly. The man standing here today is no longer a part of your tale. He composed a fresh one. People believe that the end is survival. However, survival is only the first step, because you begin to wonder what you would become if you stopped trying to be accepted and started being authentic after you understand you can survive being erased. Loyal to your own self-worth, voice, and identity. I no longer live for approval. The version of myself that I nearly lost, the one who picked up the pieces in the dark and figured out how to mold them into something new, is the one I live for. I go by Elias Ford. I was accused, assaulted, erased, and left behind. I didn't remain buried, though. I returned to determine who I wanted to be without anyone else's approval, not to prove a point or exact retribution. And this time, I totally, boldly, and unapologetically answered to my own name. Maybe you have some new questions now that you've heard the story today. Or perhaps some old recollections have been evoked. We are all connected by the new stories that are created on Reddit every day by new experiences and moments. Everybody has a different life path, and we all attempt to comprehend the world in our own manner. Moments like these serve as a reminder that we are all human, happy, sad, and constantly learning new things. Please feel free to tell your friends about this story if you liked it. We constantly value your opinions and suggestions since they inspire us to produce even better material. Every tale has a different viewpoint, and we want to make sure that our material is relatable and diverse by understanding everyone's viewpoints. These kinds of stories teach us that everyone's journey through life is unique and that we may learn new things from hearing other people's stories. You can also tell us your own tales. We also value the experiences you have. Please share your thoughts if you like this video. Our goal is to consistently produce content that inspires you and provides you with fresh concepts. Your comments are still valued even if you have already watched this video. We can enhance our content and give our audience a fresh viewpoint with each piece of input. What we witnessed today was only a small portion of the numerous tales that were posted globally and on Reddit. It serves as a reminder of how we all attempt to make sense of life by talking to one another about our experiences. This film only served as an illustration of how we attempt to learn about various facets of life and establish connections with others through storytelling. We intend to keep sharing tales like this that foster mutual learning and development. Golden Brother spent my money on his party and hired guards to block me from entering. When I showed up anyway, he said, "He's not family." Hello Reddit. So, as a 25-year-old male, I recently discovered what happens when you give too much for too long and then ask for simple respect. You are kicked in the teeth by your own relatives. This is not a sob tale. This is me putting it all out after being treated like a walking wallet while my younger brother Frank, 22, a man, was commended for simply breathing. Allow me to provide some little context so you know I'm not simply being dramatic. My family has been playing favorites since Frank was old enough to ask for and receive a new Xbox. I was the mature and responsible one. Translation: do everything and receive nothing. For example, when I turned 18, my parents had me start paying $350 per month to live at home. This is not a joke. The same room I grew up in. Same rickety bed. I have the same wallpaper from when I was 12. $350 per month, or hit the road. So I paid. I worked part-time in a tire business. I finished school, I handled it. Frank turned 18. They actually handed him my former room. After I moved out, I purchased him a flat screen and told him he was still figuring out his life. Finding his way resembled sleeping till noon and streaming Fortnite for 9 hours straight. When I arrived home to visit, he was wearing my hoodie, which I had been seeking for since Thanksgiving. I told him, "Dude, that's mine." He said, "Well, you don't live here anymore." I looked at my mother. She answered, "Maybe don't leave stuff behind if it's that important." That was just normal. Anyway, I moved out at 21, had a solid job in logistics, lived cheaply, saved like crazy, and guess what? My parents began contacting me for assistance as soon as I arrived on solid ground. Groceries, electricity bill, and assistance with car repairs. "Frank is having a hard time." My mother would call me with a guilt trip about how we had always supported you. "Now it's your chance to help us." So I did. Like an idiot. I did. I set up monthly automatic deposits to meet Frank's rent of $750 per month for 3 years. In addition, every college semester, I contributed more than $3,000 for books and tuition. Never asked for restitution. Never imposed it on anyone. Not once. I truly believed I was doing something worthwhile. Then I learned about the graduation celebration. The process began with a photo dump on the family group chat. Long tables, balloons, and a large sheet cake with the words, "You did it, Frank," in gold letters. Somebody even booked a party tent. No invitation, no message. Just pictures. There's no mention of the individual who pays the bills. So, I texted my mother. "Me. Where is the party?" "Her Brook Hill. The same location where we celebrated Uncle Mike's anniversary." No apologies. Number oops. "Sorry. I forgot to tell you, it's simply cold information." At first I thought it might be a mistake. Maybe they thought I was working or busy. I imagined I'd show there and surprise them, and everything would be okay. I put on a clean shirt and hole-free jeans, drove 45 minutes to Brook Hill, and pulled up to a house with 10 cars in front. Uncle Joe's SUV, Cousin Leo's Civic, and Dad's pickup. Everyone was present except for me. I walked up the driveway and was immediately halted by 2 rental guards. One person explained that this is a private gathering. I said, "I'm his brother." The guy stared me up and down, as if I had just gotten out of the sewer. The second guy asked for my name, walked away, and returned with Frank, my mother, and my father. Frank looked like he stepped out of a fragrance advertisement. Flashy clothes, slicked hair, gold chain, and holding his phone as if I were wasting his time. He looked at me and stated, "He doesn't belong here." He was serious. I chuckled, assuming he was joking. Then my father chimed in. "You showed up after everything you said?" I blinked. "I have not said anything." My mother attempted to smooth things over. "Freya, we simply wanted today to be nice, no difficulties." I stared at them. I pay his rent. I cover his tuition. And I am the problem. Frank scoffed. "You did not do that for me. You simply wanted to make yourself feel significant." I looked him dead in the eye. "Then you are welcome." I turned around and left. My father called after me. "Perhaps you should have inquired whether you were invited." I drove home without pausing. There's no gas, no drive-through, nothing. I entered my flat, kicked off. My shoes, sat on my awful old futon, and stared at the wall. Then I grabbed up my phone and typed a message. Starting next month, you will be responsible for paying your own rent. Good luck. Send it. Did not even wait for a response. 2 hours later, someone knocked. It was Frank. He was still wearing the same clothing from the party. His eyes were swollen, and he appeared to have not slept. Please don't do this, he asked. I can't afford it. You already know that. I didn't say anything, just stood there, silent. For once in my life, I allowed him to squirm. So, Frank stood in my doorway with puffy eyes, still dressed in his little party outfit as if he hadn't changed since being elected king of the backyard barbecue. Please, don't do this, he repeated. I can't afford it. You already know that. Correct? But that didn't stop him from ordering $17 chicken wings at 2 a.m. I did not move, instead leaning against the doorframe and staring at him. I'd spent years keeping this guy afloat while he treated me like background noise. I wasn't in a hurry to extend him another lifeline. He cleared his throat. You could have at least warned me. I awoke to my rent app stating that the payment had failed. Yes, that was the point. I let the stillness last just long enough to make him uncomfortable. Then he did what Frank does if things don't go his way. He attempted to talk his way out of it. It's been a tough year, man. Exams and clinic hours. I barely sleep. Yeah. I cut in. I remember those Instagram tales. The late-night tacos. The beach weekend. And the unexpected vacation to Miami. That seemed exhausting. He appeared to want to respond but was unsure which lie to tell. Every month I pay your rent. Every term, I helped with schoolwork. Every time Mom texted saying the refrigerator was empty. Who covered it? I asked. Did you? He murmured. Right. Then you told security that I wasn't family. He looked away. It was not like that. Just like that. Word by word. He sighed and walked in without asking. Sat on my couch like if he owned the place. Back when we were teenagers, he would burst into my room. And I would have to hide my belongings to keep them from disappearing. Do you live like this? He replied, inspecting my place like it was a museum exhibit for impoverished people. I raised an eyebrow. Yeah. Paying your own bills looks like this. No comment. He touched his cheek. I don't understand why you're cutting me off right now. You do not? I asked. You stood there as I was publicly humiliated at your party. And you allowed it to happen. He opened his mouth, but I continued. You never told our parents to stop treating me like garbage. You let me pay your rent for 3 years and then called me a jealous loser in front of your friends. He became quiet. It's probably the first time in years. I could have ended there, but I had one more question. Why didn't Granny and Grandpa attend the party? His face twitched. They were not invited. By whom? He paused. Mom did not want them to come. Why? She claimed they continually bring up old topics. Grandpa speaks too much. Grandma is overly opinionated. Do you mean the man who provided Dad the down payment on the house and the woman who assisted in raising both of you while Mom returned to school? He looked down. You did not stop her. I said I didn't agree either. That is not the same. He stood up as if this was his cue to leave. Whatever, guy. You have made your selection. I guess I will figure it out. Yes, I said. You will. He went without saying anything else. An hour later, my phone vibrated. Voicemail. Hello dear, it's Grandma. We learned what had transpired. We weren't invited either. Your brother made some unpleasant remarks. Just know how proud we are of you. We will stop by tomorrow morning. I am bringing coffee. I actually smiled. It's the first time all week. Next day, 10:45 a.m. Sharp, I see a silver Civic pull-up. Grandma emerges wearing a flowered top and holding a pink box as if it were precious. Grandpa is wearing his crusty old army cap, which drives Dad crazy. They enter as if they have been coming for a long time. You owe them nothing, Grandma says. You have done more than enough. Grandpa grunts. You're the only one in that family who's ever done anything meaningful. We sat, ate muffins, and sipped coffee. There was no drama, no backhanded insults, just a peaceful morning that felt more like family than the previous 10 years combined. After they depart, I sit on the edge of my bed, clutching the still warm cup, and feel something change. Not rage, not vengeance, simply clarity. I'm done waiting for them to respect me. I'm not asking anymore. At midday, I called my father. He responds as if he's glad to hear from me. Hello, son? Is everything okay? Grandma and Grandpa stopped by and brought muffins. Silence. They didn't attend the celebration, I add. Yeah, there wasn't enough room. You are aware of Grandpa's mood swings. I understand exactly how he gets it. He shows up. He attempts to turn. Anyway. Is everything all right? I just wanted to say, starting now, I'm done paying Frank's bills. No rent, no tuition, nothing. Another silence. Then the voice shifted. That false, sweet guilt-trip tone. Freya. You're not struggling, right? No house, no children. You've always been good with money. So because I didn't screw up my life, I'm obliged to help the person who did. That is not what I am saying. This is what you intended. We only wanted to give him a chance. I gave him one for 3 years. You all chuckled as he told me I was not welcome. He says nothing. I'll tell Mom personally, I add. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Then I hung up. I assumed that was all. But 20 minutes later, someone else knocked. It was not Frank. Lily, my cousin, was carrying a cheap plastic Tupperware while avoiding eye contact. Can I come in? She inquired. She did not wait for a response. She sat down, glanced around like she was exploring a shelter and said, I didn't know they were going to do that to you. Frank said that garbage, and I chuckled. Not because I believed it, but because I couldn't think of anything else to do. I did not respond. I'm moving out, she explained. I told Aunt Rose, I'm done with the family circus. Lily, the quiet cousin who never stood up to anyone, was accepted into a graduate program in Vermont. I was still in one of Frank's group chats, which he doesn't know about. She handed me her screen, which I read. I told you he'd show up. Guy still thinks he's one of us, pays my bills, and gets treated like a dog. LOL. I returned the phone. No rage, no shock, just confirmation. I'm telling you this because people need to know who they're defending, she explained. I nodded. Thanks. I then opened the family group chat and posted the screenshot with no caption or explanation, just raw proof of what I'd been dealing with. Allow them to choke on it. After I dropped the screenshot, the family group chat stopped working. Not a single response in nearly 15 minutes. Then Aunt Martha quietly exited the conversation. No goodbyes, no emojis, just gone. Lily texted me directly. Holy crap. I did not respond. 5 more minutes elapsed. Then Uncle Wes added a thumbs up emoji. There's nothing else. Mom read the message but did not respond. Dad did not even open it. Frank became silent. Nobody defended him. Nobody protected me either. Aunt Rose contacted me separately. Perhaps this was not the best way to approach things. I returned one line. Neither was allowing him to insult me while I paid his rent. 10 minutes later, I heard automobile doors outside. My folks' pickup pulled into my lot. Both of them stepped outside. Dad wore his regular work jeans. Mom held a paper bag. They did not knock right away. Then they did. I opened the door. We need to talk, Dad explained. They walked in and glanced around as if they'd never seen my property. Same couch, space heater, and damaged kitchen tiles. Mom handed me the bag. Brought you lunch. I placed it on the table without touching it. Dad sat down. You embarrassed your brother, he added. You embarrassed yourself, I responded. He's hurt, Mom said. So was I. You exposed him. I repeated what he had written. He was ranting, Dad explained. I was funding him. They did not argue with that. They simply sat there. We can't afford to pay his rent, Mom explained. Then he should return home. He claims it is hazardous there, she added. I did not respond. Dad leaned forwards. We aren't asking for much. Just aid him till he gets a job. He had a job, I explained. He quit. He stated that it was stressful, as was working 50 hours and being criticized for it. They did not look up. Fine, Dad said. What about a loan? No. We will repay it. You used that statement 3 years ago. They stood up. Mom said. After everything we did for you. Yes, I answered. When I turned 18, I recall receiving my rent bill. They went without saying anything else. That night, Lily texted me another screenshot. Frank created a new group chat. He is overreacting. He always wanted to be the victim. Let him post whatever he wants. Nobody cares. The new chat had half of the cousins in it. Some had already abandoned the main family thread. Lily submitted the screenshot in the main chat. Nobody replied. The next day, Frank contacted me immediately. I hope you're happy. You've ruined everything.
I didn't respond. That afternoon, grandmother called. Your folks called us. You said you were going to cut them off. I'm going to cut the money. I said you could do it. They want me to apologize. You will not. I am not. Good. Later, Grandpa called. He told me to check my mail. Inside came a sealed envelope with two $50 bills and a short letter. We were not asked to any of the birthdays by anyone who remembered them. The following day, Dad called again. I spoke to your uncle. He claimed you showed him the screenshot. He was in the chat. He saw for himself. You made it public. He made it public by sending it to 10 individuals. Dad hung up. 3 days have passed. Frank's flat displayed an eviction notice. Lily texted me a photo of it stuck to his door. Aunt Rose called me that night. He needs assistance. He has to fix it himself. He's your brother. He is not my problem. She also hung up. The next morning, my landlord knocked. Said someone had called pretending to be me and inquired about my lease. I inquired who. He stated, some guy named Frank. I filed a police report. That night I transferred my savings to a new account and changed all of my passwords. 2 days later, I received a text from a random number. I hope you enjoy living alone forever. I blocked it. Grandma dropped off some more muffins. You do not need to keep defending yourself, she said. I am not. I'm done being useful to people who don't treat me like a family member. She nodded, left the box, and did not remain long. By the weekend, half the family had stopped speaking to me. The other half sent messages such, you did the right thing, but never said it publicly. I closed the family group chat and left it. The following week, Frank launched a GoFundMe campaign with the description, trying to stay afloat after an unexpected setback. 3 people donated, but none from the family. I reported it because it contained misleading information. It was removed. The next day my mother texted, you made your point. I responded in red. That Sunday I had a knock on my door. It was Uncle Wesley. He handed me the envelope. Inside was a single note. Some of us have always known. We just haven't said it till now. There was no money inside. I didn't need any. Monday morning I received a note from an old neighbor. He claimed Frank was back home, whining about how everyone had abandoned him and that he was telling people I had broken off the family over a party. I emailed him a screenshot. He left me with a red face. That night, Lily tagged me in a post. Sometimes revenge is unnecessary. Simply stop giving individuals free passes. She uploaded a picture of the party decorations, which I was never invited to. The following comment came from someone I did not know. Damn, that guy who paid for everything and got iced out. I noticed the tale on Reddit. Yes, she responded. That is my cousin. He eventually stood up for himself. 2 days after Lily shared the screenshot, Frank called from a different number. I got it. Okay, I messed up, he admitted. Yep. I did not intend what I stated during the chat. You typed it, it was only a joke. You are evicted. Still funny. Nothing happened then. Can I stay at your apartment for a while? Only a week or two? Number, not even for a few days? Number, I am your brother. You told security that I wasn't. Click. 2 hours later, Mom sent out a group message. Frank is going through a lot right now, we're appealing for his family's support. Everyone make mistakes. Aunt Rose joined in. Publicly shaming one's own blood is not how we address problems. Lily responded, neither is mocking the person who paid your bills. Uncle Wes exited the discussion. Cousin Leo DM'd me. It was a brave move. It's about time someone say it. I didn't respond. That night Dad called. You should apologize, he said. For what? For blowing this out of proportion. I presented proof. You broadcast it in public. He bragged in public. You are not acting like family. You stopped treating me like family years ago. He hung up. The next morning, I was called into a quick meeting at work. HR received an anonymous ethical complaint alleging financial coercion and familial abuse. My organization traced the IP address to a burner connected to Frank's flat. I filed the police report. They asked if I wanted to press charges. I said yes. I froze my credit. I changed all of my account information and closed down my social media accounts. That night, Lily texted me again. He says you turned Grandma against him. She wasn't on his side from the beginning. Later, Lily included me in a tale. An image of the family group chat exit screen. Caption. Sometimes you have to cut ties to stop bleeding. I did not enjoy it. Did not repost. Just moved on.
On Saturday morning, a neighbor texted me a snapshot of my parents in his driveway, talking to his wife. Caption: Your parents are attempting to clear your name. I thought you'd appreciate the heads up. I didn't respond. An hour later, the doorbell rang. A certified letter from my parents. I typed a message. Freya, your actions are shocking. Families forgive, not banish. We are heartbroken. You've chosen retribution above healing. No signature, just mom and dad. I printed it and attached a note on the front. You only cared once I quit paying. I mailed it back the same day. 3 days later, Frank launched another GoFundMe campaign. Same title, revised target of $1,200, and 2 donations. One from a random friend and one from a burner account I knew from our shared Netflix login. I reported it, and it was taken off. On Thursday afternoon, Granny dropped muffins again. Are they still trying to guilt you? She asked. They've switched to pity now. You do not owe them softness. You gave them years. She gave me a folded note. It was Grandpa's handwriting. When a man achieves serenity, he does not exchange it for noise. I taped it above the sink. Next week, HR followed up. The lawsuit progressed. A formal complaint was lodged. Charges are pending. Frank did not respond to the notification. Uncle Wesley called. He blames everyone except himself. I said, let him. Do you need anything? I'm good. Keep it this way. That weekend, Lily messaged again. He is currently staying in your previous room. Figures. Still telling folks that you overreacted. I did not. He understands that. He simply doesn't want to say it. I didn't respond. 2 days later, I received another package. There's no return address. Inside was the hoodie Frank had stolen from me senior year. Folded and washed. It still smelled of fabric softener. No note. I placed it in the donation bin outside my building. The next morning, Aunt Rose left a voicemail. Your folks are distraught. Your sibling isn't eating. You've proved your argument. Now, let it go. I removed it. On Tuesday afternoon, Lily provided another update. This time it's a photo of her graduate school admission letter. Caption: Some of us move onward. The most popular response came from grandmother, and some finally stood still long enough to grow. The next morning, I received one final message from Frank. Thank you for ruining my life. I hope you're proud. I removed it. No response. There's no necessity. Grandma called a week after Frank sent his final text message. He's in the basement now, she added, sulking and crying. Still blaming everyone, but the one in the mirror. That sounds familiar. Your mother attempted guilt. Your father went silent. They're now trying shame. I am not biting. You should not. That night, Lily shared a screenshot from the cousins group conversation. Frank had wrote, I don't care what anyone says. Louis should have had my back. He knows how hard things have been for me. No one responded. 3 cousins silently exited the chat. Uncle Wes messaged me separately. Do you want help changing your locks? Already finished. Friday morning, I received a letter in the mail. There is no return address, only a folded page of notebook paper written in Sharpie. When you cease doing foolishly, you will always be the villain. I had a printed photo of myself at my college graduation with the word ungrateful scribbled in red over my face. I didn't even flinch, simply dropping it into a folder with the rest of the trash for the police report. Monday, I received an email from the company's legal department. Your brother submitted 3 phony anonymous tips through our whistleblower portal. All were linked to a masked IP, but the trail led back to his building. Do you wish to testify? Yes. The following day, they served him with papers. Grandmother called again. He ripped it up in front of your father and rushed off, ranting about how you had destroyed the family name. What did Dad do? Told him to clean the garage? Frank screamed and slammed the door like a toddler. That Sunday, Lily moved out. There's no drama. She simply loaded her car and left. Before she drove away, she wrote on the fridge, "Thanks for showing me that self-respect isn't betrayal." She texted me later that night. New apartment, new job lined up, new chapter. We didn't talk about Frank. We didn't need to. The next morning, Frank started a new GoFundMe. The game plan remains unchanged, despite the new name. My family has abandoned me during my time of need. I am not flawless, but I deserve another opportunity. Please help me start over. It received 2 donations before being reported and pulled down. This time, I did not report it. Someone else finished it faster. Midweek, I stopped into the old house to get Grandpa's old toolbox from the garage. I didn't call ahead. I did not knock. I walked in, took it, and left. As I walked back to my car, Frank stood at the upstairs window, arms crossed like a grumpy extra in a high school production. Just watched. Did not come out. Didn't say anything. 3 days later, Lily provided another screenshot. Frank had shared his story. Sometimes those closest to you are the ones that leave you bleeding. Nobody responded. Grandma came the following weekend. I dropped off leftovers and a tiny tin box. This was your uncle's. She stated that he wanted you to have it. Inside was a note he penned years ago before he moved away permanently. There's always one kid in the family who does everything correctly, yet is nevertheless treated as if he doesn't belong. Don't let this keep you trapped. Leave your guilt behind. I pinned it to my refrigerator, right next to my rent receipt. The following Tuesday, the legal department emailed again. Case closed. Cease and desist acknowledged. You're clear. I responded with a single sentence. All debts closed. That evening I permanently removed Frank's phone number, then my parents', followed by Aunt Rose's. I blocked any number that did not follow the boundaries I defined. That night I prepared dinner in my apartment. No guilt, no noise, and no second guessing. I sat down, ate calmly, and didn't think about who wasn't present. It was finally over. 6 months later, life moved quickly. The raise came first, followed by the promotion. I relocated to a better location, closer to the city, quieter, and without the incessant echo of guilt in the walls. I didn't announce it. No photos or status updates, just keys, boxes, and peace. Grandma knew though. She helped me hang the drapes and left a new coffee maker on the counter. No more weak mornings, she added. The corporation released an official memo. The harassment allegation was dropped. There is no need for additional action. I printed a copy and placed it in the folder with the others. Closed, filed, and done. I saw Frank again by chance. He was working part-time at a tire business off the highway, pushing carts and inspecting the tread. I drew in for a rotation. He didn't recognize the car. As I was paying, he stepped out with a stack of receipts, noticed me, and froze. I didn't wave or nod, just took the keys and left. 1 hour later, Lily texted me. He said, "You looked smug." That wasn't good. She was admitted into her graduate program in Texas. Full scholarship. She said she was staying with an old friend until she found her own place. You are the only reason I did not become one of them. She told me that you did it yourself. No, you lighted the fuse. My parents attempted to call again in January. New numbers, no voicemails, just the silent spam of desperation. Uncle Wes delivered a final message. They say you abandoned your family. I did not. I escaped. He toughened it. Never responded again. In March, Mr. Reynolds, my former high school history teacher, contacted me. I saw your name in an alumni write-up. I'm glad to see that someone turned out normal. I appreciate it. Still doing car repairs on the side? Nope. Something is currently being built. He sent the thumbs up emoji. That was it. I launched my own business a month later. Consulting, logistics, and private contracts. The majority of people find it boring. Freedom means something to me. Grandma provided the down payment. You are the only person who has ever shown up when it counts. She did not mean holidays, didn't mean birthdays. She was referring to hospital visits, roof repairs, doctor bills, and other topics that are rarely discussed on social media. Frank's GoFundMe pages keep sprouting up. Different names and lies. Same thing, please. They would be flagged within a week. He would try again. People gradually caught on. Nobody disseminated the links anymore. Aunt Rose ceased attempting to mediate. Lily told me she had a complete meltdown after her HOA fined her for speaking loudly on her front porch. I guess she found a new cause. Lily made one visit before moving for Texas. She brought me a framed copy of our group chat snapshot, the one where I was thrown out, and then proved everyone wrong. Caption, #1 receipt. It hung right next to my desk. My parents wrote me a note on my birthday. I typed formal chili. We're sorry you were wounded by our actions. We hope that someday you will be able to let go of your anger and rejoin with your family. I did not answer, did not burn it, and simply shredded it. There are no theatrics. I checked on the old neighborhood once again. The house looked the same. Faded siding, overgrown lawn, and 2 broken porch lights. Sadness that is all too familiar. I did not knock, nor did I simply continue driving. Lily sent a snapshot the day she departed. 1 luggage, 1 bag, and 1 ticket. Caption. We're leaving behind the noise. I didn't respond, simply sent a red checkmark. She received it. By April, the business had 3 clients and a consistent cash flow. I've hired a part-time assistant, a student from a vocational school. Smart. I did not ask foolish questions. I paid him weekly. Arrived on time. I did not complain. Frank learned he had lost his tire shop employment. 3 missed calls and no-shows in 1 week. The manager informed Grandma that he had just vanished. No explanation or warning. He appeared outside my building once. Hoodie, hands and pockets are phony. I'm currently in the region. Look, security has buzzed me. I instructed them to send him away. He departed without saying anything. Lily submitted her final update from Texas. Settled. Class is difficult. Freedom is superior. I responded. Solid. Don't look back. She provided a snapshot of her front door. Simple, quiet, and clean. No drama on the porch, no yelling behind the walls. In June, my company reached its first milestone. We broke even. All bills are paid. There are no debts or favors owed. I celebrated by replacing the old sofa. The one I slept on after working double shifts to cover my parents' rent. New ones are bigger and more comfortable. Mine. I did not make a post about it. I didn't send photos. I sat down and turned up the volume. Last I heard, Frank had moved in with a buddy of a friend. Crashed on their couch. No employment. No strategy. Still blaming everyone except the man in the mirror and my parents. They continue to convince anybody who listens that I have changed. They're correct. I changed the lock, the number, and my priorities. This is what occurs when you stop allowing people to deplete you. You get lighter, while others get louder. However, noise has never built anything. Work was done. 6 months later, everything had changed. Not in a cheesy, look how far I've come type of manner. Just actual change. Quiet and steady, the kind you don't share because you're too busy living it. The raise came through. Then a promotion. I relocated to a nicer apartment closer to the city. No neighbors, no noise, and no guilt reverberating through the walls. I didn't tell anyone. No Instagram tour or announcement. It's just keys, boxes, and stillness. Grandma found out, as she always does. She helped to hang the drapes and left a new coffee machine on the counter. No more weak mornings, she remarked, stroking the object as if it were holy. I received an official company memo. Frank's harassment complaint was dropped. No evidence. All ties led back to his IP. I printed a copy, put it in a folder called Stupid, and forgot about it. I ran across him again in the most unexpected spot. Tire business located off the highway. He was lugging carts and appeared to have not slept for a week. I needed my tires rotated. He did not identify my automobile at first. When he spotted me through the glass, he froze, didn't wave, didn't say anything, just stood there with that same false strong guy face he used to put on when we were kids, and he was caught lying. I paid, took the receipt, and then left. Lily texted me 1 hour later. He said, "You looked smug." I said, "Wasn't." She got into graduate school in Texas on a full scholarship, and she's staying with a friend until she finds a home. She remarked, "You're the reason I didn't become one of them." I told her, "You chose that yourself." Nah, you lighted the spark. My parents tried phoning again in January. There were no voicemails, only desperate silence that smelt like guilt. Uncle Wes delivered a final message. "They say you abandoned your family." I did not. "I escaped," I said. He overheard it, never text again. Reynolds, my former high school teacher, emailed me. "I saw your name in an alumni write-up. I'm glad someone turned out normal." "Thank you," I said. "Still repairing automobiles?" "Nope. Something is currently being built." He replied with a thumbs-up emoji. That was it. I established my own business the next month. Logistics, contracts, and consultancy. Most people found it boring, but I didn't. Grandma paid the down payment. "You're the only one who ever showed up," she told me. She did not mean birthdays. She was referring to actual expenses such as hospital stays, doctor bills, and roof repairs. Frank's GoFundMe pages keep sprouting up. New names, same lies. They would be flagged within a week. Someone would report them before I ever noticed them. People were catching on. Aunt Rose eventually gave up pretending to be neutral. Lily told me she melted down when her HOA fined her for ranting on the porch. Lily stopped responding to her. Before departing for Texas, Lily stopped over and brought a framed copy of the group chat snapshot in which Frank boasted about me being a dog on a leash. She'd captioned it, "Receipt number 1." It hung next to my desk. My birthday arrived.
My parents wrote me a typed letter that read, "We're sorry you were hurt by our actions. We hope you can let go of your anger and reunite with your family someday." I didn't burn it. I did not read it twice. Instead, I shredded it. There's no drama. I stopped into the old neighborhood once to get Grandpa's toolbox from the garage. I did not call ahead or knock. I simply stepped in, took it, and left. As I strolled back to my car, Frank stood at the upstairs window, arms folded like a dollar store Bond villain. I didn't come outside, didn't say anything, just watched. 3 days later, Lily provided another screenshot. Frank shared his story. "Sometimes those closest to you are the ones that leave you bleeding." Nobody responded. Grandma came by again, leaving leftovers in a little tin box. "This was your uncle's. He wants you to get it." But within, there was a handwritten note. "There's usually one kid who does everything correctly, yet is nonetheless considered as an outcast. Don't allow this keep you stuck. Leave your guilt behind." I tacked it to the refrigerator next to my rent receipt. The irony did not miss me. Later that week, legal sent me an email. "Case closed. Cease and desist is acknowledged. You are clear." I replied, "All debts are paid." I then erased Frank's phone number, then my parents', and finally Aunt Rose's. I blocked everyone who crossed the line. No second warnings. That night, I prepared dinner in quiet. We ate in solitude. No fear, no wrath, just silence. That was new. 6 months have passed. Clients stacked up. Revenue is stable. I replaced the old couch on which I had slept when I was 18 years old and paying rent. The new one was bigger and comfier. Mine. I didn't post a picture. Did not send a snap. Just sat down on it. Leaned back and turned up the volume. Last I heard, Frank had moved in with a strange friend. Couch surfing. No job. Still pointing fingers. My parents are still telling anyone who listens that I have changed, and they're correct. I replaced the locks. Changed the number. Changed the dang rules. My stepfather thought he'd won, after the judge, his best friend, sent me back. But one whispered sentence to my foster mom took them both to jail. I ran away when I was 12 years old and never once looked back. The punishment room, as my stepfather called it, was nothing more than our cold basement storage area. The floor was cracked concrete, the air had a permanent chill, and the space always smelled of damp cardboard boxes and forgotten things. It was his preferred method of discipline, silent, isolating, and terrifyingly effective. That particular night, I'd committed the crime of studying past 9 p.m. I'd hidden my small desk lamp under layers of clothing, letting just enough glow escape so I could prepare for an important biology test. My stepfather had a strict lights-out rule, more for control than any real concern about my sleep schedule. The moment I felt his hand clamp down on my shoulder, my blood ran cold. "What part of lights out at 9 o'clock don't you understand?" he said softly. He never shouted, he didn't need to. His quiet voice was worse than yelling. "I have a biology test tomorrow," I whispered, my voice trembling, knowing my excuse wouldn't matter. He tightened his grip until pain flared through my shoulder. 3 days without food," he replied evenly. "Maybe then you'll learn how to manage your time better." Without another word, he marched me to the basement door, forced me to watch as he slowly tore each page from my biology textbook, scattering the torn paper onto the floor. "You'll clean this mess tomorrow," he said, shoving me down the stairs before locking the door behind him. This wasn't new, but tonight was different. I had been planning for weeks, slowly loosening the screws of the small basement window that led to the backyard. I had started this after witnessing him throw my mother down those same stairs. Even after that, she had lied to the neighbor, claiming she'd simply tripped. That day I realized nobody was coming to save us. It was up to me. I waited for hours in silence, listening until his breathing machine hummed steadily upstairs, and my mother's anxiety meds had sent her into a deep sleep. Finally, around 3 in the morning, I moved carefully toward the window. My heart pounded with each creak of the old wooden stairs, but when I pressed the window frame, it swung outward without a sound. With just enough room to squeeze through, I took only my school backpack stuffed hastily with clothes, my birth certificate stolen from my mother's filing cabinet, and $340 earned from months of quietly tutoring younger kids at the local library. Mrs. Rodriguez had always paid in cash and pretended not to notice the bruises that covered my arms beneath the sleeves. I didn't dare go to a friend's house. It would have been the first place anyone looked. Instead, I headed straight to school, slipping through the broken gate behind the gymnasium. A week earlier, I'd hidden an old sleeping bag inside the equipment shed, just in case. For 2 weeks, that small dusty shed became home.
Every morning I slipped into school early, washed quickly in the athletic locker rooms before classes, and then blended seamlessly into the crowd. I maintained perfect grades, tutored other students during lunch breaks, and did everything possible to stay invisible. Teachers assumed I was fine because my homework was always handed in early, my grades impeccable. Nobody bothered to look closer. Then came the Amber Alert. It happened suddenly during English class. Phones buzzed simultaneously, lighting up the faces of students around me. My face appeared everywhere. Missing child, possible abduction. I felt my stomach twist painfully. That evening, local news stations aired tearful pleas from my stepfather. He held my hollow-eyed mother close, his voice trembling convincingly for the cameras. "Please bring our daughter home," he begged, a perfect mask of concern. The same man who had dislocated my shoulder teaching me to swing a softball bat correctly, the same man who'd let our dog freeze to death outside last winter. The next day at school was a nightmare. Students constantly scanned each other's faces, whispering and speculating. I wore my hoodie pulled low, ate lunch in bathroom stalls, and kept moving, terrified of recognition. My luck finally ran out during my free period. I had drifted into a restless sleep behind the tall shelves of the library's biography section when the librarian, Mrs. Amanda, startled me awake. Recognition dawned clearly in her eyes, but instead of saying anything immediately, she simply walked away. My heart raced, adrenaline surging. I grabbed my bag, ready to flee, but before I could, she returned quietly, compassion etched deeply into her gentle face. "Carrara," she said softly, "come to my office, please." With no choice I followed, mentally calculating escape routes. Inside, Mrs. Amanda gently closed the door and lowered the blinds. Her eyes searched mine carefully. "Everyone's looking for you," she said gently, yet her voice held no accusation. I nodded silently. "Are you safe at home?" she asked softly, her voice thick with unspoken concern. I almost lied out of habit, out of fear, but something in her quiet empathy broke through my defenses. Slowly, deliberately, I rolled up my sleeves, revealing the series of small, circular scars burned into my skin from extinguished cigarettes. Then, hesitating only briefly, I lifted my shirt to expose the belt welts across my back. "There's more," I whispered. "But you understand." Without hesitation, she picked up the phone not to call my parents but social services. Then she handed me her own lunch turkey and Swiss on wheat, apple slices on the side. It was the first real meal I'd eaten in days. When social workers arrived, they documented every injury, recording my testimony meticulously. For once, adults listened, believed me. Within hours, police had found evidence corroborating my story. Blood on the basement walls from desperate attempts to escape, a makeshift toilet bucket in the corner, and my mother's suspicious medical records documenting repeated injuries. My stepfather was arrested the same evening. Mrs. Amanda held my trembling hand as we watched him being led away in cuffs. Everyone assured me it was an open and shut case. 20 years, minimum, the prosecutor confidently promised. Then came the trial. Mrs. Amanda and my foster parents supported me quietly from behind. But when the judge entered, my blood froze solid in my veins. I knew him instantly from every smiling photo in my stepfather's home office. It was his closest friend, his college roommate of 30 years. The judge looked directly at me, and with a cold, knowing smile began reading his decision. After reviewing the evidence, I'm ordering immediate family reunification. I felt the world collapse around me, hope slipping rapidly through my fingers. The judge's words reverberated through the courtroom, each syllable echoing ominously in my mind. Family reunification. I was going back to the man who had spent years meticulously destroying my sense of self-worth and safety. My legs felt numb, rooted firmly in place by dread and disbelief. Behind me, Mrs. Amanda surged to her feet, her voice a mix of fury and desperation. "You have to recuse yourself. This is a clear conflict of interest." Her hands gripped the wooden barrier tightly, knuckles white from the strain. Security officers moved swiftly toward her, their intentions clear. The prosecutor frantically searched his files, papers scattering around him like fallen leaves. He found a conflict of interest form, still blank, and his expression darkened in horror. The judge remained eerily calm, reclining slightly as he clarified in a measured, chilling voice. "I have no legal obligation to recuse myself based on a casual acquaintance. There's nothing improper about my involvement here." I saw my stepfather subtly adjust his tie, a faint smirk dancing briefly at the corner of his mouth. The gesture was subtle but chilling. My foster mother grabbed my hand beneath the table, her grip urgent, reassuring despite her trembling fingers. "We'll appeal,"
she whispered desperately, though the social worker was already approaching, transition paperwork firmly in hand. Mrs. Amanda tried again to intercept, pleading for an audience with the judge in his chambers. Security blocked her path, leading her forcefully from the room. My stepfather rose slowly, the embodiment of false relief. His gaze locked firmly onto mine, silently daring me to resist. In that moment, 1,000 thoughts raced through my mind. Should I make a scene, validate their accusations that I was an unstable runaway? Or comply quietly, praying for another chance? Across the room, the prosecutor caught my eye. His lips silently formed 2 words. I'm sorry. With that quiet apology echoing in my head, I chose to remain calm. As security escorted Mrs. Amanda away, I leaned close to my foster parents and whispered urgently, "Check my library cubby." They looked confused, but I could only hope they'd soon understand. The days after returning home were a blur of heightened surveillance. My stepfather instituted random searches, meticulously rifling through my backpack each evening. I anticipated this, hiding crucial evidence in a flash drive filled with recordings inside my calculator. During a brief restroom break at school, I discreetly transferred it to the lining of my shoe, always staying several steps ahead. Then Mrs. Amanda disappeared from school, abruptly barred from the premises following her courtroom outburst. Word spread quickly her position was under immediate review. The loss felt devastating, yet hope sparked anew when the substitute librarian, Ms. Alicia, subtly communicated through a discreet gesture a signal Mrs. Amanda had taught me, indicating a trusted ally. I cautiously responded, confirming her alliance. Ms. Alicia's eyes brightened momentarily with relief and recognition. Quietly, carefully, she passed a coded message during class, confirming she was part of the teacher protection network Mrs. Amanda had established. At home, I made another painful discovery. My mother's medication had tripled, rendering her compliant and barely responsive. My stepfather had essentially weaponized her prescriptions, neutralizing any risk she might present as a witness. Faced with an impossible choice, I decided to secretly intervene. Over weeks I subtly reduced her medication, hiding surplus pills and adjusting the logs to appear normal. Gradually, her alertness returned, prompting suspicion from my stepfather. He quickly arranged an emergency doctor's appointment, intent on restoring his control. However, something significant had changed. During a computer class, I accessed an anonymous email account, carefully evading the school's monitoring systems. Using a memorized contact with the federal prosecutor, I sent a brief yet urgent message. Evidence available, urgent. The response was swift and concise, instructing me to leave evidence at a grocery store drop site frequented by Mrs. Amanda. Taking advantage of my mother's newfound lucidity, we visited the store under the guise of routine shopping. There I discreetly deposited the hidden flash drive containing recordings that meticulously detailed my stepfather's abuse and manipulation. Days later, federal marshals swarmed the judge's home during his weekly poker game, arresting him in a public spectacle. My stepfather watched helplessly as his closest ally was dragged into the national spotlight, the scandal exploding into a full-fledged investigation. The case rapidly escalated. A new judge renowned for advocating child welfare and impartiality took charge, scheduling an emergency hearing. My stepfather had just 3 days to prepare, which meant 3 days of escalating control, frantic desperation, and potential violence. But the tide had undeniably turned. The upcoming hearing was now a national interest, attracting intense media scrutiny and comprehensive federal oversight. The small family court had transformed into a battleground for justice. Hope, though cautious and fragile, had returned, brighter and stronger than ever. The courtroom was transformed the day of the emergency hearing. Federal prosecutors occupied seats beside local officials, child advocates crowded the gallery, and journalists lined the back rows, notebooks ready and cameras rolling. This was no longer a quiet family matter. It had become a public reckoning. My mother testified first. With her medication properly managed under medical supervision, she described clearly the years of emotional manipulation, physical abuse, and control exerted by my stepfather. Her voice trembled when recounting the night she found me in the basement. Bloodied hands scraping desperately against concrete walls. When the prosecutors played my recorded evidence, silence blanketed the room. My voice filled the courtroom, calmly detailing each horrific event. I described the punishments, the isolation, and my mother's forced sedation. My words hung heavily in the air, undeniable and damning. My stepfather's lawyer desperately attempted to portray me as troubled and unreliable, grasping at straws to discredit the overwhelming evidence. But medical records didn't lie. X-rays revealing healed fractures. Photographs documenting cigarette burns. Scars clearly marking years of trauma.
Finally, it was my turn to testify. The prosecutor questioned me gently, but thoroughly. I rolled up my sleeves once more, showing scars both old and new. I spoke clearly, recounting each horrific experience with steady composure. When I described the soundproof basement, a recent chilling modification my stepfather had made, my stepfather leaped from his seat, losing all composure. "Ungrateful liar," he roared, his carefully constructed mask shattered completely. Court officers swiftly restrained him as he continued to shout denials and threats, his true nature finally exposed. The new judge's decision came swiftly and unequivocally: immediate removal from my stepfather's custody, recommended criminal charges, and conditional custody granted to my mother, provided she continued therapy and supervision. Relief flooded through me as court officers led my stepfather away, handcuffed and furious. Mrs. Amanda was waiting outside, her reinstatement complete following the arrest of the corrupt judge. Now serving as my educational advocate, she embraced me fiercely, whispering, "You did it, you're safe now." In the months that followed, our lives gradually stabilized. My mother committed fully to therapy, steadily regaining her independence and strength. My foster parents became a permanent part of our support network, guiding us through recovery. Eventually, my stepfather faced trial and received a 15-year sentence. Meanwhile, my bruises healed, grades recovered, and life settled into a comforting routine. At school, I noticed other kids quiet, withdrawn, with shadows behind their eyes similar to mine. During lunch breaks, I tutored them quietly, teaching them chemistry while discreetly guiding them on documenting abuse, seeking allies like Mrs. Amanda, and never giving up. I carried a calculator with a hidden compartment, not for my own evidence anymore, but containing emergency contacts for those students. It was a small gesture, but I hoped it might give them the strength to find their own paths to safety. Justice, I learned, wasn't guaranteed; it had to be fought for. But it was possible, especially when we refused to be silent. As I packed up my books one afternoon, my phone buzzed, a text from my mother telling me dinner was ready. Walking home to a house now filled with warmth and hope, I knew I'd reclaimed my life. The frightened child who had crawled through that basement window felt distant, but her courage remained close, a constant reminder of the strength it took not just to survive, but to thrive and to help others do the same. Just when I thought my life had finally reached a place of peace, reality crashed through once more, shattering the fragile normalcy I'd built. It started subtly, a feeling of being watched, vague discomfort I couldn't quite pinpoint. At first, I dismissed it as residual paranoia from my past, convincing myself that years of trauma couldn't just vanish overnight. But then, anonymous notes began appearing in my locker at school, cryptic messages reminding me ominously, "It's not over yet." Fear seeped slowly back into my life, tightening its grip with every passing day. I tried to hide my anxiety from my mother and Mrs. Amanda, desperate to protect the newfound stability we'd fought so hard for. But my mask slipped one evening when my mother found me pale and shaking after discovering another note tucked inside my textbook. Together, we went immediately to the authorities, but there was little they could do without tangible evidence. The notes were clean, no fingerprints, no clues to their origin. Security cameras at school showed nothing unusual, leaving me feeling more vulnerable than ever. My anxiety spiraled when I received a chilling message on my phone. "You destroyed my family, now I'll destroy yours." My heart sank. The sender was anonymous, but the threat was unmistakably real. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone connected to my stepfather's past was behind this. The investigation eventually revealed a harrowing truth. My stepfather's younger brother, whom I'd never met and barely knew existed, had silently been watching from the shadows, consumed by vengeance for what he saw as my betrayal. Obsessed and resentful, he blamed me entirely for his brother's imprisonment. He'd been meticulously planning his revenge for months, driven by the twisted belief that destroying my life would somehow vindicate his brother's actions. Authorities apprehended him just before his threats could escalate into physical harm. But the damage was done. The fragile sense of safety I'd fought for had been shattered yet again. Even as the police led him away, the raw wounds reopened, forcing me to confront once more the painful reality of how deeply trauma could embed itself. Recovery, I realized, was not linear. Safety was not guaranteed; it was something I would have to constantly fight for. This time, however, I wasn't alone. My mother, Mrs. Amanda, my foster parents, and even the kids I'd quietly helped all stood beside me, forming an unbreakable shield of support. Together, we took the necessary steps forward, reaffirming that no matter how many times darkness returned, I would never again face it alone. In the wake of that final, terrifying confrontation, a profound shift occurred, not only within myself but also within my community. media attention returned once more, this time highlighting resilience and hope rather than tragedy. My story was shared widely, transforming from a narrative of victimhood to one of empowerment and courage. I began receiving letters from others who'd endured similar hardships, thanking me for speaking out and showing them they weren't alone. Inspired, I collaborated with Mrs. Amanda, my mother, and local child advocacy groups to establish a community initiative aimed at supporting young survivors of abuse. We named it the Hope Initiative, a resource hub and safe space offering counseling, legal support, educational resources, and mentorship programs. It quickly grew into a vibrant center, funded by donations from people who believed in our mission. One evening, standing before an auditorium filled with survivors, supporters, and friends, I shared my journey openly. I spoke of the fear, the setbacks, but most importantly, the unyielding strength found in community and compassion. My past does not define me, I said firmly, my voice steady and confident. And neither does yours. Together, we reclaim our lives. Together, we heal. Together, we ensure no one ever faces this alone. The applause that erupted was overwhelming, not just because of support for me, but because of what it represented. Hope, solidarity, and transformation. In that moment, I knew I'd reclaimed not just my own story, but helped countless others begin to rewrite theirs. Today, as I walk through the doors of the Hope Initiative each morning, greeting familiar faces and welcoming new ones, I realize my journey wasn't about escaping the past. It was about transforming pain into purpose. And in choosing my purpose, I found my peace. After losing their miracle son. To me, my step-parents tried to take my inheritance in court. The judge's ruling left them speechless. I'm an 18-year-old who came into this world against the odds. My biological mother, a wealthy woman with a definite plan that initially did not include children or marriage, met my father in casual circumstances. They met at a work event, realized they had similar job kinds but worked in different places, and decided to start dating. Despite safeguards, a trifecta of birth control measures occurred. My existence was unexpected, a statistical improbability that disrupted more than one life. When my biological mother found out she was pregnant, she decided not to keep me. However, my father, who was secretly married and faced near impossible chances of having children with his wife, urged her to continue the pregnancy on the condition that he accept complete responsibility after the delivery. This arrangement includes a complete handoff to my father. No parenting, no visits, only child support. Growing up, I was led to believe that I was the biological child of my father and his wife, my stepmother. This fantasy was broken when they welcomed a miraculous baby, a boy named my brother who became the apple of their eyes. From my earliest memories, I knew I was a secondary consideration, a member of the family by circumstance rather than choice. As I grew older, the dynamics in our household became increasingly strained. Family events, holidays, and even casual dinners sometimes emphasized my outsider position. I would be present, but not requested to shoot photos, rather than participate in them. A subtle but unmistakable indication about my position in the hierarchy. The issue only became worse when my siblings were born. I watched from the sidelines as they received the warmth and affection that I had never received. At 13, a key age, I met my biological grandma by surprise and discovered she had a grandchild she had never known about. She reached out, and we instantly connected. She provided me with something I had not previously experienced. Absolute acceptance. When I decided to move in with her, my father and stepmother consented quickly, seemingly relieved to simplify their family image. Years passed, and I started to build a life with my grandma, one in which I felt appreciated and seen. Then, unexpectedly, my biological mother died, leaving me her whole wealth with the condition that I obtain a business degree. This legacy was more than just large, it was revolutionary. Overnight, my focus moved from college tuition and student debt to money management and estate preparation. However, just as I was adjusting to this new reality, my father and stepmother returned and became very interested in my finances. They argued that because they had raised me for 13 years, I should contribute to my brother's education, particularly his desire to attend an Ivy League college. This put me in a terrible situation. On the one hand, I understand their position in my life, no matter how complicated. On the other hand, this legacy from my biological mother feels like a final message. A gesture intended to safeguard my future while also honoring her intentions. Now I'm at a crossroads, torn between wanting to honor my birth mother's intentions and feeling guilty and pressured by my father and stepmother. Sharing the riches may alleviate some familial strain, but it may also feel like disrespecting the final wishes of a lady who, in her own way, attempted to make apologies for a previous decision. As I consider these options, I understand it's not all about money. It's about loyalty, understanding where my true duties are,
and setting limits that respect both my future and my past. This is about more than simply being fair. It's about being genuine to myself and honoring the legacy of those who have influenced my life, for better or worse. This decision will likely influence my future relationships and feeling of self as I go toward adulthood and independence. So, if I do not share the money, am I an a-hole? Now for the top comments, the short response is, no, you wouldn't be the odd hole unless you wanted to share it. That's your money. And let's face it, they don't deserve anything. Sure, they raised you for 13 years, but I'm very sure they would have let you go after their kid was born. So to that end, no, definitely not. You are not required to share your money with them. Given that you say you love your brother passionately and that he has never treated you differently, as well as the fact that money is no longer an object for you, you may assist him out while keeping your parents out of it. This means that if you wish to help him out, you can pay for the university directly. Do not give them the money and expect them to pay. What do you all think? Update 1. As you know from my previous piece, I was preparing for an important meeting with the lawyer and trustee handling my birth mother's inheritance. They put everything out on the table, explaining the details of her will and what it meant for me. It turns out my mother was extremely precise about the terms of the inheritance. I must attend business school and complete my degree before I can claim and fully control the inheritance. This aspect is critical since it practically ties my hands when it comes to financial matters, particularly sharing any riches with my father and stepmother. After much thought and sound advice from all of you, I've concluded that I have no moral obligation to financially support my father and stepmother. Your ideas and encouragement made me realize that it is my job to respect my mother's desires while also considering my own future. However, the narrative thickens with my brother. We had a serious and honest chat about what he truly desires for his future. He isn't interested in the Ivy League route at all. His passion is for the arts, and he has always wanted to attend art school. What's the problem? My stepmother flatly refused to support that dream. She believes that a career in the arts is unattainable and prefers something more traditionally prestigious or lucrative. Seeing his disappointment, I made him an offer. I would gladly help support his art school studies once I finish my business degree. The offer moved him deeply, and he accepted it without hesitation. He excitedly shared the news with our father, hoping for some understanding, if not support. Unfortunately, the reaction was quite opposite. My father and stepmother were furious. They've always imagined him going into a field like law or medicine, which, in their opinion, ensures a good salary and consequently a method to support them in the future. When my brother stayed firm and insisted on pursuing his actual love, it resulted in a tremendous eruption. The disagreement became so heated that my brother declared he could no longer live in such a rigid and unsupportive atmosphere. He's 18, so he's legally an adult, yet moving out was a big decision. He had no solid plan, so I stepped in. I was not going to let him struggle on his own, or worse, wind up homeless. He now lives with me. It's a hard adjustment having him around all the time, yet it seems natural. I've been assisting him get to and from school while also working till I can complete my business school registration. It's a lot to handle, but it's worthwhile to see him more at ease and optimistic about his future. In the midst of all this, I've been thinking a lot about what family is and how to best support those you care about. It's not only about donating money or ensuring kids take the path you believe is best for them, it is about listening, comprehending, and empowering them to make decisions that are true to who they are. Thank you to everyone who took the time to remark and provide advice. It has made a great impact knowing that there are people out there who care enough to express their opinions and offer support. Here's hoping that my brother and I can carve pathways that will make us happy and proud. And here's to handling life's ups and downs with the aid of friends and a strong personal resolve. Now for the top comments prior to this update. Wow, OP, this is a huge twist. Your parents have lost their miraculous baby and he is going to live with you. I believe it's terrific that you want to help him and it serves your parents right for being so self-centered. So OP, here's wishing you and your brother the best of luck in the future so that you can go business school, graduate, and then help your brother out. And goodbye to your parents. Since my last article, my family situation has grown fairly chaotic and a lot has transpired. I appreciate all of your advice and support. It has been quite helpful in managing this issue. So let us begin the latest episode of this drama. My father and stepmother continued to put pressure on me following my previous post. They doubled down, they phoned me again, this time insisting that I give them half of my fortune to help with my brother's education and their own financial needs. This made me really frustrated. I snapped and told them off, stating that even if I wanted to help, my hands were constrained by the provisions of my biological mother's will. They didn't believe it and accused me of lying, which greatly irritated me. I was fed up with the charges and decided to seek legal assistance. I met with my lawyer and the trustee for my biological mother's estate to go over everything in detail. They verified that my hands were actually shackled. The will clearly specified that I must complete my business degree before I can completely access and handle the bequest. Armed with this information, I contacted my father back to lay out the facts, hoping to assist him grasp the issue better. Unfortunately, the conversation went south quickly. He accused me of using legal justifications to avoid assisting the family. That stung, but I stood firm, keeping to the facts and reaffirming my commitment to respecting my biological mother's desires. Just when I believed my entire family was against me, my brother came through. He contacted me after overhearing my talk with our father to convey his support for my decision. He was really concerned about how our parents were treating me and made it known that he disagreed with them. Knowing he was on my side was a great comfort and made me feel less alone in this situation. With all the commotion at home, I immersed myself in my studies. I officially started business school and have been enjoying it. The classes are difficult but fascinating, and they've been a welcome distraction from the family troubles. Plus, I feel more empowered knowing that I'm learning how to responsibly manage my inheritance once I graduate. The familial difficulties were affecting not just me, but also my brother. He's been struggling under our parents' continual pressure and criticism, particularly regarding his future intentions. It's been an adjustment for him to live with me full-time, but it's been incredibly good. We've been supporting each other, which has brought us closer together. Having my brother around has been both wonderful and challenging. We've set up a small study room where both of us can work on respective projects. He enjoys painting, so he doodles while I study. We cook meals together and spend our evenings binge-watching series or discussing life. It's kind of wonderful to have him around. It feels like we're forming our own small squad. The future is uncertain. My relationship with my parents is strained. I hope they understand why I took the decisions I did, and that we can find a way to work things out. But for the time being, I'm concentrating on my education, helping my brother, and simply trying to create a stable, happy life for both of us. I can't express enough how much I appreciate everyone here. Your comments and messages have been a lifeline during some extremely difficult times. I'll keep you updated on my progress in school, life with my brother, and everything else. Here's to overcoming obstacles and making the most of what life has to offer. Thank you for taking part in my adventure. So, here I am, deep into my business school grind, juggling homework like a circus act, when my father calls me unexpectedly. I assumed he merely wanted to catch up, but boy, was I mistaken. Dad said, "Hey, we've been thinking, and we believe it's time for you to start taking on some family responsibilities." Okay, I'm managing Mom's estate and focusing on school. What else do I need to do, Dad? Dad. So, your stepmother and I are planning to buy a new house and we believe you should contribute. Actually, we expect you to fund half of the expense. My jaw struck the floor. That is exactly half the cost of a house. I couldn't believe what I heard. Me. Dad. I am a student. How can you expect me to afford that? Also, you know I can't touch the inheritance until I finish my degree. Dad. That is your problem. You should find it out. You owe us. The call stopped there, leaving me in complete shock. The sense of entitlement was overwhelming. Still reeling from the call, I contacted my lawyer and a couple of close friends for their opinions and suggestions. Everyone agreed that was an outrageous request and informed me that I was correct to feel surprised. My lawyer confirmed that the terms of the will were clear and legally binding. I couldn't spend the money even if I wanted to. Knowing I needed to confront this head-on, I scheduled a meeting with my parents at a local coffee shop, a neutral setting where we could potentially talk things through more calmly. The conversation was hot and emotional. My response was, "I need to understand why you think it's reasonable to ask me to pay for half of your new house." Dad says, "Because we raised you. It's only right that you help us out now that you have the resources." Me. "But I really don't have the means. The money will be locked up until I graduate. Besides, that is not how a family should work. You don't raise a child expecting such repercussions." Stepmother. "You are just being selfish. After everything we've done for you, this is how you pay us back?" We went back and forth like this for a while, but it was obvious they weren't listening. They were more concerned with what they could get out of me. After the heated coffee shop meeting, I felt I needed to set some clear boundaries. Me. "Look, I'm focused on my future right now, and I will not be pressured to jeopardize my finances by violating the terms of my inheritance. I will not pay for your house or anything else like that. I must be responsible with this money for my own future.
It was really difficult for me to stand my ground, especially in front of my family. They were really furious, especially my father. But I realized I needed to stick to my guns for my own sake. So, the situation with my parents is somewhat stressful right now. I'm not sure where things will go from here, but I'm expecting it to be difficult for a while. Meanwhile, I'm focusing on my education and planning for a future in which I can make my own personal and financial decisions. Thank you so much to everyone here for their support and wisdom during this. It's been quite beneficial to have a place to vent and receive comments. I will keep you all updated on any fresh developments. Fingers crossed for less drama and more peace as we move forward. Here's to being strong and making the best decisions for ourselves. So, after I remained firm on not paying for half of their new house, I expected my parents to back down a little. But they didn't. They returned with an even more absurd request. I had just returned home from class when my phone rang. It was my father again. Father. We need to talk. I sighed and asked, what now? Father. Your stepmom and I have been talking and we think it's only fair that you give us a monthly allowance. Me. What? A monthly allowance? Are you serious? Dad says, yes. You'll have all this money soon. It is not unreasonable for you to aid your family on a regular basis. I was stunned. They were not backing down. Rather, they were doubling down. Completely overwhelmed, I contacted my lawyer again to explain the new requirement. She reassured me that my parents had no legal claim to any of the bequest, and that I was under no responsibility to send them money, particularly a monthly allowance. I also spoke with my brother about it. He was as surprised and outraged as I was. He told me he couldn't believe how entitled our parents were, and that he completely supported me. I planned to meet with my parents again, but this time with my lawyer as support. We met at their house and it was obvious from the start that things would be tense. Dad, noticing my lawyer. Why are you bringing her? My response was, because I want to make sure we're all clear on what's legal and what's not. Lawyer calmly says, Mr. and Mrs. Last name. Your son has no legal obligation to offer you with an allowance or other financial assistance. The inheritance rules are clear, and the money cannot be used for discretionary spending until he completes his degree. Stepmother, angrily. So you're going to leave us struggling while you sit on a fortune? Me. I am not sitting on anything. I'm following the rules outlined in the will. And frankly, the constant pressure isn't helping anyone. I need to prioritize my studies and future. My parents were outraged at the end of the conference, and my lawyer and I left feeling grimly satisfied. It was good to have backup, but it was also upsetting to realize how far my parents would go for money. A few days following the encounter, things deteriorated worse. I was studying when I received a series of texts from my brother. He had overheard our parents discuss hiring a lawyer to fight the will, claiming that I was unfit to administer the bequest. Brother, they're talking about calling you irresponsible and incapable of managing money. That's ridiculous. Me. Are you serious? They can't do that, right? Brother, you're right. I don't know, but it sounds like they're serious about it. I contacted my lawyer right away and explained the issue. She informed me that contesting the will on those grounds would be extremely difficult, especially because I am now in business school and handling my obligations effectively. However, we needed to be ready for anything. We began compiling all of the documents to demonstrate that I was following the terms of the will and managing everything responsibly. This included my academic credentials, the estate's financial documents, and even character recommendations from professors and friends. Throughout everything, my brother has been a rock. He has been supportive, assisting me with everything from document gathering to simply being present when I needed to scream. Through this situation, we've gotten closer, and having him on my side has been crucial. We've continued to live together, and it's been a tremendous adjustment, but also a good one. We've established a good pattern for balancing our schooling and taking care of ourselves. It feels like we're creating a new, stronger family unit with just the two of us. Right now, we're in a holding pattern, waiting to see if my parents follow through on their threats to contest the will. It's difficult, but I'm concentrating on my schoolwork and trying to remain as normal as possible. I've also begun to consider what life would be like once I finish my degree and have complete control of the inheritance. I want to make sure that I use the money appropriately and in accordance with my birth mother's intentions. The entire experience has been a major learning curve. I've learned a lot about advocating for myself, setting boundaries, and the value of a good support system. It's been difficult, but I feel like I'm coming out stronger and more determined to make a better life for myself and my brother. Thank you for your ongoing support and advice. Your words have been quite helpful in navigating this crazy situation. I will keep you posted on what occurs next. Here's praying for more peace and stability in the foreseeable future. So after I told my parents I wasn't going to pay them money, they hired a lawyer to fight my inheritance. They were attempting to argue that I was incapable of handling the money and desired control over it themselves. I couldn't believe what was occurring. I spoke with my lawyer, who informed me that their case was weak, but we still needed to be prepared. We gathered all available documentation, including my educational records, financial documents, and character references from professors and friends. It was a lot of work, but I was convinced we were prepared to defend my position. The day of the court hearing arrived, and I was really frightened. My parents were there with their lawyer, and I had mine with me. The judge heard both viewpoints. My parents' lawyer attempted to portray me as an irresponsible youngster who couldn't manage money, but we had a solid case. When it was our turn, my attorney presented all of the evidence. She showed the judge my good grades, how I was responsible with the estate's funds, and even brought in a couple of my professors to testify to my maturity and dedication. After a lengthy and emotional session, the judge issued a decision. He dismissed my parents' complaint, finding that I was plainly capable of managing the bequest, and that their claims had no legal basis. It was an enormous relief. My parents were upset at the judge's decision. They stormed out of the courtroom, not looking at me. It was a bittersweet victory. I was relieved when the case was dismissed, but it pained to watch my parents acting this way. A few days after the court hearing, I received an unexpected visit. It was my father, but he was alone this time. He appeared fatigued and discouraged. "Dad," sighs. "Can we talk?" Me, wearily. "Okay. What's happening, Dad?" "Dad, I have been thinking a lot since the hearing. I recognize we were wrong to push you like this. It's difficult for us to accept what has happened." Me, surprised. "What do you think?" "Dad, I understand we've put you through a lot and I apologize. Your stepmother and I have been under a lot of stress, but it is not an excuse for what we have done. We spoke for a long time. He claimed that he and my stepmother were having financial issues and were desperate. They saw my inheritance as a way out, but they were unaware of the suffering they were giving me. He apologized truly, and for the first time in a long time, I had the impression that he was genuine." Me. "I appreciate you saying that, but it will take time to rebuild trust. You can't expect everything to return to normal overnight." Dad says, "I understand. I just hope we can start somewhere." After our conversation, I decided to have a family meeting with both my father and stepmother. The situation was tense, but necessary. We laid everything on the table, our emotions, our frustrations, and our dreams for the future. My stepmom also apologized. While I'm still apprehensive, it felt like a positive step forward. Throughout everything, my brother has been my rock. Living together has brought us closer, and we've been able to support each other in ways we never could before. We've established a good pattern for juggling study and life. We feel like we're starting our own little family, and it's been a bright light amidst all the stress. With a court struggle behind me and a tentative ceasefire with my parents, I'm focused on the future. I'm working hard in business school, hoping to one day have complete control of my inheritance. I want to respect my birth mother's wishes and use the money responsibly, perhaps even starting my own business. Just when I thought everything had settled down, I received a surprising call. It was from my biological mother's lawyer. He had discovered some old letters and paperwork from my mother that she wanted me to receive when I turned 18. He asked if he might stop by and leave them off. I was curious and consented. The lawyer arrived carrying a box full of letters and paperwork. I spent hours reading them. There were letters from my mother discussing her aspirations and dreams for me, her remorse for not being present in my life, and future advice. It was overpowering, but also quite soothing. It felt like she was reaching out to me from the past, attempting to assist me. This entire experience has taught me a lot about resilience, limits, and the value of having a solid support system. It's been difficult, but I feel like I'm coming out stronger and more determined to make a better life for myself and my brother. Thank you for your continuous support and wisdom. Your encouragement has been a ray of light during some of the darkest periods. I'll keep you updated as things progress. Here's praying for future stability, peace, and happiness. For the time being, I'm taking things one day at a time, focusing on my education, rebuilding trust with my family, and ensuring my brother and I have a stable and happy existence. It's been a weird ride, but I'm looking forward to what the future brings. Thank you again for sticking with me throughout everything. Your support means everything to me, and I'll keep you updated on any new developments. Here's to brighter days ahead. Hello everyone, it is time for what I believe will be the final update. After all of the ups and downs, twists and turns, I'm finally at a point where things are beginning to calm down and appear brighter. Here's what has happened.
This is going to be a long one, so pack some snacks and get comfortable. Following my father's earnest apologies, we began the long process of restoring our relationship. It was not easy, and it certainly did not happen overnight. We had a lot of meaningful chats, some disagreements, and lots of times when we felt like we were making progress but then slid back. But with time, we began to understand each other more. Me, during one of our conversations. I need you to realize how upsetting it was when you and stepmother attempted to grab my inheritance. It seems like you valued money over our relationship. Dad. I understand that now. We were desperate and afraid for our future. It does not excuse what we did. But I want you to know how sincerely we regret it. Me. It will take time to rebuild trust. You can't expect everything to return to normal overnight. Dad says, I understand. I just hope we can start somewhere. We took it slow, meeting on a regular basis to discuss and spend time together. Sometimes we'd just go for a walk or get a coffee. We would sometimes get down and really get into our feelings and anger. It was difficult, but it felt like we were making significant progress. Meanwhile, my brother and I continued to get closer. Living together has been an excellent experience. We've established a solid regimen for managing schoolwork and downtime. We've even started a few projects together, such as renovating our flat and planning a vacation for when things calm down. Brother, painting a wall. You know, I think we've done pretty well for ourselves, all things considered. Me, laughing. Who knew we'd be such a good team? We transformed our flat into a warm and inviting room, complete with personalized touches that made it feel like home. We hung some of my brother's artwork on the walls, and I created a tiny office space where I could work on my studies. It was fantastic to build our own area. Business school has been challenging yet rewarding. I'm learning a lot and feeling more secure in handling my inheritance and planning for the future. My biological mother's letters have inspired and guided me. She had so much wisdom and love to impart, even from a distance. One of my favorite letters was one she wrote when she first learned she was pregnant. She talked about her aspirations and dreams for me, and how much she wanted me to be happy and successful. It made me feel more connected to her than I ever had before. One of the most difficult obstacles was rebuilding my connection with my stepmother. She had been the most demanding about the money, and it took a lot for me to even want to speak with her. We eventually had a heart-to-heart. Stepmother, tearfully. I was so mistaken. I was blinded by our financial problems and fears. I didn't mean to hurt you like this. Me. I appreciate you mentioning that. It will take time, but I am willing to attempt to go past this if you are. Stepmother. I understand. I just want to be a family again. We began meeting up for coffee and talking about everyday stuff, gradually restoring our friendship. It wasn't always easy, but it was satisfying to be making progress. We talked about our feelings and frustrations, and we gradually came to understand each other better. With the court battles and familial drama behind me, I'm moving forward. I'm concentrating on getting my degree and then gaining complete control of my fortune. I've begun creating a business plan for a startup. I want to start something that reflects my interests and honors my birth mother's history. I've been meeting with mentors and advisors to seek their feedback on my company ideas. It's been fascinating to think about the future and what I can accomplish. I believe I'm on the right track, and I intend to make the most of this opportunity. Just when I thought I'd figured everything out, I got another surprise. My biological mother's lawyer discovered a journal she kept during her pregnancy. Reading about her thoughts and feelings made me feel even closer to her. It was like having a chat with her, learning about her hopes, worries, and goals. One entry stood out. She expressed her fear and uncertainty about being a mother, as well as her optimism and excitement about the future. It made me realize how much Mom cared for me before I was born. My grandmother's support has been a big help. It's comforting to know that I'm not alone. With her support, I am even more driven to complete my degree and take control of my future. For the time being, I'm taking things one day at a time, focusing on my education, rebuilding trust with my family, and ensuring my brother and I have a stable and happy existence. It's been a weird ride, but I'm looking forward to what the future brings. This entire experience has taught me a lot about resilience, limits, and the value of having a solid support system. It has not been easy, but I feel stronger and better prepared for what comes next. I appreciate the community's support. You all have been a lifeline throughout some of the most difficult moments. Your unfailing support, wisdom, and encouragement have been a source of light throughout some of the darkest times. I'll keep you updated as things progress. Here's praying for future stability, peace, and happiness. Thank you again for sticking with me throughout everything. Your support means everything to me, and I'll keep you updated on any new developments. Here's to brighter days ahead. My father mocked me for driving trucks. 28 out of 30 raised their hands to exile me. Grandpa said nothing until he rewrote the will on the spot. Hello everyone. My name is Nolan. I am 32 years old. I reside in a house in the Chicago suburbs with my wife Ivy and our daughter Hazel. We currently manage a modest trucking firm with a fleet of 10 trucks. From the outside, people perceive our lives as successful, as if we have worked things out. But, to be honest, this property and the business we own now are not the result of my efforts alone. I was a long-haul truck driver, earning roughly $4,000 each month after taxes. My wife Ivy worked as a sales assistant for a fashion brand, but her income was inconsistent and insufficient to support us. Life was rough. We were renting a modest 2-bedroom apartment in a less-than-safe neighborhood of Chicago, and the rent alone ate up about half of my monthly paycheck. We'd tally every dollar at the end of each month to ensure we had enough money to care for Hazel. I remember traveling 14 hours a day from Chicago to Texas and back to make a few $100s in overtime. I'd get home at 2 or 3 a.m., exhausted and ready to collapse into bed. But I had to get up again by 6 a.m. to prepare for the next journey. Meanwhile, Ivy worked at a fashion store with a modest base wage and was paid primarily through sales commissions. When business was slow, she earned only $1,800 per month. So we frequently had to borrow money. Even for Hazel's 5th birthday, we could only throw a little party at home with a few grocery store cupcakes and some inexpensive gifts. Seeing her smile so brilliantly at such small things both warmed and hurt my heart. Everything began to alter after Christmas in 2023. Strangely enough, the life I have today is largely due to my parents and family and how they look down on me. I wouldn't be where I am today if not for their judgment. To help you comprehend what I went through, I'll take you back to the day I received a phone call from my grandfather, 1 week before Christmas. That day, I was returning to Chicago after 3 days of moving furniture for a firm. When I saw Grandpa on my screen, I quickly responded via Bluetooth. His soothing voice filled the interior of my truck, and for a little moment, I felt less alone on that long length of roadway. After asking how I was doing and how work had been, he remarked in that kind tone, "Nolan, next Sunday is Christmas. Bring Ivy and Hazel over for dinner, 7 o'clock. I miss Hazel so much." Hearing his caring voice brought me solace after all those grueling days on the road. I promised him we would be there and hung up the phone. My grandfather Everett was 78 years old that year, yet he was as smart as ever. He enjoyed hosting a family meal at his home every few years to bring everyone together. He has 4 boys. My father Victor was the oldest, followed by 3 uncles: Warren, Edgar, and Silas. Uncle Warren was a show-off. He worked as a branch manager for an insurance business and never missed an opportunity to talk about the million-dollar contracts he had just secured. Every time he saw me, he asked me a cocky question. "Still driving trucks, Nolan? When are you going to get a real job?" Then there was Uncle Edgar. Quieter, but his eyes were constantly filled with disdain. He managed a tiny restaurant and had a habit of looking people up and down and shaking his head, as if he could judge someone's worth based just on their clothing. But my father, Victor, was the worst of them all. Being the oldest, he felt himself as protecting the family name and behaved as if he had the authority to condemn everyone else. He managed a tiny construction company and enjoyed bragging about his achievements, even though they were all modest jobs. The hardest part was that he was ashamed of me. Every time someone inquired about me, he'd reply, "Let's not talk about him. His truck driving embarrasses me." Then he'd give me this hurt look, as if I'd brought dishonor to the entire family. He even shouted it directly to my face once. "You driving a truck? You're an embarrassment. I can't show my face to my friends." When asked what I did for a job at family gatherings, he either avoided the issue or changed the subject to brag about Trent, his golden child. Uncle Silas was the only one who treated me with decency. He was a grade school teacher with a low salary who always appreciated others. He once said to me, "Your job doesn't define you. You're supporting your family with your 2 hands, and that's something to be proud of." Uncle Silas was the only one of Grandpa's sons who I actually liked. I didn't like Warren, Edgar, or especially my father. To be honest, I despised them. But I chose to attend the Christmas dinner because Grandpa had asked. I had no idea that accepting that offer would drastically change my life. That evening after supper, I informed Ivy and Hazel that we would be spending Christmas at Grandpa Everett's home. Hazel, who was just 6 at the time, wrapped her arms around me excitedly asking, "So, I'm finally going to meet Great-Grandpa Everett, right, Daddy?" Seeing her joy, I smiled and replied, "That's right. He said he misses you a lot." Hazel dashed over to Ivy, holding her tightly and screaming,
"Mommy, I'm going to draw a beautiful picture to give him." Watching her seem so enthusiastic, I hoped she had a memorable Christmas that year. Ivy stared at me with concern in her eyes as Hazel dashed off to her room to begin drawing. She approached, leaned in, and murmured gently, "Are you sure we should go?" I understood exactly what she meant. Every time we went to one of those family dinners, I'd come home heavy, withdrawn, and mute for days. After a few seconds, I sat down on the couch and said, "I honestly don't know, but it's Grandpa's invitation. We can't say no." Ivy sat next to me, softly grasped my hand and said, "You know, I'm not afraid of what they'll say about us. I'm just concerned about Hazel." Her words struck me hard. I had also considered that. After over a minute of silence, I eventually told her, "Maybe we should just stay for a little while. Wish Grandpa a Merry Christmas, then leave early." Ivy nodded silently. She didn't say another word. Over the next 3 days, I was torn. Part of me longed to visit Grandpa, the one person in my family who had ever shown me pure love. But another part of me dreaded being in the same room as my father and uncles, dealing with their criticism, especially in front of my wife and daughter. The day before the party, I saw Hazel place her sketch into a small gift bag while continuously asking about her great-grandfather. That was when I made up my mind. We were heading to a party. Whatever occurred, I would defend my daughter and ensure that no one hurt her with their remarks. We drove from Chicago to Rockford around 4 p.m. on Christmas Day. In our old automobile, we drove for over 2 hours. Throughout the voyage, Hazel kept raving about the drawing she'd done with Ivy's aid. She was quite excited. "Daddy, I drew Great-Grandpa smiling. And there's a Christmas tree too." Just before turning onto the familiar road to Grandpa's house, we made a quick detour at the bakery to get some apple pie, his favorite. We arrived around 6 o'clock. Many automobiles were parked in front, including my parents' Accord and my younger brother Trent's shiny new Civic. I imagined they came early to brag about their accomplishments before I arrived. After finding a parking spot toward the end of the block, we walked to the house. The gate was not closed because it was Christmas and the party was in full throttle, so we walked straight in. Trent and I ran into each other just as we arrived at the front entrance. He was standing nearby, a beer in hand. He looked me over and said sarcastically, "Well, look who decided to show up. Isn't that my big brother? The truck driver." His remark stung, but I did not say anything. I just continued walking. Ivy gripped my hand fiercely and Hazel trailed behind us, oblivious. When we entered the living room, I was surprised by how many people were present. Nearly 28 people were talking and laughing loudly. In addition to my parents, I saw the families of Uncle Warren, Uncle Edgar, and Uncle Silas, who were all present. There were also some extended relatives, such as Aunt Miriam and Uncle Clyde, as well as a few unknown faces, which I imagined were their children, or grandchildren. It had been a long time since I had seen most of them. When I stepped in, Uncle Silas greeted me with genuine sincerity. "Nolan, you're late. Traffic?" I said politely, "Yes, Uncle. The roads were a little busy today." He offered me a warm smile and said, "Go ahead and find a seat for your family. Grandpa will be out any minute." Uncle Silas's act of goodwill moved me deeply. He was not my father, yet he always made me feel more loved than my biological father ever did. Honestly, there were times when I wished my father could be half as nice as Uncle Silas, but I knew that would never happen. As I searched for a seat for us, I could feel the gaze on us. Some folks nodded and smiled graciously, but I could tell that others glanced at us with thinly veiled scorn. What I didn't realize then was that my family will be asked to leave the celebration in just a few minutes. As Ivy, Hazel, and I were seeking for a spot to sit, a sharp voice pierced through the background noise, paralyzing the room. It was my father, Victor. He stood up from a brown leather chair, looked at me with a chilly, deadpan expression, and stated, "In this house, seats are for people who've made something of themselves." My heart skips a beat. My face flushed, heated, and blood rushed upwards. But I forced myself to remain cool, asking, "What do you mean by that, Dad?" Trent moved in from behind, his voice full of hatred. "It means losers like you don't belong here." It felt like someone slapped me in the face. Right in front of everyone. I looked over at Ivy, who was hugging Hazel tightly. Her face had turned pale from astonishment. Then came sluggish, mocking claps from the left side of the room. Uncle Warren was seated on the sofa with a smug expression. After a few mocking claps, he remarked with a disdainful voice, "Trent is correct. This room is full of achievers. Are you still planning on driving trucks for the rest of your life?" Before I could react, Uncle Edgar leaped in. His words cut like a dagger. "Honestly, We're all a little embarrassed whenever someone asks what you do. My own family insulted me repeatedly. I felt my cool slipping. It felt like being in the center of a hostile circle, surrounded by people who considered me as nothing more than an ugly. I looked down and noticed Hazel trembling and grasping Ivy's leg. Her large, innocent eyes were perplexed. She could not understand why everyone was so rude to her father. Just as I was going to speak up and defend myself, Uncle Silas stood up from his seat in the corner of the room. He looked around at everyone, his eyes keen and hard, and stated loudly and clearly, "That's enough. It's Christmas. For God's sake." His voice sliced through the tension like a razor. For a little moment I felt a sense of comfort, like if someone had reached out a hand to me when I was drowning. But the storm was not over. I could feel it. The silence that followed was deep and almost stifling. The entire room felt like a wire pulled too tight, about to snap. After Uncle Silas spoke, everyone exchanged nervous glances in the silence. Slow, steady footfalls sounded from the corridor. Grandpa stepped out, his demeanor serious but with the customary serenity he was known for. He searched the room before raising his voice. "Silas. That's enough. They're right." His comment struck me like a bomb in my skull. I could not believe what I'd just heard. Grandpa, the only person I still trusted in this family, agreed with them, siding with the people who had recently insulted me. Several seconds elapsed. He then turned to face me, his eyes filled with what appeared to be sympathy. There was also something else in there. Something I couldn't fully understand. He returned his gaze to the rest of the room and stated, "We'll take a vote. If you want Nolan out of this party, raise your hand." The room plunged into a dreadful quiet. Some folks looked about, puzzled or unsure. Others looked nearly ecstatic about the suggestion. Uncle Silas stepped up, his face flushed with fury, and asked, "Are you serious, Dad?" Grandpa stared him straight in the eyes and stated, "I'm not joking." That moment seemed like the world was crashing around me. The air in the room became heavy and everyone appeared to hold their breath, waiting for the unfathomable vote to begin. A few seconds went by. My father, Victor, raised a hard hand. He locked eyes with me as he did, his countenance icy and unwavering, as if he had just won a long-awaited battle. Trent was next. He lifted his hand with a malicious sneer. He appeared to be enjoying himself, as if he had been looking forward to this moment for years. Then followed Uncle Edgar and Uncle Warren, who raised their hands virtually simultaneously. Warren nodded, apparently delighted with himself, while Edgar maintained a serious attitude, as if he were carrying out some noble task. Their relatives followed. Dolores, Warren's wife, hesitated, but after looking at her husband, she raised her hand as well. Edgar's adolescent children, perhaps 16 or 17, followed his lead hesitantly and awkwardly. But they nevertheless went along with it. I turned to see Ivy embracing Hazel closely. Her eyes were crimson and filled with tears that had not yet fallen. Hazel, completely oblivious of what was going on, looked up at her mother and murmured, "Mommy, why is everyone raising their hands? Should I raise mine too?" Ivy gripped her closer, attempting to keep the tears from falling down her cheeks. I glanced around and noticed a few reluctant hands. It was distant relatives, such as Aunt Miriam and Uncle Clyde. They glanced at each other, then at me, divided between decency and peer pressure. Aunt Miriam stared at her husband and then at Uncle Warren, her face filled with uncertainty. Uncle Clyde chewed his lip, his palm resting on his thigh as if he were about to vote, but he still hesitated. Then Grandpa screamed, his voice booming, "Come on, I don't have all day." The pressure burst through the final amount of resistance. Those uncertain hands rose rapidly, almost as if they had been told to. I quickly counted in my brain. 30 out of 32 people raised their hands. Only Uncle Silas and his wife Aunt Lillian remained still. Silas had had enough. His face was glowing red with wrath, and his fists were clenched at his sides. He grabbed Lillian's hand and raced towards the door. As he passed Grandpa, he paused, looked him straight in the eyes and whispered quietly, "I'm honestly ashamed of you." These words hovered in the air like a sentence being delivered. I had never heard Silas speak to Grandpa in that way before. Not once in my life. He then approached me, put a gentle hand on my shoulder and said, "Let's go, Nolan. These people don't deserve to be called family." I was stunned. I'd never seen Uncle Silas like this before. The nice man who usually tried to keep the peace was now standing up with a fire I had never seen before. I didn't want Ivy and Hazel to have to go through this again, so I took their hands and followed Silas out of the room. As we passed Grandpa, my heart was filled with resentment. He invited me here solely to humiliate me in front of my wife and children. I kept thinking, why would you give me hope to crush it like that? Behind me, I could hear a few people snickering, like if they had just seen the end of some bizarre little play. Hazel was still clutching her sketch, not understanding why we had to leave so quickly. As I looked at the uplifted hands that voted me out of that room, I realized I no longer had a grandfather, father, or family. As we approached the front door, a booming voice broke out behind us. "Stop right there." We all froze automatically as Grandpa shouted. Despite his rage, Uncle Silas stopped in his tracks as he heard something in his voice that was forceful and irrefutable. Several seconds elapsed. The silence was so heavy that I could hear my heart beating in my ears. Then Grandpa spoke again, louder and with clear authority. "The ones who are leaving tonight are not you." Uncle Silas and I turned back to look at him, perplexed. I had no idea what he was going to do, but there was a weird fire in his eyes that I had never seen before. He turned to face the remaining seated people, the same ones who had just raised their hands to vote me out, and remarked coldly, "The people who need to leave are the ones with their hands in the air." The room exploded. Protesters raised their voices. Shouting came from all directions. My father sprang to his feet and said, "You've got to be kidding me. You can't do this." Uncle Warren and Uncle Edgar joined in, their voices frightened and loud. Warren, visibly shaken, remarked, "Are you serious, Dad?" Edgar took a step forward, attempting to play peacemaker. His tone became soft, almost false. "Dad, I just wanted to teach Nolan a little lesson, that's all. I didn't mean any harm." Distant relatives, such as Aunt Miriam and Uncle Clyde, began looking for explanations. Aunt Miriam, her voice quivering, added, "Uncle Everett, I only went along with the others. I didn't want to upset anyone. I wasn't trying to insult Nolan. I swear." Uncle Clyde nodded immediately in accord. "Yeah, that's right, sir. We just thought it was some family joke. We didn't realize how serious this was." But Grandpa shook his head slowly. His expression did not relax, not even slightly. He glanced directly at my father, then at Warren and Edgar, his eyes filled with profound disappointment. "Since you were kids, I taught you that family is about love and loyalty, and now you are mocking Nolan because he's a truck driver." My father was still attempting to salvage the moment, wanting to change the story. He stepped forward, furious in his tone. "I don't look down on him, but he needs to take responsibility. He's 32 and still driving trucks. I was trying to motivate him to do better." Grandpa's look became icy cold. He stared straight at my father and said, "Victor, aren't you ashamed of yourself?" My father's cheeks turned red. He responded firmly, "Why should I be?" Grandpa hesitated for a bit. Then, with a heavy heart, he glanced around the room and added, "Because 12 years ago, when you went bankrupt, Nolan, only 18, gave up college and became a truck driver. He didn't want to be a burden on you. And what did you do? Even while you were broke, you poured every last cent into Trent." Those words struck like a bomb. The entire room became silent. Everyone looked at my father. Trent stood beside him, his face drained of color, recognizing the truth had been revealed. The atmosphere became suffocating. I stood there in stunned silence, overcome by a torrent of bitter recollections from 12 years earlier. Ivy clasped my hand strongly. Hazel still had no idea what was going on, clutching the drawing she had drawn for her great-grandfather. Grandpa's comments transported me back to when I was 18, the year everything changed. That was the year our family declared bankruptcy when my father's construction company fell into major financial difficulties. He owed about $300,000, which seemed like a lot to us at the time. I made the difficult decision because I wanted to help my parents. Despite having received a scholarship, I decided to drop out of college. Instead of going to school, I obtained a commercial driver's license and began working as a long-haul trucker. For the next 2 years, I worked tirelessly. I paid Trent's high school tuition and the majority of the family's living expenses. Every month, I gave my whole wage to my mother, keeping barely enough to cover my basic requirements. Then, in 2015, Grandpa gifted my dad $400,000, allowing him to finally pay off his debt and restore his business. I genuinely believed things would improve from there. But rather than appreciating me for giving up my youth to support the family, my parents and Trent began to look down on me. Why? Dad's business partners disliked the idea of his kid driving a truck. They said it harmed the company's reputation. After a heated dispute at Christmas dinner in 2016, in which Dad flatly stated that he was humiliated to have a son who drove trucks, I cut off all contact. From that moment forward, I never returned home. When Ivy and I got married, we kept it simple, with only a few close friends. When Hazel was born, I did not inform anyone in the family. I experienced the most significant periods of my life alone. In all those years away from the family, I only communicated with two people, Grandpa and Uncle Silas. They were the only people who really understood and supported me. Both of them had attempted to persuade my parents to reunite, but they refused. Their condition was clear. To be allowed back, I needed to change occupations. But I'd made up my mind too. I wasn't going back unless they sincerely apologized. Because it wasn't only about me anymore, it was about Ivy and Hazel. And I would not let anyone treat them like I had been treated. So, standing there, hearing Grandpa voice those facts aloud, speaking of the sacrifices I made, it felt like someone had finally seen it for the first time after years. Someone finally knew what I'd been through, and it meant more to me than I could ever express. Back at the celebration, after Grandpa reminded everyone of what had happened in the past, my father refused to confess his mistake. Instead, he doubled down, looking upset, and defiantly told Grandpa, "I raised him. It's only fair that he pays me back. That is a child's obligation." Grandpa's face got angry when he heard such comments. At that point, he was no longer holding back. He shook his head in terrible disappointment, then glanced around the room with hatred in his eyes and said, "I had planned to split my savings among you today, but I have changed my mind. You do not deserve a cent." When Grandpa discussed his funds, the attitude in the room changed again. Panic spreads like wildfire. Voices rose at once. Yelling, protests, and bewilderment. My father rose to his feet saying, "What are you talking about? That is our inheritance." Trent moved forward, his voice trembling. "Grandpa, you cannot do this. This is not fair." Grandpa lifted his hand sharply, gesturing for silence. "Enough," he said, his voice low and steady. Then with calm authority, he announced, "The $4 million will be divided between Silas and Nolan." Uncle Warren exploded before he could finish his sentence. "What? $4 million?" Grandpa nodded and spoke evenly. "Yes. I sold half of the farm 2 months ago. I would have divided the money equally between my 4 sons and 6 grandchildren. That would have cost $400,000 each. But, after what I witnessed today, none of you deserve it." That's when the true panic struck. My father sank to his knees in front of Grandpa and clutched his hands fiercely. "Dad, I apologize, I was mistaken. Please give me one more chance." Uncles Edgar and Warren stepped in, presenting their causes. "Dad, we were only encouraging Nolan to do better, we did not intend to disrespect him." Trent, now sobbing, ran up to me and grabbed my arm. "I'm so sorry, Nolan, I was mistaken. Please forgive me." Unfortunately, it was too late. Grandpa glanced at them with a stone-cold, undisturbed, and absolute expression. Nothing could make him change his mind. I stood there startled, as if I were living a $1,000,000 dream. A number I had never dared to consider. Grandpa raised his voice authoritatively as they continued to refuse to go. "Get the heck out of my home. Now." My father yelled out in wrath, "You can't do this. We will take you to court." Uncle Warren joined in, his tone stern and intimidating. "You are elderly, Dad. We can prove that you are not mentally able to manage your assets." Trent yelled out in frustration, "I will not let this happen." But Grandpa just gave a dry, sarcastic chuckle. The kind of chuckle that knocked them down cold. Then, in a calm and almost pleased tone, he stated, "You are fools. Did you forget I still had half the farm? I'll transfer the deed to Silas and Nolan in 2 days." His comments struck them like a bucket of frigid water. They quickly understood they had not simply lost $4 million. The remaining half of the land was easily worth another $3 million. And now that would also be out of reach. They fell silent, knowing they'd run out of options. They fled one by one, furious, dejected, and bitter. Just before walking out the door, my father turned around, looked me dead in the eye with disdain, and said coldly, "Are you happy now, Nolan? You have broken this family apart." I did not respond. I simply drew Ivy and Hazel in close and held them firmly. Following their departure, the house fell into a peculiar, serene silence. Only 6 people remained in our family. Uncle Silas and Grandpa surveyed the untouched food still scattered across the dinner table. Grandpa turned to us and said, "Let's save only enough for the 6 of us. The others helped me box it up. We will take it to the destitute." This was not leftover food. It had just been delivered by a high-end restaurant earlier that afternoon. Nobody had touched it. The supper was scheduled to begin at 7 p.m., but by 6:30 Grandpa had already sent everyone else home. We all hurried swiftly to assist him pack the food and load it into Uncle Silas's pickup.
There were enough roasted chickens, bread, salads, desserts and soda bottles to serve hundreds. Hazel eagerly joined in as we packed, looking up at me with curiosity. "Daddy, who are we giving the food to?" I said, gently brushing her hair back and smiling. "To people who need it, sweetie. Hungry people don't have a home to return to." The six of us then got into 2 cars and proceeded to Rockford's downtown district, where we knew there were many homeless individuals. It was a location I recalled from years ago, filled with people simply struggling to survive. When we arrived, Hazel glanced about with big eyes at the men and ladies sitting on the sidewalks in worn-out clothes. She gripped my hand tightly and whimpered, "Daddy, why don't they have a house?" I knelt alongside her, looked into her eyes and spoke quietly. "There are lots of reasons, sweetheart, but what matters is that we can help them." Ivy and Aunt Lillian began serving the lunches, while Grandpa and Uncle Silas engaged in private chats with several of the attendees. Hazel was shy at first, but she quickly began to offer boxes of cookies with her tiny hands full of kindness. The smiles, warm thank yous, and most notably, the sight of calm thankfulness in one elderly man's eyes as he received his dinner, told us everything we needed to know. We were doing the correct thing. After we finished the last meal, Hazel came up to me and placed her arms around my waist. She said, "Daddy, I'm thrilled." Everyone smiled so nicely when they got their food. And that's when it struck me. This was the most memorable Christmas my family had ever celebrated. Around 8 o'clock, we returned to Grandpa's house and sat down to eat together. There were just 6 of us at the table, but the warmth and excitement made it feel more full than ever. As everyone gathered, Hazel reached into her small purse and took out the drawing she had been keeping. She stepped over and presented it to Grandpa, smiling proudly. He picked it up to check it thoroughly before smiling warmly and said, "This is beautiful. I'll hang it on the living room wall so everyone can see it." Hazel clapped her hands enthusiastically in response to his compliment. "I drew you with a big smile, great-grandpa," she added brightly. A little later, Ivy brought out the apple pie we had purchased earlier, and we all shared dessert. After supper, Grandpa recommended we move into the living room and converse for a little. He returned to his office, holding 2 $2 million checks. When he handed me one, my hands trembled so violently that I was worried I'd drop it. Uncle Silas was equally as surprised, his hands shaking and his eyes wide with incredulity. We both looked to Grandpa, overwhelmed by gratitude. I could barely get the words out. "Thank you, Grandpa. I don't even know how to express how grateful I am." Grandpa nodded and continued, his tone calm yet serious. "In a few days, I'm transferring ownership of the remaining part of the farm to the 2 of you." We glanced at him shocked. The remaining acreage was worth several millions more. Grandpa let out a deep sigh and added, "I don't trust the others anymore. You 2 are the only ones who deserve to carry on what I've built." Hearing it, my heart sank slightly. Not because of the money, but because of everything we had sacrificed as a family to be here. I stared at Grandpa, my voice shaking. "Grandpa, I know this must have hurt you deeply, having to decide." Uncle Silas agreed and added, "Dad, I never wanted it to come to this either." Grandpa laid a hand on my shoulder and stated gently but firmly, "Nolan, I've watched them for years, and today was just the final straw. I know who has a good heart and who I can trust." Hearing those remarks, I buried my head, overwhelmed by emotion. I felt grateful for his faith, but also felt the weight of the duty he had placed in my hands. That night in Grandpa's guest bedroom, I lay close to Ivy and Hazel. My mind is entangled in a web of emotions. On the one hand, I felt a profound sense of relief and thankfulness for finally being noticed and supported in ways I never imagined. However, I couldn't shake the underlying despair. The sad reality that our family had utterly fallen apart. Once Hazel had fallen asleep, Ivy turned to me and said, "I still can't believe this is real." I softly gripped her hand and said back, "Me neither, but we must use this money wisely. It cannot change who we are." After a brief silence, we reached an agreement. No boasting. There will be no showing off. We would utilize this gift to create something better, more lasting for our small family. The next morning, as Ivy and I returned to our Chicago apartment, we were met with an unpleasant surprise in the lobby outside the elevator, along with my parents and Trent. Faces tensed. Posture is firm with determination. They came over as soon as they saw me and demanded that I divide the $2 million I had received into 4 equal portions. They said it was only fair. I didn't see any cause to argue. With a cold, hard tone, I looked them straight in the eyes and stated, "If you think you have a case, take it to court, but I'm not giving you a penny."
My father lost his cool when he heard that. He started ranting, calling me ungrateful, greedy, and selfish. He hurled every possible abuse. His statements were cutting and malicious, intended to wound. But I was not going to stand there and accept it. Without another word, I turned around, grabbed Ivy and Hazel's hands, and headed right into the elevator. A building security guard intervened barely in time to prevent them from pursuing us. That same afternoon, Ivy and I reached a clear conclusion. We updated our telephone numbers. We only gave the new ones to Grandpa and Uncle Silas, the two individuals we still wanted in our lives. It was a difficult decision, but we knew it was the only way to save our peace. We couldn't let selfish, nasty people continue to disrupt the life we were attempting to create. After receiving the money, I did not waste it right away. Instead, I determined that my first investment should be in myself. I utilized the first $10,000 to enroll in a Chicago Community College's business and asset management program. I spent 3 months learning the essentials of accounting, human resource management, marketing, and business planning. Most nights, after finishing my trucking shifts, I stayed up late studying, determined to get the abilities I knew I needed. When the course completed, I began taking the first steps toward fulfilling a long-held dream of creating my own trucking firm. The first order of business was to locate a warehouse and a small office space. I went to dozens of places before choosing a small warehouse on the outskirts of town that provided a reasonable rental fee. On the first day, there were no banners or extravagant celebrations. Grandpa, Uncle Silas, and their families joined me for a simple ribbon cutting in front of the warehouse. That was more than enough. When Grandpa smiled proudly beside me, I knew I was on the right track. This was not simply the start of a business. It demonstrated that I could stand on my own 2 feet and create something worthwhile with Grandpa's trust in me. The early challenges were real. Getting permits, securing truck insurance, and finding dependable drivers kept me awake at night. There were times when I almost gave up, such as when a key client dropped out because they thought my company was too tiny and inexperienced. However, each setback taught us a valuable lesson. When I lost a client, I realized I needed to improve my presentation skills. When a driver unexpectedly quit, I learned how to form a backup crew. Every obstacle became an opportunity for growth. Throughout this voyage, Grandpa and Uncle Silas served as my personal advisory board. With his years of business knowledge, Grandpa would frequently call to guide me through client discussions. Uncle Silas assisted me in reviewing contracts and provided advice on prudent financial management. Thanks to their encouragement and supervision, I gradually gained confidence and experience. And gradually, I started expanding the business. It's been a year and a half since that Christmas party, which changed my life forever. My company has developed beyond what I could have expected. We now have 10 long-haul trucks and a team of 20 dedicated personnel. With the consistent revenue from the business, we moved out of that tiny apartment and into a cozy 2-story home in Naperville, a suburb of Chicago. It includes a large backyard where Hazel can run free, a quiet office for me to work in, and a roomy living room with a fireplace, which is our favorite location to hang out on weekends. Hazel is 7 and in 2nd grade. She's excelling in school, and I couldn't be happier. Ivy has left her sales career to focus on our family and assist me with the company's accounting. My friendship with Grandpa and Uncle Silas has gotten much stronger. Every weekend we drive to Rockford to see Grandpa. He's 80 now, as sharp as ever and always ready with sound business advice. He proudly displays the drawing Hazel gave him on his wall, as if it were a masterpiece. Meanwhile, Uncle Silas has taken on the role of unofficial financial advisor. He assists me in reviewing significant contracts and developing plans for future expansion. I had not seen or heard from my parents since that day. I assumed I never would. But I was mistaken. They unexpectedly showed up at my front door yesterday. Pale, worn out, and desperate. I'm not sure how they acquired my address. This time there were no insults or shouting, only pleading. They asked for $400,000 to save their home. My father had made another poor financial decision by participating in a questionable real estate transaction. He had mortgaged the house and was now unable to pay it back. I wasn't moved by their lovely remarks and sobbing apologies. Instead, I offered them a simple condition. I responded, "If you can tell me my birthday, I'll help." 5 minutes of agonizing quiet ensued. They glanced at each other and attempted to recollect, but were unable to. My father stated he assumed it was in October. Trent guessed the 15th. Nobody noticed that my birthday is December 23rd. They lived with me for 18 years and none of them knew. I saw the disappointment on their faces. I said nothing more. I closed the door calmly. There is no anger. Just indifferent. Later I told Grandpa the entire thing on the phone. His pleasant voice came through. Good job, Nolan. I am proud of you. And so what are your thoughts on this story? Was it right or wrong for me to turn them away? I would love to hear your thoughts. If this tale resonated with you, please subscribe and join me on the next leg of this adventure. Thank you for being here. My parents disinherited and called me the ugly graduate. So I took the stage, and my sister's father made a move that shattered my father. I will never forget the look on their faces when they saw me go into my younger sister Camilla's wedding reception hall. It had been 10 years since they kicked me out of the house. 10 years since my own family decided I didn't deserve to be a part of their lives because I didn't meet their ideals of beauty and prosperity. The invitation had arrived at my workplace 3 weeks earlier, a beautiful envelope with gold letters announcing Camilla Reyes's marriage to Daniel Cruz, the son of the city's most powerful real estate magnate. I glanced at the fine paper between my fingers, feeling the past hit me like a frigid wave after such a long period of silence. Why now? Why encourage me to celebrate family bliss when they have ruined mine? Throughout my adolescence, I was the ugly one in the family, whereas Camilla was the princess with golden hair and a flawless smile. I was the girl who had braces, heavy glasses, and bad acne. Elena, you should try harder with your appearance, my mother kept saying, as if my physical appearance were a personal choice rather than the outcome of genes and adolescent hormones. My father, a prosperous businessman obsessed with appearances, rarely spoke to me during family dinners. Everything changed the night of my graduation when I accidentally overheard my father on the phone with a business partner. Yes, my daughter Camilla is the family jewel, but the older one, well, let's just say she didn't inherit the good genes. An ugly graduate doesn't reflect well on our family business image. Those comments pierced my heart like poisoned knives. The embarrassment I felt that night was horrible, but the worst was still to come. The next day, with tears in my eyes, I approached my parents. I explained that I had heard them and knew what they thought of me. Rather than apologize, my father became enraged. Now you spy on us? What did you expect to hear? It's the truth, Elena. Camilla has always been the public face of this family. You simply don't fit into our plans. My mother, always in his shadow, nodded softly. That same night I packed my belongings and left. There were no calls urging me to return, and no apologies, just nothing. A month later I discovered from a distant cousin that they had changed the family will to exclude me. The toxic family that had raised me concluded I was no longer alive. Years passed, and revenge became my fuel. Not destructive revenge, but productive revenge. I moved to another city. I worked several jobs while studying business administration. The acne faded. I switched from glasses to contact lenses, and my body altered as a result of workout and determination. But the most significant transformation occurred internally. I founded my own financial consulting firm, which, strangely, ended up advising various competitors of the family business. Every move I took conveyed a silent message to those who had rejected me. They didn't need me. But the world did. I did not attend the wedding to seek reconciliation. I did it for justice. I wanted them to see who I'd become despite them, not because of them. I wore a red dress that showed every curve of my changed physique, as well as discreet but sophisticated jewelry and cosmetics that accentuated the characteristics they had previously loathed. When I walked inside the luxury hotel where the wedding was taking place, I felt like everyone was looking at me. Nobody knew me, but everyone was curious about the woman who was walking so confidently. The ceremony was amazing, as was everything else my family had planned. Camilla looked stunning in her expensive wedding gown while Daniel, her now husband, gazed at her with admiration. From my position in one of the rear rows, I saw my parents, now with gray hair but the same superior smile I recalled. The reception began, and I felt it was time to officially enter the life that they had denied me. I approached the main table, where Camilla and Daniel were being congratulated. When my time arrived, my sister's eyes widened. "Elena," she said in disbelief. Daniel, perplexed, looked at his new wife, then at me. "Do you know her?" he inquired. I grinned, feeling the weight of 10 years of stillness fall away in that moment. "More than you think," I answered calmly. "I'm her older sister." "Sister?" Daniel asked, staring alternatively at Camilla and me. "You never mentioned you had a sister." Camilla's face lost color, and her eyes silently pleaded me not to cause a scene. Behind her I watched my parents approach with expressions of surprise and terror. "Elena," my father said first, attempting a smile that did not extend to his eyes. "What an unexpected surprise. We didn't know if you would come." His voice retained the controlled tone he used in business meetings when things didn't go as planned. The toxic family that had rejected me tried to keep up appearances in front of their new billionaire son-in-law. I couldn't miss my only sister's wedding, right? I said with a courteous smile. After all, family is the most important thing. Isn't that what you always said, Dad? I noticed a muscle tightening in his jaw. My mother approached and hugged me mechanically, like if she were acting in a play. You look different, she said, studying me from top to bottom. I sensed her amazement when she noticed my alteration. I was no longer the insecure teen with skin issues and braces. Before her stood a confident, successful and gorgeous woman. 10 years can change a person, I said, keeping my cool. Especially when they have to rebuild their life from scratch. No one in attendance missed the clue. Daniel, looking perplexed, attempted to defuse the situation. It's a pleasure to meet you, Elena. Camilla never, well, I didn't know I had a sister-in-law. He offered his hand, which I firmly shook. There are many things about the Reyes family that you still don't know, Daniel, I replied, smiling enigmatically. The discomfort was palpable. Camilla, the flawless princess, attempted to gain control of the situation. Elena promptly explained to her husband that she had opted to pursue her own career years before. We had differences of opinion. I repeated in surprise. What an elegant way to say they disowned me for not meeting their aesthetic standards. Camilla, the humiliation I experienced in this family may be described more precisely than differences of opinion. A nervous stillness settled over our small circle. Nearby guests began to notice that something was wrong. My father, who was always concerned with looks, intervened. This is not the time or place, Elena. He stated in a quiet but forceful tone. It's your sister's special day. Of course, I conceded. I wouldn't want to ruin another family celebration. I had enough with my own graduation. Remember when you called me the ugly graduate who didn't reflect well on the company's image? My father became pale. He never anticipated I'd heard those exact words. Daniel looked at my father, clearly surprised. I don't know what you're talking about, my father attempted to deny. I think you know perfectly well, I said, maintaining my cool demeanor. But as you said, this is Camilla's day. Let's enjoy the party. I walked away gracefully, leaving them startled. As I walked into the bar, I could feel their gazes riveted on my back. The vengeance was only beginning, and it would be served cold and measured. At the bar, a man in a dark suit approached with an intelligent expression. Impressive entrance, he said, pouring me a glass of champagne. He introduced himself as Gabriel Vega, Daniel's partner in the real estate firm. Elena Reyes, I responded, accepting the glass. Reyes. Are you related to the bride and groom? He said with real curiosity. Camilla's older sister, the one nobody mentions, I explained, smiling ironically. Gabriel looked at me with curiosity. I worked with your father on some projects years ago, he told me. An interesting man. A diplomatic way to describe him, I remarked, chuckling softly. Diplomacy is my specialty, he said. Though I sense you prefer direct honesty. Honesty cost me my place in this family, so yes, I value it quite a bit. The master of ceremonies interrupted our talk to announce the newlyweds' first dance. Everyone gathered around the dance floor as Camilla and Daniel performed a love tune. I looked at my sister, as perfect as ever, the focus of attention, the unquestioned favorite. It seems there's an interesting story behind your absence in family photos, Gabriel said, following my gaze. A story of a toxic family and impossible expectations, I said bluntly. I'd love to hear it someday, Gabriel replied. There was something about his expression that told me it wasn't just curiosity. Why the interest? I inquired directly. Gabriel paused a time before responding. Let's say your father and I didn't end our business on good terms, and I suspect you might have valuable information. So I wasn't the only one with outstanding accounts at Victor Reyes. Interesting. The party progressed, and I observed my parents attempting to keep me away from the most important visitors, namely Daniel's family. They clearly dreaded what I may uncover. Camilla, for her part, gave me anxious glances if I moved too close to any group where she was speaking. During dinner they assigned me to a table with distant cousins and peripheral friends. Justice looked far away, but I had other intentions. When it came time for speeches, I noticed my father standing up, his glass lifted, ready to deliver the typical father of the bride address. Dear friends and family, he continued, his voice toned to impress. Today is one of the happiest days of my life, seeing my daughter Camilla, my greatest pride, unite in marriage with Daniel. While he finished his speech, which was full of cliches about family love and father pride, I felt a rising wrath within me.
How could the man who had kicked me out of his life for not being attractive enough by his standards talk about family love? When he concluded, amid cheers, the master of ceremonies said, "And now, some words from friends and family who wish to share their good wishes with the newlyweds." Without thinking, I stepped up and approached the microphone. I saw worry in my parents' eyes and horror on Camilla's face. They had no idea what I was about to say, and that terror was exactly what I wanted to instill. I grabbed the microphone and smiled at the audience. "Good evening, everyone. My name is Elena Reyes, Camilla's older sister." The room echoed with a surprised murmur. Many of the attendees had no idea Camilla had a sibling. "For those wondering why you've never seen me at family gatherings," I replied, "let's say I've been building my own path away from here." My father made a gesture to stand up, but my mother stopped him, perhaps thinking that an interruption would bring further scandal. "Camilla," I addressed my sister directly. "You were always the family star, the perfect child. Today, seeing you so radiant, I understand why." I took a dramatic pause as everyone held their breath, waiting for some shocking revelation. "I wish you all the happiness in the world. And to you, Daniel," I looked toward my new brother-in-law, "I wish you wisdom to truly know the family you just entered." I left the microphone and returned to my seat, eliciting polite applause and puzzled expressions. I hadn't said anything blatantly insulting, but the underlying message was plain to anyone who needed to comprehend it. Moments later, when the waiters were serving dessert, I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Daniel. "Can we talk for a moment?" he inquired earnestly. I followed him into a quiet area of the room. "Your speech was interesting," he said. "I was quite discreet considering the circumstances, I told you." "What circumstances exactly?" Daniel inquired, and I could see genuine interest in his eyes. "Camilla has barely mentioned your existence, and when she did, she said you had voluntarily distanced yourself due to personal differences." I weighed my alternatives. Could I tell Daniel the whole truth and risk ruining my sister's wedding night, or could I be strategic? "Families are complicated, Daniel," I finally said. "Let's say the standards of success and beauty in the Reyes family are extremely rigorous. I didn't meet them, so they showed me the door." "Are you telling me they kicked you out of the house?" he inquired incredulously. "I'm telling you that you should know well the family you just married into," I quipped. "Especially if you plan to have children someday." Daniel's expression changed. My statements had clearly seeded a seed of distrust. "There's something else I should know, isn't there?" he replied. I noticed Camilla approaching with a worried expression. The retribution had been served, but the main course was still missing. "Daniel, honey, they're looking for you for photos with your parents," Camilla said with a sweet voice and a frightening glance at me. "Of course I'm coming right away," he said, looking embarrassed. "Elena, I'd like to continue this conversation later." "Whenever you want," I said with a calm smile. Camilla dropped her pretense as soon as Daniel moved away. "What do you think you're doing?" she hissed. "You come to my wedding after 10 years to ruin everything?" "Ruin it? I'm just having a civilized conversation with my new brother-in-law," I said, keeping my cool. "Unlike you, I don't hide the truth about our toxic family." "Truth? You want to talk about the truth?" Camilla asked, her voice low but keen. "The truth is you were always jealous of me. You always wanted what I had." Her accusation caused me to laugh bitterly. "Jealous, Camilla? I didn't want your beauty or your popularity. I just wanted a family that would accept me as I was. But I guess that was asking too much." "You left," she said with disgust. "Nobody kicked you out." "Really? Rewriting history to fit your perfect narrative, typical of the Reyes family." Despite feeling furious inside, I kept my voice under control. "Have you told Daniel how they modified the will a month after my departure? Or how Dad made sure none of his contacts would hire me in the city?" Camilla paled somewhat. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Of course you know. You were there when Dad called his partners to ruin my career before it could begin. The humiliation they planned for me was meticulous and complete." My sister averted her gaze, confirming in quiet that my comments were correct. "You know what, Camilla? For years, I thought I hated you. That I hated this whole family for what they did to me. But now I realize I owe them gratitude." My statement astonished her. If they hadn't expelled me, I would never have discovered my own strength. I would never have built my company from scratch. I would never have experienced the true justice of succeeding on my own merits. "Company?" Camilla inquired, and I caught a glimpse of something in her eyes. Intrigue, envy. "Financial consulting," I answered. "We advise several companies that compete with Dad.
In fact, last year we were instrumental in the acquisition that almost destroyed his Monteverde project. Camilla's eyes widened with recognition. My father had been devastated by the failed endeavor, and now she knew I was to blame. Was that your revenge? She said. That was business, I clarified. Revenge is just beginning. Tonight? Before Camilla could react, Gabriel approached us. Sorry for interrupting the family reunion, he replied with a smile that indicated he wasn't apologetic at all. Elena, would you grant me this dance? I accepted his hand, leaving Camilla stunned with a puzzled expression on her gorgeous face. Gabriel provided professional guidance on the dance floor. It appears your family reunion is getting intense, he said. 10 years of silence and lies aren't resolved with a simple, cordial conversation, I told him. Your father seems especially disturbed by your presence, Gabriel noticed. He hasn't stopped watching us since we started dancing. I turned slightly to validate his statement. My father was watching us with a mixture of rage and anxiety. What conflict do you have with my father? I questioned Gabriel bluntly. He smiled enigmatically. Let's say Victor Reyes has a particular way of doing business, one that involves appropriating others' ideas and discarding those who are no longer useful to him. His statements echoed my personal experience. It seems you know my father well. I was his protege for 3 years, Gabriel told me, until I developed a real estate investment system that he presented as his own to the board of directors. When I confronted him, he fired me, alleging irreconcilable differences. Victor Reyes's specialty, getting rid of those who don't fit his plans, I said coldly. While we were dancing, I spotted Daniel watching us from across the room. When the music stopped, Gabriel led me back to my table. However, Daniel blocked our path before we arrived. Elena, I'd like to introduce you to my parents, he continued, his tone stiff and rehearsed. This surprise invitation was clearly not part of my parents' plans. I saw my mother whisper something alarming in my father's ear, and he hastily excused himself from his interlocutors and began walking toward us. It will be a pleasure, I said to Daniel, consciously disregarding my father's approach. Daniel led me to a table where an elegant couple was talking with other visitors. Mom, Dad, he attracted their attention. I'd like to introduce you to Elena Reyes, Camilla's older sister. Alejandro Cruz, the family patriarch and well-known real estate developer, looked at me with interest while shaking my hand. I didn't know Camilla had a sister, he said plainly. That seems to be the general consensus tonight, I answered, smiling. Elena has been absent from family events for a while, my father said, having just arrived. His falsely pleasant demeanor barely hid his uneasiness. 10 years to be exact, I answered, since I decided to follow my own business path. Business? Alejandro inquired with real enthusiasm. What do you do, Elena? Before I could respond, my father attempted to redirect the discussion. Elena was always the rebel of the family. She preferred to abandon the family business to do other things. I'm the founder and CEO of Altus Consultants, I told Alejandro directly, ignoring my father's interjection. Specialist in financial restructuring and strategic acquisitions. Alejandro Cruz's eyes flashed with recognition. Altus? The same firm that advised the Torres-Mendoza merger last year? The same, I said with pride. Alejandro regarded me with increased respect. Impressive work. That merger revolutionized the southern real estate market. Thank you, I responded, secretly relishing my father's look of astonishment and uncertainty. We always seek to exceed expectations. My father attempted to recover control of the situation. Elena was always very ambitious, he continued with a strained grin. But I never imagined she'd get this far without family support. Sometimes, Victor, Alejandro said, looking directly at him. The best talents flourish precisely when they're allowed to fly on their own. He turned to face me. I'd love to discuss possible collaborations, Elena. My company is considering an expansion that could benefit from your experience. It will be a pleasure, I said, handing him my business card in front of my father's surprised stare. The conversation continued, and with each remark it became evident that Alejandro Cruz, my sister's father-in-law and one of the country's most respected businessmen, was impressed by my accomplishments. The humiliation I had once experienced was beginning to morph into delicious justice in front of people who had looked down on me. When we split, Daniel took me aside. I don't understand, he said, perplexed. If you're so successful and respected, why does your family act as if you were some kind of embarrassing secret? The stakes were high. Revenge could be complete right now if I revealed everything of the Reyes family's cruelty to their new member. Daniel, I said to myself, the answer to that question could forever change the way you see your new family.
Are you sure you want to know it? On your wedding night? He hesitated briefly, but his curiosity won out. I need to understand what I've gotten myself into, he finally said. I took a deep breath. I was disinherited and expelled from the family for a reason that will seem absurd to you. I wasn't attractive enough according to my father's standards. What? His expression of disbelief was clear. My father built his empire based on perfect appearances. Camilla, with her natural beauty, was always his best presentation card in society. I, with my acne problems, braces, and ungraceful figure in adolescence, was an embarrassment to him. Daniel appeared really horrified. That's inhumane. The night of my graduation, I heard my father call me the ugly graduate who didn't reflect well on the family business image. When I confronted him, he didn't deny it. He told me directly that I didn't fit into his plans. A month later, I found out they had modified the will to exclude me completely. I watched Daniel assimilate this knowledge, connecting the pieces and finally seeing why Camilla had never mentioned having a sister. Camilla. Was she okay with this? He finally inquired. Camilla has always been the perfect daughter who follows dad's orders, I said with regret. She never defended me. Never looked for me afterward. For them it was easier to pretend I never existed. Daniel ran his fingers through his hair, clearly disturbed. I can't believe I got married without knowing something so fundamental about my wife and her family. At that point, I had a revelation. My vengeance did not consist in destroying Camilla's life or publicly exposing my parents. True justice consisted in reclaiming my tale, my truth, and letting natural consequences take their course. I didn't come here to destroy your marriage, Daniel, I informed him truthfully. I came to reclaim my place, to show them they couldn't destroy me. What you do with this information is your decision. The bouquet toss announcement interrupted our discourse. All the unmarried women gathered in the center of the dance floor as Camilla, resplendent in her bridal gown, prepared for the ceremonial toss. From my vantage point, I noticed my mother mumble something into Camilla's ear while staring in my direction. Camilla nodded gently, and I realized what they were planning: one final public humiliation. All single women to the dance floor, the master of ceremonies exclaimed joyfully. A group of young women waited expectantly as Camilla climbed onto a little flower-adorned platform. Gabriel approached me holding a glass of champagne. Not joining the ritual of female desperation, he joked. I think I'll pass, I said, observing the situation. I have a suspicion that the bouquet is programmed to avoid me at all costs. Camilla, from her lofty position, scrutinized the contestants with her glance. When her gaze fell on me, I saw that familiar smile. The one she wore when she was about to acquire what I desired. My mother, standing on one side of the dance floor, nodded discreetly. Family traditions are fascinating, Gabriel said, following my gaze, especially when they're loaded with hidden meanings. In the Reyes family, nothing is casual, I confirmed. Every gesture, every word, every exclusion has a purpose. Camilla turned around and prepared to throw the bouquet. The group of unmarried women became thrilled and stretched their hands aloft. My sister threw the bouquet with a theatrical movement toward a young woman who, based on her resemblance to Daniel, I assumed was his cousin. One more symbolic act of exclusion, so subtle that only I could correctly perceive it. The message was clear. Even in the most insignificant traditions, I remained excluded. The one who didn't deserve the chance to catch a bridal bouquet. Predictable, I said to myself. Gabriel was studying me closely. Does it bother you? He inquired. No, I answered honestly. It confirms I made the right decision building my life away from them. The party went on, and I observed Daniel was distant with Camilla, clearly disturbed by our chat. My parents, sensing something was wrong, increased their efforts to keep the couple away from me, scheduling photos, introductions, and small things to keep them occupied. During the final toast, my father took over the microphone again. His face reflected the night's built strain, but his voice retained the confident and authoritative tone that defined him. Dear friends, family, distinguished guests, he began with a smile. Before concluding this wonderful celebration, I want to thank everyone for accompanying us on this day so special for our family. He took a strategic pause. As a father, there is no greater pride than seeing a daughter fulfill herself and find happiness. Camilla has always been the epitome of the values we Reyes represent. Beauty, elegance, intelligence, and dedication. Each phrase was a dart aimed at me. The subliminal message was clear. Camilla represented everything I wasn't and couldn't be in order to deserve the Reyes surname.
Today, by uniting with Daniel, we're not only celebrating the love between two exceptional people, but also the union of two families that share the same values and aspirations. He raised his glass. To Camilla and Daniel, and to the bright future that awaits them. Everyone clapped and drank. When silence resumed, something unexpected occurred. Daniel's father, Alejandro Cruz, rose up with a glass in hand. "I'd like to add some words," he stated with authority. He was an intimidating figure who demanded immediate respect. "Tonight has been revealing in many ways," he said, gazing straight at my father. "I've learned that appearances can be deceiving, and that sometimes a family's true talents can remain hidden, or be deliberately concealed." A murmur spread throughout the room. My father was visibly tense. "I'm pleased to announce," Alejandro went on, "that in addition to celebrating our children's union, today I mark the beginning of a professional collaboration with a brilliant businesswoman who, curiously, I just discovered is a member of the Reyes family." He turned to face me. "Elena, your strategic vision and achievements at Altus Consultants are exactly what Cruz Corporation needs for our next expansion phase." The hush that ensued was absolute. All eyes turned to me, including my parents, who were filled with shock and disbelief. "It will be an honor to collaborate with you, Mr. Alejandro," I said in a clear and firm voice. "The honor is mine," he said. "Sometimes, the most valuable gems are those some don't know how to appreciate." This final sentence he aimed directly at my father, who appeared to have lost all blood from his face. The humiliation I had endured for years was now being translated into public justice. Cruz's grandfather, one of the country's most respected business people, had just confirmed my professional worth in front of the very family that had rejected me for failing to fulfill their superficial standards. When the celebration began to disperse, my mother approached me with a strained grin. "Elena dear, what a wonderful surprise you've given us tonight," she remarked with deception. "Your father and I always knew you had potential." "Please, Mom," I said quietly. "Spare me the hypocrisy. We both know my potential only became visible when a man like Alejandro Cruz recognized it publicly." "That's not fair," she complained. "We always loved you, but you chose to distance yourself." "Not fair?" I repeated in disbelief. "You want to talk about fairness? How about the fact that you modified the will to completely disinherit me? Or how Dad made sure no local company would hire me?" My mother lowered her eyes, unable to face the weight of the truth. "Your father only wanted what was best for the family business," she said quietly. "The best for his ego, you mean," I corrected. "But you know what? I thank him for it. If they hadn't rejected me so completely, I would never have discovered my own strength." At that point, my father joined us. His normal assurance was gone, replaced with a mix of calculation and anxiety. "Elena," he continued in a conciliatory tone, "it seems you've been quite successful on your own. I'm impressed." "No, Dad," I told him. "You're alarmed. You're worried that my association with Alejandro Cruz might affect your company. You're worried that all those dirty secrets you've accumulated over the years will come to light." "I don't know what you're talking about," he said tensely. "Don't you? What about how you appropriated Gabriel Vega's investment system? Or how you manipulated the Monteverde contracts to maximize your profits at the expense of small investors?" My father became pale. "How do I know?" I answered his query. "For 10 years, I've followed every step of Reyes Investments. Every project, every acquisition, every dubious maneuver. Do you think my participation in the operation that almost ruined your Monteverde project was a coincidence?" My father gazed at me with a mix of rage and newfound respect. For the first time, he was confronted with a powerful financial opponent, rather than the unsatisfactory daughter he had disinherited. "What is it you want?" he finally inquired, assuming the tone he employed during difficult talks. "Now? Nothing," I answered honestly. 10 years ago I just wanted a family that would value me for who I was, not for how I looked. Now, I just wanted you to see what I became. Despite you, not thanks to you." My mother, who had stayed silent, attempted to ease the tension. "Elena, darling, maybe we could meet soon, talk about all this calmly. Family is important." "Family," I responded with a straight face, "is who accepts and loves you unconditionally. You were never that for me. You had very specific conditions for your love. Conditions I didn't meet." Camilla approached, apparently disturbed. Her flawless makeup couldn't conceal that she had been crying. "What did you tell Daniel?" she questioned. "He's been acting strange all night. Barely talks to me." "I told him the truth, Camilla. Something you never dared to do." "The truth?" she said bitterly. "Your version of the truth, you mean?"
You always victimized yourself, always wanted everyone to feel sorry for you. Her statements would have devastated me years before, but today they just proved how far away we were as a family. Camilla, I continued quietly. Your husband deserves to know what kind of family has received him. If your relationship is as perfect as you pretend, it will survive the truth. Daniel approached our little group with a solemn attitude. He positioned himself close to me rather than next to Camilla, which was noted by everyone. Camilla, he remarked in a controlled tone. I believe we need to talk seriously when we return from our honeymoon. Daniel, you can't believe what she told you, Camilla insisted. You barely know her. She's been absent 10 years and you never told me why, he responded. You never mentioned having a sister until she appeared tonight. Do you know what that tells me, about you, about us? My revenge was taking an unexpected turn. I didn't want to end Camilla's marriage. I just wanted to show everyone that they couldn't harm me. Daniel, I said, I didn't come to ruin your marriage. Camilla is complicated, like all the Reyes, but that doesn't mean she can't be a good wife. Everyone was taken aback by my unexpected defense, including Camilla, who glanced at me in confusion. What my family did to me was cruel, I said. But each person must take responsibility for their own actions. My father and mother made active decisions to exclude me. Camilla simply went with the flow, as she's done all her life. My father, who is usually concerned with keeping up appearances, stepped in swiftly. I think this is not the time or place for family discussions. The guests are watching. Always worried about appearances, I said. Some things never change. Alejandro Cruz, who had been watching the situation from afar, approached. Daniel, Camilla, he told you with authority. Your transportation is ready to take you to the hotel. Your flight to Paris leaves early tomorrow. Camilla, relieved at the interruption, clasped Daniel's arm. Come on, honey. It's been a long day. Daniel stopped for a time before looking at me. Elena, I'd like to keep in touch. There are things I need to understand better. Of course, I responded, handing him my card. I'm a phone call away. As the pair moved away, I could see the strain in their bodies. My admission had sown a seed of uncertainty that may drastically alter their relationship, for better or worse. Alejandro remained behind for a moment. Interesting family you have, Miss Reyes, he said. You have no idea, I answered. On the contrary, he said with an intriguing smile. I have a quite clear idea. That's why I'm even more interested in our professional collaboration. He lowered his voice. Victor Reyes has been a difficult competitor for years. Sometimes justice requires unexpected allies. His statements confirmed my suspicions. Alejandro Cruz was not only impressed by my professional accomplishments, but also saw me as an ally against my father. Revenge has acquired a new dimension. Justice can take many forms, I explained hesitantly. Precisely, he nodded. My office will call you Monday to finalize the details of our collaboration. As the visitors were departing, Gabriel approached again. Are you ready to go? He inquired. Almost, I responded. There's one last thing I must do. I went to where my folks were talking with the remaining visitors. I patiently waited till they were alone before approaching. I'm leaving now, I said simply. Elena, my father began, adopting a reconciliatory tone I had never heard from him. Maybe we were hasty years ago. Obviously you've proven your worth. My worth? I asked softly. Interesting choice of words, Dad. Now I have worth because Alejandro Cruz wants to do business with me? Because I represent a potential threat to your company? Don't be so harsh, my mother interjected. Your father is trying to build a bridge. A bridge built on self-interest, I said. Not on genuine repentance. But it's okay. I didn't come looking for apologies or reconciliations. Then why did you come? My father finally said. I looked him directly in the eyes. Those eyes that had previously gazed at me with disappointment. I came to close a chapter. To show you that the ugly graduate you despised became a stronger and more successful woman than you ever imagined. And so you would know that every time you see my name in business news, every time a competitor beats you to a contract with my advice, it's me, reminding you of what you lost. A heavy stillness fell between us. For the first time, I saw regret in my father's eyes. It was never my intention to hurt you, he finally admitted, his voice lacking confidence. Intentions matter less than actions, I said, and your actions spoke very clearly. My mother, with tears in her eyes, attempted to touch my arm. Elena, please. You're our daughter. No, Mom, I said, stepping back slightly. I stopped being your daughter the day you allowed me to be expelled from this family without saying a word in my defense. Biologically, we share blood, but a family is much more than that. With these words, I turned to leave. My father unexpectedly called me. Elena, wait. When I turned around, I noticed something I had never seen before in him. Vulnerability. Is there any chance of repair? He inquired, almost in a whisper. I thought about his question carefully. The vengeance I had envisioned for years had manifested in unexpected ways. I didn't experience the bitter satisfaction I expected, but rather a strange sense of freedom. I don't know, Dad. I answered honestly. 10 years of silence and rejection aren't erased with one night of forced recognition, but if you really want to try, you'll have to do something you've never done. Value me for who I am, not for what I can contribute to you. With those words, I walked away, feeling the weight of a decade's worth of pain ease. Gabriel was waiting for me at the entryway. Everything okay? He inquired, offering me his arm. Surprisingly, yes, I answered, accepting it. I think I've finally stopped being the ugly graduate to become simply Elena. As I exited the beautiful hotel, the fresh night air greeted me like a promise. The revenge I had been planning for so long had morphed into something far more powerful: genuine release. The morning after the wedding began with a clarity that seemed to mirror my mental state. While drinking coffee on the terrace of my hotel suite and perusing emails on my laptop, I felt a lightness that I hadn't felt in years. The revenge I had imagined had evolved into something more profound: personal vindication that no one could take away from me. My phone vibrated with a message from Gabriel. Breakfast? I have some information about the Monteverde project that you might be interested in. I smiled. On that night of clashes, Gabriel Vega proved to be more than just a circumstantial ally. His inside knowledge of my father's operations could be extremely useful for my future business movements. We met at a tiny cafe away from the Reyes family's normal haunts. Gabriel was already there, dressed casually but elegantly, reading documents and drinking cappuccino. Good morning, I said, sitting across from him. I hope the information is worth getting up early on a Sunday. Gabriel smiled and closed his briefcase. Oh, believe me, it's worth it. But first, how do you feel after last night? Not every day one confronts 10 years of family humiliation in a single evening. Surprisingly liberated, I acknowledged. As if I had dropped a weight I was carrying without realizing it. Justice has that effect, Gabriel agreed. Though I suspect your family is experiencing a very different sensation this morning. I wouldn't be surprised, I said as the waiter served my coffee. My father must be frantically calculating how to neutralize the threat I now represent, especially with the Cruz Alliance on the horizon. Gabriel slid a folder towards me. About that, I've compiled all the documentation related to the Monteverde project irregularities. Your father didn't just manipulate contracts, there's evidence of bribes to municipal officials to expedite permits. I looked through the documents with increasing interest. It was explosive information, the kind of material that might not only harm Reyes Investments' reputation, but also lead to legal action. How did you get this? I inquired, clearly astonished. Let's say I wasn't the only employee who left the company with a bitter taste, Gabriel told him. I maintain contacts with discontented people who have meticulously documented every transgression for years. My phone rang as I was analyzing the data. It was an unknown number. I paused a moment before responding. Elena Reyes? Inquired a female voice I couldn't recognize. Yes, who's speaking? I'm Claudia, Alejandro Cruz's assistant. Mr. Alejandro requests a meeting with you this afternoon, if possible. A situation has arisen that requires immediate attention. I stared at Gabriel, fascinated. Of course. Where and when? At his main office, at 3. I'll send you the address by message. After hanging up, I informed Gabriel. It seems our weekend of revelations continues. Alejandro Cruz isn't a man for Sunday meetings unless it's something extraordinarily important, Gabriel told me. Or potentially lucrative. I arrived at the beautiful Cruz Corporation building at 3 p.m., accompanied by Claudia to the main office. The place exuded strength and success, in stark contrast to the extravagant style my father liked for his facilities. Alejandro Cruz treated me with professional courtesy. To my astonishment, Daniel was also present, with a solemn countenance and red eyes indicating a lack of sleep. Elena, thank you for coming on such short notice, Alejandro said. The situation is delicate. Daniel intervened. I canceled the honeymoon. His speech sounded hollow, lacking the happiness that a newlywed should have. What?
Why? I inquired, truly astonished. My objective had never been to damage their marriage, only to tell the truth about my family. After our conversation last night, I confronted Camilla, Daniel stated. I wanted to give her the opportunity to explain herself, to tell me her version of what happened with you. But instead of that, she confirmed everything you had told me. And more. Not only did they repudiate you for not meeting their aesthetic standards, but Camilla actively participated in your exclusion. Alejandro took the floor. Normally, I wouldn't get involved in personal matters, but this has taken a turn that potentially affects our business interests. How exactly? I said, curious as to why I was being included in what appeared to be a private marital conflict. Camilla revealed that your father has been using privileged information to manipulate certain acquisitions, Alejandro told me. Information that apparently Daniel shared, trusting in his wife's discretion. Daniel seemed devastated. I was naive. I thought I was sharing business details with my future wife, not with an industrial spy for Victor Reyes. The revelation surprised me. My sister had not only assisted in my family's exile, but she had also betrayed her own husband's confidence out of allegiance to our father. The toxic family at its full expression, I mumbled, more to myself than to them. Precisely, Alejandro nodded. And now we have a problem. Sensitive information about our next corporate strategies is in your father's hands, potentially compromising millions in investments. And what does this have to do with me? I inquired, already knowing the answer. We need your help, Alejandro said plainly. Your inside knowledge of how Victor Reyes operates, combined with your experience in financial restructuring, could be crucial to mitigate the damage. Besides, said Daniel, you're the only person with family connections who has demonstrated integrity in this whole matter. The irony did not escape me. The same family that had rejected me for being insufficient, now suffered the repercussions of their own deception. And I, the exile, was being sought as a savior. I understand the situation, I said with care. But I must ask. What happens with Camilla? She's my sister, despite everything. Daniel gazed out the window, avoiding my eyes. She's at your parents' house. I asked her for time. To reconsider our marriage. And the legal aspect of all this? I turned to Alejandro. For the time being, we are evaluating options, he replied. But if we confirm there was deliberate use of privileged information, we'll proceed with legal actions. I felt a cold. The vengeance I had envisioned for years was taking shape in unexpected ways, with potentially disastrous ramifications for my entire biological family. I need time to think, I admitted finally. This goes beyond a simple professional collaboration. Alejandro nodded understandingly. Of course, but don't delay too much. In the business world, every hour counts when there are information leaks. I left the conference with a restless mind. On the one hand, the poetic justice was unmistakable. The family that had humiliated me now faced their own public disgrace. Did I truly want to be a part of their whole destruction? The phone rang again. This time it was a familiar number that I hadn't seen in a decade. Elena? Her voice sounded broken and incomprehensible. We need to talk. It's an emergency. The tone of true desperation surprised me. What's going on? I inquired cautiously. Your father has had a heart attack. He's in the hospital. My world came to a halt for a brief instant. Despite everything, the news had a tremendous impact on me. Is it serious? I inquired, feeling a lump in my throat. The doctors say it's serious. He's stable. But Elena, he's been asking for you. The revelation rendered me stunned. The father who had dismissed me from his life and erased my existence from family history sought me out in his time of vulnerability. I'll go, I said simply before hanging up. Ironically, the private hospital where my father was interned was also where I was born 32 years earlier. As I strolled through the aseptic hallways, I felt the weight of the decision I was about to make. Forgive, exact revenge, or simply shut the circle and move on. I discovered Camilla in the waiting room, her makeup disheveled and her countenance sad. When she noticed me, she rose up hesitantly, as if she wasn't sure whether to approach or stay away. She came, she remarked simply to my mother, who was sitting in a corner. My mother approached, having aged 10 years in one day. Thank you for coming, she said softly, grabbing my hand. It means a lot. I haven't come for you, I explained honestly. I've come because, despite everything, he's my father. Camilla glanced aside, reluctant to face my sight. Daniel told you everything, I suppose, she said quietly. Yes, I responded simply. Though I don't understand. Why, Camilla? Why betray your own husband? Dad asked me to, she said quietly. He said it was crucial for the company's future, that it was my duty as a daughter. And you've always done your duty, haven't you? I asked without animosity, simply presenting the facts. Even when that duty meant excluding your own sister. Camilla began crying silently. I'm sorry, Elena. I really am sorry. I was cowardly. I was selfish. I never wanted. Miss Reyes? A doctor asked, approaching our group. Your father is conscious and has asked to see you. Only you. The hospital room was in a penumbra, lit only by the low light from the monitors that recorded my father's vital signs. Victor Reyes, the man who had always projected an image of unyielding power, was huddled between white blankets, attached to cables and tubes that kept his fragile existence going. Elena, he muttered when he saw me enter. His voice, once strong and forceful, was now hardly discernible. You came? Yes, Dad, I said, sitting in the chair beside his bed. I'm here. An awkward hush fell between us. 10 years of absence, rejection and pain are difficult to overcome, even when faced with death. The doctors say I'll recover, he finally added. But it's been a warning. I nodded, not sure what to say. Part of me was still the devastated girl who craved this man's acceptance. Another aspect was the empowered lady who had created her own life despite his rejection. Elena, my father said slowly, what I did to you, what we did to you, was unforgivable. His statements astonished me. In 32 years I had never heard Victor Reyes admit an error, let alone ask for forgiveness. Why now, Dad? I inquired. Is it because you're in a hospital bed, or because I now represent a threat to your business? My father briefly closed his eyes, as if my comments had caused him actual anguish. I deserve it, he confessed. Your distrust, your resentment, I've earned it over the years. He took a big breath before proceeding. Last night after you left the wedding I had an argument with Camilla, he explained. She told me about Daniel, about the information she had gotten for me, and then, something in me broke. I saw what I had turned my family into, what I had become myself. His wet eyes sought mine. The pain in my chest began then, Elena. Literally, my heart was breaking. For what I had done. I wanted to keep my shield, my armor of indifference. But his comments were causing cracks in my defense. All my life, my dad said. I built an empire based on appearances. Beauty, prestige, the perfect image. It was all I valued. And in the process, I lost my eldest daughter. I lost the opportunity to know the extraordinary woman you became. A single tear ran down his cheek. When Alejandro Cruz praised you last night, I didn't feel threatened or concerned. I felt pride, Elena. A pride I had no right to feel. Because your achievements aren't thanks to me. But despite me. I remained mute while I processed his remarks, hoping to find the sincerity I had sought for so long. I don't expect your forgiveness, he said. I just wanted you to know that I finally see clearly. I see the damage I caused. I see the injustice I committed. And I deeply regret it. I exhaled carefully, attempting to suppress the conflicting feelings that had entered me. What about the information Camilla got from Daniel? I was curious. Did you plan to use it against the Cruz Corporation? My father nodded weakly. That was the plan. But after last night, after seeing the consequences of my actions, I told Camilla we wouldn't use it, that it was time to do business with integrity, not with manipulation. And she believed you? I inquired skeptically. No, he said with a sorrowful look. Too many years seeing me play dirty. I suppose that's why she leaked the information to Daniel this morning, confessing everything. She wanted to protect her husband from me. This revelation astonished me. Camilla had finally chosen honesty, breaking the pattern of manipulation that our father had developed. Camilla is devastated, I added. She fears losing Daniel. And with good reason, my father said. I taught her to value success and appearances above integrity. Now she's paying the price for my lessons. Our chat was interrupted by a soft knock on the door. It was a nurse. Excuse me, but the patient needs to rest, she explained politely. When I stood up to depart, my father took my hand softly. Elena, before you go, I want you to know, I've modified the will again. I've restored your part of the inheritance, as it always should have been. Not because you need it now, but because it's just. I glanced into his eyes for any signs of deception, but all I saw was genuine regret. It's not about money, Dad. I explained softly. It never was about that. I know, he replied, nodding. It's about recognition. About validation. About justice. I nodded softly and exited the room with mixed emotions. When Camilla noticed me in the waiting area, she instantly stood up. How is he? She inquired anxiously. Stable, I responded. And surprisingly lucid. My mother approached timidly. Elena, could we talk for a moment? She requested, hesitantly. We walked aside into a more private area. My mother, who had always been my father's silent shadow, now appeared to be having trouble finding words. I never defended you, she finally said, her voice breaking. I never opposed your father when he expelled you from our lives. It's my greatest shame. My greatest failure as a mother. Her honesty was evident. Why, Mom? I murmured, giving voice to a question that had been bothering me for years. Why did you allow it to happen? Fear, she answered simply. Fear of your father. Fear of being alone. Fear of losing the security he provided. She paused, wiping away tears. But what I didn't understand until last night is that I had already lost something much more valuable. My integrity as a mother. My relationship with you. Her remarks opened a door that had been closed for years, allowing a ray of understanding, if not complete forgiveness, to penetrate my heart. I can't change the past, Elena, she added. But if you give me the opportunity, I'd like to try to be part of your future. Get to know you again, as the extraordinary woman you are now. Before I could answer, my phone vibrated with a message from Gabriel. There is urgent news regarding Cruz. Call me as soon as you can. I need to make a call, I informed my mother. We'll talk later. I went aside to call Gabriel privately. What's going on? I questioned as soon as he answered. Alejandro Cruz just called an emergency meeting with his main executives, Gabriel told me. It seems that despite Camilla's confession, he's still going ahead with the plan to take legal action against your father. Are you sure? I inquired, feeling new tension build within me. Completely. My source inside the corporation is reliable. Alejandro sees this as a unique opportunity to permanently weaken Reyes Investments. The justice I had sought for so long now manifested itself in the complete devastation of my biological family. Is that really what I wanted? Thanks for the information, Gabriel, I said. I need to think about what to do with this. I returned to my mother and Camilla, who were looking at me expectantly. I have to go, I said. There are urgent matters I must attend to. Will you come back? My mother inquired, scarcely concealing her eagerness. I paused for a time before responding. Yes. I'll come back, I pledged, shocking myself with my decision. 3 hours later, I was at Alejandro Cruz's office. The real estate magnate greeted me with astonishment. Elena, I wasn't expecting to see you today, he said, indicating that I should take a seat. How is your father? Stable, I responded. And lucid enough to make important decisions. Alejandro looked at me with curiosity. To what do I owe this unexpected visit? I came to propose a deal, I explained plainly. One that will benefit Cruz Corporation, without the need for legal actions against Reyes Investments. I'm listening, Alejandro stated, placing his palms on his desk. I propose a strategic merger between Altus Consultants and Reyes Investments Real Estate Development Division. I told you. With my company as intermediary, we could create a beneficial alliance for both corporations. Cruz would gain access to Reyes's most promising projects without the legal risk of a hostile acquisition, and my father would maintain some control over his business legacy. Alejandro examined me closely. An interesting proposal. But why should I consider it when I have the opportunity to eliminate a competitor? Because business revenge can be gratifying in the short term, but strategic alliances generate sustainable benefits, I answered. Besides, my knowledge of both companies guarantees a transition without the usual conflicts of a hostile acquisition. And your father has agreed to this? Alejandro inquired skeptically. I haven't formally presented the proposal to him yet, but I know he'll consider it seriously, given the circumstances. Alejandro paused for a few moments, drumming his fingers against the table. I've always admired innovation over destruction, he said. Prepare a detailed draft of this merger, and we'll review it. But Elena, he said sternly, if this is just a tactic to buy time, it's not, I told him. It's a win-win solution, including Daniel. Alejandro nodded slowly as he mentioned his son. My son is devastated by Camilla's betrayal, he explained. But also confused. Despite everything, it seems he still feels something for her. Love is complicated, I responded. And people make mistakes. Sometimes, they even deserve second chances. After leaving Cruise Corporation, my next destination was the hospital. My father was up and looked better than he had hours before. "Elena," he said with a sad smile. "You've returned." "I told you I would," I said, sitting by his bed. "And I came with a business proposal." I discussed my merger strategy in full. As I spoke, I noticed something shift in his expression. Professional respect combined with emotional sadness. "It's brilliant," he conceded after I finished. "An elegant solution that saves the company without compromising the future." He paused, looking at me with renewed admiration. "You were always the smartest in the family, Elena. I regret having been too blind to see it." "It's not just about intelligence, Dad," I said. "It's about integrity. About doing business with principles, not with manipulation." My father nodded slowly. "A lesson I've learned late in life." He grabbed my hand with surprising strength. "I accept your proposal. Not just as salvation for the company, but as the first step to rebuild something much more important. Our family." The next few days were filled with meetings, legal documents, and negotiations. Gabriel proved to be a useful ally, bringing his skills and contacts to help organize the merger. Against all odds, the proposal began to take shape, with both firms understanding the value of a strategic alliance. A week later, when I was finishing off details at my office, I received an unexpected visit. "Sorry for coming without notice," Camilla whispered timidly, standing at the threshold. "Your assistant let me pass." I encouraged her to sit, observing her tired face and black circles under her eyes. Camilla, who had always been flawless, finally appeared vulnerable. "Daniel and I are in couples therapy," she explained after an awkward moment. "He says he wants to try, but needs time to trust again." "I'm glad," I said truthfully. "You both deserve the opportunity to rebuild, on more honest foundations." Camilla had tears in her eyes as she stared at me. "I always envied you, you know. Even when you were the ugly one in the family." Her confession astonished me. "Envy me? Why?" "For your freedom," she responded. "For your ability to be yourself without worrying about Dad's expectations. I always lived to please him, to maintain my position as the favorite. And in the process, I lost my own identity." Her statements highlighted an aspect of our family relationship that I had never explored. Camilla, the perfect one, the favorite, had been a prisoner of family expectations, just like me. "It's never too late to find your own voice, Camilla," I said softly. "That's what I'm trying right now," she said, nodding. "And I wanted to thank you for the merger. Dad told me about your proposal. You're saving the family. After how we treated you." "I'm not doing it just for the family," I explained. "I'm doing it because it's the best business solution, and because, despite everything, I believe in second chances." Camilla stepped up to leave, but she halted at the door. "Do you think someday we can really be sisters, Elena? Not just by blood, but by choice?" The question took me by surprise. For years I thought of Camilla as the story's adversary, the ideal princess who benefited from my absence. But now I viewed her as a lady attempting to break free from the same harmful habits I had experienced. "I think we can try," I said honestly. "One day at a time." 3 months later, the transaction was finalized smoothly. Altus Reyes Cruz developed as a real estate powerhouse, combining the three corporations' knowledge to create creative projects. My father, who had recovered from his heart attack, took on a consultative role, accepting for the first time in his life, a background position. The relationship with my family remained a work in progress. Uncomfortable lunches gradually became meaningful talks. Old wounds began to heal, but scars would linger as memories of what had occurred. One afternoon I got a call from Daniel. "Elena," he said without a preface. "I wanted to personally thank you. The merger has been a resounding success, and my father can't stop praising your strategic vision." "I'm glad it's working for everyone," I said. "It's not just professional," Daniel explained. "It's personal too. Camilla is changing. The therapy is helping. We're rebuilding, on more honest foundations, as you said." "I'm happy for you both," I said truthfully. "In fact," Daniel said in a lighter tone, "we're organizing a small dinner this Saturday. Nothing formal, just close family. Camilla insisted I invite you personally." "Close family," I repeated, enjoying the irony. 10 years ago I was barred from joining that inner circle. Now I was specifically invited. "Will you come?" Daniel inquired. "It would mean a lot to everyone." I recalled the insecure young woman I had once been, the ugly graduate whom my father had spurned. I reflected on the powerful woman I had become, capable not only of attaining success on my own, but also of providing second chances. Yes, I finally responded. I'll be there. When I hung up, I stared out my office window at the city's horizon. The revenge I had planned for so long had evolved into something far more powerful. The capacity to rebuild on my own terms, rather than letting the past define my future. I was no longer the rejected daughter searching for approval. I was Elena Reyes, a lady who had found her own path, her own voice, and finally, her own version of justice. On my desk was Camilla's wedding invitation, now framed as a memory of the day everything changed. Next to it is a recent photo of my father, mother, Camilla, Daniel and me at the opening ceremony for our first joint enterprise. We were not the ideal family that my father had sought to portray so many years before. We were imperfect. We were hurt. But we were healing. Perhaps, after all, that was pure vengeance. Not destruction, but transformation. Not just in my family, but only for myself. Some stories are more than just stories. They are reflections of life. If this one moved you, please help us continue to tell additional stories that ought to be heard. Thank you very much, and have a great day. My sister slept with my fiancé 3 weeks before our wedding. So I took the only man she ever obsessed over and made him fall in love with me. My younger sister Anna has been using the same excuse since she turned 21. She can't have her one true love, so she's free to destroy everyone else's. And I don't mean that in a cute, she's still hung up on her ex way. I mean, if you're happy, she'll find a way to make you unhappy and blame it on her sad love story. Is there one real love? She met a guy named Ryan at a college party 4 years ago. They hooked up once, and he never called, so that became her origin myth for being a piece of trash. It began with her best friend since kindergarten, Jess. Anna spent the weekend at Jess's apartment, and by Monday, Jess's boyfriend was texting Anna good morning. When Jess discovered them together in her own bed, Anna replied, "You don't understand what it's like to lose your soulmate." Jess never spoke to Anna again. Then came our cousin's engagement celebration. Anna arrived in a dress that cost more than my rent, drank champagne, and cornered the groom in the restroom. His exact words later. She kept saying I reminded her of someone special. Thank God he pushed her away and informed his fiancée right away. What about Anna? She cried to our parents about how seeing happy couples caused her grief. Mom treated her to a spa weekend to help her heal. By the time I met Ryan, I was familiar with the drill. I excluded him from family dinners, removed Anna from my social media accounts, and informed him that my sister was going through a difficult time and needed space. For 2 years, it worked. We got engaged last spring. We've arranged a simple ceremony with only ourselves and a few close friends. I did make one mistake, however. I addressed it during Mom's birthday supper. Anna's eyes brightened up, like if Christmas had arrived early. "I'm so happy for you," she murmured, hugging me. "When do I get to meet him?" A week later, Ryan laughed as he showed me his phone. "Your sister found me on Instagram with some fake account. Look at these messages." We read them together, mocking her desperation, and then he agreed to block her. I had the illness 3 weeks before my wedding, and it was horrible. Ryan was meant to be at his brother's golf tournament for the day, but a buddy who lived near Anna's apartment complex phoned me to come over since I was already there with my sister. What? She stated that she had noticed Ryan's Tesla in the visitor space. My chest got cold. I drove over, fever and all, and used the spare key Anna had given me for emergency purposes. I discovered them on her couch, with her head on his lap and his hand in her hair, both half-dressed. She looked up at me, phony tears already forming. "I'm so sorry," she muttered. "He just reminds me so much of Ryan." I stormed out. He did not even attempt to rescue what we had. That's when I determined she'd find out what losing is actually like. Ryan wasn't some mysterious figure who simply vanished. We had been following each other on Instagram for 3 years. We had mutual acquaintances from college and would occasionally like each other's postings, but we never really chatted. He lived 3 hours away, worked as a physical therapist and shared footage of his golden retriever. So I went into his DMs with a simple message. "Hey, this is weird, but my sister had a thing for you in college and just ruined my wedding. Want to help me ruin her life?" He responded in 12 minutes. "Anna? The girl who showed up at my mom's house? I'm in." It turns out she had driven to his hometown and introduced herself to the family as the love of her life. Adrian Chen, a 31-year-old successful architect with the kind of quiet charm that made women melt just by looking at him. Black hair that was always perfectly tousled, dark eyes that seemed to hold secrets, and a smile that made me pause my Instagram scroll for longer than necessary. Adrian and I first met in person at my father's 60th birthday party, 2 weeks after I officially separated from Ryan. I was still wearing sunglasses inside to disguise my dark circles, and arriving late to avoid questions about my romantic life. When I arrived at my parents' place, I found him in the kitchen, helping my mother with the dishes and smiling at a joke she had told. "Ah, this must be the famous older sister," he replied as Anna introduced me, offering his hand with a genuine smile. "Anna talks about you a lot." "I'm sure she does," I thought as I shook his hand, which was firm and warm. "I hope it's good." "Always," he responded. But something about his tone made me believe he understood exactly what kind of person Anna was. During dinner, I observed how he interacted with my family. He was respectful to my parents, genuinely interested in my father's work experiences, and patient when my mother questioned him about his future plans. And with Anna? He was attentive, but in an almost cautious manner, as if he was continually assessing her emotions. "Adrian designed that new building downtown," Anna murmured at one point, leaning against him in a possessive manner. I immediately recognized the one with the lovely hanging gardens. "It was a team project," he explained gently. "I only did part of the landscaping." "Don't be modest," she said, kissing his cheek in a way that was more staged than genuine. "He's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant." Adrian was slightly embarrassed by the excessive praise, but he smiled nicely. I observed something at that very time. He was not really loyal to her. There was a reserve there, a subtle wall that Anna easily missed, but anyone who knew how to observe could see it. After dinner, while my parents showed Adrian old photos in the living room, I had a moment alone with Anna in the kitchen. "He seems nice," I said, drying the dishes she was washing. "Isn't he?" She sighed dreamily. "He's so different from all the other guys I've dated. More mature. More stable. Richer," I mentally translated, observing his Rolex watch and the German automobile in the driveway. "How did you meet?" He had come to the law firm where I work for a project meeting. I was delivering paperwork to my boss when she paused, washing the dishes with a lovely smile. It was like in the movies, you know. Our eyes locked across the room, and that was it. "And he asked you out right away?" "Not exactly," she said, and I noticed a shadow pass over her face. "He was polite but kind of distant. It took 3 casual encounters in the building lobby until I managed to get him to ask me for coffee." Casual encounters translation. She pursued him till he gave in politely. "But now you've been together for how long?" 2 months, she murmured, her voice dreamy and familiar. She used the same tone when she spoke about Ryan, our cousin's fiancé, and Ryan. "And I can feel that it's different this time. He's the one, you know. The one." My stomach contracted. There it was again. Anna's story about finding the one, which she repeated every time she became obsessed with someone. And it always ended the same way. Another person was injured, and Anna found a reason to justify her actions. "That's great, Anna," I lied, trying a smile. "You seem happy together." "We are," she stated with certainty. Sometimes he gets kind of distant, you know? Like he's thinking about something else. But I know it's just because he's used to being independent. Men like Adrian don't open up easily." "Or maybe he's simply not as invested as you are," I reasoned, but kept my thoughts to myself. When we got back to the living room, Adrian was gazing at a photo of me from college graduation. "Did you study architecture too?" he inquired. "Graphic design," I responded. "But I've always been interested in architecture, mainly urban sustainability." His eyes brightened up. "Really? It's a fascinating field. Are you familiar with Barca Engel's work? Via 57 West is one of my favorite projects." "I am," I said, and I noticed genuine astonishment and interest on his face. We spent the next 20 minutes talking about green architecture and urban design, which flowed organically and seamlessly. Anna attempted to participate in several times, but it was clear that she lacked the necessary understanding to make a substantial contribution. "We should continue this conversation sometime," Adrian murmured as they walked away. "It's rare to find someone who truly understands the importance of sustainable design." "Sure," I answered, ignoring Anna's expression. "That would be interesting." When I arrived home that night, I couldn't stop thinking about Adrian, not in a romantic way, at least not consciously, but there was something about him that piqued my interest. Perhaps it was because he appeared to be a truly kind person in a hard circumstance. Perhaps it was the way he treated me as a fascinating person, not just Anna's sister. Perhaps it was the fact that, for the first time since Ryan, I felt a genuine connection to someone. Adrian attended every family function over the next several weeks, including my parents' Sunday BBQ, my aunt's birthday, and our cousin's son's christening. and with each time, Anna got more possessive, theatrical, and desperate to maintain his attention on her. "Adrian, you need to try the cake I made," she would add, even if he was still eating. "Adrian, do you remember that funny story I told you about work?" she'd say, even if he was clearly interested in speaking with someone else. "Adrian, let's go, you said we had plans." She would lie when she noticed he was having fun without requiring her constant attention. And Adrian? Adrian was too polite to say anything, but I could see the frustration in his eyes. The way his jaw tensed when she interrupted him. How he would pause before responding when she asked an obvious question about something they had already discussed, and how he would look around for an escape route when she began one of her dramatic work stories. My uncle's barbecue was where everything began to shift. Anna was telling a group about how she salvaged an important case at work. Translation: she had photocopied documents that someone else had created. Adrian softly moved away from the gathering and sat next to me on the porch. "Nice place to get away from crowds," he said, looking at my uncle's garden. "It's been my favorite refuge since childhood," I told him. "When family gatherings got too intense." He laughed. "I imagine you have many stories." "More than I'd like," I acknowledged. "Large families have their advantages and disadvantages. And having a sister like Anna. That must be interesting." Something about the way he stated it drew me in. Interesting is one word. "She's very intense," he carefully stated. "Passionate about everything she does." That's a diplomatic way to put it. We sat quietly for a bit, watching the youngsters play in the garden. "Can I ask you something?" he asked last. "Sure. What happened with your engagement? Anna mentioned you were engaged, but..." My stomach contracted. "It didn't work out." "Sorry, I shouldn't have asked." "No, it's fine." I breathed deeply. "Actually, it was Anna who ended the engagement." Adrian gave me a puzzled look. "What do you mean?" "She slept with my fiancé 3 weeks before the wedding." The long stillness that followed made me regret telling him. Finally, Adrian said, "Jesus Christ." She said she was going through a difficult time, that he reminded her of someone special she had lost, that it wasn't intentional. "And you? You forgave her?" "Not exactly," I replied, looking at him. "Why? Does that change your opinion of her?" He remained quiet for a long time, staring at his own hands. "It explains some things," he finally stated. "What kind of things?" "The way she clings, like she's always afraid I'm going to leave." He blinked. "And the way she talks about you, like you're competitors instead of sisters." "We are," I answered simply. "At least in her head." When we got back inside, Anna saw we had been conversing alone. For the rest of the afternoon she didn't leave his side, making excuses to touch his arm, kiss his cheek and mark territory in any way possible. But something had changed. Throughout the celebration, I could feel Adrian observing me, and when our gazes connected, there was a fresh understanding, as if he realized there were more levels to this family than Anna had shown. That night, when I arrived home, I discovered a friend request on Instagram. Adrian Chen wanted to follow me. I accepted. 2 hours later, I received this direct message. "Thank you for the conversation today, it was enlightening. I'd like to continue our discussion about sustainable architecture sometime. How about coffee this week?" I stared at the message for 15 minutes before answering. "Sure. That would be great." And that's how it all started. Chapter 2. The coffee was served on a Tuesday afternoon at a little cafe downtown that Adrian recommended. It was one of those hidden gems that only locals knew about, with exposed brick walls, hanging plants, and the greatest cappuccino I'd ever had. We arrived almost simultaneously, with me arriving from my workplace and him from a client meeting. "This place is amazing," I said, looking around. "How did you discover it?" "I work in the building next door," he stated, removing his jacket and placing it on the back of the chair. "I come here whenever I need a quiet place to think." We got our coffees and spent over 2 hours discussing everything except Anna. Architecture, sustainability, our work, places we wanted to visit, and books we had recently read. The talk flowed so naturally that I forgot I was actually going out with my sister's boyfriend. Adrian possessed an intelligence that did not require proof. Instead of simply waiting his turn to speak, he asked meaningful questions, listened carefully to the responses, and expanded on ideas. It was refreshing after months of dealing with lawyers and clients who spoke more than they listened. "Have you ever thought about going back to school?" he inquired when I revealed my previous interest in urban landscaping.
There are some excellent graduate programs that combine graphic design with urban planning. I've thought about it, I admitted. But with everything that's happened recently, I don't know if it's the right time for big changes. Sometimes big changes are exactly what we need, he said, especially after unplanned changes. Something in the way he said it made me believe he wasn't simply talking about my circumstance. Are you speaking from personal experience? He gave a melancholy smile. Let's say the last year has been educational. In what sense? Adrian was silent for a minute, turning the cup in his hands. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where you know you should leave, but don't know how? My heart began racing quicker. Are you talking about work? Not exactly. The stillness that followed was full with implications. I realized I needed to shift the subject because we were entering perilous area. Instead, I heard myself ask, "What's stopping you from leaving?" Guilt primarily, he sighed. When someone invests so much in you, emotionally and physically, it's hard to just give up, even when you know it's not sustainable long term. Even when you don't feel the same. Our gazes locked across the table and the entire world seemed to stop. Especially when you don't feel the same, he added gently. It was at that point that I should have stood up and fled. I should have explained that discussing his relationship with my sister was inappropriate. Should have remembered all the anguish Anna had caused and resolved to be a better person. Instead, I stretched out to touch his hand across the table. That must be difficult, I replied. Adrian glanced at our clasped hands and did not draw away. More difficult recently. Why? Because I met someone who reminded me what it's like when a conversation doesn't feel like work. My heart was racing so fast I was sure he could hear it. Adrian. I know. He replied swiftly. I know it's complicated. I know it's wrong. But I can't stop thinking about you since that barbecue. I jerked my hand back, immediately aware of where we were and what we were doing. We can't. I know, he reiterated. But that doesn't change the fact that… What? That you're the first person in months who makes me want to be a better version of myself. We sat silently for some minutes, each immersed in our own thoughts. Adrian finally motioned to the waiter and paid our bill. I should go, he replied, getting up. Adrian, wait. He paused and glanced at me. Anna is my sister, I said, but the words felt inadequate. No matter how complicated our relationship is, she's still your sister, he said. I understand. Do you understand? I understand that you're loyal, even when the person doesn't deserve your loyalty. He grabbed up his jacket. It's one of the things I admire about you. After he went, I sat in the cafe for another half hour, stirring the last of my coffee and trying to understand what had just transpired. Technically, we had not done anything illegal. We'd just talked. But there was so much subtext in that chat that I felt as if I had betrayed Anna, which was insane given what she had done to me. That night, I got an SMS from Anna. Adrian said you guys had coffee today. How cool that you're getting along. He seemed much more animated when he got home. I reacted neutrally, saying how lovely it had been to talk about architecture. But her words lingered in my thoughts. He appeared animated. What exactly did that mean? Throughout the next 3 days, I tried to maintain my distance. I didn't react to Adrian's Instagram messages, avoided family gatherings where I knew he would be, and pushed myself to concentrate on work. But he had planted a seed in my mind. Not just about him, but also about Anna. For years I assumed that Anna was merely intense or passionate. But the meeting with Adrian revealed something I had previously denied. Anna wasn't simply intense, she was manipulative, calculated, and destructive. For the first time in my life, I wanted to do to her what she had always done to me. The opportunity arrived 2 weeks later, on our parents' wedding anniversary. My mother had encouraged everyone to dress up for photos, even though the gathering was modest, with only close family and a few intimate friends. I carefully selected my clothing, a navy blue midi dress that complemented my figure without becoming overly noticeable. I planned to arrive a little late, knowing that everyone would already be there and that my arrival would not draw attention to itself. Adrian was in the kitchen, helping my father with drinks when I arrived. He wore a light blue shirt that made his eyes appear even darker, and when he noticed me, he grinned in such a way that my stomach flipped. You look beautiful, he whispered quietly as I passed by to welcome my father. Thank you, I answered, brushing my hand against his as I took a sip of water. During dinner, I sat strategically across from Adrian, 2 chairs to the left, close enough to join in talks with him but far enough away not to appear conspicuous.
Of course, Anna was right beside him, monopolizing his attention whenever she could. Adrian, tell everyone about the new project, she murmured at one point, placing her hand on his arm possessively. It's not that interesting, he admitted, visibly embarrassed by the attention. Of course it is. He's designing a sustainable housing complex, she replied, ignoring his uneasiness. For low-income families. Isn't it incredible? It sounds fascinating, I responded, gazing right at Adrian. Are you using integrated solar panels or a geothermal system? His eyes brightened up. Actually, we're combining both. The challenge is making everything economically viable without sacrificing energy efficiency. And what about landscaping? Are you incorporating urban agriculture or just aesthetics? Urban agriculture, he said happily. Community gardens on the roof, collective composting, even a small orchard. That's brilliant, I exclaimed, leaning forward with pleasure. It must be incredibly complex to coordinate all these systems. We spent the next 20 minutes discussing the project's technical specifics. Anna attempted to participate several times, but it was clear she didn't understand even the most fundamental notions. She eventually gave up and remained silent, picking at her food with an increasingly annoyed grimace. After dinner, when everyone went to the living room for coffee and dessert, I had a moment alone with Adrian on the porch. Sorry if I monopolized the conversation in there, I blurted out. It's just that your project sounds really revolutionary. Don't apologize, he added, getting a little closer. It's refreshing to talk to someone who really understands what I'm trying to do. Anna isn't interested in your work. Adrian paused. She is interested in the idea of my work, in how it sounds when she tells other people about it. But the real details, the process, the challenges, he said with a shrug. It's not her fault. Not everyone needs to be passionate about sustainable architecture. But it must be lonely, I added softly, not having anyone to share that passion with. It is, he acknowledged. Very lonely. We stood silently for a bit, gazing at the lawn illuminated by the lamps. Adrian, I started, but he interrupted me. I broke up with her, he announced unexpectedly. My heart has stopped. What? Last night. I broke up with Anna. Why? First, inquired, although a part of me already knew the answer. Because it's not fair to continue with someone when you're thinking about another person. We looked at each other for a long time. Adrian slowly approached. Can I kiss you? He said quietly. Rather than responding, I leaned closer and kissed him first. Anna opened the porch door just at that moment. Her scream rang through the house. Chapter 3. Anna's scream was so loud and harsh that the neighbor's dog began barking. Adrian and I split up immediately, but it was too late. She'd spotted us. What are you doing? She yelled, her voice sounding unnatural. Within seconds, the entire family was on the porch, including my dad, uncles, cousins, and even the 85-year-old grandmother who usually sat in the living room recliner, all staring at the three of us as if it were a reality show episode gone awry. Anna, calm down, my mother murmured, approaching her cautiously. What happened? She kissed my boyfriend, Anna cried, pointing a shaking finger at me. My own sister kissed my boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend, Adrian corrected gently, which was clearly the incorrect thing to say at the time. Anna looked at him with a rage I'd never seen before. Ex? Since when? Since last night, he continued, gathering the strength to speak louder. I tried to explain to you, but you didn't want to listen. You didn't break up with me, she exclaimed. You said you needed time. That's not breaking up. My mother spoke, breaking the uneasy silence that ensued. Maybe it would be better to discuss this inside the house, she said tactfully. No, Anna said. I want everyone to hear. I want everyone to know what kind of person my sister really is. She turned to me, tears flowing down her cheeks, but with wrath in her eyes that made me take a step back. You can't stand to see me happy, can you? First you sabotaged my friendship with Jessica, then you. I sabotaged your friendship with Jessica, I asked, finally finding my voice. Anna, you slept with her boyfriend. That was different. How was it different? I was going through a hard time. And now I'm going through a hard time too, I replied, my voice rising. Or did you forget that you destroyed my wedding 3 months ago? A murmur went through the gathering family. Some of my uncles and cousins had no idea what had happened to Ryan. It's not the same thing, Anna answered, but her tone was less certain. Why not? I responded, taking a step closer to her. Why is it that when you ruin other people's lives, it's because you're going through a hard time, but when it happens to you, it's because the other person is bad? Because I never did it for revenge, she yelled. You did this on purpose. You seduced Adrian to hurt me. Maybe, I acknowledged, and the entire family looked shocked. But you know what, Anna? Even if I had planned this, it still wouldn't be even close to everything you've done to me over the years. What have I done? She inquired, pretending innocence. Really? Do you really want to have this conversation here in front of everyone? Yes, I do. Fine. I took a deep breath and turned to face our assembled family. Do you want to know what kind of person Anna really is? I'll tell you. No, my mother replied swiftly. Girls, this isn't appropriate. It is appropriate, I replied bluntly, because you've spent years turning a blind eye to her behavior, and now you're treating me like I'm the villain in this story. I looked around at my family's inquisitive and ashamed expressions. When I was 16 and dating Brandon Morrison, Anna accidentally told him that I had hooked up with his best friend at a party. It wasn't true, but Brandon believed her and broke up with me. In front of the entire school. That was a misunderstanding, Anna explained. When I was accepted to my dream college, I kept going, disregarding her. Anna called the admissions office pretending to be me, and canceled my enrollment. She said I had decided to take a gap year to find myself. I overheard many people whispering, "What?" at once. When I got the internship at the architecture magazine, Anna showed up at their office and told them I was going through mental health problems and might not be reliable. They withdrew the offer. I was worried about you. Anna tried to excuse herself. And when I finally found someone I truly loved, I began with a trembling voice. Someone who wanted to marry me and build a life with me. You slept with him. 3 weeks before our wedding. The silence on the porch was overwhelming. So yes, I said, gazing straight at Anna. Maybe I kissed Adrian on purpose. Maybe I wanted you to feel a fraction of the pain you've caused me over the years. And you know what? I don't feel bad about it. At all. Anna was crying now, but not from grief. They were tears of wrath. You're a liar, she exclaimed. You're making all of this up. Am I? I asked quietly. I pulled my phone out of my pocket. Because I have the messages you sent to Ryan. Want me to read them to everyone? Anna's face turned white. Or would you prefer I show the screenshots of the conversations where you tell your friends how easy it is to manipulate committed men? My father approached. What's happening here? Can someone explain this to me properly? I can, answered my Aunt Sarah, my mother's older sister who had always been known for telling people what they didn't want to hear. From what I understand, Anna has a pattern of sabotaging family relationships. And finally, someone did to her what she always did to others. Aunt Sarah, my mother started. No, Linda, Aunt Sarah replied firmly. I've seen this happen for years. Remember when she told everyone that cousin Carla was cheating on her fiancé at the bachelorette party, when Carla wasn't even there? That was a misunderstanding, my mother explained weakly. And when she accidentally dropped Diana's ring down the drain before the wedding, and the Jessica story, and now Ryan? Aunt Sarah shakes her head. Linda, at some point you need to stop turning a blind eye. My cousin Caleb, Ryan's college classmate, spoke for the first time. To tell the truth, Ryan told me his version of the story about 2 months ago. He said Anna showed up at his house, saying you had asked her to check if he was really working late like he claimed, that you were suspicious and wanted to be sure before the wedding. Everyone's attention was drawn to Anna, who was turning increasingly red. And when he said that was strange because you two talked every day and you never mentioned being suspicious, says Caleb, she said you asked him not to mention it. That it was just so you could be sure. That you didn't want to seem controlling. That's not true, Anna exclaimed hastily. He showed me her messages, Caleb explained simply. All time-stamped and documented. My mother glanced at Anna with a look I'd never seen before. Anna, is this true? I was just trying to protect her, Anna said. Ryan wasn't good. She deserved to know. By lying to him about what I had asked you to do? I inquired. How was that protecting me? You never would have found out who he really was if I hadn't. He didn't do anything, I exclaimed. He didn't do anything. You showed up at his house with a made-up story, threw yourself at him when he was confused and drunk, and then made it seem like it was his idea. It wasn't like that. Wasn't it? I said, picking up my phone and scrolling until I found what I was looking for. Then I'll read the message you sent to your friend Kelly that same night. I cleared my throat and started reading. Mission accomplished. My sister's fiancé is easier to break than I thought. Some strategic lies, a little alcohol, and voila, she'll thank me later for saving her from a horrible marriage. The hush that ensued was absolute. And here's another one, I added, scrolling down. Honestly, I don't know why I feel bad. It's not like she was really happy with him. She was just settling because she was getting old and desperate. Anna shook her head fiercely. You're taking that out of context. And one more, I replied, discovering the message that had affected me the most. The best part is that now she'll be single again, so she won't think she's better than me anymore. Single sisters are much more fun than married sisters. My mother covered her mouth with her hands. My father appeared to have been hit by a truck. Anna, my mother whispered quietly. Tell me this isn't true. Mom, I can explain. Explain then, yelled my uncle Roberto, my father's younger brother, who had always had a volatile temper. Explain how you destroyed your sister's life on purpose. I didn't destroy anything, Anna exclaimed. I saved her. You don't understand what Ryan was really like. What was he really like? I inquired. You spent exactly 3 hours with him before deciding he was no good. 3 hours? In 2 years of relationship. I knew by the way he looked at me. For God's sake, Anna, Aunt Sarah yelled. Not every man who looks at you wants something. Sometimes they're just being polite. That's not true. Yes, it is, Adrian said, speaking for the first time since admitting he had ended his relationship with her. Anna, you interpreted every normal conversation we had as if it were something more. Every time I was polite, you thought I was flirting. Every time I laughed at your jokes, you thought I was falling in love. You were, she insisted. You said I was special. I said you were an interesting person, Adrian said, which is very different. You don't understand, Anna remarked, looking to the family for comfort. You don't know what it's like to be me. Always in her shadow. Always being compared. Compared? I laughed, but it wasn't a pleasant sound. Anna, since we were born, Mom and Dad have told me to be patient with you, to let you win, not to compete. You've never been in my shadow, because I never tried to cast a shadow. That's not true. Isn't it? I exclaimed. How many times did I let you win games because you threw tantrums when you lost? How many times did I say you were right when you were obviously wrong, because it was easier than dealing with your attacks? How many times did I give up things I wanted, because you wanted them more? I looked around at my family, all of whom had spent years imploring me to understand Anna and be the understanding elder sister. And the first time in my life that I do something I want, something that makes me happy, she acts like I've committed the greatest crime in history. Because you did, Anna said. You stole the love of my life. The love of your life? I exclaimed. Anna, you dated for 2 months. 2 months, and most of the time you were complaining that he was distant, because he was confused about his feelings. Adrian responded, no, loudly enough for everyone to hear. I wasn't confused. I knew exactly how I felt. I wasn't in love with you, Anna. I never was. The sound that erupted from Anna's throat was almost animalistic. Then why did you start dating me? She inquired, her voice strained. Adrian breathed heavily. Because you were persistent, and I thought maybe the feelings would come with time. But they never did. And now you're in love with her? Anna inquired, pointing to me. Adrian stared at me and the entire world seemed to stop. Yes, he answered simply. I am. Anna crumbled, physically falling to the porch floor and sobbing loudly, making everyone uncomfortable. My mother hurried to comfort her, but Anna shoved her away. You're all against me, she exclaimed from the floor. My own family is choosing her over me. Nobody is choosing sides, my father remarked quietly. But Anna, the things you've done, they have consequences. What consequences? I never hurt anyone on purpose, Anna grumbled. My cousin Diana, who had been quiet until now. You told my ex-husband I was having an affair, 3 days before our reconciliation. Because you were. I wasn't, Diana exclaimed. I was in couples therapy with a man who happened to be the therapist. You saw a photo of me leaving an office with a man and made up an entire story. I thought you didn't think, Aunt Sarah firmly stated. You wanted to cause drama. And when you spread to half the city that I had lost my job, my cousin Victor continued. When I had only recently changed offices. You knew that. But you decided it would be more intriguing to report that I had been dismissed. That was a misunderstanding. And when you told my girlfriend that I had made comments about other women, Caleb went on. When I had only said I thought the new employee was competent at work. One by one, Members of our family began to share stories about how Anna had caused problems in their lives. Small falsehoods. Exaggerated rumor. Accidental misunderstandings always resulted in maximum drama. Anna grew smaller and smaller on the floor, recognizing that her support system was vanishing before her eyes. "You're all against me," she said, but her voice had weakened. "No," my mother calmly said, sitting on the floor next to her. "We love you, Anna. But loving someone does not imply ignoring when that person harms others." "I never hurt anyone on purpose," Anna said, but it sounded like a child telling a falsehood she no longer believed. "Maybe not consciously," my mother responded gently. "But impact matters more than intention, dear." Anna gazed around the family, hoping to find at least one supporter. She found none. Finally, she rose slowly. "Fine," she answered, wiping her cheeks. "I understand. You selected her. As always." "Anna," my father started. "No," she responded, lifting her hand. "Everything is clear now. I've never had a chance in this family anyway." She turned to face me, and for a brief time I saw something that resembled respect, recognition, or... "You won," she simply stated. "Congratulations." And then she left, leaving the entire family on the porch in complete silence. Chapter 4. My parents' wedding anniversary party came to an end when Anna left. People began saying their goodbyes in small groups, muttering about the drama that had just unfolded. Some offered me words of encouragement, while others seemed unsure what to say. Adrian stayed and helped to clean up as my parents processed what had happened. "You can go home," my mother replied, weary. "Your father and I need to talk about some things." Adrian and I paused in the parking lot, unsure what to say to each other. "That was," he said. "Intense," I concluded. "Sorry you had to see all that." "Do not apologize. I'm delighted everything finally came out." He stopped for a moment. "Are you all right?" It was a simple question, but it made me pause and consider. Was I okay? I had just confronted my sister in front of the entire family, exposing years of manipulation and deceit and potentially destroying all hope for future reconciliation. However, for the first time in months, I felt light. "Do you know what? I believe I am," I replied honestly. "For the first time in a long time. I am." Adrian smiled. "May I take you to dinner? Tomorrow? This time it's for genuine, not as part of a scheme. Just because I want to." "I'd love that." That night, alone at home, I tried to digest what had transpired. My phone rang several times with messages from cousins and uncles offering encouragement, some queries regarding specifics I'd spoken, and a lengthy message from Aunt Sarah expressing her pride in me for finally standing up for myself. There were no messages from Anna. Dinner with Adrian the next day was very different from our first coffee. There was no deception, no concern about doing something improper, simply two adults who had been through something difficult together and wanted to get to know each other better. "May I ask you something?" he added as we shared dessert. "When did you decide to do what you did? With Anna and me, I mean." I considered my response carefully. "Honestly, I believe it was during the first coffee, when you mentioned feeling guilty for not feeling the same way she did. I recognized you two were stuck in a relationship that was unhealthy for everyone. And you choose to intervene? I decided to do to her what she always did to me," I told her. "The difference is that you really wanted to get out of that situation. What if I hadn't wanted to? Then I would have found that out and quit," I said without hesitation. "I am not Anna. I don't force circumstances where I'm not wanted." We talked for 3 hours about everything, including our families, occupations, goals, and disappointments. It was the first time in years that I felt fully at ease with someone, without fear of criticism or manipulation. When he walked me to my car, he asked, "Do you regret it? Everything that happened?" "No," I answered without hesitation. "Do you?" "Not at all." He kissed me then. A kiss unlike the one on my parents' porch, which had been impulsive, tense, and filled with vengeance. This one was mild, promising, and full of potential. Adrian and I began dating seriously over the next few weeks. We went to the movies, ate out, and spent our weekends exploring neighboring mountain trails. It was surprisingly easy to be with him. Conversations proceeded naturally. We had enough interest to never run out of topics, but we also differed enough to keep things fresh. More significantly, it was the first time I was with someone who saw me for who I truly was, not as an altered version of myself. With Ryan, I'd always felt like I was playing the role of the ideal girlfriend. With Adrian, I could just be myself. Anna, meantime, had almost vanished. She didn't show up for Sunday dinners at my parents' place, didn't react to family communications, and had ceased using social media. My mother was concerned, but she understood Anna's need for room to process. "She'll be fine," my father assured me at one of our weekly coffee meetings, a practice we had established following the drama. "Anna has always demonstrated resilience. Perhaps this was what she needed to finally make some changes." I wasn't too sure. I knew Anna well enough to know she did not see this as an opportunity for advancement. For her, this was a complete betrayal by the family she assumed would always be on her side, no matter what she did. 6 weeks later, on a Tuesday night, my cousin Diana called me to confirm. "Did you see Anna's Instagram?" she inquired without prelude. "Number why?" "You need to see this." I accessed Instagram for the first time in weeks and immediately went to Anna's page. The first thing I realized was that she had blocked me. The second was that she had shared a collection of anecdotes about overcoming and family toxicity. "Diana, I cannot see it, she blocked me." "Wait. I will take screenshots and send them to you." The screenshots arrived within minutes. Anna had shared a series of lengthy texts about narcissistic sisters and families who take sides. There were quotes about removing harmful people from your life and prioritizing mental health. But what drew my attention the most was the final post. "Sometimes the individuals who are supposed to protect you are the ones who hurt you the most." I discovered that blood does not imply loyalty, and that sometimes you need to start your own family. For everyone who has inquired where I have been, I am recovering from abusive relationships and reconstructing my life. Thank you to everyone who helped me through this difficult period. On healing journey. Yacht a toxic family. Choose yourself. "She's telling everyone we're abusive," I said to Diana. "Things get worse. Check out the comments." I read through the comments and noticed that Anna was responding to queries with vague assertions about years of emotional manipulation and being the family's scapegoat. Some people who didn't know us well offered their support, saying things like, "You deserve better. Toxic families are the worst." "What should I do?" I asked Diana. "Nothing," she answered firmly. "Anyone who knows you both knows the truth. And those who don't know, well, their opinions don't matter." But this was easier said than done. During the next few weeks, I heard reports about the stories Anna was spreading. I had always been envious of her, that I had taken all of her boyfriends throughout the years. Our family has always preferred me. She was the victim of a dysfunctional family dynamic in which she was never given a chance. The irony was that Anna was finally doing what I had always hoped she would do, getting herself out of situations that made her unhappy. The difficulty was that rather than accepting responsibility for her role in the problems, she rewrote the entire story to make herself the victim. "She's always been like this," Adrian told me one night, when I was especially irritated because Anna had told mutual acquaintances that I constantly attempted to compete with her. "People like Anna are unable to function without a villain in their story. If not you, it would be someone else." "But they're all lies," I replied. "Or at minimum, completely distorted versions of the truth. And anyone who cares about you knows that," he said, drawing me in. "The rest doesn't matter." Gradually, I realized Adrian was correct. The folks who knew me best, my family, loyal friends and coworkers, knew the truth. And those who blindly believed Anna's stories were probably not the people I wanted in my life. More crucially, for the first time in my adult life, I was in a position where Anna's actions could not immediately influence me. She could no longer ruin my relationship since I had entirely separated myself from her. She could no longer cause trouble at family gatherings because she had excluded herself. She could no longer use our family as a target for her manipulations because everyone had witnessed her true nature. It felt liberated in ways I hadn't expected. Chapter 5. Adrian and I became increasingly serious 3 months after the incident at my parents' party. We'd been seeing each other virtually daily. I had a drawer at his house, and he had met my best pals. It was the kind of relationship I'd always wanted. Steady, respectful, full of laughing and meaningful conversations. On a Friday night, when we were cooking supper together in his kitchen, he broached the issue we had both avoided. "Have you been thinking of Anna?" he inquired, cutting veggies for the salad. "Sometimes," I admitted. "Why?" I do not know. I sometimes worry if we did the right thing." I stopped stirring the risotto and turned to face him. "Do you regret it?" "No," he replied quickly. "I don't regret being with you. I'd never regret that." He waited, selecting his words carefully. "But sometimes I wonder if there was a better way to handle everything." It was a valid question, one I had thought several times in recent weeks. Do you think it would have been different if you had simply ended your relationship with her before we were involved? Maybe. Or perhaps she would have reacted in the same way. He sighed. It's impossible to know. Adrian, I whispered, approaching him and placing a palm on his face. I understand the guilt. I really do. However, keep in mind that Anna made her own decisions. She refused to accept when you claimed you needed time. She decided to interpret your courtesy as romantic desire. She chose to imagine a relationship that did not exist in reality. I know, he murmured, taking my hand in his. It's just, sometimes I think we could have been gentler. Kinder than what? Than years of our family's attempts to confront her about her behavior. Than countless of broken relationships that were just ignored. Than spending my entire life as the understanding sister. Adrian was quiet for a bit. You're correct. It's only... She seemed completely destroyed. She was destroyed, I admitted, but not because of us. She was ruined because she was forced to confront the consequences of her own conduct. We returned to cooking in silence, but I could tell we were thinking about the same thing. Whether we had been overly nasty, if there existed a version of this story in which everyone got out unscathed. The answer came 2 weeks later, in an unexpected fashion for both of us. I received a call from my mother on Tuesday afternoon. Her voice sounded strange. Not anxious, but bewildered. Can you come over? She inquired. There is something I need to show you. When I arrived at my parents' place, I discovered my mother and father seated at the kitchen table, a mound of papers between them. What is this? I asked, sitting down. Letters, my father stated simply. From Anna. To those she harmed. I looked closer and discovered they were handwritten letters, each with several pages and different names on the envelopes. Jessica, the ex-best buddy. Diana, our cousin. Ryan is my ex-fiancé. Even Adrian. She brought these this morning, my mother said. She stated she was in therapy, and her therapist suggested she send apology letters to everyone she had affected. She won't send them all. Some are just for her process, but she wanted us to see them. And? I inquired carefully. She accepted responsibility for everything, my father added, seeming shocked. No excuses, no justifications, no attempting to diminish it. My mother shoved one of the notes towards me. This one is for you. With shaky hands I opened the envelope and began reading. Dear sister, I know this letter is probably too late, and you have every right not to read it. But my therapist insists that I accept full responsibility for my behavior, even if it doesn't change anything between us. I intentionally ruined your wedding with Ryan. It was not an accident. It wasn't because I was confused or having a hard time. I couldn't stand seeing you pleased in a way I'd never been able to be. I made up the narrative about you being suspicious of him because I knew it would provide the opportunity I needed. When he was vulnerable, I took advantage. I've also ruined your other connections over the years, including Brandon Morrison, that magazine internship, and your college enrollment. Whenever you were accomplishing something I want for myself, I found a method to undermine it. I convinced myself that I was protecting you, or that you did not deserve these things any more than I did. But the reality is, I couldn't tolerate not being the focus of attention. I know you treated Adrian the same way I treated you, and I know it was deliberate. And you know what? You were correct. I needed to experience what it was like to be on the other side. I needed to know what it was like to have someone you care about ripped away through manipulation and deceit. The difference is that you only did it once, as a lesson. I repeated that for years because I was envious and selfish. I don't anticipate your forgiveness. I don't deserve it. But I want you to know that I am working to become a better person. I'm in treatment and taking medicine for anxiety and depression. And for the first time in my life, I'm attempting to figure out why I did these things rather than just making excuses. You were always the sister I aspired to be. Nice, talented, and beloved by others. Rather of attempting to be like you, I attempted to pull you down to my level. That was cruel and unfair. And you did not deserve it. I hope you're happy with Adrian. From what I know of him, he appears to be a wonderful person. And you make sense together in a way we never did. I'm sincerely glad you found someone who sees you the way you deserve to be seen. I love you. And I apologize for everything. Anna. When I finished reading, I had tears in my eyes. They weren't really tears of sadness, but of relief. Closure. She brought this personally? I inquired. She did, my mom verified. She only stayed a few minutes. She said she didn't expect it to change anything, but that she needed to do her part to try to repair the damage she caused. How did she seem? Different, my father replied thoughtfully. More quiet. More mature maybe. She lost weight and seemed tired. But not in a bad way. Like she was finally sleeping properly. We spent the next hour discussing the letters, what they represented, and whether we thought Anna's turnaround was genuine or simply another ploy. In the end, we decided that there was no way to know for certain, but the fact that she wasn't looking for anything in return, not forgiveness, reconciliation, or even a response, was a good indication. That night I showed Adrian the letter. He read it silently, his demeanor shifting with each paragraph. "How do you feel about this?" he said when he had finished. "I don't know," I said honestly. "Part of me wants to believe she's really changed. Another part is waiting for this to just be another one of her strategies. And if it's genuine, maybe someday we can have a relationship again. Not like before. Never like before. But perhaps something functional. And if it's not, then at least I'll know I did my bit. That when she was ready to accept responsibility, I was eager to listen." Adrian pulled me near. "You're a better person than I would be in this situation." "I'm not sure about that, but I know I don't want to live the rest of my life angry. Not for her. For me." I placed the letter in a drawer on my desk and tried not to think about it too much. Adrian and I went about our normal lives for the next few weeks, going to work, eating out, and spending weekends together. He had begun talking about us moving in together, and as horrifying as the prospect was after what had occurred with Ryan, I was beginning to seriously consider it. 3 months after receiving the letter, I met Anna for the first time since my parents' party. I was at the grocery store looking for dinner when I noticed her in the organic fruit section. She seemed smaller than I remembered, and her hair was trimmed shorter, giving her a more mature appearance. She was dressed casually, without the extravagant cosmetics she used to wear, and appeared to be very focused on her grocery list. For a moment, I pondered pretending I hadn't noticed her and discreetly exiting through the other side of the store. But something pushed me approach her. "Hi Anna," I responded quietly. She looked up from her list for a brief moment and appeared terrified. Then her face relaxed into an expression I didn't recognize. Not quite tranquility, but near. "Hi," she said. "How are you?" "Good. And you?" "Better," she replied. "And it seems genuine. Different. But better." We stood in quiet for a moment. Two sisters who were once close but are now strangers in a grocery store aisle. "I got your letter," I finally said. "I figured you did. Mom said you all talked about it. It was unexpected." Anna gave a faint, sad grin. "My therapist said it would be the hardest part of the whole process. Admitting exactly what I had done without excuses." "And how was it, to write?" "Horrible," she said. "But necessary. I'd never truly considered how my behavior influenced others. I was always too concentrated on how I felt and how I was wronged." More silence. Then she asked, "How are things with Adrian?" "Good," I responded cautiously. "Very good." "I'm glad," she replied, and to my astonishment she appeared sincere. "You make sense together. I always knew you did, even when I was pretending I didn't see it." "Anna, no," she interjected gently. "I am not saying this to make you feel guilty or to manipulate things. I am saying it because it is true. You communicate in a manner that Adrian and I never could. You complement one another." "Thank you," I murmured, unsure what else to say. "And I want you to know," she added, "that I understand why you did what you did. I'm not thrilled about it, but I understand. I would have done the same thing if I were in your situation after everything I've done to you over the years." "That doesn't make it right," I responded. "No," she confirmed. "But it also doesn't make you a bad person. Just human." A woman passing by with her cart reminded us that we were in the center of a grocery store. "I should go," Anna said. "But it was good to see you, really." "For me too," I responded, realizing I was being truthful. She began to walk away, but then turned around. "Can I ask you something?" "Sure." "Could you please forgive me? Someday. Not now. I know it's too early. But perhaps eventually?" The question took me by surprise. I considered my response carefully. "I don't know," I replied honestly. "But I am trying. And it is already more than I could have imagined a few months ago." She nodded, as if that exceeded her expectations. "It's enough," she said. "More than enough." And then she really departed, leaving me alone among the organic fruits, absorbing a conversation I never expected to have. That night, I told Adrian about our experience. "How do you feel?" he inquired, which had been our regular way of processing anything Anna related. "Hopeful," I said after considering. "For the first time in, well, maybe since childhood, I feel like maybe there's a version of the future where Anna and I can coexist. Without constant drama. Would that be good?" "It would," I answered, understanding it was correct. "It wouldn't be like before, and we might never be close again. But it would be peaceful." Adrian kissed my forehead. "You deserve peace." "We deserve it," I replied. "All of us." Adrian and I finally moved in together 6 months later. A year later he proposed to me on a mountain trail, the same location where we had our first truly honest chat about our families and pasts. Anna didn't attend our wedding. But she did send a card. Inside, there was simply one line. "I wish all the happiness in the world for both of you." The signature was simple. Anna. There's no drama. There's no subtext. No attempt to make it about her. It was perfect. Adrian and I now live a life that I never imagined feasible 3 years ago. We live in a house we created together, work on exciting projects, and enjoy the kind of solid and respectful relationship I always wanted but never thought possible. Anna and I communicate on occasion, such as birthday texts, congratulations on job promotions, and condolences after our grandmother died. She is still in therapy. Still working on herself. She recently began dating a new man, whom she met through her therapy group. And our mother assures me it's a healthy and solid relationship. We will never be as close as we were as kids. There is too much water under the bridge. Too much suffering was caused, on both sides. But we've achieved a point of mutual peace. With cautious respect. Of love. From a distance. And sometimes, it is enough. Sometimes that is all you can ask for. The retaliation I planned for Anna began as a method to let her feel the agony she had always caused others. However, it eventually grew into something far bigger. It became a lesson. For all of us. A lesson in consequences. Regarding responsibility, and about the prospect of genuine change. Anna realized that her actions had an impact. That manipulation is not love. The healing process begins when you stop viewing yourself as a victim. I've learned that sometimes you have to battle for your own happiness, even if it means hurting someone you love. Family loyalty does not imply accepting abuse. Setting boundaries is not harsh. Rather, it is necessary for survival. And Adrian? Adrian discovered that the most challenging situations may sometimes produce the best results in life. And that true love can emerge even from well-planned vengeance. In the end, we all emerge from this scenario as better people. Different, but better. And, I think, is the most effective form of vengeance. I paid $2,870 for Dubai. Dad gave my seat to my brother, Aunt's genius CEO. I froze my cards. You stranded us, he screamed at the airport. I'm a 32-year-old male project manager for a Fort Worth-based commercial signage company. I started as an installer, climbing scaffolding and erecting signs in the 105-degree heat of Texas summers, where the metal would physically burn your flesh if you didn't wear gloves. I climbed the ranks through hard effort and competence. Now, I manage contracts ranging from local stadiums to corporate skyscrapers. Last quarter, I managed $1,300,000 in projects, all of which were completed on time and within budget. I earn approximately $85,000 per year, with bonuses when projects go well. 4 years ago, my parents went through a difficult time due to COVID. Dad worked in building sales for decades, until the epidemic struck and the industry collapsed. He was making 6 figures providing commercial-grade supplies to developers in 3 states. Then, everything froze overnight. Mom hasn't had consistent work, always with a new reason, back issues, a shifting job market, and now it's her candle-making business, which strangely costs more than it makes. When their landlord sold their rental home, they faced the possibility of becoming homeless. They asked if I could assist them get back on their feet. I've always been practical with money. I still drive a 12-year-old Toyota 4Runner with 187,000 miles on it that runs beautifully. Even if I could afford anything newer, it performs flawlessly. It's paid off and built to last. I had the forethought to purchase a second property as an investment in 2018. Nothing extravagant, just a nice 2-bedroom condo in a safe neighborhood with strong rental potential. I put down 20% to avoid PMI and secured a solid 3.5% 30-year fixed rate before rates skyrocketed. I agreed to let my parents move in for $800 per month, almost 1/3 of the market cost. The mortgage costs $1,400 plus $320 in HOA fees. So I was losing money each month. I assumed they'd be appreciative, get back on their feet, and either begin paying market rates or get their own house within a year. Fast forward 4 years, and that rent money has appeared approximately 60% of the time. Over the course of 4 years, my parents have shorted me around $15,000 in rent. Isabella, my 26-year-old sister, moved in 2 years ago, which only made matters worse. "We'll catch up next month," became their mantra. Why are you being so difficult about this? Isabella has her own specific category of entitlement. She has a marketing degree and was a party girl before becoming career-oriented when the real world demanded genuine labor. She moved in with my parents approximately 2 years ago when her housemates became tired of paying her portion of the rent. She spent roughly 3 months working as a freelance social media consultant before securing an entry-level position at a local marketing agency. She was continuously complaining about being undervalued, while having no portfolio to show. She earns around $42,000, but spends like she's making $120,000. When I brought up the missing rent, Mom would say, "We're family, not a corporation. Why are you nickel and diming us?" Meanwhile, they never missed a payment on their new SUV or Isabella's monthly spa visits. Dad once informed me, with a straight face, that they couldn't afford rent that month because Isabella's hair extensions cost $400. Last year, I drove over unannounced on a Saturday and discovered they were throwing a backyard barbecue for around 20 people. They had installed a new 75-inch TV that I had never seen before, and they had recently completed a kitchen overhaul with granite countertops. When I inquired about the rent money owed to me, Mom replied, "Not now. We have guests." As if I were the one who was impolite. The breaking point came in March, when Dad retired. Unlike other construction workers, he avoided serious injuries, though his knees are utterly damaged from years of job site visits. He needs replacement surgery but is putting it off. For years he'd expressed his desire to visit Dubai, calling it the greatest construction achievement of our time. For example, he provided personal advice on the Burj Khalifa blueprint. He had a coffee table book on Dubai buildings that he'd browse through at least once a week, informing anyone who would listen about the technical feats. I resolved to make it happen as a retirement gift, hoping that it would finally earn some gratitude and even rekindle our relationship. $28,000 for a 10-day trip to Dubai, which includes first-class Emirates flights from DFW, a 4-star hotel near the Burj Khalifa, desert safari excursions and other amenities. I spent weeks studying the ideal time to visit, and even contacted my college mate James, who has been working for an engineering firm there for 3 years. He lives like a king in an expat complex, driving a Mercedes that he acquired tax-free. He promised to show us the real Dubai, not the tourist traps. When I revealed the vacation at dinner, Isabella asked if Oliver might join us after approximately 5 minutes of amazement and thankfulness. "Oliver, you're so annoying." Oliver is my sister's fiancé. What happens when privilege meets delusion? Imagine every LinkedIn stereotype crammed into one 29-year-old with perfect teeth and a trust fund he denies exists. He describes himself as a serial entrepreneur and disruptive business strategist, yet his true business model consists of discussing business while others pay his bills. His LinkedIn page reads like AI-generated business rubbish. Lots of leveraging synergies but no actual revenue. His profile picture shows him in front of a rented Tesla, pointing at nothing and wearing a Patagonia vest. Classic. His venture finance connections include a second cousin who works as an administrative assistant for a firm that previously invested in a failed meal kit startup. He continually mentions tech businesses as if he had inside knowledge, yet it's all information he read on TechCrunch that morning. Every chat with him ends with a pitch for his current enterprise, which is always obscure enough that you don't know what it does. Last Thanksgiving, he cornered me and spent 40 minutes describing his breakthrough app idea. The entire notion was essentially Uber, except for dog walking, which currently exists in approximately 12 different versions. He has an incredible ability to order the most costly item on any menu, while also going for his phone when the bill arrives. Classic move. "Oh, I need to answer this email quickly." Then comes a 15-minute restroom break, which coincides with bill payment time. I originally declined Oliver's request to join. I was spending my entire budget on 4 people. Isabella immediately became full. "Karen, why are you continually ruining everything? It's not like you can't afford it with your lucrative project management position." She casually ignored the reality that her marketing expert position earned her enough for a weekend trip to Austin, not a luxury Dubai holiday. My parents agreed with her. Mom's traditional guilt trip, but we are family. Oliver will soon become a family member. "Don't you want everyone to attend your father's retirement celebration?" Dad joined in. It would be great to have everyone there, son. Oliver is actually very informed about international business. I looked Oliver in the eye and said, if you want to come, you can pay your own way. It should be pocket change for someone with your business acumen. The way his face twitched revealed everything I needed to know about his bank account. He murmured something about liquidating certain assets and transferring monies from overseas accounts, which I believe was code for asking his father for money. The topic seemed to fade after a few days. I assumed they had finally accepted my boundaries. I should have known better. These are the people who believe that boundaries are simply suggestions, such as speed restrictions or tax legislation. Oliver used to brag about a college buddy who now works with the TSA at DFW. He stated, if I ever needed a favor, he'd take care of it. Oliver smirked. I believed he was full of it. Now everything makes sense, but I am getting ahead of myself. Oliver cornered me in my parents' kitchen 2 weeks before the trip when I was getting coffee. So I've been thinking about maximizing our Dubai opportunity, he explained, barely looking up from his phone. Uh-huh. I answered, unconcerned as I poured myself a cup of coffee I'd brought over. We need to schedule meetings with real estate developers while we are there. The UAE market is ripe for upheaval, and I have ideas they'll want to hear. I chuckled, assuming he was joking. He was not. Seriously, all the major players are present. Emaar Properties, Inquil, DMAC. This could be an excellent opportunity to acquire seed investment for my next enterprise. Not in the budget, Oliver. I stated that I have already covered the entire $28,000 for the family trip. I had really looked into these firms while preparing the trip. The idea of meeting with a random American with no portfolio credentials or a business plan seemed ridiculous. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime networking chance, he insisted, eventually looking up from his phone. I've been working on a new co-living concept that mixes our job with high-end residential. So, an apartment building that has desks? I inquired, and his eyes narrowed. It is more complicated than that. It's about establishing synergistic living conditions that encourage idea sharing while increasing square footage utility. Right. Still not within the budget. That evening, Isabella confronted me about it, calling me a jerk for failing to assist Oliver with an important business opportunity. She said that I sabotaged his career because I was jealous of his vision. I stood my ground. The vacation was for Dad's retirement, not Oliver's imagined business ventures. Fast forward to the day of departure. My phone buzzed as I was finishing up papers for an assignment. A text message from Mom. We've decided that Oliver will join us on the trip instead of you. He is more entertaining and will take better images for social media. Your father agrees that he will be better company than you. I stared at my phone. My stomach sank. Was this a nasty joke? I responded, asking what she meant. She responded, I'm serious. Oliver is taking your seat, and you can always go on another trip sometime. We need Oliver there for his business connections anyway. I replied with one word. Understood. Then I closed my office door and did something they least expected. I called Emirates directly to find out what was going on. While I was sitting in my office 20 meters away, the agent confirmed that I had been checked in for departure in 3 hours. After consulting with officials, I learned that Isabella had contacted Emirates a week earlier, claiming I had a medical emergency. She attempted to get the ticket transferred to Oliver's name, but Emirates does not allow straightforward name transfers. Instead, they planned to have Oliver use my boarding card to get through security. It wasn't simply a family drama anymore, this was a hoax. I contacted Emirates back and spoke with the fraud department. I had leverage because everything was booked in my name and with my credit card. While they couldn't block passengers who had already checked in for today's flight, they could flag the return leg for security inspection. I then demanded a full cancellation and refund for the return tickets, charging fraud. Next I went to Booking.com and canceled the hotel bookings. Then I called each tour operator and canceled every excursion. I called James in Dubai and explained the issue. They were set to board a flight to a nation they had never visited, believing everything was paid for, but I had canceled it all. They had forced me to abandon my own vacation in order to accompany Oliver. That is chilly, man. He paused. Also completely deserved. What are they going to do once they land? Figure it out, I suppose. Dubai is not exactly inexpensive for inexperienced tourists. A decent supper at a mid-range restaurant might cost $50 to $75 per person. A taxi from the airport to the city center would cost approximately $50. Their emergency cash would be depleted within 48 hours. Then I called my bank and reported my credit card as compromised, received a new one with a different number, and temporarily froze my other accounts in case anyone knew my account information. I was not taking any chances. These individuals had demonstrated that they felt entitled to my money. My best friend Matt always saw through their BS and warned me, but I didn't pay any attention to it. So I texted him, "Remember that conversation about consequences? It's happening now." Later that night, he arrived with beers and his locksmith buddy Ryan. By 10 p.m., every lock on my rental property had been replaced, new security cameras had been installed, and a keypad lock had been set near the front entrance. I phoned a property management business that I had previously worked with, had them draft a formal leasing agreement at the full market rate. $2,850 per month, utilities not included. First and final month's rent required immediately upon signing. Finally, I contacted my real estate attorney. I'd previously hired him for property concerns, and he immediately prepared an official eviction notice, giving them 30 days to sign the new lease or quit the premises. That was not all. While my real estate attorney was preparing the eviction paperwork, I detailed how Oliver used my personal information to board the trip. He had essentially committed identity theft. My attorney, who also handled criminal matters, immediately recognized the opportunity. "We need to document this completely," he stated. "This isn't just a family dispute anymore. It's potentially criminal fraud." The next morning, I filed a police report carrying printouts of my text messages, images of the original booking confirmation, and flight records proving that someone had used my ticket. The officer taking the report seemed delighted with my documentation. "Most identity theft cases lack this amount of evidence," he said. "Typically, it is simply a suspicious charge on someone's credit card, rather than a completely documented case with admissions and text messages." I also contacted Emirates back and wanted to speak with the fraud department. When I detailed what had transpired, the representative was appalled. "Sir, this is a serious security breach," she told me. "Someone using another person's boarding pass and identification is something we closely monitor." She reported the matter for internal review and told me that an investigation would be conducted. "Remember Oliver's TSA buddy? It appears that the person assisted him in bypassing the ID check. Emirates did not notice the mismatch until the return leg, which prompted a security review. My attorney sent a formal cease and desist letter addressing the identity theft and assisted me in filing charges for identity fraud and abuse of personal information. Their Emirates flight arrived in Dubai at around 7 p.m. local time. I imagined the enthusiasm as they grew. They were all grins and Instagram stories, excited for their luxury holiday, but there was no hotel shuttle waiting. No reservation means no return flights. Matt came over to my house that night with pizza and beers. We also spent some time creating a detailed spreadsheet that tracked every penny they borrowed or took from me over the years, including dates, amounts, and any promises to repay. The first anxious call arrived on my phone at 9 p.m. my time. I didn't respond. Then another, and another. My phone started filling up with text messages, which Matt and I read aloud between slices of pizza. "Isabella, what did you do?" "Oliver, this is totally unprofessional and perhaps unlawful. My attorney will contact you." "Mom, please call us back. We do not know what to do." I responded with a single text. "Oliver will make you feel at ease in Dubai. I hear he's more entertaining than I am." Then I turned off my phone and slept well for the first time in months. Matt couldn't stop giggling. "Dude, who is Oliver's attorney? What attorney represents those who are unable to buy their own aircraft tickets?" "The same one that handles all of his billion-dollar transactions," I said, reaching for another slice of pizza. 2 days later, I turned back on my phone. The messages were becoming more fascinating. "Dad, we had to call Oliver's father to wire emergency funds. You embarrassed me in front of Isabella, my new family member. Oliver fell off a camel on the desert tour, which we had to book at the last minute. He shattered his arm and is unable to photograph anything right now. Mom is really upset. This is entirely your responsibility. Screw you. It's amazing how my fault reaches to a pissed-off camel." From their communications, I was able to piece together a fairly accurate image of their Habibi journey. They were trapped at the airport with no hotel reservations, no transportation, and rapidly depleted finances. They had to contact Oliver's parents to wire emergency funds. That must have been an enjoyable talk. "Hey Dad, we need $5,000 wired quickly, or we'll be sleeping at the airport." They stayed 3 nights at a modest hotel near the airport, which supposedly had cockroaches the size of mice. According to my investigation, they likely paid around $400 each night for this privilege. Dubai's version of a budget hotel is nonetheless priced for oil barons when compared to American standards. Oliver had to sell his antique Rolex, which was the cut of grass. Definitely a knockoff to pay some costs. According to their texts, he received approximately $500 for a watch that he claimed was worth $12,000. Tragic. So they returned to Texas 5 days after their departure. Isabella's irate texts reveal that they spent the majority of their trip panicked, broke, and supposedly being followed by stray dogs near their inexpensive hotel. They spent the majority of their time arguing in the hotel room, with Oliver blaming her for the holiday from hell and my parents questioning their prospective son-in-law's business ability. My favorite, however, was when they supposedly attempted to visit the Burj Khalifa but were unable to buy the observation deck tickets. So the highlight of Dad's fantasy trip was something they could only see from the ground. It sucks to suck. When they arrived in an Uber, I was standing in my driveway with Matt. We were casually enjoying coffees, as if we were having a great time while they were suffering in Dubai. I'd positioned both of our vehicles in the driveway, my 4Runner and his Tacoma, so they couldn't pull in. "What the actual heck was that?" my father said as he stepped out of the car, his face lobster red from either the desert sun or wrath. I took a slow sip of coffee. That was what the repercussions looked like. My mother yelled, "You stranded us in a foreign country. We could have died. Yet here you are," I noticed. "I see you're alive and well, however you only have one functional arm." I nodded at Oliver, who had his arm in a makeshift sling. Oliver moved forward, wincing. "You know what you've done is actionable, right? I have contacts at 3 major law firms who would take up this issue pro gratis." Matt snorted. "Damn, that would be convenient. Do these law firms offer medical care for camel-related injuries? Because the sling appears like it was created by a toddler using a dish towel. You have no idea what we have gone through." Dad gave a growl. Oliver's arm fractured when the camel flung him. The hotel they put us in didn't have working air conditioning. Isabella contracted food illness from a street vendor. My mother stated that we had to spend one night at the airport since our credit cards did not work. And the embassy provided no assistance at all. This last part did not surprise me at all. What were they expecting the embassy to do? Hello, American Embassy. My son paid for a luxurious trip, only to cancel it when we refused to invite him. Please dispatch the Marines. Don't forget the camel incident, I replied, unable to conceal my smirk. I heard it was quite traumatic. Oliver's face became an even deeper shade of red. The camel was evidently not properly trained. I expressly told the advisor that I was an accomplished writer. "Oh, I am sure you did," Matt muttered loudly enough for everyone to hear. "Isabella nearly burst into tears after you told him about your Fortune 500 connections and cryptocurrency portfolio. We had to call Oliver's father for money. Do you understand how humiliating that was?" I noted that it would be almost as humiliating to exclude someone from a trip they had paid for. "You never responded to our calls." Mom almost yelled. "We did not know what to do." "Well, you figured it out, right? And, from what I've heard, Dubai has one of the lowest crime rates in the world. You also had Oliver, an international business specialist. I assumed you were in capable hands." I dug into my back pocket and took out the lease agreement and eviction letter. "Since we're having a heart-to-heart, let me clarify some things. Here are the new condominium terms. $2,850 per month. Utilities are not included. First and last month's rent are due immediately. You have 30 days to sign the new lease or depart the property." They stared at the documents as if I had given them a death sentence. "This is illegal," Oliver said. "You can't just. It's completely legal," I interrupted him. "You were never on a lease. My parents have been month-to-month tenants, paying significantly less than the market rate, and I've chosen to amend the conditions. Everything is written down." "Why?" Mom asked. "We don't have that kind of money right now." "Not my problem," I said. "I'm sure Oliver's parents can help you out again, as they did in Dubai." My father came forward, his voice softening. "This is severe, son. We are talking about your family here." "No, it's not about family. It is about business, and that is exactly what I am doing right now." As they turned to depart, I added one last point. "Oh, and the locks have changed. You will receive your new keys after signing the lease and paying the first and last month's rent. You can gain access to your possessions by contacting the property management company specified on page 3. They did not sign the new lease. They also did not depart. My property manager's calls and emails were unanswered over the 30-day period. They figured they could wait me out, that I'd ultimately soften and let them go back to how things were. They were wrong. I filed for eviction exactly 1 day after the deadline had passed. The hearing was scheduled for 2 weeks later. Throughout that time, they alternated between utterly ignoring me and sending manipulative texts. "Mother, I raised you better than this." "Dad, no son of mine would disrespect his family this way." "Isabella, I hope you enjoy destroying our lives for your petty vendetta.
Each message confirmed that I had made the correct option. They never acknowledged their involvement in creating the crisis. They never offered an apology or accepted responsibility. It was always about what I was doing with them. Never mentioned what they had done to me. I wasn't sitting around doing nothing while the eviction procedure was underway. The identity theft angle was also moving ahead. The police complaint I made was assigned to a detective who specializes in fraud crimes. He called me for a follow-up interview and was genuinely interested when I handed over the texts, screenshots, and flight records proving Oliver had exploited my identity to board the aircraft. The detective stated that this is quite clear-cut. Most identity theft is difficult to establish, but they essentially admitted to it in writing. Yes, they were not exactly geniuses. The Emirates Fraud Department also finished its review. An airline official contacted to advise me that Oliver's passport had been detected in their system, which supported my initial hunch. He utilized my boarding pass and identifying information to go through security and onto the plane. My counsel was diligent throughout the process. He filed the identity theft and fraud charges independently from the eviction procedures, claiming that combining them would only complicate the situation. Allow the criminal justice system to address identity fraud while we focus on recovering your property. He emphasized that courts dislike it when persons attempt to merge civil and criminal cases. I will make good use of those 2 weeks. I met with my financial advisor to change my investment approach now that I'm not subsidizing 3 adults. I began chatting to a real estate agent about potential houses in up-and-coming communities and even revived my dating profile after a 2-year absence. The judge at the eviction hearing was a no-nonsense 60-year-old woman who had plainly seen every sob story in the book. My attorney presented the case, which included tenants refusing to sign a new lease or evacuate, a history of irregular payments, and the property owner's ability to change terms. Their defense consisted primarily of, "But we're family, and we've been there for years," neither of which impressed the judge. Dad attempted to bring up his knee difficulties after retirement, but the judge cut him off with a raised hand. "Sir, medical conditions, while unfortunate, do not create tenancy rights," she responded, peeking over her glasses. Oliver attempted to claim that as Isabella's fiancé, he had some sort of right to be involved. The judge shut that down so fast I almost felt bad for him. "Absolutely. Young man, unless your name is on a lease or you have established residency for the legally required period, you have no standing in these proceedings," she told him, without even trying to hide her irritation. The decision came down in my favor. They have 5 days to depart the premises. As we exited the courthouse, my mother grabbed my arm. "You cannot do this to us. Where are we supposed to travel in 5 days?" "Maybe ask Oliver," I suggested. "Isn't he basically part of the family now?" Oliver stepped forward. "My parents are not going to house your family. That is your obligation." I laughed. "It's interesting that your entrepreneurial mentality does not extend to fixing real-world problems. What happened to all the UAE investors you were supposed to impress? That meeting would have occurred if you had not destroyed the trip," he shot back. "Right." I nodded. I'm sure the sheiks were lining up to throw money at him. "What exactly is your business? I've known you for more than 2 years yet still have no notion what you do." Oliver had no idea that his identity theft troubles would only become worse. 2 days after the eviction hearing, Steve and Isabella received papers for the fraud case. The expression on his face when he realized this was not going away was priceless. It's like witnessing someone who has never faced responsibilities suddenly realize that their actions have ramifications. They spent the 5 days alternating between begging, threatening, and guilt-tripping. None of it worked. On day 5, they eventually moved out. My parents visited my aunt's residence. Despite his prior protests, Oliver and Isabella appeared to visit his parents' home. When they left, they grabbed everything that was not bolted down, including the property's equipment, such as the dishwasher, microwave, washer, and dryer. They also intentionally damaged many walls, shattered a bathroom mirror, and left all of their rubbish. My property manager documented everything, and I filed a complaint about property damage. My attorney suggested I take the stolen items to small claims court, but I chose to merely follow them and keep receipts. The replacement and repair expenditures amounted to approximately $4,200, which I entered into the spreadsheet recording their debt to me. I didn't expect to see a cent of it, but it felt vital to clarify the situation. Isabella also texted me, "Hey, I know we had our troubles, but maybe we can get some coffee and talk about it. I'm willing to forgive everything if you assist us pay our first month's rent somewhere else." I did not respond. A day later, she texted again. "Fine. I hope you enjoy being alone forever. Screw you." 2 days later, I received an SMS from my father.
Your mother and I have decided that unless you apologize and make things right, you are no longer our son. We didn't raise you to be so callous. I said, I understand. Best of luck with everything. My mother began calling everyone in the extended family, explaining how I had abandoned them when they needed me the most. Conveniently, ignoring the years of cash assistance and the Dubai debacle. My father began sending increasingly threatening texts. The final one made some fairly clear warnings about how I'd regret this decision for the rest of my life. I did not bother answering. Instead, I conveyed the mail to my attorney, who issued a cease and desist letter. When that didn't stop the texts, I applied for a restraining order. The judge approved the restraining order after I presented him with over 30 threatening messages. The court bailiff who delivered the documents informed them that my father had gone on a tirade about ungrateful children and family devotion. Meanwhile, the identity theft case made its way through the system. Isabella and Oliver did not go to jail, but they were both charged with misdemeanors and fined. It wasn't enough to put them behind jail, but it did give them both criminal records. The district attorney was not interested in pursuing criminal charges because it was a family affair, but he was also not going to let them off the hook. They offered a plea bargain with minor charges in exchange for complete cooperation and restitution. Given the family situation, the DA stated that it was not worthwhile to waste resources on a full-fledged felony trial. The airline security report cemented the agreement. Emirates handles passenger identification very seriously, and the evidence of Oliver's misuse of my boarding card was damning. The TSA agent who handled Oliver's boarding was also investigated. It turned out that he was Oliver's college acquaintance who assisted him in bypassing usual security protocols. He lost his job, and as a result of the event, Emirates tightened its ID verification procedures. Oliver received a misdemeanor since he claimed he was just using the boarding pass I gave him, and the TSA agent, his friend, confirmed this lying. The agent took the brunt of the criticism for bypassing proper verification procedures. Oliver received a $5,000 fine and 200 hours of community service. Isabella received a somewhat lower penalty of $2,500 and 100 hours because Oliver was the one who actually boarded the plane. The DA stated that the texts alone were insufficient to prove Isabella knew Oliver was intending to impersonate me. She denied involvement, and Oliver took the blame. She and Oliver were both sentenced to 1 year of probation. Criminal records had immediate implications. Isabella was turned down for a job at a marketing firm after a background check revealed it. She tried to dismiss it as a misunderstanding. But fraud convictions are not trivial matters for businesses that handle financial information. Oliver's phony consultancy firm suffered an even greater blow. As word spread about his criminal background, the Fortune 500 connections he was always boasted about became silent. It turns out that respectable businesses are not eager to cooperate with someone who has been convicted of fraud. Who knew? It has been a year since the Dubai accident. I have not heard from my immediate relatives since the restraining order was served. The silence has been very peaceful. I kept the property, found dependable tenants who paid the entire amount on time, and used the extra money to fund my hobbies and investments rather than fueling adult dependence. I took advantage of my newfound financial freedom to go on my own vacation. 2 weeks in Costa Rica, surfing and trekking. I didn't share a single photo on social media. I simply enjoyed it for what it was. My cousin Laura visited a few times this year, keeping me up to date on family turmoil. My parents had moved from my aunt's house to another relative's, and then another, each time burning bridges. They had taken out loans from various family members, pledging to repay them as soon as their conditions straightened. None of the loans had been repaid. Most of the extended family had cut relations with them after discovering they were being exploited as temporary ATMs, a job I was all too familiar with. Oliver abandoned Isabella around 2 months after the eviction, going on to date the daughter of a local restaurant owner. Isabella was not doing well. She had lost a lot of money on an online business venture that turned out to be a hoax. Oliver's business drive undoubtedly served as an inspiration. She'd started drinking regularly and was living with roommates who were about to push her out for failing to pay her portion of the utilities. My father's knee troubles had deteriorated to the point that he required surgery, but Medicare would only cover a portion of it. My mother was working part-time at a craft store while still investing money in her failed candle business. She even set up a GoFundMe for my father's surgery, which raised $340 in 3 months. I stopped by one night after a few sodas and donated exactly $1 just so my name would appear on the donor list. Laura claimed that my name had become connected with treachery and family talks. They had entirely reinvented history. Now I was the villain, having abandoned them without notice after years of their assistance in advancing my career. Me? I had moved on with my life.
At work, I was promoted to senior project manager, where I oversee all commercial projects worth more than $750,000. I started dating Kristen, a civil engineer who does not believe that family is a blank check to be cashed at will. I expanded my investment portfolio and even began training a handful of younger guys at work about financial literacy. They eventually tried to reach out again. Mom texted me from a new number, wondering if we could meet. Of course, I agreed. I wanted to see for myself how terribly they had fouled up. They came over and knocked on my door. My parents and Isabella stood on the porch, looking as if they had aged a decade in a year. "Thank you for seeing us," my father began. I nodded and said nothing. "We've been doing a lot of thinking," my mother added. "About everything that happened in Dubai, about how we treated you." Isabella sobbed quietly, and Oliver fled when things became difficult. "You were right about him all along. What do you want?" I asked, going to the chase. Over the last year, I've built a fairly reliable detector. They exchanged glances. My mother said, "We want to reconcile. To be a family again." My father admitted, "We need a place to stay. Just till we get back on our feet." Same phrase but different day. Part of me wondered whether they realized they were repeating the same line they used 4 years ago when this whole thing began. "You have disowned me. We are no longer family, remember?" My mother reached for my hand. I moved it away. She said, "Please." We felt hurt and outraged. "We did not mean it." "No," I responded. "You intended it at the time. You truly believed that others would continue to support you. You meant it till you ran out of family to feed off of." My father was perplexed, as if he didn't understand why his apology script wasn't working. In his opinion, expressing sorry was always sufficient to reset everything. It never dawned on him that some damage cannot be reversed with words. "I'm not your backup plan," I added. "And I'm certainly not going to let you move back into my property after the damage you caused." Isabella's expression soured. "This is still about your foolish trip, right? We both paid for it. I lost my job due to the charges you filed." I looked at her immediately. "You were fired because you stole someone else's identity. Now you understand what it's like when doors close because of something on your record." After several minutes of back and forth, they gave up hope. As they were about to go, I stopped them. I gave my father an envelope. Inside was $3,000. "This is for your surgery," I stated plainly. They looked at the envelope, then at me, with hope in their eyes. "This is not a reconciliation," I continued. "We are closing our accounts. I will not have your health issues on my conscience. Nothing more." My father's hand trembled when he accepted the packet. "Thank you, son," he muttered. "Don't call me that," I replied, opening the door for them. I watched them walk towards their car, heads down. On the way home, they'd undoubtedly convinced themselves that this was the first step towards re-entering my life. They would be wrong. Still waiting for Oliver's lawyer's call. My nephew poured soda on my laptop and flipped me off, challenging me in my own home. When I asked for an apology, the whole family defended him. It was Christmas Eve. The house smelled like cinnamon, the tree lights flickered gently, and for the first time in years, my whole family was under one roof. But 10 minutes later, I was standing in my upstairs hallway, staring at a 9-year-old boy, my nephew, as he calmly poured soda onto my running laptop, then flipped me off and walked away like it meant nothing. "Hello everyone. My name is Caleb. I am 28 years old and reside in a modest apartment in Cincinnati, Ohio. I work remotely as a software engineer for a San Francisco-based technology company. My profession allows me to focus on projects that are important to me. More importantly, it provides me with the calm space that I have chosen to live for many years. Before moving out on my own, I lived with my father Arthur, in a 2-story suburban home. My mother passed away 5 years ago. After that, I decided to remain a bit longer. Not because I couldn't start my own life, but because I realized that when a family experiences loss, simply being present can be the only thing that keeps everything together. The main shift began when my older brother Daniel returned from Berlin with his wife Clara and their baby Noah after living in Europe for 7 years. At the time, I didn't give it much thought. They stated that it would only be temporary, until they could recover from a failed investment initiative. Initially, everyone maintained a respectful tone. So did I. However, on Christmas Eve 2023, something happened. On the surface, it didn't seem like much of a deal. But, starting that night, the calm limits I'd been maintaining for years began to crumble. And I realized things more clearly than previously. There are some lines that, once passed, cannot be reversed.
In December 2023, for the first time in over a decade, my entire family sat together around the dinner table, assembled for Christmas in my father's two-story home in a quiet Cincinnati neighborhood. The mood felt both familiar and curiously off. The Christmas tree was beautifully adorned. The warm yellow glow of the floor lamp filled the corner of the room as usual, and the faint aroma of cinnamon lingered in the air. But within, it didn't feel like the holidays I'd known. That night's dinner was a full spread. My sister-in-law Clara had helped prepare a few extra items, including roast turkey, mashed potatoes, cranberry sauce, and warm dinner rolls. Initially, everyone spoke pleasantly, avoiding anything that could cause friction. Even my father appeared more open than usual. He sat at the head of the table, largely listening and occasionally topping off people's glasses. Right in the middle of dinner, my phone vibrated in my pocket. I examined the screen, and as soon as I saw the notification, I realized I couldn't ignore it. A catastrophic system problem had just occurred, directly affecting the project I was directing, and I was the only one on our tech team with high-level access to tackle the issue. I excused myself and went upstairs to my workspace, a little organized room at the end of the second-floor hallway that was especially designed so that I could start working at any time. I logged in and began performing diagnostics, but after a few minutes I realized I had left my authentication device in the car. I instantly went downstairs, down the corridor, and into the garage. After retrieving the item, I swiftly returned to the second floor. But when I got to the hallway near my room, I froze. The door was wide open, and I noticed Noah, Daniel's son, standing in front of my desk in the center of the room. What stopped me in my tracks was the open can of soda he was carrying, which was still fizzing at the top. Before I could react, Noah tipped the can and dumped the entire contents upon the keyboard of my running laptop. I went in and snatched his arm from the desk, but it was too late. The screen flickered once and then went black. Everything I was working on vanished in front of me. I turned to him, my voice quivering with rage, and yelled, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" He took a step back, and I believe he knew he had gone too far. But then came the look, and what he did next stopped me in my tracks, since Noah's actions did not appear to be motivated by guilt. It seemed like defiance. He looked directly at me, narrowed his eyes, and stuck out his tongue as if it were a joke. However, there was no anxious laughter or terror in his eyes. As if that wasn't enough, he lifted his middle finger at me, challenging me to do something about it. He didn't say anything, didn't blink, just turned around and went out of the room with the same placid stride, as if nothing mattered. I stood there, frozen. The rage remained contained. It sank into my chest like a weight I couldn't move. Not because of the laptop, but because of the expression in his eyes. The face of a 9-year-old who had just stripped me of all respect in my own home. It didn't feel like a childish act of rudeness, but like a determined clear line had just been crossed. And this time, I wasn't going to let it slip. In only a few seconds, I had lost all of my work material on the Dell XPS and was confronted with my nephew's blatant act of defiance. No apology, no fear, just a cold, mocking demeanor that made it impossible to dismiss this as a mere mistake. Since Noah moved back in with his parents, I've frequently informed him that my workplace isn't a place for running around. I informed him that space should be respected, but my words didn't seem to register. Clara usually smiled and gently said, "Don't be so serious, Uncle Caleb. He's always been high energy." I remained silent after her excuses, but this time I couldn't back down. Keeping my face cool, I strolled right down to the dining room. Without waiting for anybody to ask, I announced Noah's name loudly enough to cause everyone at the table to pause in their conversation. As soon as he heard me, the youngster turned his head and dashed toward Clara, hiding completely behind her. I walked forward, maintained a steady but forceful tone, and told him, "You need to apologize for what you just did." Noah, still standing behind his mother, responded quickly and unwaveringly, "I didn't do anything wrong." I paused, not because of the words, but because he spoke them quietly and firmly, as if nothing had happened. And he sincerely believed that he did not need to accept responsibility for his conduct. After speaking, he lowered his head and remained still. That brief exchange didn't need to go any further. A bit later, I turned to Daniel and Clara and told them what had just happened from start to finish. I did not raise my voice. I did not exaggerate. I simply presented the facts as I witnessed them. Clara stared at me with puzzlement and a faint frown when I concluded. Then she responded with a forceful, unyielding voice. "You're saying Noah did that? I don't believe it." Daniel remained mute. My brother just sat there, staring at me as if he was trying to figure out what secret motivation I might have. He didn't ask one inquiry. He did not strive to understand. Instead, he maintained a long, tight quiet. It occurred to me as I watched their expressions.
They weren't reacting to the narrative itself. It was that I dared to say it aloud at the dinner table. They did not want the truth. They felt insulted by being forced to confront their son's behavior. The air in the room became heavier. Everyone's gaze shifted downward. Nobody spoke. Nobody looked me in the eye. I was standing in the same house I had known for years. I felt like I had walked into a place I had never been invited to. At that moment, I wasn't disappointed. I didn't even feel angry anymore. Only one idea came through loud and clear. If this quiet and avoidance continues, what happened today will only be the beginning. After observing everyone's emotions in the room, one thing became painfully evident. They did not believe me. No one asked any questions. Nobody turned to the child to confirm what had transpired. They didn't care if he did it or not. The only thing they wanted now was to get over it. As if the story I just recounted was nothing more than a personal exaggeration. It is not worth discussing any further. I realized I needed to provide proof to break through this fog of denial. Without saying anything further, I retrieved my phone from my pocket and opened the video clip from the camera I had set up in my office. The footage was very clear and indisputable. Noah entered the room with a drink can in hand and tipped it immediately over the keyboard. He then turned around, stuck out his tongue and flicked me off. I handed Clara the phone. I said nothing. She briefly glanced at the TV, her face flashing with distress. But after a few seconds, her voice became smooth and light, as if she were commenting on something innocuous. He probably picked that up somewhere. It was just an accident. That response hit me like someone took the oxygen right out of my lungs. I looked at Daniel, expecting something different, but he leaned back in his chair, folded his arms and added slowly, "Don't make a big deal out of this. You're an adult. Don't stoop to a kid's level." My fury did not grow with each word he said. It was draining. What arose instead was a bleak, numbing void. They'd seen it all. They had every fact right in front of them. They continued to support the child, not because they didn't understand, but because they refused to confront the fact. Their son did it. I looked over to Noah. He stood near his mother, countenance placid, the corner of his mouth slightly raised in what appeared to be a half smirk. No fear, no regrets. And in that moment, I realized something profound. This child has never been taught to take responsibility for his actions. And his parents had never attempted to teach him. I couldn't keep it in anymore. I stood up abruptly and raised my voice, firm and loud enough for the entire family to hear. "That's what you call an accident? You saw the video. Are you asking me to explain this? Are you all blind?" The dining area fell utterly silent after I finished speaking. Clara moved away, lips pressed closely, her fingers grabbing Noah's shoulder as if to pull him closer. Daniel raised his eyes to face me, and this time his expression was clear. It had turned into a silent confrontation. He didn't say anything, but I could feel it. We both knew what was going on now. The atmosphere in the room had altered. The previous stillness was gone. What replaced it was a quiet but weighty tension that moved across the table, into each glance, and the spaces between us. My father was still seated at the far end of the table. He had not spoken a word. He leaned into his chair, carrying a half-finished glass of wine. His stare was riveted on me, unwavering and impenetrable. I couldn't tell if it was anger, concern, or something he was still processing, waiting for the proper time to intervene. I didn't say anything else, but something inside me was starting to settle. Cold, consistent, and distinctive. I kept my gaze fixed on Noah, a tight, nameless sensation rising in my chest. The air seemed dense. Every breath is squeezed under 10 stares. Daniel suddenly pushed his chair back and sprang up, banging his hand on the table. The sound was harsh and dry, rocking the entire dining table. He glanced at me, wrath in his eyes, and yelled, "What the hell did you just say, Caleb? Don't lie to me, I'm your brother." I was completely taken aback by the shout. The man in front of me was not my older brother, who used to talk things out. He reacted instinctively, as if I had touched something prohibited inside him. At that moment, I looked at Daniel, who had once been my biggest supporter as a child. The one who stood up to defend me at a family gathering after they dubbed me a stranger for spending all day buried in computers. He had previously stated, "If you know you're right, then you've got the right to speak up." And yet, just because his son did something wrong, he was the first to accuse me of being out of line. Before I could say anything, my father's voice boomed out. It was not loud, but rather clear. Every word is impossible to ignore. "Everyone, sit down. Now." The room slipped into an eerie quiet. Clara reached forward her son, resting a hand on Noah's shoulder to hold him still. Daniel did not move.
His hands were still firmly pressed on the table, and his gaze was fixed on mine. A few seconds later, my father stood tall in the wide area. His gaze went across each of his children and grandchildren, before settling on Noah. His voice was deep, low and forceful. "Noah, what you did was wrong. Apologize to your Uncle Caleb." Noah didn't respond to my father's demand. He tilted his head to the side, his gaze avoiding everyone, his fingers delicately grasping the edge of his shirt. Clara leaned over and whispered something into his ear. Her voice was so soft that only the two of them could hear it, yet I understood every word. "It's okay, sweetheart. We're right here." My father remained precisely where he was. He didn't look around or change his expression, but his hands gradually curled into fists, as if he was suppressing his emotions after hearing it. At that time I sensed a break beneath the surface of this house, which I used to know well. There was no yelling, nothing shattered. But something had altered, and it was not going back. When my father remained silent after Clara whispered to him, I assumed the conversation was over. But only a few seconds later, Daniel spoke up. And this time, what he said took both my father and myself completely by surprise. His voice was shrill and full of fury, and he made no attempt to hide his resentment. He raised his voice. "Dad always takes Caleb's side. We've never been treated like that." When Daniel finished speaking, my father raised his head and gave him a direct look. His voice lowered, and each syllable was deliberate and forceful. "I choose to stand with what's right. Being an adult doesn't mean you get to teach the wrong thing and let your kid do whatever they want." Clara interjected before the full impact of those remarks could be felt. Her tone was rapid with a tinge of disdain. "He just spilled some soda. He's a kid." After that unnecessarily protective statement, I looked at my father again. His demeanor had not changed much, but I could tell from the tightness around his jaw and the corners of his eyes. The strain from holding back was beginning to show. What concerned me now was unrelated to the laptop. What struck me was how eager people were to sacrifice moral limits in order to preserve the image of a youngster who supposedly did nothing wrong. Under the weight of building tension, what had begun as a joyful Christmas gathering had now shattered into frigid, deepening stillness, as seen by every gaze and the growing distance between each family member at the table. Everything around us remained unchanged. The meal plates were warm, the wine glasses were half full, and the trees in the corner were still shining. But in the midst of it all, the only thing that felt genuine was the stifling pressure creeping into every inch of the table and every breath. At that moment I realized I had to speak. I stared straight at my brother and sister-in-law, maintained a cool but strong tone, and stated, "I backed up the data to the server on time. However, that laptop was my work machine. More than that, being disrespected in my own home is not something I can deny happened. I expect both of you to replace the laptop." Clara gazed at me with her lips pushed hard before responding. Her tone was stiff and cold. "We don't have the money and we don't think we did anything wrong." Daniel sat alongside her, hands on his knees, gaze concentrated on the table's edge. He didn't say anything, no explanation, no attempt to calm the situation. I was waiting for something, anything from him. However, the chamber merely supplied the sound of feeble breathing and a prolonged quiet. Seeing how rebellious they remained, my father took his phone from his pocket, looked at the screen, and stood up. His voice was fatigued yet clear. "Enough. Go to your rooms. I'll talk to you both in the morning." They departed the table quietly, one by one. Their footsteps reverberated flatly on the hardwood floor. Nobody looked at each other. The night ended with a quiet, agonizing disconnect between supposed family members. I stayed where I was, staring at the untouched plates. The debris is still on the table. My chest felt heavy, and I knew it. Tomorrow morning will not be like any other day. After everyone had silently gone to their rooms that night, the entire house was enveloped by a heavy, thick silence. Everything had stopped, as if every previous phrase had left a residue that couldn't be removed. I shut my bedroom door and sat at my desk. The laptop still had droplets on it. I took a cloth and began wiping each key and crevice, doing anything I could. But after a few minutes I realized it was too late. The circuit was fried. The screen remained black. The whole machine was now a chilly, worthless slab of metal. With no other options, I grabbed my phone and logged into the company's internal system. I left an urgent message requesting that management suspend the present workflow. I asked for technical assistance in transferring data and delegated responsibility for the rest of the project. I had no choice. What fatigued me the most, however, was not the disruption at work. It was how everything transpired. In the area I once thought was the safest for me. As I was ready to hang up the phone, my father strolled past the door. He did not glance inside. He did not stop. He simply whispered one thing quietly so that only I could hear it. "Don't fix it yet. I need it that way." I peered up into the dark hallway. What he said sounded unfinished, like a phrase chopped short, but it conveyed something more profound, which I couldn't quite identify. I sat there for a long time after that, in a space that had previously seemed familiar, but was now tinged with strangeness and distance. My thoughts kept going back to Noah. His expression, his deeds, and how those who should have taught him right and wrong reacted. I recalled the stories Daniel used to tell. About the years they battled in Berlin, the failed investments, the losses, and how they had to work hard to get Noah through school just like any other child. I used to believe that they had done their best. I used to believe that these efforts would result in a child who understood boundaries and dignity. But after tonight, I wasn't as sure. I kept asking myself, if adults can turn a blind eye to save their child's face, how can the child ever learn to distinguish between right and wrong? If a youngster damages someone and no one calls them out, if no one helps them understand the repercussions, how will they ever learn to respect boundaries? And if the parents refuse to confront the truth, how will the youngster ever learn honesty? I kept all of those questions to myself, not because I didn't want answers, but because the more I thought about it, the more I realized what was going on, and how it had already slid past reasoning. Only one feeling stayed. That on this Christmas night, something had broken between those who had previously appeared inseparable. And that breach was deep enough that I knew it would not heal with time or kind words passed around the holiday table. After everything that transpired, I realized that what breaks a family is not a big dramatic occurrence. It is the quiet way in which people remain mute in the face of wrongdoing. Again and again. The following morning, I awoke early. Outside, the sky was still drab and dreary, and the winter frost seemed to have settled deep into my chest. What kept me awake wasn't the weather. It was the lingering weight of the night before. I walked downstairs silently. No one said anything to anyone. It felt as if we had awoken from an incomplete dream. However, no one dared to speak about it. We hadn't even had breakfast when my father invited everyone into the living room. Nobody protested. We all followed quietly, as if we knew what was coming. After everyone had taken their seats, Noah sat holding to his mother's phone, engrossed in a game. It was the latest iPhone 14 Pro Max. He sat with one leg stretched over the chair, totally detached from the tension in the room. My father cast a peek over at him. His eyes weren't harsh or furious. They were consistent and lasted long enough for the entire room to pause. Then he stood upright, hands folded in front of him, and spoke in a deep, forceful tone. "After thinking it over last night, do you two believe your son did anything wrong?" No one responded. Daniel stared at the floor. Clara pinched her lips together, her gaze unreadable. Perhaps avoiding or doubtful. Noah continued playing as if the question had nothing to do with him. I didn't say anything. I just observed every gaze and movement. And inwardly, I already knew the answer. They didn't believe he was wrong, and even if they did, it wasn't enough for them to admit it. As the stillness lingered on, as if the entire room was waiting for someone to speak in lieu of reason, my father, a school teacher for 30 years, slowly stood up. He took calm, methodical steps toward Noah. His eyes no longer radiated the joy of a papa proudly displaying his grandson to friends during their weekly video conversations. My father had been calling Noah on a weekly basis since his birth. Regardless of the distance, he never missed a memorable occasion. I'd often sit next to him and watch the two of them laugh and converse on a small screen. If Noah had been raised closer to home, love could have been the glue that held our family together. But today, faced with the arrogance, apathy, and complete disdain for boundaries displayed by a youngster not even 10 years old, I knew my father could no longer keep back. Without saying anything, he seized Noah's phone and dropped it into a heated porcelain mug. The hot tea spilled over the rim, and the iPhone plummeted to the bottom with a sharp, crackling pop. Clara immediately got to her feet. Panic in her voice, she shouted at my father, "Oh my God, what are you doing?" Daniel took a step forward out of rage. But before he could say anything, my father turned to me and gave a small, firm nod. I stood up, remembering what he had told me the night before and holding on to all I had felt since yesterday. I stared my brother directly in the eyes. Without saying anything, I raised my middle finger, cold, straightforward, and unrelenting. My expression did not change. I made the identical move Noah had made toward me. Clara screamed again when she watched me do it. "Caleb, what the hell is wrong with you?" Daniel stood frozen, His expression hardened. He did not take a step back, but neither did he move forward. He simply stood there, eyes unfocused, trapped between shock and quiet. Noah sank into the seat, eyes wide and lips squeezed hard. He did not smirk. He didn't respond. For the first time, his eyes showed signs of bewilderment. My father took a stride toward the center of the room just then. With a harsh expression, he stared directly at his son and daughter-in-law and remarked, softly and sharply, "How does that feel?" That feeling was exactly what Caleb had to carry last night. Several seconds elapsed. Clara looked away, her hands clenched, her gaze locked on nothing. Daniel looked down at the floor, lips tight, chest rising and falling as if he was attempting to swallow something he couldn't quite digest. I wasn't satisfied after seeing them. What I felt was that finally, something had begun to move. And I understood that with everything that had happened, this could no longer be described as a mischievous child. Clara leaned forward, her eyes locked on the iPhone, which was now submerged in the scalding tea. The heat had fogged the screen, and the dark amber liquid spread like ink across the device, curling around its edges. Her face twisted with fury and regret. She hurriedly pulled out the iPhone, tea still running between her fingers. With shaking hands, she took a napkin and began washing the phone down, meticulously dabbing at every area, her lips moving in barely audible murmurs, as if she was holding to some last shred of hope. When the screen remained black, she looked toward my father. Her voice strained. "Dad. That phone costs over $2,000. That's my property." The moment she ended, his voice came, calm but firm, aimed firmly at his daughter-in-law. "And Caleb's laptop was just trash?" Clara froze at his words. She gripped the ruined phone tighter. Her gaze lowered to the floor. She did not answer, but as if refusing to give up completely, she finally looked up, her tone sharp and defiant. "I'll call the police." My father immediately turned to face her. His voice did not raise, yet it had unquestionable weight. "Then go ahead, and while you're at it, tell them what your kid did to Caleb last night." That sentence rang through the room like cold steel. Clara stood immobile, lips drawn into a line, her eyes blinking quickly, as if attempting to swallow the embarrassment rising from her throat. This time she said nothing else. Daniel sank onto a chair, one hand pushed to his brow, his gaze heavy and lowered to the floor. He did not defend his wife. He did not even try to meet my gaze. I remained quiet. The rage has long since subsided. What happened was more difficult to explain. An odd combination of regret and detachment. It felt like a thin layer of ice was growing between people who had formerly considered each other family. A few seconds after the room had quieted, I noticed my father turn and look directly at Daniel and Clara. His glare had softened and become less hostile. It had gradually softened, as if he were standing face to face with the children he had previously raised with all his faith. He did not raise his voice. He didn't go to talk. He only spoke loudly enough for them to hear. He admitted that he never expected his children to be wealthy or intelligent. Throughout his life, all he wanted was for them to live with decency, not compete or keep grudges, and to understand the difference between right and evil. He said he felt, honestly believed, that because he and my mother had taught us with fairness and no bias, each of us would carry a simple truth through life. Regardless of our route, family will always be a place to return to. Whether we failed or excelled in the world, he never shut the door on us. But if one of his offspring decided to disregard the most fundamental moral boundaries, he would be the first to say, "This home cannot welcome that choice." Then he turned to Daniel. The softness faded. His voice became slower, heavier, and more deliberate. "Daniel, you're over 35 years old. You're not a child who gets to hide behind excuses anymore. If you still insist on defending something you know is wrong, you're not just ruining yourself. You're teaching your son to grow up and be a terrible person." The room became utterly still. Daniel did not respond. He simply bowed his head. But in his eyes, there was a flicker of shock and mistrust. And I knew something inside him had snapped, something that had been shielded for years by a thin veneer of pride. A few seconds later, he looked up at me. For the first time that morning, his gaze remained fixed. He spoke in a low, steady voice. "Caleb, I'm sorry. I was wrong." I did not move. I didn't answer immediately. His apology could not repair what had occurred. But at that moment, I knew it was just the beginning. Clara then leaned down near Noah. Her voice was gentle and she whispered, "Say you're sorry." I stared at my nephew, still clutching onto a sliver of hope. I hoped that after all he'd realize something. That all actions have repercussions. Apologizing is not a sign of weakness, Rather, it is the first step toward maturity. But what occurred next made everyone in the room hold their breath. Noah looked up at me. His eyes were lifeless and uncaring. In a clear, purposeful voice, he said, "I didn't do anything wrong. I hate him." And then he burst into tears. He yelled, threw himself on the ground, kicked, and thrashed, crying as if the entire world had wronged him. Nobody said a thing. We all sat frozen like statues in the same places we had been. The room became tight and airless, as if sound had been drained away, leaving only a heavy silence beyond description. I turned to face Daniel and Clara. They said nothing. But their expressions told everything. And for the first time, I realized they genuinely understood. They had been raising more than just a child. It was the effect of every instant in which they decided to look aside. Daniel was unable to remain sitting following Noah's outburst. He sprung up and dashed over to his son. His face turned pale, as if he had realized something too difficult to accept. He took the boy's arm in a hard, clear voice and stated, "Stop it, Noah. This is not how a child can act when in the wrong." The youngster continued to weep, thrashing on the floor as if every phrase was like wind passing by. But unlike before, no one intervened to console him. Clara began to move a few seconds later, preparing to kneel and hold him like she always did. But soon as her fingers brushed the back of the chair, Daniel turned and snapped, "Don't move." The words struck the room like a hard stop, cutting off the air. Clara froze in mid-step. Perhaps she had never heard her spouse raise his voice in that way. Certainly not in the father's position. I looked at Daniel. There was no hesitancy in his eyes. There is no room for excuses or blame on the issue. And for the first time, I noticed my brother no longer attempting to maintain the appearance of a tranquil, well-organized family. Something inside him, or the father, had just broken. Perhaps something else began to form as a result of that break. As everything unfolded directly in front of our eyes, my father and I took a modest step back, putting some distance between us and the tension that was tight as a pulled wire. We both realized that moving away in that moment was not an act of avoidance. It was vital to allow Daniel and Clara the room to confront the child they had raised for the past 9 years. I walked slowly out of the room, my head still full of the pictures I had just seen. But deep down, I wondered whether, for a youngster raised in indulgence and misconception, rebellion is the last thing they have left to hold on to what they believe is right. I'm not sure what happened after my father and I left the living room. But a few minutes later, in the hallway silence, I heard Daniel's raspy, furious voice from within, along with Clara. I only heard a quiet coughing, so perhaps they argued. Maybe they didn't. I do not know. But I was happy that they had finally begun to speak what should have been spoken long ago. And it was exactly what they were about to do next, a difficult decision, that revealed to me that they were truly at a loss with the child they had created. That night dinner was followed by a long, heavy quiet. Noah remained in his room and never came out to join us at the table. Nobody called for him. Nobody tried to force him. On the table, the roast became chilly. The faint fragrance of smoke lingered from the fireplace, but it couldn't take away the coolness between us, each buried in thought. The supper felt like a pause after a storm, when everyone realizes the most important thing has yet to be said. Daniel looked up just as my father had laid down his drink. He looked at Dad first, then at me, and talked in a tone I hadn't heard from him in a long time. Steady and honest. "I think it's time to take him somewhere that can help him start over. I can't let this go on anymore." He hesitated briefly and added, "I've already failed at my career, but with Noah, I can't afford to fail again." At those words, my father's spoon froze in midair. He looked up, not to reprimand or inquire. He only said one short, solid sentence. "He needs to be taught from the beginning. Camp consequence. Caleb, contact them for me." Daniel nodded without hesitation. Clara said nothing. She sat quietly, hands clenched beneath the table, her gaze fixated on the floor. There were no tears, but I could tell something inside her was shattered. The following morning, I completed the papers and submitted the confirmation email to the camp. They responded promptly, preparing to take Noah in by the weekend. And then, on a dismal Saturday morning, Daniel and I loaded Noah into the car. Clara walked him out to the porch. The door broke open behind her as she stood there, not stepping down or turning away. Her gaze followed Noah as if she wanted to hold on to him. Finally, she placed a palm on her chest and offered a faint nod. Nobody spoke during the drive. Noah remained still, peering out the window. However, when he saw the camp consequence guard post, he broke down. He began shouting for his mother,
then turned to me, his eyes pleading, enraged, and desperate. Daniel did not move. He did not look at his son. I did not look away. He grabbed the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles became white. When we opened the car door, my father was already there. He didn't say anything. He stared at Noah, crying and struggling, then turned to me, sending a quiet signal with his eyes. At that moment, he was no longer a gentle grandfather. He was a man who had spent almost 30 years with chalk in hand, and he recognized that certain children may only learn what it means to be human when they are placed in an environment where softness is no longer an option. As I saw the gate close behind Noah, I felt no relief. I only felt a space opening up inside my chest. I'm not sure what lies ahead, but one thing is certain. Nobody in this house will live the same way again after today. Noah spent a month at the training camp, and the mood in our home gradually changed. The initial tension dissipated, giving way to a quiet, serene, sluggish but essential. We all knew deep down that all of us were concerned about the boy. Nobody stated it out loud, but it was evident. None of us wanted this to happen, but we all knew it was the correct thing to do. Around the same time, my father surreptitiously purchased a new phone for Clara and placed an order to replace my PC. He said nothing prior. He just left the 2 boxes on the table, each containing a short note displaying our names. When we saw them, Clara and I declined, not out of anger, but because unspoken feelings persisted in our hearts. However, my father shook his head and remarked calmly, "As long as you've learned the lesson, that's all that matters. I'm not short on money." Daniel, Clara, and I glanced at each other and laughed together. Not because what he said was humorous, but because it was so true, so straightforward, and so obvious that there was no place for debate. Nonetheless, it prompted us to think for ourselves. After everything that had happened, I understood that every one of us had finally learned the lesson that my father had been silently teaching us for years. And today, exactly 1 year after Christmas Eve, everything in my family has gradually returned to the rhythm it should have had long ago. Daniel and Clara have begun their lives with a little European deli in the city center. They no longer argue as often, and they're learning to actually listen to their son rather than simply responding. It isn't glamorous or loud, but it's a beginning. Noah sent me a handwritten note after he returned from training camp. He apologized in both English and German, which he learned in Berlin. It took me 3 reads to really understand what he meant, but I didn't mind. I smiled all afternoon. Noah hasn't acted the same way since that letter. No more defiance, no more obnoxious behavior to gain attention. He's beginning to understand what it means to accept responsibility. My father Arthur has been more upbeat. Perhaps because despite everything he has finally noticed that his children's bond has survived and grown stronger. He frequently takes Noah to the library or local events on weekends, and I saw him chuckle for the first time in years when the family sat down to look over old photos. I moved into my home 3 months ago. Every weekend, I bring Noah over to our place. We play video games, eat fried chicken, and occasionally sit next to each other without speaking much. He's still stubborn, but he's learned when to stop. This makes all the difference. And if there's one thing I want you to take away from the story, it's this. Family isn't always pleasant, but the most momentous collisions allow us to halt, repair what's broken, and start over. This time, with greater clarity and affection. That Christmas, I didn't receive a gift wrapped in shiny paper. But it taught my family a lesson we'll remember for the rest of our lives. That is where my story ends. And before I end this chapter, I want to ask you, those of you who have stayed with me throughout this journey. Was I foolish to speak up that Christmas night rather than keeping the peace and remaining silent?